Chen Tian, whose parents died and left him with a small house, thought he would be a bachelor for life. Instead, he opened the Divine Upgrade home system. Your house feels so small and ashamed of itself, it's automatically upgraded to a villa. Your garage feels that placing a small donkey is not in line with its style, and is trying to expand, and offer a Ferrari supercar and old driver's car skills. Chapter 1, My home can be upgraded automatically. On the outskirts of Jinling, in front of a broken house in the mountains, Chen Tian was lying on the cooler with a dog's tail grass in his mouth, looking up at the sky. Thinking back on these 18 years, Chen Tian only felt that he had been beaten to death by God with a set of well-trained positive stirrups and whip kicks and left jabs. Originally, according to reason, should not be parents sacrificed to the sky magic power. To his this is good. Parents only left a set of mountains small ragged house will be scattered. Originally thought this is also considered the omen of the fate of the sun. Thinking that the future cannot say club model, all kinds of beauty around it, should also be able to have a good person, happy and fulfilled. The result is a good guy. The mother is single. Now, on his condition, to go on a blind date others do not take bird his. According to this continue not to say warbling swallows. Skin white long legs beauty, for fear of the future or looking for such as the flow of flowers. Chen Tian stood up, looked at the back of the small broken room. Wait for the money, the first thing is to replace you. Then he was walking towards the inside. Only, the next moment, boom! A popping sound scared Chen Tian so much that he immediately ran out from inside. Then, a light screen popped up. Your house senses your dislike and opens the divine automatic upgrade system. Your house senses that it's so small and is ashamed of itself, automatically upgrading to a villa. The garage where you store your electric car feels that placing a small electric donkey is not in line with its style, and is trying to expand and offer its owner a Ferrari 812 sports car and godly old driver's car skills. The small puddle in front of your door is turning into an alabaster fish pond, and you're offering the finest koi carp and all kinds of dragonfish. Your closet is automatically upgraded and contributes 10 sets of high-grade suits. Your mirror feels that the host's face value is not enough to be reflected by it, and raises the host's face value to 99 points, completes the metamorphosis within a year, and immediately contributes a godly figure. Chen Tian, don't curse. You automatically upgraded, just automatically upgraded. Why are you cursing me? Chen Tian only felt a moment of consternation, and suddenly, he felt a tremor beneath his feet. He subconsciously lowered his head, and saw that the land beneath his feet had begun to evolve. The land, as if swept by an unseen wind, had completely transformed its nature, quickly turning into a marble floor that swooped towards the location of the house. Misty grass. What is the situation? Chen Tian's eyes widened as his family's previous small, broken grass house had turned into a large, exquisite villa. The original bare yard had turned into a garden. Even the small puddle at the entrance had turned into a white jade fish pond. Rare fish of various colors were freely roaming inside the fish pond, their beautiful tails fluttering and stirring up a ring of waves. Beautiful to behold. It was as if they didn't appear out of nowhere at all, but had been living here for an unknown amount of time. Chen Tian exhaled heavily as he stretched out his hand and stirred the water inside the fish pond. A golden dragonfish was not afraid of people at all. Instead, it came close to Chen Tian's fingers, appearing very intimate. Such a real sense of touch made Chen Tian's eyes flash with a hint of excitement. Right at this moment, a light screen popped up in front of Chen Tian. Once again, name, Chen Tian, age, 22, face value, 99 within a year, height, 183 centimeters, reward, godly figure. Looking at the light screen in front of him, Chen Tian clearly froze for a moment. This was even if he had truly opened the plug-in? Chen Tian's heart was filled with shock, and the corner of his mouth raised an arc as he walked towards his house. No! Villa! The main door was no longer a rusty iron door, but the latest technology bioinformation door lock. Chen Tian's hand was gently placed upwards. A pleasant musical sound rang out, and the door was opened. As soon as the door was opened, an imposing sense of extravagance instantly enveloped Chen Tian. Truly stepping into the villa was a huge modern abstract painting, making the entranceway instantly become exceptionally elevated. Looking to the left, there was the hall of the entire villa. Huge and ornate crystal lamps, hanging down from the ceiling, were illuminated by the sunlight, shining with a special 7-colored luster. Everything in the room had become opulent and magnificent, with absolutely no trace of what was there before. On the desktop of the coffee table in the living room, was placed squarely, a set of car keys. Chen Tian walked over and picked them up, looking at the huge Ferrari logo, a small heart pounding. Just now, the system's broadcast said that the garage had replaced the small electric donkey with a Ferrari in order to show his own self-importance. It was about time to take a look at that. Your own new ride. Passing through the kitchen's utility room, There was an exquisite wooden door that once opened could lead straight to the garage. The inside of the garage was brightly lit, and as soon as Chen Tian stepped through the door, he saw a silver-gray Ferrari 812 that was quietly staying in the garage. Even though it was so quiet, the smooth curves, and the ubiquitous Ferrari logo around it, reflected the owner's honor everywhere. Chen Tian directly pressed the car key. 812 flashed two big eyes. Has been unlocked successfully. Looking at the flirty supercar in front of him, Chen Tian was not polite and directly pulled open the door and sat in. The dashboard was the classic style of Ferrari, and as soon as it was unlocked, it immediately lit up in a domineering manner. Because it was a supercar, the seats of the Ferrari could wrap the human body perfectly, giving a comfortable and secure experience. Men's bones are all car lovers. Chen Tian gently stroked his chin, and was considering whether or not to go out for a run when his cell phone started ringing. Pulling out his cell phone and looking at it, it was a call from his hairdresser, Lu Ruyan. Looking at the familiar name, Chen Tian could not help but raise a smile on the corner of his mouth and picked up the phone. As soon as the phone was connected, a nice female voice immediately came from the opposite side, just like an orchid in an empty valley. Chen Tian, are you in Jinling? Chen Tian smiled faintly and replied, yeah. What? You're coming back from the Magic City? You can. Your guess is accurate enough. Ruyan Lu familiarly joked with Chen Tian. I'm currently at the Mordor airport. I'm about to take off soon. I'll be able to reach Jinling in almost 40 minutes. Ruyan Lu paused here and said to Chen Tian on the other end of the phone, wait for me to go back and let's have dinner together. Just in time to bring you specialties. Chen Tian heard Lu Ruyan's words and spoke directly. Why don't I pick you up at the airport? Ruyan Lu laughed out loud on the other end of the phone. Her eyebrows arched as she smiled and said, how embarrassing that would be. Yo, big beautiful Lu, don't pretend. You've never been embarrassed of me before. Chen Tian was not polite and directly broke down Ruyan Lu's words. Lu Ruyan gave a delicate light hum and said with a smile, I'm just being polite and courteous. Then I'll wait for you at the airport. After saying that, Ruyan Lu directly hung up the phone. Chen Tian put down his cell phone, and suddenly saw that in his cell phone, he received a message from customer service. Sorry, your phone bill is already insufficient. In order to ensure your communication is smooth, please recharge in time. Chen Tian took a look and recharged himself with $100 of phone bill. Just after charging the phone bill, a light screen popped up in front of Chen Tian's eyes. Your depository jar detects that the owner's balance does not match the home style, automatically upgrades and increases the owner's $10 billion quota, while contributing 10 times the rebate skill. Chapter 2. The deposit box feels that the owner is a poorer person and contributes $10 billion. Chen Tian looked at the message on the light screen, and before he could react, his cell phone had already received a notification that the payment had been credited. Looking at the reminder message on his cell phone screen, Chen Tian directly froze there. 10 billion. A whole $10 billion. And a tenfold rebate? Chen Tian had just thought of this when the light screen popped up again. Detected that the host has just consumed $100, triggering the tenfold rebate skill. Rebate of $1,000. As long as you consume, you have to trigger a tenfold rebate? Chen Tian looked at the new arrival information, and his heart was also very excited. After looking at the time, Chen Tian was ready to leave directly to the airport. If he went to the airport from here, Ruyan Lu's side had almost landed. After all, the distance between Magic City and Jinling wasn't that long. It was still very fast. Chen Yun went back to his room and picked out a set of clothing from inside the closet. One look at the cut of this set of clothes and he knew that it was a handmade customized model from a top big brand. After changing his clothes, Chen Yun walked in front of the dressing mirror and carefully surveyed himself. It was true that people depended on their clothes and horses depended on their saddles. Was this still himself? Coupled with the enhancement of his face value, the current Chen Tian could be said to be a male son of the world. With this temperament alone, if one went to an upscale place, one would be afraid that he would be recognized as a top-tier young man. Chen Yun looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction, and after straightening his hair, he once again went to the garage and drove his car towards the outside. As soon as the silver-gray Ferrari 812 hit the road, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone. Many passers-by also had sideways glances, revealing envious eyes at such a dazzling sports car. This car is so beautiful, driving so fast, it feels like a silver light rushing out, similar to special effects. Uncultured, right? This is the Ferrari 812. This car bare car price, all to 4 or 5 million it. If you want to drive it home, it'll cost you $5 or $6 million. Good guy. This is a small beast out of the cage. This car is equipped with a 6.5L V12 engine, horsepower 800 horses. Just as the crowd was talking, Chen Tian had long since driven his car towards the airport. As soon as the passing drivers saw the Ferrari's license plate, they immediately made way. For a car of this price, just rubbing a bit of paint, one's own car would probably have to be lost. This kind of avoidance made Chen Tian's driving experience very comfortable. He leisurely enjoyed the riotous feeling, and smoothly pressed open the car's stereo. The Ferrari was equipped with JBL audio. As the world's largest speaker manufacturer, the quality was naturally top-notch. Such music, as if it was massaging the ears, revitalized Chen Tian's spirit. Having money is really different. The originally lengthy road, with such an ultimate experience, time flew by. Soon, Chen Tian arrived at the airport. He parked his car directly at the entrance of the airport and walked towards the inside of the hall. At this time, an airplane happened to land in Jinling. A beautiful woman wearing a white dress closed the magazine in front of her. It was Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu looked at the watch on her wrist. The time was just right. Not late. Seemingly thinking of something, Ruyan Lu smiled sweetly. Her long eyelashes cast a silhouette on her face, forming an inconspicuous shadow on her white skin. Such a smile made the man sitting next to him, who was peeking at the beauty, directly stare straight into his eyes. This girl, it was too good looking. Under the reflection of a white sari, it was even more fairy-like, as if it was a fairy that did not eat the fire of the earth. Lu Ruyan directly took out her cell phone and closed the flight mode. Sister, are you sending a message to brother Chen Tian as soon as you land? A voice sounded at the beauty's side. Beside the beauty, a girl who was also wearing a white dress and whose appearance was just like Lu Yan's, sat beside the beauty and spoke with a ginormous smile. A pair of eyes sparkled with a unique bright light, as if they had hidden stars in their eyes, shining brightly. Lu Ruyan blankly glanced at this twin sister of hers and was also helpless. This stinky girl, always talking nonsense. Lu Ruyu, sister, what kind of look is this? Lu Ruyu beamed her mouth, and suddenly her eyes turned, and a good idea had surfaced in her mind. She leaned half of her body towards Lu Ruyan and lowered her voice to say, Sister, I'll discuss something with you. A little while later, on the curb outside the airport, a beautiful woman looked at the road with cars coming and going. Her hands were behind her back with a look of eager anticipation. Behind the beautiful woman was dragging a small, modest suitcase, and at a glance, it was clear that she was waiting for someone. Why isn't it coming yet? The beauty's posture was like that of a little sister next door, stomping her feet and muttering to herself in a petulant manner. Every now and then, she stood on her tiptoes and looked into the distance. Such a little beauty instantly attracted the attention of many people. The little beauty had long since gotten used to the gazes of the crowd, and she looked around like no one else was watching, when suddenly she looked to the other side and was directly caught by a figure. She looked at Chen Tian who was walking towards her and directly froze. This was too handsome, right? Look at this perfect looks. Not to mention a temperament that was even more elegant and charming. A touch of curvature appeared on the side of the little beauty's mouth, which then began to deepen as she waved in Chen Tian's direction and said loudly, Chen Tian, here. Chen Tian walked a few steps tighter and arrived in front of the little beauty, looking up and down, with a scrutinizing look in his gaze. A brightness quickly flashed under the little beauty's eyes as she looked at Chen Tian and said with a smile, Chen Tian, what's wrong? How long has it been since I've seen you, and you don't recognize me? Chen Tian looked at the delicate little beauty in front of him and smiled faintly as he directly stretched out his hand towards her face. When the little beauty saw Chen Tian's action, she was obviously stunned and subconsciously had to close her eyes. Before she could fully close her eyes, the little beauty felt a burst of pain coming from her and directly covered her head. This. She herself was actually bounced on the brain. This was completely different from the script she had designed. The little beauty rubbed her brain, looked at Chen Tian with an exasperated look, and lightly reprimanded. What are you doing, Chen Tian? Just as soon as they met, they popped their brains. Is this polite? Chen Tian looked at the little beauty's delicate appearance, looked at her with a look of displeasure and said, now you don't even call me brother. You directly start calling me by my name, right? When the little beauty heard Chen Tian's words, she was obviously a bit weak. She quickly waved her hand and said, Chen Tian, what are you saying? Why don't I understand? Don't understand? Chen Tian raised an eyebrow. He didn't explain. He directly raised his hand, and popped another brainbuster over. The little beauty deflated her mouth, looking like she would rather die than speak. Chen Tian looked at her, gestured to raise his hand, ready to play again. Seeing that Chen Tian was going to come for real, the little beauty immediately couldn't take it anymore, and while raising her hand to protect her head, she exclaimed, Sis, brother Chen Tian is addicted to hitting me. Don't you care? If he kept bouncing like this, he was going to have the same big brain as the birthday boy. Hearing the shouts, from the back slowly stepped out an equally delicate beauty. It was none other than Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's hand was dragging her luggage, and the bag in her hand was loaded with the specialties of Magic City. As soon as she walked out, Ruyan Lu's line of sight, landed on Chen Tian's body. She looked at Chen Tian and gave a crooked smile. Ooh, so handsome. As she spoke, Ruyan Lu handed the specialties in her hand to Chen Tian and said with a smile, "Here, the specialties I brought for you." Chen Tian smoothly took it and looked at the delicate flower-like face in front of him and said helplessly, "You also accompanied her to fool around." Lu Ruyan lowered her eyes and smiled. She looked at Lu Ruyu and said, "What did I say? Can your brother Chen Tian not recognize it? Willing to bet? Turn over the $500. After saying that, Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Tian. Looking at his stunned handsome face, she smiled and explained, "Doesn't this give you money to treat your guest to dinner? Chen Tian, good fellow. Your upper and lower segments are all connected, aren't they?" Lu Ruyu transferred the bill to her sister with a reluctant face. She put away her cell phone, took Chen Tian's arm, and inquired in an exasperated manner, "Brother Chen Tian, how can you tell that I'm not my sister?" Chen Tian glanced at her small steamed buns, then looked at Lu Ruyan's henna, shook his head and said, "There's no way. The gap is too big." Lu Ruyu was confused. The gap is too big? Not too big, ah. She and her sister look very similar, ah. And height. Clothes are also the same. How is the gap too big? Chapter 3. You don't have a boyfriend, why can't you open the bottle cap? The main thing is that he or she has just learned to speak in the tone of his or her sister, where it is not like. Lu Ruyu was like an elementary school student who was not ashamed to ask questions. She looked at Chen Tian with bated breath and asked after him, "Brother Chen Tian, tell me specifically, where is the big gap between our sisters?" Just as a few people were talking and laughing, a youth drove over in an Audi A6L and mumbled, "I see Lu Ruyan's friend circle. It should be this time to come back, ah. How come after searching for half a day himself, he didn't see her person?" This youth came over to try his luck, wanting to see if he could receive Ruyan Lu. After all, Ruyan Lu was the former school flower in her high school, and she was gorgeous. Whether it was her looks, figure, or temperament, it was all excellent. For such a big beauty, he has long been salivating for a long time. While thinking about Ruyan Lu's delicate face, the youth suddenly saw Ruyan Lu not far away, as well as Ruyu Lu beside her. This pair of sisters looked exactly the same. If they could be picked together, they would definitely be on their way to the pinnacle of life in an instant. The youth's little heart was pounding, and his heart was even more blissful, feeling that his entire being was in high spirits. However, when he saw clearly that the one standing beside the sisters was Chen Tian, his face instantly fell. How come it was this kid again? Chen Tian, this person, he also knew. After all, they used to all be in the same high school, and at that time, he had heard that Chen Tian's family wasn't in a good position, and his parents had died early. A man from such a family, who still always had the cheek to stay by his goddess side, was simply a toad trying to eat swan meat. The more the youth thought about it, the more angry he became. He directly drove his car and parked in front of the trio, stepped out of the car and pretended to be very gentlemanly. "What a coincidence, actually bumping into you guys here. Where are you guys going? Why don't you take my car and I'll give you a ride?" Lu Ruyan felt the youth's gaze, which kept circling around her and her sister's bodies, and her willow brows slightly knitted. She knew at a glance that this was not a good coincidence. It was clearly a deliberate attempt to block her. This youth in front of her had already been rejected by her several times, but the other party was obviously still not dead set on it. She just got off the plane, and came to block her. Such behavior, not only will not please her, will only make Lu Ruyan more resentful. Lu Ruyan coldly glanced at the youth and refused in a light tone. "No need. I'll just follow Chen Tian." Lu Ruyan did not need to be asked, and directly opened her mouth to state her position. "I'll also follow brother Chen Tian." She didn't want to follow strange men to share a car. Not to mention, she looked at the youth in front of her and saw that he wasn't a good thing at first glance. Unexpectedly, Chen Tian, however, at this time, glanced apologetically at Lu Ruyu and spoke. "Sorry Ruyu, my car can only take one person." Lu Ruyu, at $%. This. What does brother Chen Tian mean by this? You're favoring one over the other, aren't you? There is heterosexuality but not humanity, ah. The young man is listening to the music. Can only take one person? Motorcycle, electric car, or shared bicycle? Youth heart is very disdainful. Such Chen Tian, with what in their own comparison? A stinking beggar. Chen Tian, you are also really, you come to pick up people, at least a car to ah. The youth's tone was full of contempt and said, or you see, but also pick up people. What about luggage, right? As the youth spoke, Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu's faces also swished and clouded over. Just as they were about to speak, Chen Tian glanced at the youth and directly pulled out the car key and pressed it. As the lights of the Ferrari 812 next to him flashed, it directly interrupted the youth's words that were not yet finished. For a moment, the youth completely froze in place. How was this possible? This was a Ferrari 812, which he had long desired. However, because the price was too expensive, it was simply not something that a family like his could afford to drive and had to give up. Wasn't Chen Tian's parents dead and his family in a bad situation? How could he possibly afford to drive such a car? Even the Lu Ruyan sisters were standing still, looking at Chen Tian with some disbelief. This was a Ferrari supercar, and with this styling, at the very least, it would cost a few $1,000,000. When did Chen Tian actually drive this car? Chen Tian, this is yours? Ruyan Lu forced down the shock in her heart and opened her mouth to inquire. Chen Tian nodded and waved his hand towards Ruyan Lu, saying, "Get in the car and go." Lu Ruyan froze in place, waiting for Chen Tian to call out a second time before nodding. She looked at the box behind her and pushed it directly in front of Lu Ruyu. She gently patted her sister's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Ruyu, I'll trouble you. By the way, don't forget about the $500. Lu Ruyu, I want to curse. Is this still her own pro-sister?" At this time, Lu Ruyan had already sat in Chen Tian's car, looking at the sultry red interior, as well as the detailed Ferrari interior. She had a shocked look on her face. No wonder such a car could easily cost several $1,000,000. It was really beautiful, especially with the start of the car. The huge hand-touch screen inside the car lit up with a full sense of technology. Just as Lu Ruyan immersed in the interior hard to extricate themselves, suddenly felt a male breath came to the face. Immediately thereafter, Ruyan Lu saw that Chen Tian lean towards himself. Lu Ruyan was hit by such a rush of testosterone and instantly felt her brain go blank. She subconsciously thought that Chen Tian was going to do something, and her pretty face could not help but blush. What was Chen Tian up to? For an instant, she was feeling a panic in her heart. A crisp clicking sound awakened Lu Ruyan, who was still entangled. It was only then that she realized that Chen Tian was merely helping to fasten the seatbelt. The youth was watching from outside, and the expression on his face was extremely complicated. There was embarrassment, there was fear, and more than anything else, there was jealousy and envy. This giving away, was he afraid that he was going to give away his hundreds of millions of children? Heartbreak. But there is no way. People are not only driving a better car than their own, and Lu Ruyan look at Chen Tian, then their own do not know how many eyes, in this case, can only watch the two go. The youth regretfully looked at the disappearing taillights of the car, looked to the side of Lu Ruyu, and tentatively asked, "Should I give you a ride?" After all, Lu Ruyu possessed the same ravishing looks as Lu Ruyan, so picking her up would be the same. Lu Ruyu snorted coldly and looked at him, saying, "Who are you? I know you." After saying that, Lu Ruyu pulled up a small suitcase with one hand, walked to the side and directly stopped a cab, heading towards the direction of her home, leaving the youth alone, hanging out there in solitude. Can only silently give himself a cool song. Chen Yun, at this time, was already speeding down the road with Lu Ruyan. At this time, they happened to drive past the Yangtze River Bridge. Ruyan Lu lowered the car window, feeling the wet wind blowing on her face. There were disobedient hair strands that drifted to Chen Tian's face from time to time. It was like a disobedient little rascal, inadvertently stirring Chen Tian's skin. It made his heart, too, itch. Lu Ruyan greeted the light and gently closed her eyes. The golden sunlight on her face gilded a layer of golden edges. Very beautiful. Looking at such Lu Ruyan, Chen Tian, who was driving the car, had a burst of emotions. No wonder those big young men love to take their girls for a ride. It turns out to be a different kind of flavor. Rather, it carries another kind of amorous feelings. Just at this time, in front of Chen Yun's eyes, a curtain of light floated up. The garage senses that the owner invites beautiful women to ride with him, and is very pleased to contribute Aston Martin 111A. Aston Martin 111? Chen Tian looked at the light screen and clearly froze for a moment. This car is a global limited edition, renowned around the world. The price of the naked car will be $45 million. The real landing, to more than $50 million of the top supercar. That car can be much more expensive than the 812, or I should say, these two cars are not comparable at all. That is a 7.3L V12 engine equipped with the top sports car, 100 kilometers acceleration, only need 3.5 seconds. Chen Tian slowly retracted his thoughts, and his line of sight once again fell on Lu Ruyan's body with an appreciative gaze. Unexpectedly, there was such a reward for sharing a car with a beautiful woman. Ruyan Lu also opened her eyes at this time, and Chen Tian's gaze unexpectedly collided together. "What are you staring at me for? Look at the road." Ruyan Lu blushed and pouted, looking at a beautiful woman. "No?" Lu Ruyan couldn't help but stare at Chen Tian's words and asked teasingly, "Becoming oily now? Account for it. How many girlfriends did you have before you got this oily tongue?" She came back this time and found that Chen Tian was not only able to speak well, but even his clothing and such had greatly improved. Ruyan Lu subconsciously assumed that this must be because Chen Tian had made a girlfriend. Chen Tian sniffed with a helpless face. These words were too solid. He was now considered maternally single. Seeing Chen Tian's face change, Ruyan Lu was instantly happy and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? It's not possible that you haven't been in love yet, right?" Chen Tian said with a sneer as he listened to Ruyan Lu's joking tone. Who doesn't know who? Aren't certain people also maternally single? All these years, haven't even seen blood yet. You single dog waiting for the state to assign a boyfriend. Come on, hurt each other. Anyway, they are all single dogs. No need to show mercy at all. Lu Ruyan, you scold again. However, Ruyan Lu was also instantly honest after hearing Chen Tian's words. She subconsciously looked out of the car window, her small face red, like a freshly ripened red apple, tantalizingly wanting someone to take a bite. After all, she also really hadn't seen blood. A blood is still there. Lu Ruyan was thinking wildly, when it suddenly occurred to her. Why was she blushing in front of Chen Tian? This guy, surely he is going to be pleased again. Thinking of this, Ruyan Lu turned her head to look at Chen Tian. When she looked at Chen Tian's handsome side face, as well as the smile if any on the corner of his mouth, those words she had held in her chest instantly turned into flying smoke. Thirsty, right? Bought you water? Take it yourself. Chen Tian turned his head back, swept a glance at Lu Ruyan and said softly. Lu Ruyan gave a hum as she took the bag and found that it was full of her favorite fruit juices. Seeing Chen Tian being so attentive, Ruyan Lu's heart warmed. She picked up one of the bottles and used half a day's force, but the cap was so tight that she couldn't unscrew it at all. Chen Tian looked at Ruyan Lu's laborious appearance, and was instantly amused, asking, "Do you have a boyfriend?" "No." "Why?" Ruyan Lu's attention was on unscrewing the bottle cap, and she casually replied. The arc on the corner of Chen Tian's mouth pulled wider and wider as he looked at Ruyan Lu and snickered. "You're a single dog. What qualifications do you have to unscrew a bottle cap?" Ruyan Lu. Chapter 4. My sister hoard my money to treat others to dinner. Actually waiting for me here? Ruyan Lu then sighed and opened her cell phone, looking at the WeChat chat box and said with a smile, "Alright, the money has arrived. Let's go. Let's eat a big meal." Chen Tian drove the car, looked at the joyful Lu Ruyan, and laughed out loud. "I'll be polite then," Ruyan Lu said with a very dashing wave of her hand. "Just come and find a place. I guarantee that I will let you eat well today." Chen Tian looked at Ruyan Lu's appearance and smiled as he ate, leading her straight to the Qing Yunju clubhouse. This place was a famous private club in Jinling. Especially the private dishes here were renowned in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Parked the car. The two walked out of the car. They saw the car parked next to the car. All the millions of luxury cars. If you do an Audi A6L, I'm afraid to be embarrassed to park here. Looking at the ancient sound and color of the entire building, the huge plaque reads Qing Yun Residence, surrounded by carefully painted gold edges. Lu Ruyan sucked in a breath of cool air. Although she had been in Magic City before, but the great name of Qing Yunju, Lu Ruyan had still heard of it. Her own classmates, also and she has been several times, said that the per capita consumption here is not low, almost 3 or 4,000 a person. Now looking at the high-grade building, Lu Ruyan secretly swallowed her saliva. Lu Ruyan, it's okay, it's not just the Qing Yunju, my scholarship has just been sent down. It can be carried, Chen Tian said to Lu Ruyan while leading her inside. You put your sister Ruyu also called over, or not blame the poor. Just now when they went to pick up their two sisters, the little girl was the one who took a taxi home by herself, and had to help take charge of bringing the luggage. If she let this girl know again that they came to dinner without calling her, I'm afraid she would explode in place, right? Lu Ruyan listened to Chen Tian's words, and thinking about it, she took out her cell phone and called Lu Ruyu. At this time, Lu Ruyu, carrying 2 suitcases with difficulty, just walked into the door of the house. Mr. Lu's father, Mr. Lu's mother were all resting at home today, and when they heard the loud noise at the front door, they hurriedly got up to see it. Seeing her daughter Lu Ruyu standing daintily at the door, Lu Mom was obviously stunned, and then hurriedly greeted her. "Girl, why are you back?" Lu Ma's face was full of surprise. These 2 children came back without saying a word in advance. As she spoke, Lu Ma looked at the 2 suitcases in front of Lu Ruyu and asked suspiciously, "Why are you still holding 2 suitcases? Where is your sister?" As soon as she heard Lu Ma speak the word sis, Lu Ruyu was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, instantly blowing up. She threw the suitcases on the ground in one go and said in an aggrieved voice, "My sister ran away with her boyfriend and hoarded me out for $500, even if she took her money. She also wanted her to take the luggage of the 2 of them and take a taxi home by herself. The 2 of them left in a Ferrari, kissing and kissing." Lu Ruyu was filled with anger. wanting to express her heart's indignation through these few simple words. Looking at her fiery daughter, Lu Dad and Lu Mom directly froze. What is this situation? How did you make your own precious daughter angry like this? But the next moment, Lu Ruyu's cell phone rang. Lu Ruyu glanced at the caller ID and picked up the phone extremely reluctantly. What for? The little girl was really pissed off, and her tone was as bad as it could be. However, a few seconds later, Lu Ruyu's face was already covered in a sweet smile, and her tone also became softer. Sister Qingyun residence is it? Okay, I'll be right there. I knew sis you love me the most. I love you the most too. That's the famous Qingyun residence. Today is earned. Lu Dad Lu Mom had a baffled look on her face. The speed of this face change was almost catching up with Sichuan opera. Mom and Dad, you guys help me take my luggage inside. I'll go out to find my sister for dinner first. Love you guys. Lu Ruyu looked at her parents with a smile, made a heart gesture, picked up her small bag and bounced out the door. Only left Lu Dad and Lu Mom standing in place, wide-eyed. Willow Mom grabbed Willow Dad's arm. Her brain began to work rapidly, and hurriedly asked, "What did you hear your daughter say just now? Ruyan has found a boyfriend?" Lu Mom's face was incredulous. Talking about a male friend, right? Papa Lu shook his head with an affirmative expression. Ruyu was talking about a boyfriend. I heard it clearly. My daughter has a boyfriend? She hasn't looked for a boyfriend for so many years. Why has she suddenly gotten the hang of it? Mr. Lu's father, Mr. Lu's mother was not that old-fashioned. Hearing that their daughter had found a boyfriend, they were all happy. Mrs. Lu looked at her husband and said with a stern face, "I'm telling you, when my daughter comes back, you have to cooperate with me and interrogate her properly, okay?" The fact that her own daughter had found a boyfriend was a big deal in the family. At this time, Chen Tian and Lu Ruyan had already walked towards the inside of Qingyun residence. The marble floor was very well taken care of. Sparkling with translucent light, the solid wood door exuded a primitive wood fragrance, and the aroma of the food mixed together, pleasing to the mood. The waitress was wearing a plain-colored cheongsam, and when she saw the two of them come in, she hurriedly greeted them, with a quick flash of amazement in the bottom of her eyes. These two people had an outstanding temperament, and their looks were even more outstanding, too eye-catching. "Hello you two, may I ask if you have a reservation?" the waiter inquired very respectfully. Chen Tian gently shook his head, and the waiter, seeing this, asked a follow-up question. "Okay, how many floors do you two plan to eat on?" "If it's the second floor private rooms have a minimum consumption of 10,000. Otherwise you need to provide 1,000 for the box. Most of the stores nowadays already disallowed box fees and such hidden consumption." Xing Yunju directly changed the rules, speaking clearly before the guest enters. Explicit consumption. When Ruyan Lu heard the waiter's words, her beautiful eyes instantly widened, completely stunned. So expensive? Chen Tian was quite happy to hear this. This time, he could brush more money. Looking at the surrounding skillful environment, Chen Tian thought for a moment and directly said, "Go to the second floor's private room." This was the first time he had come to the Qingyun residence, and since he dared to clearly mark the price of the box, he believed that it must be good value for money. The waiter heard Chen Tian's words and immediately led the duo towards the second floor. Just at this time, a light screen flashed in front of Chen Tian's eyes. Your kitchen detected that the host is eating out. The kitchen is sad and has taken the initiative to contribute divine-level cooking skills and imperial cuisine recipes. I hope that the host will eat at home more often. Chen Tian looked at the prompt on the light screen, and a surprise flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterward, Chen Tian felt a warm current flow through his brain, and there seemed to be something in his mind that became different. Feeling the changes in himself, Chen Tian could not help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. This can even be triggered? It was a bit interesting. Just in the moment Chen Tian froze, the waiter had already led them into the private room. The door to the room was a round archway with some crystal accessories hanging on it, and as the hand rattled, it made a tinkling crunch that was very melodious. The box was decorated in a pure Chinese style, and the arrangements everywhere were exquisite, reflecting the style of the restaurant. Chen Tian walked up and first helped Lu Ruyan pull out the chair, waiting until she sat down before walking to his own seat. The waiter handed over the menu. Chen Tian directly turned to Lu Ruyan's face and said with a smile, "See what you like to eat?" Ruyan Lu picked up the menu and looked at the prices of the dishes on it, which could easily be in the thousands, and only felt a wave of dizziness. She put the menu back in front of Chen Tian and said, "You order. I'll just pay the bill at the end." Chen Tian looked at Ruyan Lu's heartbroken face and deliberately said with a bad smile, "I'll be polite then." Chen Tian picked up the menu, took his finger and casually ordered a few, and the waiter left the private room after making a very careful note next to him. Soon, the waitress walked back. In the tray in her hand, there was an extremely delicate fruit plate. Arranged on it were some top-notch fruits. It looked extremely fresh, and both the size and the shape were far too beautiful compared to the kind they usually ate. Chen Tian turned the fruit plate in front of Ruyan Lu and said softly, "I remember that you love cherries. This is the Aomori cherry. Try it. Do you like the flavor?" Lu Ruyan listened to Chen Tian's words and looked at the plate in front of her, the reddish cherries that still had drops of water on them. She was suddenly moved. Just at this time, the door of the box was pushed open from outside, and a delicate figure wearing a white dress walked in. It was Lu Ruyu. As soon as Lu Ruyu came in, she smiled and found a seat, saying towards Lu Ruyan, "Sister, you're so atmospheric. Feasting on brother Chen Tian here." As she said that, Lu Ruyu smiled sweetly towards Chen Tian. If it wasn't for brother Chen Tian's blessing, how could she have this blessing? While Lu Ruyu was talking, she had already seen the fruit plate and directly pinched up a slice of watermelon and ate it in small bites. Looking at her sister's appearance of not being polite at all, Lu Ruyan's eyes rolled. Her face showed a face of anti-smile and said, "Good sister, what do you think I'm calling you over for?" And, as soon as Lu Ruyu heard her sister's words and then looked at the pit sister smile on her sister's face, she immediately felt a wave of creepiness. She lightly blinked her eyes, and with a look of going out on a limb, she said loudly, "I don't care. I'm paying for the meal. 500. I'll eat 500. While speaking, Lu Ruyu felt that the watermelon she just ate tasted good and hurriedly ate a few more pieces. Lu Ruyan smiled and looked at her sister, directly saying, "Alright." Lu Ruyu froze when she heard this. "What's done? What does sister mean?" Lu Ruyan looked at her sister who had a confused face and very kindly explained, "Didn't you say you would just eat 500? You finished eating Lu Ruyu, at #UN%. Chapter 5 The most luxurious villa area. The little girl huffed and puffed and took the menu, and really, Chen Tian on the side looked at such Lu Ruyu extremely interesting, so he followed suit and opened his mouth to tease. "Your sister and I said, in a moment, the two of us will leave first. You stay here to settle the bill." Lu Ruyu instantly want to blow up. Chen Tian is to see the good, has been open to say, "Alright, just kidding. You guys can eat with an open stomach later. I'll pay the bill." Lu Ruyan heard Chen Tian's words, and quickly blocked. How can this be? Before coming here, he said that he would pay the bill, and since this place was so expensive, how could one be ashamed to let Chen Tian treat them? Before Ruyan Lu could finish her words, she was directly interrupted by Chen Tian. After all, he still had to swipe the money. Looking at the two identical little tool beauties in front of him, Chen Tian said smilingly, "Listen to me. In the future, if there is an opportunity, you guys can invite me again." Just as a few people were talking, the dishes started to be served one after another. "This is Matsusaka Wagyu beef. It was flown in early today. Cooking it now is the moment when it tastes the best." After the waitress served the dishes, she stood by the side and introduced them in a low voice. Her voice was not loud, but ensured that the few people present could clearly hear it. When the two Lu Ruyan sisters heard the word airlift, they knew that the price was not high. They gently took a piece with their knives and forks and placed it in their mouths and bit into it. In an instant, a wave of grease and meat flavor exploded in their mouths. With a sizzling sensation, it made the entire person's taste buds follow and burn. Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu subconsciously glanced at each other. This flavor, it was too delicious, right? Next, black truffles, top-quality French foie gras, rich caviar, global delicacies, flowing like water, were served on the table. The two Lu Ruyan sisters spent this meal in shock and muddle. I don't know if it was the shock that was excessive, or the meal was too delicious. Anyway, the whole person's mind was in a daze, and their brains were a bit down. How much would such a perfect meal cost? Each dish had its own unique flavor, fragrant but not greasy, making one's mouth and eyes light up. "Have you guys eaten yet?" Chen Tian had already put down the cutlery and looked at the Lu Ruyan duo with a gentle face. The sisters nodded vigorously. This meal could be said to be the most sumptuous meal they had ever eaten in their lifetimes. Chen Tian saw that the duo had finished eating, so he beckoned the waiter to go downstairs with him to settle the bill. "Hello sir, you have spent a total of $358,000 today." The waiter looked at Chen Tian with a respectful face and spoke aloud. Chen Tian nodded and directly handed over his card, calmly saying, "Swipe the card." As the POS machine made a return sound, before Chen Tian's eyes, another light screen popped up, detected that the host has just consumed $358,000, triggering a tenfold rebate skill, a rebate of $3,580,000. As he was swiping his card, he heard two huffing voices that sounded behind him. Chen Tian turned his head, and saw Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu, who didn't know when they walked down, looking at themselves with a shocked expression. Stupid or not, eyes so wide. As soon as Chen Tian saw the two sisters, his eyes instantly became softer. and he directly reached out and popped Lu Ruyu with a brain crash. Lu Ruyu, why me? Why me? You guys let me eat dog food even if it's not enough. The moment you strike, you still hurt me? The cashier was also visibly flabbergasted as she looked at the three people in front of her. As a person in the service industry, she had seen a lot of customers, but those who looked so beautiful and had such a good temperament were also rare to see, especially such identical sisters. It was simply blinding. Sir, please sign. The cashier quickly withdrew her eyes and handed the voucher to Chen Tian. Chen Tian signed and casually tucked away the voucher as he looked at the duo and asked, "Let's go. I'll send you guys back?" Ruyan Lu thought about it, but still shook her head and refused. No need. We can just go back by ourselves. After all, she had left her sister behind once before. If she always left the little girl behind, I'm afraid she would really be unhappy. Anyway, the meal was finished, so the two of them could just take a taxi home together. Chen Tian nodded and did not say anything more. He sent the two little girls out of Qing Yun residence. Lu Ruyan turned her head and instructed Chen Tian. Right, when you go back, you have to eat those specialties quickly. Those things have a relatively short shelf life. Don't let them go bad. Good. I'll eat them when I go back. Chen Tian smilingly agreed. After you guys arrive home, send me a message. Sending the two girls to the cab, he then walked towards his Ferrari. Chen Tian sat in his car. He didn't intend to go home directly, but instead took out his cell phone and searched for houses for sale in the neighborhood. After all, he was now in possession of the tenfold rebate skill, so naturally, he wanted to swipe money. When it came to the fastest way to brush up money, wasn't it to buy a house? Chen Tian directly drove his car towards the nearby Tianfu City Villa area. Tianfu City Villa area is the more luxurious villa neighborhood in this vicinity, and is also quite famous in Jinling. Nearly half of the road advertisements in the neighborhood were recommendations about it. The Tianfu City Villa district was on the other side of Jinling, where it was in the stage of full development. A new area of Jinling. All the way was brand new highway. The road was smooth without any potholes, and his Ferrari was extremely comfortable to run. Chen Tian didn't often come to this side of the new district. He drove the car while observing the environment of the neighborhood. There were mountains in the back and water in the front, and the Tianfu City Villa area was built halfway up the mountainside, which was a good place in terms of feng shui. The surrounding environment was also well protected. Chen Tian could see that quite a few flowers had been transplanted over in order to make the road look more beautiful. The breeze slightly stirred, floating sea of flowers, but it was a different flavor. Chen Tian appreciated the scenery along the way and felt that the environment here was quite good. The environment here, and the way it looks at home, but it's a far cry. Chen Tian mumbled as if he was talking to himself. However, Chen Tian suddenly thought, if he bought a house after so many real estate certificates, there will also be more and more assets all at home in the future. Will it be unsafe? Just at the moment when this idea was born in Chen Tian, a light screen instantly popped up in front of his eyes. Detecting the owner's concern for the security of the home has taken the initiative to contribute a fierce bulldog as a pet to protect the home. Looking at the contents on the light screen, Chen Tian was visibly flabbergasted. Is this even possible? Even this kind of thing, home can contribute? It was a bit interesting. Repeatedly looking at the words on the light screen twice, Chen Tian was instantly relieved about the safety of his home. It seemed that everything was ready now. There weren't many vehicles on the straight main road, and Chen Tian had already seen, from afar, the gate of the Tianfu City Villa district. The gates of the district were lofty and luxurious, transmitting an extremely upscale atmosphere. Chen Tian looked at the gate here and instantly felt that it was not bad. After all, he had lived in Jinling for many years, so Chen Tian still had some understanding of the Tianfu City Villa district. When it came to the villas in Tianfu City, everyone gave a thumbs up. It was the most luxurious villa area in all of Jinling. After all, it is a new construction of the new neighborhood. In order to create the highest level of compulsion, almost full of the time, place and people. What Chen Tian had just seen was only the first phase of the villa area of Tianfu City. There are also phase 2 and phase 3 here, all of which are near to see the famous school district houses, as well as other good locations. Only, the sales offices were all here. Unified sales. Chen Tian directly drove his car and arrived outside the courtyard of the sales office and parked it at the entrance. Chapter 6 Too Cheap. After having dinner with the Lu Ruyan sisters just now, Chen Tian drove directly to Tianfu City, only to realize upon arrival that it was still in the lunch break. In the vicinity of the main gate, there were only a few sporadic salespeople that were whispering and chatting. Although it is the most upscale neighborhood sales in Jinling, in the leisure time, it is also inevitable to avoid this kind of small group behavior of splitting into gangs. Or I should say, the more such a big company is, the more it fights when it comes to interests. Just at this time, the door was suddenly pushed open. Chen Genius walked in from outside. However, none of these old salesmen greeted them as they came forward. As soon as they saw Chen Tian's face, they knew that the other party was only in his early 20s, and the glint in his eyes that had risen up, followed by dimming down. Such a young brother was indeed very eye-catching, but unfortunately, too young. If he came with his parents, he would definitely be a good customer. Unfortunately, if he came alone, he would probably be a knowledgeable person at best. For doing useless work, they will not do such a stupid thing. The old salesman could see clearly. Everyone avoided eye contact with Chen Tian and pretended to look at the documents in their hands. Looking at Chen Tian, who had already walked in, a young beauty next to him, seeing that there was no old man to receive him, walked up to greet him joyfully. "Hello sir, want to see the house? Is this your first time coming over?" The other sales watched, as Chen Tian was led by the young beauty in the direction of the sandbox, and was instantly happy, whispering, "Sure enough, it's an inexperienced newcomer. Going up like that? How can such a young kid afford a house in Tianfu City? Not to mention the villas in Phase 1. Even those small apartments in Phase 2 and Phase 3. I'm afraid I can't afford them." A female salesperson next to her instantly covered her mouth and said with forced laughter, "Sister Meng, she's just a college student who just came here a short time ago. Where does she go to understand this? Such a person just rely on the basic salary to live. This kind of newcomer usually comes to the customers will not be able to take her turn. There are these sharp-eyed old salesmen. See the strong customer, long ago rushed up. It is also this kind of no one wants the customer, in order to take her turn, but it is just practicing, and it is impossible to really close the deal. Among the people, there is also a better heart sales. In the heart silently sighed. They are all from this stage through. Most know this kind of pain. Secretly said that in the future it is better to teach her. After all, such useless work, do not do. More sales were still in the mindset of watching the fun, coming together to ridicule this silly behavior. And at this moment, Zhang Shuyao was greeting Chen Tian warmly and introducing herself. "Hello sir, my name is Zhang Shuyao. Next, I will be the one to introduce the house to you." Chen Tian nodded and generously sized up the beautiful salesgirls in front of him. What they were wearing were uniform dresses distributed by the real estate company, which perfectly outlined Zhang Shuyao's figure, where others were easily empty. Zhang Shunyao was holding up a bulging, almost ready to burst feeling, but the waist, which was the most prone to accumulating fat, was slim and ungainly. Combined with Zhang Shuyao's perfect face, there was a hint of damned sweetness in her innocence, which was pleasing to the heart. Chen Tian looked at this memorable cheeks and froze, letting out a light eep and said, "It's you?" Chen Tian had already recognized the other party. This was no one else. It was the student council president from Chen Tian's university days. He remembered very clearly. Zhang Shuyao was 1 year older than him, and when he was in school, he was known to be pretty incapable. When he was at the university campus, there were a lot of rich kids pursuing Zhang Shuyao, both inside and outside the school, but never saw Zhang Shuyao has been in love. To who is to maintain a suitable distance. Originally Chen Tian thought that such a proud daughter of heaven would have a good future. How come she came here to sell houses? However, this was the highest class property in Jinling, and the people recruited were also highly educated, so there was no excuse. Zhang Shuyao was also stunned for a moment when she heard Chen Tian's words, then she smiled and asked, "You know me, sir? You are?" She didn't remember that she knew such a handsome and dignified man, otherwise she would have been impressed. Chen Tian smiled in his heart. It was also, after all, the Chen Tian in his university days was, to put it bluntly, a poor man. Although he had also spoken to Zhang Shuyao a few times, he had also taken advantage of the time when he was organizing an event to chat a few sentences without words, and the other party was probably just answering politely. At that time, Zhang Shuyao was the talk of the school, plus she was so pretty, she was almost the goddess of all the boys in the school. Chen Tian and her are not at the same level at all, just a part of looking up to, but now, is completely different. Chen Tian slowly withdrew his thoughts. His gaze quickly skimmed over Zhang Shuyao's face, and said in a light tone, "It's alright, my name is Chen Tian, please introduce me." As he said that, Chen Tian's sight landed on Zhang Shuyao's body in a big way, and said in a smooth manner, "You're bound to achieve great things." Zhang Shuyao, what's this? What's going on here? This little handsome guy can also tell fortunes? Zhang Shuyao completely didn't realize that looking from Chen Tian's angle, one could just see that narrow career line. Wasn't this an omen of great things to come? Alright sir, let me take you to the sandbox for introduction. Zhang Shuyao had a puzzled look on her face, but she still guided Chen Tian towards the sand tray. The two of them walked to the front of the sand tray and stood still. Zhang Shuyao was just about to be introduced when she heard a voice from behind her. "Chen Tian?" Hearing someone call him, Chen Tian also twisted his head and followed the voice. Upon doing so, he found that it was actually a few high school classmates. Chen Tian looked at the youth standing at the front. This person was called Huang Jun. His family was quite rich, a typical rich second generation. Also because of a little money, Huang Jun a lot of problems. High school on the scourge of a few girls. For such a boy, Chen Tian has no good feelings. In particular, Huang Jun was also a typical high-flying and low-flying person, and could be said to have no character at all. Huang Jun and the others looked at Chen Tian, their gazes constantly sizing up his body, and were also amused. This brat, dressed like a human being, but this appearance could fool others, but it could not fool himself and the others. After all, they were quite clear about Chen Tian's situation. Before, because of the death of his parents, he had directly become an orphan, and his family's situation was even more predictable, and there was no need to go into detail. A few classmates thought of this and looked at Chen Tian with eyes full of teasing. This Chen Tian, not to mention comparing with Huang Jun, even comparing with them who had an average family background, it was all heaven and earth, unable to compare. He even came to see the house, or the best villa area in Jinling? This cheek, but really thick. Several students glanced at each other and saw disdain in each other's eyes. Huang Jun, on the contrary, looked like a smiling tiger. He converged the contempt on his face, smilingly looked at Chen Tian and said, "Chen Tian, you came to see the house?" Without waiting for Chen Tian to answer, Huang Jun's line of sight unobtrusively sized up Chen Tian. Looking at his current appearance, Huang Jun's heart also snorted. Huang Jun remembered that before when he was in high school, Chen Tian's academic performance was still very good, and his looks were also okay. But what was the use of studying well and looking okay? Can it be eaten as food? Can it be spent as money? The family is so poor, still dare to come here today to see the house, afraid not to dilly-dally, right? This kind of man, really more and more no slip, but I do not see this kind of person at all. Chen Tian on the opposite side gently nodded his head and looked at the crowd and asked, "You guys are also here to see the house? So many people?" Hearing Chen Tian's words, the few youths beside him hurriedly spoke up and explained, "We came to accompany Brother Jun. Brother Jun wants to buy a house and asked us to help take a look. Don't you know the condition of Brother Jun's family? When people want to buy a house, they definitely want to buy the best house in all of Jinling. Speaking of the best, we came straight over to Tianfu City. After a brief look here, it's barely worthy of Jun's conditions, but better than that, you won't be able to find it in Jinling." Ha ha. A few youths seized every opportunity to constantly pat Huang Jun's ass. In their opinion, a rich second generation like Huang Jun, his future achievements would definitely not be bad. They just thought of pulling a good relationship with Huang Jun. Maybe they could use it in the future. Listening to the crowd's boasting, Huang Jun also waved his hand, looking as if it was nothing, but the curled-up corners of his mouth still revealed his true mood at this moment. What do I count as? I also just rely on the family, just sort of go back to inherit the family business. Do the family business just, Huang Jun said smilingly, but the meaning of the words was to brag about his second-generation rich status. Huang Jun was not one of those people who always thought of getting rid of the rich second-generation name. In his opinion, the fact that he could be a rich second generation meant that he had accumulated virtue in his previous life. Of course he had to enjoy himself in this life. The others heard Huang Jun's modest words and immediately spoke. "It's mainly because you're great, Brother Huang. If my family had this condition, the matter of inheriting the family business, it wouldn't necessarily be my turn. That's natural. Look, we are all the same age, not to mention the Tianfu City house. Even the second-hand house cannot afford to buy it. But our Brother Huang, he's the best. Let's not compare ourselves with Brother Huang. We're bringing him down. We are ordinary people, or down to earth is better. Do not just come out to pretend X. Let people recognize it is not good." Huang Jun smiled and laughed. The corners of his eyes were full of smugness. He followed Chen Tian's gaze over, and landed on a set of household types. Just now when the sales introduction was made, Huang Jun also followed the glance, and he remembered that it was the smallest set of house type in the entire Tianfu City neighborhood. At the bottom of Huang Jun's eyes, a quick flash of contempt flashed through, and he said loudly to Chen Tian, "You don't want to look at these low-grade ones. If you want to buy, you have to buy a bigger house. Even if you spend a little more money, you will live comfortably, just like me." After saying that, Huang Jun looked at the sales coming behind him and asked, "How's it going? Can we see the house now?" The sales hurriedly walked over and replied with a fawning face, "Of course." The salesman replied to Huang Jun's question while handing the floor plan in his hand to Huang Jun and said respectfully, "Mr. Huang, you take a look at the floor plan first, and we'll go see the house now." Huang Jun gave a briefly scanned the floor plan, held it in his hand and shook it towards Chen Tian, saying, Take a look at this set I'm looking at. Around 150 square feet. What do you think? Looking at Chen Tian's good-looking appearance, Huang Jun's brows slightly knitted, and the words that came out of his mouth became more and more sour. This person of mine. When I was young, I liked atmospheric things. My family conditions can afford to pay. So this house I like a little bigger. You and I are not the same. You although do not have to buy such a big. But the general, those 80 or 90 should be enough. Huang Jun finished, deliberately looking to the side of the sales, pretending to say, you hear, is not there those 80 or 90 square feet of small household type? You take them out and show them to this old classmate of mine. Those who were able to do sales in Tianfu City were all people like elves. With a glance, she understood the relationship between a few people. The sales really went to fetch the floor plan of the 80 to 90 square feet house and brought it over to hand it to Chen Tian. Chen Tian just lightly swept a glance and didn't bother to pick it up. Huang Jun didn't care if Chen Tian was unhappy or not, and continued to babble on. Chen Tian, we are old classmates, so don't be polite. The manager is my father's friend. He can give you a discount. Why don't you place your order? When those lapdogs beside him heard this, their eyes instantly lit up. No way? Uncle actually knows the manager of Tianfu City? This is too awesome. That's for sure. If he didn't have some connections, how would Uncle Huan be able to make a living in Jinling? I knew that Uncle Huan was powerful, but I didn't expect that he would be this powerful. This only means that June is too low-key. June, we're brothers. If anything happens in the future, you have to give us a hand. These youths surrounded Huang Jun in the center and licked him. Huang Jun just loved this feeling of being courted and was in a very good mood for a while. Chen Tian looked at them and gently shook his head, directly saying, it's too cheap. Forget it. How much was it for such a small house? If this also gave a discount, his money, should he still spend it? Isn't this delaying his own money-making? Huang Jun didn't know what Chen Tian was thinking. He had a sneer on his face, thinking that Chen Tian didn't buy it because he didn't have the money. The other few youths were even more similar in their thoughts. They didn't even bother to talk to Chen Tian. So good at pretending. Be careful of being struck by lightning when you go out. The crowd only felt a lack of interest and turned around to follow the sales, going to the field to see the house. Although there was a small incident, it did not affect Chen Tian's mood to look at the house. Zhang Shuyao accompanied Chen Tian to look at the sand table, and then took him to the reception area. Finding a sofa seat to sit down, Chen Tian looked at the information on the property, and suddenly looked at Zhang Shunyao on the side and asked, your number 1 villa. It hasn't been sold yet, right? Chapter 7, Beauty says she can come to your door. Villa 1? Hearing Chen Tian's question, Zhang Shuyao was obviously flabbergasted for a moment and then replied, no. Are you interested in Villa 1? Let me give you a brief introduction first. With Chen Tian's acquiescence, Zhang Shuyao cleared her throat and began to introduce herself. As you know, the location of our heavenly mansion city, with flowing water in front and green hills behind, is a rather good location for feng shui, and our number 1 villa, it can be said that it is the topmost existence in the entire villa area. Whether it is the feng shui location or the landscape, it was also because of all the advantages that it took up. So the price of this king of building was also a truly heavenly price, a full $800 million. Although the price was expensive, but when all was said and done, it was also worth every penny. Not only does it take up the best location, but because of the name of the number 1 villa in Tianfu City, it will also become the owner, the representative of the honorable status. And in order to show the advantages of the first villa, the real estate company is also exhausted, directly invited the top designers for the first villa to do the design of the whole building. Whether it was the indoor or outdoor garden pool, all of them were the best design. All of the items used inside were also the world's top big brands, definitely a representative of luxury. Although the price is expensive, it's definitely a top-notch experience of turnkey stay and value for money. As Zhang Shuyao spilled out a flurry of introductions, Chen Tian on the opposite side did not speak. It seemed to be pondering something with his eyes downcast. Zhang Shuyao looked at Chen Tian in front of her, and thought that the other party was directly shocked by the 800 million price of Villa 1. However, Zhang Shuyao did not lose any ground as she set her mind right and asked Chen Tian, Mr. Chen, if you are not satisfied with Villa 1, should I introduce you to the small high-rise over there? Unexpectedly, Chen Tian's face suddenly displayed a smile and said in a calm tone, no need, let's buy this first. 800 million. Although the price wasn't very expensive, it was barely okay. After saying that, Chen Tian directly pulled out a card from his clothes and handed it to Zhang Shuyao, saying, swipe the card. Zhang Shuyao looked at Chen Tian's glib action. Her stunning eyes instantly widened, and her little heart was pounding. The gaze towards Chen Tian was filled with a look of shock. $800 million for villa number 1, directly purchased in full? This. Zhang Shuya once again looked at the handsome face in front of him. This one, seeing that he was not even as old as himself, actually had this kind of economic strength. Strong and a bit scary. Beauty, aren't you going to swipe your card and prepare the contract? Chen Tian looked at Zhang Shuya with a smile on his face and asked with a raised eyebrow. Only then did Zhang Shuya react. Her pretty face flushed and she immediately said, "Just a moment. Villa number 1 for sale. I need to talk to our manager and report it. After all, Villa number 1 is the king of Tianfu City. The sale also needs to notify the manager." As Zhang Shuya went to the manager's office, the news of Villa 1's sale spread instantly. Those old salesmen beside them directly exploded in place when they heard this news. No way? That young handsome guy just now actually made a bid for the most expensive Villa number 1? That is the price of 800 million. So much money calculated. Sales can get the commission. Is also bound to be a large sum of money. A group of old sales instantly regret the bowels are to be green. Who can think of so young youth? This shot, actually so extraordinary. For a moment, all the sales gazes were directed towards Chen Tian's direction. They could clearly see that Chen Tian's card was placed on the small table in the hospitality area, stinging their eyes. If this swiped the card, the commission would be Zhang Shuyao's. And at this moment, Chen Tian took out his ID card and prepared the information for signing the contract next. Just when a group of sales regretted it, one of the women walked out. In this line of sales, to do a long time, or to be open-minded, the woman took out her lipstick to make up her makeup, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, she gently twisted open a button in front of her chest. Not only that, the woman also used her hand to organize the position of the collar, so that its opening, the position was a little more precise. In the woman's eyes, a hint of ambition flashed. By revealing a little more, the chances of success would be a little greater. Zhang Shuyao looks really pretty. The entire sales team, like her such a high face value, is also a phoenix. But this girl is too young, always on the end. How to take down big customers? Having done all the preparations, the woman curled her way towards Chen Tian. She sat straight under the armrest of Chen Tian's chair and gently bent down. The woman was worthy of being an expert in the field. The angle she found was just right, just enough to have an unobstructed view. "Mr. Chen, Zhang Shuyao is our newcomer here. Not much experience. I'm afraid it will be done a little slower." The woman purposely spoke in a whiny voice, certain positions if anything rubbing against Chen Tian's body, saying somewhat pretentiously, "I'm not only efficient, and, if you have any needs in the future, I can come to your door." When it came to the words of door-to-door service, the woman intentionally focused on biting her words, and also threw a wink towards Chen Tian. The implication of this was already quite obvious. The woman's idea was also very simple. It was clear that she wanted to grab the order. After all, if you sold this set of villas, the commission you could get would be worth the commission of several hundred small houses. Not to mention, Chen Tian was also so dashing and handsome. Any way you counted it, hitching a ride with such a big customer was something you had earned. The people next to him looked at the woman who took the initiative and also sucked in a breath of cool air. This was simply zooming out. After all, the commission of Villa 1 was so much, but it was too fragrant. Zhang Shuyao's heart was also tightened when she looked at the woman's appearance. With such an obvious act of prying orders, Zhang Shunya was also on guard and slightly nervous as she looked towards Chen Tian. Chen Tian looked at the same white flowers in front of him and also understood the other party's meaning. He directly shook his head and said, "No need." With those words, Chen Tian directly stood up, looking towards Zhang Shuyao, who was relieved, to the side and said with a smile, "Let's go. Take me to do the formalities." The two people walked forward and backward towards the office area of the sales office. The woman looked at Chen Tian, who was walking away, angrily stomped her foot, puffed and spat lightly. "Isn't it just being rich? What's so great about it?" There were plenty of good-looking and rich ones. Chen Tian couldn't see himself. What a lack of taste. At this time, next to a middle-aged man walked to the woman's side. His eyes lewdly looked at her unbuttoned, smilingly said, "Beauty, I'll buy a sweet. Can you come to my door?" This woman's looks were not bad, and most of all, her figure was good and loose enough. Sales heard the middle-aged man's words, suddenly returned to her senses. Her eyes flashed a surprise, smiled very charmingly and asked, "Do you want to buy a villa too?" Although the other villas, not as honorable as Villa 1, but can be compared to other houses, the commission is much higher. The man was obviously stunned. His face snapped and said, "No, buy a school district house." Although just a set of school district housing, but Tianfu City's housing prices are so high, the total price is not low. "Okay, going to the door, is it too much?" The face of the sales showed a continuous cold smile and said directly, "I'm sorry, I'm not available. You can find those sales who just joined the industry." The subtext is to roll. I have no time. This small amount of money, and you have the nerve to say that you are asking for door-to-door service? Do you deserve it? The middle-aged man froze in place, a face of embarrassment. Is not that good can door-to-door service? Chapter 8 actually all round? At this time Chen Tian has followed Zhang Shuyao, together with the villa formalities. The moment the card was successfully swiped, a light screen flashed in front of Chen Tian's eyes, detected that the host has just consumed 800 million, triggering a tenfold rebate skill. Rebate 8 billion. Watching the rebate arrive, on Chen Tian's face, a satisfied smile appeared. Zhang Shuyao looked at Chen Tian and said very respectfully, Mr. Chen, I'll take you to see the house now? Chen Tian gave Zhang Shuyao a puzzled look and said with a slight frown, who said I'm done buying? That's how much money was spent. Of course it's not enough. Under Zhang Shuyao's shocked gaze, Chen Tian didn't ink a word and directly asked, how many houses do you have left? Zhang Shuyao was stunned as she checked the system's information before answering. We still have more than 200 sets right now. More than 200 sets? Chen Tian thought for a moment and directly handed out his bank card towards Zhang Shuyao. Zhang Shuyao, what does this mean? What does this mean? Should he take it, or shouldn't he take it? Chen Tian looked at Zhang Shuyao's slightly reddened cheeks and said somewhat helplessly, what are you waiting for? I'll take it all. Swipe your card. All of it? All inclusive? Zhang Shuyao only felt her brain go down with a bang. If there were more than 200 sets, that was billions of dollars. Zhang Shuyao didn't dare to delay and hurriedly informed the manager of the news. The manager had not cared about it. Selling the number 1 villa had already made his heart happy. When he heard Zhang Shuyao say that the owner of villa number 1 actually wanted to round up all their houses, he instantly bounced up from his chair. What did you say? Buy them all? After receiving Zhang Shuyao's affirmative reply, the manager hurriedly walked out personally to receive Chen Tian. With all the people preparing together, all the procedures for the house were being organized. Chen Tian looked at their busy figures, frowned and said directly, the formalities can be done slowly. Why don't you guys swipe your cards first? He was still in a hurry on his side, waiting for the rebate. The crowd present, such a guest was the only one they had ever seen in their lives. How rich can a person be to make an urgent payment? The news that all of them had packed more than 200 houses instantly spread among the sales group. The sales were simply wide-eyed in the face of such shocking news. They had heard of such things, but it was all in the news. It was like a fairy tale. How could they have never imagined that it would happen to them today? So unexpectedly. But on the contrary, it didn't happen to them. A crowd of salespeople regretted. Their intestines were going to repent. Who would have thought that this customer, whom they felt was too young, would be more refreshing than the big customers they valued? Tell me, isn't it just a lunch break? What do they have to rest for? Such a handsome little brother. Just for a chat. Doesn't it smell good? Now it's good. Watching tens of millions of commission, just like this became someone else's. What else can be said? And all of a sudden sold so much. Zhang Shuyao became the absolute sales champion. The future, certainly is the road to success. If they were just a little bit more attentive, these things could have been theirs. The more they thought about it, the more they regretted. And they couldn't wait to find a place where no one was around to smack themselves a few times. On Zhang Shuyao's side, she took Chen Tian and went directly to the finance office, first swiping out the payment for more than 200 houses. With the completion of the card swiping, a light screen immediately appeared, detected that the host has just consumed 3.2 billion, triggering a tenfold rebate skill, a rebate of 32 billion. After learning that the properties were all sold, the general manager of the real estate company, Sun Deji, personally rushed to the sales hall. Hello Mr. Chen, welcome to our Tianfu city. As soon as Sun Deji walked into the sales hall and saw Chen Tian, he immediately greeted him warmly. Chen Tian looked up at the sound of his voice and saw a middle-aged man walking across the street, with a mature and stable aura. The two greeted each other, and only then did they realize that the one in front of them was the general manager of Gatian Real Estate. Sun Deji came over, firstly to meet this big customer, and secondly to help with the formalities. After all, such a big client, even as the general manager of the real estate company, Sun Deji, was not common. When he actually stood in front of Chen Tian, a quick flash of surprise passed through Sun Deji's eyes. This big customer, he looked a little too young, didn't he? If it wasn't for the fact that the money was literally swiped into the account, Sun Deji simply couldn't believe it, especially when he saw Chen Tian's burst of mysterious aura. A favorable impression rose. Sun Deji looked at Chen Tian and said very enthusiastically, Mr. Chen, your formalities have been completed. Why don't we go see the house together? He was thinking quite well, taking this opportunity to develop a relationship with this young man. Such a young man's future was definitely unlimited. Unexpectedly, Chen Tian's reply was directly out of Sun Deji's imagination. Chen Tian gently waved his hand and directly said, No, I won't look at the houses. After all, for Chen Tian, these houses were just tools for him to swipe money. No matter how good the houses were, they were not as good as his automatically upgraded home. Looking at Chen Tian's unconcerned appearance, the people present all froze. What kind of person was this one? Dozens of billions of dollars to buy a house and not even bother to look at it? Even if he didn't care about more than 200 houses, then the number one villa that was bought for $800 million was so uncaring? This. The crowd at the scene was instantly confused. The gazes of the crowd towards Chen Tian were filled with shock and incredulity. Chen Tian was unconcerned as he looked towards Zhang Shuyao, who was dumbfounded with a pile of information, and spoke. Why don't you help send the real estate license to my house? After all, my car is small and can't fit. Seeing that Zhang Shuyao was a bit dazed, the general manager hurriedly came to her side and lowered his voice. You can seize this big customer, no matter what method you use. Understand, the benefits of this to you cannot be limited. Zhang Shuyao listened to the general manager's words and instantly understood what he meant by his words, and also blushed for a while. After the general manager finished speaking, he immediately saw the staff behind him and led them to start carrying the real estate certificates. Zhang Shunyao drove her own car over and watched as the stacks and stacks of real estate certificates were moved to the car. The visual effect was so shocking that Zhang Shuyao was a bit dizzy. Chen Tian walked straight to the Ferrari 812 and waved at Zhang Shunyao, saying, just follow me and drive. After saying that, Chen Tian did not wait for Zhang Shuyao's reply. He directly got into the car and walked away with a kick of the gas. Zhang Shuyao, my car can't keep up at all. Looking at her small mobility scooter, and then looking at the supercar that she could only see the taillights of, Zhang Shuyao's face revealed a bitter smile. In the face of such a scene, what else could she do? Zhang Shuyao greeted the manager and the others, hurriedly got into the car and chased after Chen Tian in the direction he left. General Manager Sun Deji looked at the direction Zhang Shuyao left and directly lamented to the manager. This girl has a future. Make sure you keep her. Got it? With such sales in the company, is the sale of houses still a problem? The manager nodded vigorously behind Sun Deji. Even if the general manager didn't say anything, he was planning to give Zhang Shuyao a promotion and pay raise. This is a member of the Blessed General. Just at this time, Huang Jun and the others who had gone to see the house on the ground, led by the salesman, walked back into the sales hall. The gazes of the crowd of youths looking at Huang Jun were filled with envy. Just now, they accompanied together to see the current house. It was truly worthy of being the most upscale neighborhood in Jinling. Whether it was the neighborhood or the house type, it was all very good. The crowd looked at Huang Jun in unison, and as soon as they opened their mouths, there were all sorts of bragging words. Jun, this is a graduation, directly on the peak of life. Look at the house that people bought. It's directly the best neighborhood in Jinling, making people envious. The house here is not only a good house type and location, but most importantly, it's a school district house, a winner in life. In the future, Brother Jun's children, once they are born, will be the children of a major school. I can't wait to become a woman and find a man like Brother Jun, so I can fight for decades less. You'd better pull back. If you were a woman, you wouldn't even dare to look in the mirror in the middle of the night, and you still want to find a man like Jun? You want to be blind. The smile on Huang Jun's face never fell as he listened to the words of the crowd. With these old classmates, this was the most comfortable. In a good mood, Huang Jun looked directly at the salesman on the side and waved his hand. Alright, since everyone has said yes, I'll just order this one. Once the salesman heard this, a delighted smile also appeared on his face, and he hurriedly said, okay, then you wait a moment. I'll go prepare the contract now, Sales said while walking towards the office area. As a result, when he came in front of his computer to check, the listings that Huang Jun had just looked at were no longer available. What's going on? Could it be a disconnection? With a puzzled look on his face, the sales hurriedly restarted his computer. But with this reboot, the sales found that all the listings inside the system were gone. Huang Jun also walked over at this time. He waited a bit impatiently and directly opened his mouth to ask, what's the situation? The contract is still not ready? The sales had a puzzled look on his face and hurriedly replied, you wait a moment, my sales number shows that the listing is gone. It's gone? Huang Jun was dumbfounded. His brows furrowed tightly as he said, weren't there so many sets just now? How come they're all gone? Your system is broken, right? Tianfu City was the best neighborhood in Jinling, and Huang Jun didn't believe that such a big group could do something like sitting on the market. The other youths also have a look of disbelief. They just went to see a room effort. How can all be gone? Sales is also the same idea. Just at this time, just a colleague passed by. She quickly called out to each other, asked, is there something wrong with our system? How come all the listings are not displayed? That colleague gave the sales a strange look with a strange gaze and replied, Were you not there just now? All of our houses have been bought by a big shot. All of them? Packed up? When the crowd heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. How much would it cost to buy it all? Seeing that they really didn't know, the colleague gave them a speech with an excited face. That big brother first bought villa number 1, and then directly bought all the properties, spending billions at once. And guess what? People didn't even look at the house. They directly took the house book and left. The crowd listened to what that colleague said, and all of them widened their eyes. This is too rich, right? What kind of big brother is this? Spending billions of dollars at once without even blinking. Huang Jun and the others looked at me and I looked at you. Regret written all over their faces. It would have been better if they had come out earlier, so they could at least meet the big brother. The other youths were also helpless. If they had known, they wouldn't have delayed for so long. That co-worker, once he saw the pained look of Huang Jun and the others, obviously froze for a moment and said strangely, "That one. That's the one who spoke to you guys earlier. Mr. Chen." "Mr. Chen? You said Chen Tian?" Huang Jun only felt a tightness in his throat and asked in a slightly nervous tone. It couldn't be? So many houses. Could it be bought by Chen Tian? That was billions of dollars. One must know that even the richest among them, Huang Jun, only had a few tens of millions at home. Even if he bought a 150 square feet house, it was only after discussing with his family that he decided to buy it. But Chen Tian, who they couldn't afford to look at, had actually gotten it all at once? Chapter 9, they are simply poorer than awe. The gap between them was simply not too big. Not to mention, the faces of those students whose family backgrounds were already very ordinary, had now become extremely difficult to see. This is only a few years to see. Obviously we all went to a university. How a few years later the gap will be so big? The colleague gently nodded and said, "Yes, it's that Mr. Chen. Moreover, he still paid in full, and has now left." Paid in full? Several $billion of cash flow? Buying a bunch of houses just like that? They only felt a moment of confusion in their brains, completely at a loss as to what to say to express their feelings at this time. The current Chen Tian was simply flying high, and even the slightest trace of it made them invisible. Did I say something very unpleasant at that time? A youth had an expression on his face, almost as if he was about to cry. No one bothered to answer his words. Everyone was immersed in their own thoughts, and their faces became more and more ugly. They had definitely offended this old classmate by speaking so harshly before, especially Huang Jun. He suddenly remembered Chen Tian's words about being too cheap that time. It turned out that people really weren't pretending, much less being broke and unable to afford it. Chen Tian was telling the truth. That little bit of money, that little house, people with such status, how could they possibly look at it? That is, he himself, still take the chicken feather as an arrow, but also bragged with others in front of it. The more the crowd thought about it, the more they lost face, and the whole crowd wilted. Especially those youths with ordinary family backgrounds were already having a hard time in their hearts. The reason why they came out with Huang Jun wasn't because they saw that his family had money and felt that they could help themselves in the future, but because of such a small grass, directly offended a big tree like that. Their hearts, the more they think about it, the more they lose, directly can take out billions of liquidity of people. People behind the strength and financial strength, absolutely they simply cannot imagine the horror. Although they didn't know how this happened. It was completely different from high school, but did it even matter? The crowd was like frosted eggplants as they walked towards the outside, watching Huang Jun and the others leave in disgrace. The salespeople present also completely lost their minds to gossip. They had also just missed out on the opportunity to make a name for themselves, and now it was too late for them to regret it. At this time, Chen Tian was driving his Ferrari 812, speeding along the road. Zhang Shuyao in the back of the chase a little laborious, but she does not know. Chen Tian is deliberately waiting for her. Otherwise, a foot of gas down would have made Zhang Shuyao not see the trail, where there is still a chance to slowly sway behind. Chen Tian watched from the front, looking at the changes on both sides of the road, and couldn't help but hum a little tune. It seemed like his home was really good. Not only had the house gotten upgraded, even the road to his home had become wide and flat, very advanced, especially the two sides of the road, and the flower bed in the middle of the road. The trees and flowers planted were all globally famous and rare varieties. Chen Tian has long been accustomed to it. After all, his own home is automatically upgraded. Repair the road, no difficulty at all. On the contrary, it was Zhang Shuyao who followed behind, looking at the scenery on both sides of the road, as well as the road that was wider than the main road. She was directly confused. This road, she was completely unaware of it, and today was also the first time she walked it. Unexpectedly, it was actually being maintained so well, especially not far away. There was also a wonderful river view. It was simply too good to be true. to be able to live in such a place. No wonder Mr. Chen's temperament could be so good. The feng shui here is too nurturing. From afar, Zhang Shuyao could see that at the end of the road was a large detached villa. It was said to be a detached villa, but the floor area looked a lot bigger than a normal house. From afar, it looked like a huge castle that had just been built and exuded a modern atmosphere. As Zhang Shuyao drove the car, her little heart was about to jump out of her chest. Her line of sight subconsciously looked towards the silver-gray Ferrari in front of her, and in her heart, she faintly thought, could it be that the house at the end of the road is Mr. Chen's home? If it really is, then this Mr. Chen, what kind of person is he? This is also too tycoon, isn't it? Right in the middle of Zhang Shuyao's burst of disbelief, he saw that Chen Tian had already driven the car and drove into the mansion. Chen Tian directly parked the car in the courtyard, and the fish inside the alabaster fish pond seemed to have sensed their master's return, swimming happily in the pond and wagging their tails towards Chen Tian. Just at this time, Chen Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and realized that it was actually Zhang Shuyao calling. This caused Chen Tian to be visibly stunned. There was only his own family at the end of this road. How could he still get lost? What's wrong? Chen Tian directly picked up the phone and opened his mouth to ask. Soon, Zhang Shuyao's sweet voice rang out on the other end of the phone, but how one listened to it, one felt that there was a hint of trembling in the voice. Mr. Chen, can you come out for a moment? There's a dog here. So fierce. Speaking at the back, Zhang Shuyao's voice obviously became weaker, obviously being scared by the vicious dog at the door, giving her a fright. She didn't have the heart to directly drive the car into the courtyard just now. After all, this villa of Chen Tian's looked too luxurious. Just by standing at the entrance, Zhang Shuyao saw that the inside of the courtyard was super luxuriously decorated. Even the tiny fish pond was made of alabaster. Originally, Zhang Shuyao was thinking of taking out the real estate license from the car and sending it directly to the villa. But as soon as she got out of the car, she saw a vicious dog lying at the door, looking at herself fiercely. With that look, I was afraid that if I moved a bit more, the opposite side would pounce and bite his neck off. Therefore, Zhang Shuyao could only freeze with the vicious dog. No one wanted to move first. Being able to give Chen Tian a call for help was the biggest breakthrough that Zhang Shuyao had made with her survival instincts. Chen Tian received Zhang Shuyao's call for help, and only then did he suddenly remember that his family had contributed a vicious dog pit bull for himself. Thinking of this, Chen Tian hurriedly walked out, and from afar, he saw the image of a man and a dog facing each other. When Zhang Shuyao saw Chen Tian come over, the taut nerve in her head instantly snapped, and without thinking, she pounced towards Chen Tian. The bulldog also seemed to have not expected that the woman across the street would dare to be so arrogant and actually pounce straight at her master. Under the anger, the bulldog ran straight after Zhang Shuyao without saying a word. Unfortunately, before he could catch up with Zhang Shunyao, he saw Zhang Shunyao directly crashing into Chen Tian's arms. Chen Tian was afraid that Zhang Shuyao would fall, so he subconsciously wrapped his arms around the other party. He only felt a unique fragrance, with a girl's unique sweetness, rush straight into Chen Tian's nostrils. With that, it was full of softness. This was the first time Chen Tian had been pounced upon by someone after many years of maternal solo, especially when the girl's unique softness rubbed over his arm and crashed into his arms. It was like being attacked head-on by the waves, and the comfortable feeling was a spiritual shock. Chapter 10. Am I pro-life? Zhang Shuyao only came to her senses when she crashed into Chen Tian's arms, her delicate little face instantly suffocating in red. She could feel her bare, brushing against Chen Tian's arm, and crashing into the other party's arms. Zhang Shuyao only felt a deer in the headlights in her heart. For so many years, it was also the first time she had been in such close contact with a boy. So close. Chen Tian saw the bulldog that had rushed closer at this time, and gently waved his hand towards it, driving the dog away. Although the bulldog was a vicious dog, it was extremely obedient to its master. Seeing Chen Tian's gesture, the bulldog wagged its tail towards Chen Tian before it obediently stepped aside and plopped down on the ground, huffing and puffing. On the other hand, Chen Tian and Zhang Shuyao continued to maintain their ambiguous posture, neither of them moving a step first. Just at this time, Chen Tian suddenly saw a flash of light in front of him. Detected master bringing a girl home. Home is very pleased, rewarding master with a divine level T art skill. Divine grade T art? Chen Tian could not help but raise an eyebrow. This contribution was a bit interesting. Slowly retrieving his thoughts, Chen Tian lowered his head and looked at Zhang Shuyao in his arms. Zhang Shuyao was really frightened, and her body, right now, was still slightly trembling. However, she did not know if it was because Chen Tian's body was too hot, but Zhang Shuyao's delicate face could not help but rise up with two groups of redness, which looked very cute. Chen Tian silently sighed in his heart, and took another look at the vicious dog that had already slumped back to its original position. This really couldn't be blamed on Zhang Shuyao for being too timid. After all, the bulldog contributed by the family was indeed too fierce. Just by looking at its face and sharp teeth, it already made people want to retreat. If someone with ulterior motives came to the house, I'm afraid that they would be scared less, and it wasn't impossible for them to even be bitten by the dog and enter the ICU. It's okay, don't be afraid. Chen Tian gently patted Zhang Shuyao's back and softly comforted her. Feeling Chen Tian's movements, Zhang Shuyao's body stiffened for a moment. Even though she knew that Chen Tian did not have those thoughts towards her, Zhang Shuyao had never had such contact with a boy before, and she could clearly feel how Chen Tian's hand carried a scorching heat. That heat, as if it was roasting her young girl's heart, making Zhang Shuyao somewhat at a loss for words. Zhang Shunyao lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes falling a silhouette on her face as she whispered, "My legs are still shaking a little too much." Chen Tian looked at her, thought for a moment, and opened his mouth to suggest, "Can you still walk? Do you need me to carry you in?" Hug. When Zhang Shuyao heard this, her small face turned red again. She quickly waved her hand and stuttered, "No need. I can still walk. It's just that my legs are a bit soft. I'll drive into the yard." Zhang Shuyao withdrew from Chen Tian's embrace. At this moment, she seemed to feel her body was empty, and her heart was a little lost. She hurriedly got into the car and drove it into the courtyard of Chen Tian's house, unloading the large stack of real estate certificates directly. Looking at the entire box of real estate certificates, Zhang Shuyao looked at Chen Tian and inquired, "Do you need me to help you move in?" Chen Tian shook his head. This kind of stuff, he could just take it in himself. Seeing Zhang Shuyao's small thin arms and legs, it was better to do it himself. "Mr. Chen, is it convenient to exchange WeChat with you?" Zhang Shuyao lightly bit her lips and said to Chen Tian. Chen Tian took out his cell phone and opened his QR code, allowing Zhang Shuyao to add herself directly. Zhang Shuyao sent the friend request while speaking. "Mr. Chen, if you go to see a house, you must call me." Speaking of this, Zhang Shuyao surveyed Chen Tian's home. Having such a beautiful villa, it was no wonder that he wasn't interested in going to see even an $800 million villa. It turns out that it is not caring, it is really not too much to look at. After getting such a cognizance, Zhang Shuyao's gaze towards Chen Tian was filled with curiosity and exploration. What kind of identity is this young man? It felt particularly mysterious, but as soon as I saw him, I knew that this person must have this very uncomplicated identity. The aura on a person's body could not fool anyone. Chen Tian sent Zhang Shuyao away from the villa, while he himself brought a box of real estate certificates and casually placed them on the table. Looking at the specialties on the table, Chen Tian once again thought of Lu Ruyan's coquettish smile, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise an arc. Reaching out his hand to unwrap the bag, Chen Tian looked at the well-packaged specialty Magic City snacks inside and gently shook his head. With such fragile packaging, it was evident that Ruyan Lu had carefully carried it all the way back. Even the crab shell yellow was intact and very beautiful. There are also ribs rice cakes, bad snails, and ring sand rounds, even with a trace of warmth on them. No wonder that as soon as they met, they stuffed the specialty snacks to themselves. Thinking of these, Chen Tian's heart was warm. Chen Tian picked up his fork and simply tasted it. The flavor was very good. After eating something, Chen Tian picked up the other car key on the table and walked towards the garage. Inside this should be the newly rewarded Aston Martin. Slamming open the garage door, he saw a white supercar parked inside. Under the reflection of the incandescent lights of the garage, the Aston Martin gave off a glistening white light that was very dazzling. Chen Tian looked at the soft streamlines and a hint of a smile flashed across his eyes. It was truly worthy of being a global limited edition supercar. Even when it stayed there quietly, it still exuded a unique charm. Chen Tian directly pressed the car key and sat in the car, feeling the atmosphere inside. At the same time, the Ruyan Lu sisters had also returned home. Seeing the two dainty figures appearing at the door, Lu Dad and Lu Mom exchanged a glance and immediately scurried over in 3 steps, smilingly saying, "Ruyan, you have a boyfriend?" Ruyan Lu. "Ruyan? Mom and Dad, what kind of eyes are you looking at?" As if realizing something, Ruyan Lu directly turned her head and looked at Ruyu Lu beside her. Sensing her sister's gaze, Lu Ruyu simply pushed her head to the other side and even whistled softly. Although after blowing for half a day, not a single sound came out, Lu Ruyu was not embarrassed at all, stiffly putting on a look of, "It's none of my business." The angry Lu Ruyan, who was on the side, almost laughed out loud. This stinky girl must have been resentful. Mouth to mouth, talking nonsense in front of Mom and Dad. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes, and directly stretched out her hand. Her small hand, as delicate as green onion white, began to rub Lu Ruyu's small face. Lu Ruyu's beautiful face, under her sister's deliberate fiddling, changed into various shapes. "Sister, I was wrong. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Ruyu immediately opened her mouth and begged for mercy. Her face was being rubbed and kneaded, and her speech was a little unclear, so she could only keep throwing pitiful little looks at her sister. Lu Dad and Lu Mom were looking a little confused at the side. Lu Mom directly pulled Lu Ruyan's small hand and opened her mouth to inquire. You two don't want to muddle through. Quickly say, what's going on? Who did you guys just go out to dinner with? Chen Tian. Ruyan Lu looked at her mom and dad as if they were interrogating a criminal, and obediently confessed. When Lu Dad and Lu Mom heard this, the two of them looked at each other. Little Chen? They naturally know Chen Tian. After all, Chen Tian and Lu Ruyan played together since childhood, is also considered to know the roots of the child, and playing small Chen Tian, this child's character is good. Is the family inside? Thinking of this, Lu Dad and Lu Mom sighed in their hearts. But the family conditions are not a big problem. After all, their family is not bad. Chen Tian didn't have any adults in his family, and it was the same with them taking care of them. Seemingly reading the meaning in Mom and Dad's eyes, Lu Ruyu said aloud from the side, Mom and Dad, let me tell you, brother Chen Tian is rich now. That meal just now was several $100,000. A meal? Hundreds of thousands of dollars? Hearing Lu Ruyu's words, Lu Dad and Lu Mom instantly widened their eyes. With a look of disbelief on her face, Mrs. Lu looked at Ruyan Lu on the side in a searching manner. Lu Ruyan gently nodded her head. What Ruyu said was indeed not exaggerated. The cars that Chen Tian is driving now are all supercars. Amidst the exclamation of surprise from Lu's mom, Lu's dad on the side instead said with a smile on his face and a kind face, I've seen before that this child's golden scales are not the stuff of the pool. Once he meets the wind and rain, he will turn into a dragon. It is really worthy of being his own favorite child. It is indeed promising. Not bad. Looking at Lu Ruyan's shy and timid look, she also understood in an instant. She grinned and looked at her eldest daughter and said, You child, people invited you to eat so expensive things. Like this, you call little Chen to have a meal at home tomorrow. Young people, if they want to be together, they naturally need to get along more. This mother is to help on the side. Help a little. Next to Lu Ruyu heard, immediately bright, staggering said, This is a good idea. Then I will also cook, and cook for brother Chen Tian himself. When Papa Lu and Mama Lu heard Ruyu Lu's words, they almost simultaneously turned their heads, looked at Ruyu Lu and lightly reprimanded. What are you getting together for? Go watch the store with us tomorrow. Lu Ruyu, Mom and Dad, am I still your real daughter? I feel that I'm being treated differently. Chapter 11, How competent are you? Lu Ruyan also felt that her mom's proposal was good. She directly took out her cell phone and sent a message to Chen Tian. Do you have time tomorrow? My parents happen to be away. I'll show you a hand. Chen Tian replied quickly. I didn't realize that you can cook. I seem to remember that you didn't dream of being a chef in the first place. Question. Ruyan Lu looked at the expression sent by Chen Tian. A smile couldn't help but appear on her face as she replied with a laugh. My dream is to learn painting and become a painter. How about you? What's your dream? My dream? Of course it's to be an illustrator. Chen Tian typed a line almost without hesitation and quickly sent it out. Ruyan Lu was obviously stunned. Illustrator? I don't think I've heard that Chen Tian had any interest in drawing before. In the next moment, Ruyan Lu's brain flashed, instantly realizing that Chen Tian was driving. This car speed almost flashed her old waist. This bad Chen Tian, looking serious, did not expect to be an old driver. The more Lu Ruyan thought about it, the more angry she became, and directly replied to Chen Tian with a picture of teeth and claws. After replying, Lu Ruyan put down her cell phone and sat in front of the computer. After all, this is still his first time cooking at home for Chen Tian to eat. Have to prepare a menu in advance. Ruyan Lu took out a piece of A4 paper and started to check the menu online. When Mrs. Lu came in, Ruyan Lu had already written almost, just close enough to look at it. Looking at the densely packed dishes, 3 black lines instantly appeared on Mrs. Lu's forehead. All of them were hard dishes. Even Mrs. Lu herself didn't dare to guarantee that she would be able to cook all of the dishes on this menu. Ruyan, do you know how to cook all of these? Mrs. Lu took a deep breath and inquired. Lu Ruyan had a relaxed face, looked at her mom and smiled, answering, There aren't all recipes online. What's so difficult about this? Just follow it yourself. Hearing her daughter's words, Mrs. Lu stopped talking and returned to her room worried. Looking at her husband who was leaning on the bed reading a book, Mrs. Lu spoke directly. Old Lu, what can we do? With this outburst from your daughter, won't it scare people away from Shaochun? When the black thing comes out, I'm afraid that When Mrs. Lu said this, she couldn't help but sigh. This is also to blame themselves. Their own family's 2 daughters. That is held in the hand for fear of falling, contained in the mouth for fear of melting, playing a small spoiled never in the cooking above, deliberately taught them. These two daughters' cooking skills are still at the stage where they can only make instant noodles. As a result, the family's eldest daughter is to do a table of hard food. This is not an egg of stone. Prime waiting to show their cowardice. Lu Dad is a look of not worrying. He reached out and took Lu Mom's shoulders, said with a smile, children and grandchildren will have their own blessings, so don't worry so much. Besides, it's possible that your daughter really has a great deal to offer. Deeply hidden? Inside Mrs. Lu's nasal cavity, she let out a cold snort and couldn't help but spit out. People who struggle to cook an instant noodle, now they want to cook for others. Isn't that ridiculous? At this time, Chen Tian had already put down his cell phone. He got up and moved his stiff body, preparing to go to the massage room and enjoy the massage machine. In the large massage room, Chen Tian chose a massage chair, and just sat down, immediately feeling a hint of discomfort. This seat, it seems to be a bit hard. Just as this thought rose in Chen Tian, suddenly, a light screen flashed in front of his eyes. Detecting the owner's dissatisfaction with the massage machine, the massage machine automatically upgrades and contributes to the owner's divine level massage technique. Looking at the feedback given by the home, on the corner of Chen Tian's mouth, a helpless smile raised. This compensation, it was a bit strange. What was the point of him wanting this divine level massage technique? Couldn't he still give himself a massage? Just as Chen Tian was spitting in his heart, the massage machine had already completed its upgrade. With the completion of the upgrade, Chen Tian immediately felt a wave of comfort. The soft touch completely surrounded his body. Not only that, the massage chair also automatically adjusted to the zero gravity mode. The comfortable Chen Tian, instantly in his heart, after comfortably enjoying the massage for half an hour, Chen Tian also had some drowsiness, so he went upstairs to rest. The next day, Chen Tian slept until he woke up naturally. He walked to the window and pressed the remote control. The curtains automatically opened, and for a moment, the room was filled with sunlight. Chen Tian closed his eyes and breathed in the fresh air, only to feel a wave of relief. Feeling the good weather today, Chen Tian walked to the bathroom and washed up. Looking at himself in the mirror, he seemed to have become a little more handsome again. After simply eating a little breakfast, Chen Tian was ready to leave for Ruyan Lu's home. He looked at the things inside the home and was ready to pick a porcelain vase to bring over as a gift. The moment Chen Tian raised this thought, another curtain of light flashed before his eyes. Detecting that the owner brought the porcelain vase inside the home as a gift, the home feels gratified and has taken the initiative to contribute a Ghost Valley down porcelain vase worth $300 million. This can be? Chen Tian was instantly happy. He picked up the Ghost Valley Lower Mountain bottle and looked at it. An ancient atmosphere. Straight to the door. Looking at the valuable ancient bottle, Chen Tian also felt a burst of amazement and gently placed it back in its original place. Having prepared everything, Chen Tian walked to the garage and drilled into the Aston Martin. Going out today, it was just the right time to try out the performance of this car. Chen Tian pressed the one-button start, and in an instant, the Aston Martin was like an awakened beast, revealing its domineering side. Feeling the roar of the engine and the sound waves, Chen Tian felt that the blood in his entire body, followed by burning up. It was only at this moment that he deeply understood what it meant to be as quiet as a child and as dynamic as a rabbit. Chen Tian felt that he just gently pressed the gas pedal, and the car rushed out like a cheetah. Enjoying the performance of a top-of-the-line sports car, Chen Tian lowered the window on a whim. With one hand operating the steering wheel, Chen Tian's left hand stretched out the car window, holding it falsely against the wind as if he was feeling something. 20 mph is A, 40 mph is B, 60 mph is C, Chen Tian muttered while feeling slightly regretful in his heart. But now he was in the city, and couldn't feel what D was touching. The cars on the road saw the Aston Martin and instantly chose to avoid it. And the treatment, obviously, was too much better than before when driving a Ferrari 812. After all, such an Aston Martin could buy 9 or 10 Ferraris. Soon, Chen Tian arrived at the downstairs of Lu Ruyan's house. When Chen Tian went upstairs and rang the doorbell, he heard a confused come from the door. Soon, the door was opened and Ruyan Lu gently rubbed her eyes with a look of having just woken up and said, "You got up so early, come in." Chen Tian nodded, his eyes glancing over Lu Ruyan's body. This girl was still wearing her Pikachu pajamas, and was probably woken up by Chen Tian's doorbell. The soft yellow cartoon pajamas on Lu Ruyan's body made her skin even more fair and translucent. On the cap of the pajamas, there was a pair of Pikachu's ears that covered Lu Ruyan's hair, making her whole person look delicate and cute, especially Pikachu's big eyes, which were bulging from being propped up by Ryu Ruyan, looked very spirited looking, very cute. I didn't know what to bring to the door, so I just bought some random stuff. Saying that, Chen Tian handed over the things he had brought to Lu Ruyan's hands. Lu Ruyan took it with one hand and lightly reprimanded. We're all so familiar with each other. What gifts are you still bringing? Why are you so polite? Although her mouth said so, she saw that the vase brought by Chen Tian was very beautiful, but she also brightened up and placed it on the table to set it up. Lu Ruyan picked up the tablet from the coffee table and stuffed it into Chen Tian's hand, smilingly saying, "First give you the tablet to play with. I'll go change." Chen Tian opened a small game on top of the tablet, and suddenly saw on the screen, a WeChat message popped up. Looking at the content on it, Chen Tian shouted, "Ruyan, someone is looking for you on WeChat. Should I help you back?" Ruyan Lu was still changing her clothes, and her voice came out from inside the room. What did it say? Chen Tian recalled the content of the message and replied with a puzzled face. "I'm not too sure. It seems to be asking about medical supplies, right? Said that they have newly stocked tampons in their store. They are very good and asked if you need them." Tampons? When Lu Ruyan, who had just changed her clothes, heard this, her eyes instantly widened and a blush rose on her cheeks. Such a private matter. How did he ask Chen Tian to see it? This was also too shy, right? Thinking of this, Ruyan Lu hurriedly ran out and confiscated the tablet. Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan's appearance, immediately understood. Is the sanitary napkin that tampon it? Looking at the face of I learned to grab the answer look Chen Tian, Lu Ruyan directly rolled a big white eyes. Really a super straight man. This can guess the medical supplies. No wonder is a single. Chen Tian, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders helplessly. After all, how could he possibly understand? Let's see. I'll play you an Iron Man. Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Tian with a bad smile and turned on the TV. After saying that, Ruyan Lu put down the remote control and walked to the kitchen, washing some fruits for Chen Tian and bringing them out. You eat first. I'll go cook. Hearing that Ruyan Lu was going to cook for herself, Chen Tian raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Alright, then I'll wait for your masterpiece." Ruyan Lu walked into the kitchen with an air of vigor, and Chen Tian was happy to make himself at home, eating fruits while watching the TV. After a while, Chen Tian suddenly heard a scream coming from the kitchen. It was Lu Ruyan's voice. Chen Tian frowned and hurriedly ran into the kitchen. As soon as he walked in, he saw that Ruyan Lu was frying something. It should not have been drained of water, and when Chen Tian came in, it was still splattered with oil. Ruyan Lu should have been crushed by the oil, and was pinching her ear with one hand, staring at the frying pan with a confused face. Chen Tian twisted his head and looked at Ruyan Lu's small pink earlobes, finding them exceptionally cute. The current Ruyan Lu, her entire body was wrapped in cuteness. Looking at Chen Tian, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Seeing Chen Tian walk in, Ruyan Lu hurriedly said as if she was trying to be brave, "It's fine. You go out." "I can." Chen Tian teasingly looked at Ruyan Lu, his hands crossed over his chest, looking like he was ready to watch the show. Ruyan Lu made a face towards Chen Tian. She pulled open the cupboard and surprisingly pulled out a hood, gloves and cuffs, obviously prepared long ago. Looking at Ruyan Lu's familiar set of tools, and then looking at that bank robber's identical headgear, Chen Tian burst out laughing. His big hand covered his stomach and he couldn't catch his breath from laughing. This girl, is this going to be cooking or releasing a biochemical weapon? Ruyan Lu looked at Chen Tian laughing at himself. She beamed and said in a very inspirational manner, "Just go out. Don't look at me like this. As long as I wear my equipment, I'm still very capable. Isn't it just blowing something up? With the equipment, one is definitely handy." Chen Tian looked at Ruyan Lu's confident appearance. Capable? How is it able to do it? Chapter 12, slamming the door. He then shook his head with a helpless face and said, Get. It's better for me to do it. This girl's equipment was complete, but if it went on like this, I'm afraid the kitchen would be unprotected. Hearing Chen Tian's words, Ruyan Lu said with a look of disbelief, "You're definitely all about making money here, and you'll still be cooking? You're not planning to make me noodles, are you?" Chen Tian saw that Lu Ruyan still had a bit of a negative resistance, and directly held Lu Ruyan's arms with both hands, hugged her out, and then closed the kitchen door. Lu Ruyan only felt a lightness in her body, and then she was already standing at the kitchen door. Looking at the door that had been locked in front of her, she stomped her foot with some anger. "Humph, let's see what you can make." Ruyan Lu sat down on the sofa, and heard in the kitchen a very dense sound of chopping vegetables. The sound of did was very dense, so one could imagine that the people in the kitchen, the speed of cutting vegetables, how fast it was. Lu Ruyan listened to the sounds in the kitchen and instantly widened her eyes, her face full of shock. Could it be that Chen Tian really knew how to cook? This pace, it sounded like an expert. In Ruyan Lu's beautiful eyes, a quick flash of anticipation flashed through, sitting comfortably on the sofa, waiting for the meal to start. After a while, the kitchen door was opened by Chen Tian from the inside. Hearing the sound, Lu Ruyan hurriedly stood up. With the opening of the kitchen door, an aroma instantly opened the gap, inadvertently drifted out. Lu Ruyan subconsciously took 2 deep breaths, and immediately stared wide-eyed. This flavor, it was also too fragrant. Right at this time, Chen Tian walked out from the kitchen with a dinner plate. A dish emitting a rich aroma was placed on the dining table. For a time, the entire restaurant was filled with the intoxicating aroma of the dishes. Ruyan Lu watched Chen Tian bring out a dish, her cherry mouth wide open, simply astonished. Chen Tian's cooking of this dish, it was also a little too impressive, right? Color and flavor not to mention, even the plating is particularly beautiful. In order to match the colors, Chen Tian had also carved some decorations out and placed them on the outside of the plate, which looked exquisitely strange and very beautiful. Ruyan Lu picked up a small pink flower. Only then did she realize that it was carved out of heart beauty radish. It was really exquisite. Just by smelling the aroma of the various colored dishes, Lu Ruyan felt her mouth watering. A pair of beautiful eyes looked like they had grown on the food, not wanting to move away even for a moment. Looking at Lu Ruyan's appearance as a little glutton, Chen Tian faintly smiled and softly said to Lu Ruyan, "Hungry? You can start eating. Rice he has long been stewed. Anytime you can open the rice. Okay, you sit first. I'll go get chopsticks." Lu Ruyan was very happy, jumping and running to get chopsticks. Chen Tian looked at the trembling, and his eyes were also trembling up and down with it. His heart couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What a wave! Very imposing. Lu Ruyan hurriedly went to get chopsticks. She suddenly thought that Chen Tian must be thirsty after cooking so hard just now, so she thought of pouring Chen Tian a cup of water. As a result, when she was walking back with the water, she completely failed to notice the water stains under her feet and instantly slipped. Fortunately, Ruyan Lu was still quite flexible and quickly stood in a good position, but she still twisted her ankle. Lu Ruyan only felt a stabbing pain in her ankle, and let out a sound of sucking in cool air with a little pain. Because of the pain, the water in Ruyan Lu's hand also poured out, spilling on top of her gray tight pants. Chen Tian saw Ruyan Lu standing there with a trace of pain on her pretty cheeks, and hurriedly walked over to support her shoulders, bringing her to the chair next to her. When she sat down, Ruyan Lu accidentally bumped into Chen Tian. With such a bump, Ruyan Lu's little face instantly reddened. Chen Tian was focused on taking care of Ruyan Lu, fearing that she would be hurt twice, and did not care about her red face at all. However, Ruyan Lu knew that she had just bare-bashed on Chen Tian's elbow. After determining that Ruyan Lu was seated, Chen Tian directly sat on the floor opposite of Ruyan Lu. From his position, he could see Ruyan Lu's slender legs. It had to be said that Ruyan Lu's legs were really straight and long. Chen Tian looked like this. And suddenly his eyes deepened. His eyes that looked at Ruyan Lu's thighs were like they were carrying a perspective function, as if he saw the white to glowing spring colors inside. Slowly withdrawing his thoughts, Chen Tian directly caught Lu Ruyan's long legs over. Such a move directly startled Lu Ruyan, subconsciously wanting to draw it back. Chen Tian glanced at him and said in a non-committal manner, "Don't move." After saying that, Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan, whose small face was red, sighed, and slowed down his tone to explain. "Broken foot, right? Let me massage it for you first, otherwise it's going to swell up later," Chen Tian said while removing Ruyan Lu's shoes and socks, gently massaging her ankle. Lu Ruyan only felt that her head was blank. The whole person was like petrified, frozen there, not daring to move a muscle. After all, no boy had ever touched her legs before. Chen Tian found out a small medicine box from under the coffee table, and took out the emergency ice pack from it to give Lu Ruyan a compress, while massaging it up. Hiss! Lu Ruyan lightly hissed out, pouting. "It hurts. Chen Tian, you lighten up a bit, okay? Lighten up a bit." Chen Tian helplessly skimmed his mouth and patiently comforted. "It'll be fine after it hurts for a while. Otherwise it'll still hurt all the time." Lu Ruyan knew that Chen Tian was also doing it for her good, so she could only nod her head and try to keep herself from screaming out. But girls were still very sensitive to pain, and Ruyan Lu still let out a soft hiss every now and then. Just at this time, a pretty figure appeared outside of Ruyan Lu's door. It was none other than Ruyu Lu. Lu Ruyu's hand carrying a pocket of large abalone back, muttered, "Mom is really, just call me back to send something, also do not let me eat at home. I'm afraid it is not charging the phone bill to send." While muttering, Lu Ruyu took out the key and opened the door. The gate was just pulled open a crack. Lu Ruyu clearly heard a light hissing sound. That sound, it was really old sister Lu Ruyan's. As soon as she heard her old sister make a strange sound, Lu Ruyu immediately stretched out her head and looked towards the direction of the sofa in the living room. From Lu Ruyu's perspective, she happened to see Chen Tiange sitting on the floor, grabbing his old sister's legs. The position of his head was still self-evident, and his old sister had a light hissing sound. Lu Ruyu instantly widened her eyes. She gently shifted her line of sight, and she saw the tissues scattered on the ground. Also, old Sister S pants seemed to be a little wet. This. For a moment, Lu Ruyu thought of something, and her pretty face instantly blushed. With an ah, she said in a loud voice. Sorry. I didn't see anything. Only after saying it several times in a row did the little girl seem to react and directly slam the door. Chapter 13, She is misunderstood, right? Only Lu Ruyan and Chen Tian, who were inside the home, were left wide-eyed. Lu Ruyan looked at the closed door, then looked at the ambiguous position of herself and Chen Tian, and instantly also understood. Ruyu? Lu Ruyan shouted a few times in the direction of the gate, but could not hear any reply, knowing that the little girl should have already run downstairs. Phew! Lu Ruyan exhaled heavily and looked towards Chen Tian and said, You say, Ruyu, is it a misunderstanding of something? Chen Tian looked at Ruyan Lu, blinked his eyes, and said, What do you think, Ruyan Lu? What can we do about this? The little girl ran so fast that she didn't even have a chance to explain. This is good. What else is there to say? Definitely the more it's smeared, the blacker it gets. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan was also speechless for a while and gently stroked her forehead. Chen Tian didn't think about that much and continued to dutifully massage Lu Ruyan. After a while, Chen Tian looked at Ruyan Lu and faintly said, Alright, get up and feel it. Lu Ruyan sniffed and tried to stand up. However, with the memory of the pain from earlier, her ankles weren't quite daring enough to exert themselves. After carefully moving around, Lu Ruyan realized that her ankles were really much better. Coupled with the fact that Ruyan Lu had always practiced yoga, her body was still very soft, so the previous one was not too heavy. After Chen Tian's treatment, there was only a little bit of pain left, almost negligible. Chen Tian went to the bathroom and washed his hands. He sat back down on the dining table and looked at Ruyan Lu and said, Come over and eat something. It's better to eat these dishes while they're hot. Ruyan Lu also sat back on the chair and looked at the food on the table, quickly sniffing and said with a smile, It smells so good. Chen Tian looked at Ruyan Lu and pointed at the dishes on the table and said, I also don't know if your eating habits have changed over the past few years. Living in Magic City. Taste it. Chen Tian remembered that the previous Lu Ruyan liked to eat fish the most, so he chucked a large chopstick of fish into Lu Ruyan's bowl. The Qingjian fish that Auntie bought is quite fresh, so I'll make it into steamed fish for you. Try it. Lu Ruyan nodded her head obediently, gently picked up the fish and put it into her mouth. A fresh flavor of fish meat instantly filled the entire mouth. Rather than tasting a trace of fishy smell, the fish meat was not only firm and chewy, but also particularly delicious. Such a flavor caused Lu Ruyan to squint her eyes. She looked towards Chen Tian and said with a shocked expression, This steamed fish is so delicious, and the timing is just right. It's especially fresh. Sometimes, a simple home-cooked dish like this was more of a test of one's craftsmanship. What variety of fish? How much time to steam? All need to be stuck just right. Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Tian with an astonished face and asked curiously, You can now actually have such good hand skills. It's a bit early to praise me after just having a bite, isn't it? Chen Tian gave Lu Ruyan some other dishes. Try them all. As he said that, Chen Tian peeled the prawns very skillfully. This was braised prawns, filled with red oil from the frying, very bright and nice to look at. Chen Tian knew that these girls, most of all, didn't like peeling shrimps, and also knew that Lu Ruyan didn't like to eat shrimp heads, so he peeled them himself. In just a few seconds, a complete prawn appeared in Ruyan Lu's bowl. Seeing that Chen Tian was actually so meticulous, a trace of warmth flashed through Ruyan Lu's eyes. She gently picked up the shrimp and found that the shrimp meat was firm and bouncy, and the flavor that was fresh with a hint of sweetness was truly appetizing. Ruyan Lu ate while observing the delicacies that Chen Tian had made. She realized that Chen Tian's knife work was really great. The thickness of the cut-out vegetables were almost exactly the same, as if he had measured them with a knife. Ruyan Lu's appetite was greatly increased, and she heartily ate half a bowl of rice more than usual. I can't. If I eat any more, I'm going to burst. Ruyan Lu's entire body paralyzed on the chair, her hands raised as if in surrender. It was only Chen Tian's handiwork that was too good, causing her to simply not be able to stop once she ate, originally thinking of controlling her weight, but as a result, she had completely forgotten about it when she ate at the back. Chen Tian sat in his seat, looking at Lu Ruyan's lazy appearance. He was instantly happy and said, Want to lose weight? That's not easy? After saying that, Chen Tian's gaze was sizing up Lu Ruyan's perfect figure. He was looking at it very frankly, and would not cause the other party to be offended in the slightest. Lu Ruyan only felt that Chen Tian's sight, as if it was carrying a flame, scorching her a little uncomfortable. What for? This look in your eyes. Why do you give me a bad feeling? What do you want? Lu Ruyan coughed lightly and sat upright, glaring at Chen Tian with a stern face. It was a pity that she was so good looking, and when she did this kind of action, it was like a kitten that was forcibly pretending to be a tiger. Indescribably cute. If it wasn't for the table separating the two of them, Chen Tian would have wanted to reach out his hand and help Lu Ruyan straighten her hair and smooth the kitten's fur. Chen Tian was happy and gently shook his head. This gaze at the toolman. Can it be good? Let's go. Go shopping with me. It just so happens that you are there. You can help me choose something, Chen Tian said. He had already stood up and extended an invitation towards Ruyan Lu. Hearing Chen Tian say that he wanted to buy something, Ruyan Lu also stood up and nodded her head in response. Alright, I'll go change my clothes. It was just the right time to go out shopping to burn off some excess fat. Ruyan Lu went back to her room to change her clothes. She seemed to be afraid that Chen Tian would be bored and rushed in the direction of the living room and asked loudly, Chen Tian, what all are you going to buy? Ruyan Lu was thinking that to see what Chen Tian was going to buy, she could also recommend him the mall, and directly have a one-stop shopping. Chen Tian thought about it and replied casually, go take a look. I still have to buy something for my cousin. After all, she is also attending university in Jinling, and then I'll buy some for you. Such a beautiful tool person. It would be a waste of resources not to utilize it. Besides, he had at least received people's specialties, so he had to give something back, didn't he? Ruyan Lu was in the room, and hearing Chen Tian's words, she hurriedly stuck out her head and said in a very serious manner, I don't want it. Really. Although now Chen Tian has money, but that is also Chen Tian hard-earned. He is not a gold-digging woman. Naturally cannot spend. Looking at Lu Ruyan's appearance, Chen Tian directly took a big stride over and pulled her hand towards the outside. In his heart, he secretly thought, this little toolman, how a little awareness is not there. Lu Ruyan let Chen Tian pull the two people one after another down the stairs, straight toward the Aston Martin. Looking at the Aston Martin in front of her, Ruyan Lu instantly widened her eyes, shock written all over her pretty face. Chen Tian actually changed his car again? And this supercar in front of him looked even more beautiful. The white paint was radiating a glittering light under the reflection of the sunlight. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes continuously surveyed the car in front of her. She clearly felt that this car was much better than the previous Ferrari. Although she didn't know much about cars, she could feel it. She also deliberately checked yesterday. The Ferrari 812 that Chen Tian drove before, it also cost more than $5 million. In that case, the price of this car was even higher? Thinking of this, Ruyan Lu could not help but smack her lips for a while. The current Chen Tian was indeed different. Just when Lu Ruyan was thinking, Chen Tian, who was sitting in the car, pressed the horn, urging Lu Ruyan to get into the car. Only then did Ruyan Lu sit in the car, and as soon as she sat in, she was shocked by the luxurious interior in front of her. The interior used a black and red color clash interior, which looked domineering with a high tone. The real top luxury car. In addition to the use of top materials, the most important thing is that everything is simplified, but still full of compulsion. Lu Ruyan took out her cell phone, took a picture and searched, only to know that this is Aston Martin 111 supercar. This is a global limited edition, with an on-sale price of $45 million, and this is only the official price tag, and does not count the luxury car tax and all other costs. Looking at the offer on the cell phone screen, Lu Ruyan's small mouth instantly opened wide. More than $50 million for a car? This was also too tycoonish. Chen Tian was unconcerned as he quietly drove towards his destination. Not long after the duo set off, a pretty figure appeared outside of Lu Ruyan's house. It was none other than Lu Ruyu, who had quietly felt her way back. In her eyes, Lu Ruyu's eyes flashed with a gossipy look as she carefully leaned her head against the door and listened carefully. However, she listened for a long time, but found that there was no sound coming out. Lu Ruyu gently frowned. She directly knocked on the door, and did not see any response from the house. Could it be that there was no one in the house? Or is it that the two people have moved on to their rooms? Lu Ruyu thought chaotically as she took out her key and opened the door to her room. The little girl quietly walked in, like a little thief, and lowered her voice to shout in the house. Sis? Brother Chen Tian? Where are you guys? Lu Ruyu searched the house for half a day before she realized that the two people, her sister and Chen Tian, had already left. When she walked to the balcony, Lu Ruyu saw the wet pants hanging on the balcony, and her face violently reddened. Unexpectedly, elder sister and Chen Tian brother are so open-minded? Chapter 14, A Throw of Money. At the same time, Chen Tian drove his car with Lu Ruyan and arrived at Jinling Century City. Century City still had a lot of foot traffic, and quite a few passers-by who came here to shop saw the white Aston Martin. Such a top-of-the-line sports car just showed up and immediately drew everyone's attention. Many passers-by even walked directly to the side of the road, a pair of eyes staring dead on the Aston Martin, not willing to miss a second. Some people took out their cell phones, constantly taking cell phone and video. After all, such a top luxury car is rare to see. Take a photo and video first. Such photos and videos, if posted on the social media platform or circle of friends, the likes are not point burst it? Some enthusiasts are even more eyes-glowing, whispering on the side of the road. Good guy. I didn't expect to go out for a stroll and see an Aston Martin 177. This car costs more than $50 million to buy. This car owner is definitely a super tycoon. I really didn't expect that we can actually see such a top-class sports car in Jinling, even in a big city like Mordor. It's rare to see such a global limited edition sports car. Look at this cool shape. It's really worthy of being an Aston Martin. This is a purely handmade body. Better fullness and color than those machine-made bodies. Unfortunately, this is a city, and the streets have speed limits. Otherwise, if you really drive it, with the 7.3L V12 engine, you can teach other car owners to be human in minutes. Chen Tian and Lu Ruyan sat in the car, not knowing about the road people's comments and envy. The two people directly drove the car and parked on the side of the road. The two got out of the car and walked directly into the mall. Chen Tian walked to the front of the signage and looked at the location of the luxury store before leading Lu Ruyan towards the upper floors. You haven't shopped in Jinling for a long time, right? Nowadays, Jinling is also well stocked with all kinds of big brands. As the two of them rode the elevator, Chen Tian said smilingly to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan looked askance at Chen Tian with slanted eyes and asked with a bad smile, "Okay, you, so knowledgeable? It seems that you haven't brought a lot of girls shopping in these years, right? Otherwise, how could a big steel-straight man know so much about brands?" Chen Tian directly rolled his eyes. This stinky girl, again rubbing salt into his wounds. If he really brought girls out to play every day, why would he still need to be single for so many years? The two of them went back and forth and soon arrived at the luxury goods area. Lu Ruyan looked at the many luxury brands in front of her and was also flabbergasted for a moment. Her family's conditions were, to put it mildly, still relatively good, and was considered to be of a very wealthy kind. But her family's discipline towards their two daughters was also relatively strict. So although Ruyan Lu had some knowledge of these big brands, she hadn't shopped a few times in total over the years. Now seeing that Chen Tian had brought himself directly to this district, he opened his mouth and asked, "Chen Tian, what are you planning to buy when you come over here?" Chen Tian's eyes fell on those big signs, only feeling that these were all gadgets for him to swipe his own money, and he couldn't help but have a smile on his face. "I'm rather second to that." As Chen Tian spoke, his heart was already secretly thinking, his own home has a closet. If he bought it outside, wouldn't the closet inside his home explode? Just in the moment when this thought had just risen, Chen Tian's light screen flashed in front of his eyes. Detecting the owner's consideration for the closet is very happy and has taken the initiative to contribute the world's 8 famous watches. "Chen Tian, is this even possible? I'm just simply afraid of you exploding." Chen Tian retrieved his thoughts as he looked at the playful Lu Ruyan by his side, pointing to the Chanel store closest to them and smilingly said, "Let's go in and show you the bag." "Look at the bag?" Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes slightly stared. Chanel stores use the overall floor-to-ceiling window design. From the outside can see the price of those bags on the counter. Looking at the price of 5 or 6 digits, Lu Ruyan obviously had some hesitation. She had some savings, but wasn't it a bit bad to use it to buy these luxuries? Chen Tian looked at Ruyan Lu's appearance, gently shook his head, and was about to pull her in when he heard a female voice coming from the side. "Yo, isn't this Ruyan Lu? Why are you looking outside someone's store? Go in and take a stroll?" This female voice wasn't hard to hear, but the tone of her voice carried a sense of eccentricity. How to listen to how awkward. Chen Tian and Lu Ruyan frowned at the same time. The two of them looked over in the direction of the voice, and they saw a girl next to them, pulling the hand of a middle-aged man over. That girl was holding a pose, her head slightly raised, putting on an air of superiority. Her gaze swept over Lu Ruyan's body. The disdain in her gaze was like substance pouring out. Lu Ruyan looked at the girl in front of her with a light expression. She was called Yang Yun, considered an old classmate of hers, although they have not seen each other for several years, but unexpectedly met together. Lu Ruyan was really not happy. This Yang Yun and Lu Ruyan simply cannot play together. It's not that Ruyan Lu is picky, it's really because this girl is a little too pretentious, too vain. Lu Ruyan remembers very clearly. This Yang Yun's family conditions are not very good. High school, or relying on poor students' subsidies, only barely read down. I don't know if that time is too bitter. Yang Yun went to college. It is like changing a person. These years frequently in the circle of friends to show off their wealth, especially this year or two. Yang Yun as long as it is to buy a little more expensive things, inevitably to send a circle of friends. Now look at this middle-aged man beside her. The answer is already self-evident. In fact, There was nothing wrong with posting a friend circle to record life, and Ruyan Lu didn't have any opinion, let alone be jealous. Feeling good on the point of praise, feeling bad on the matter is not a matter of high up, not to take care of not on the line. But Yang Yun is different from others. She not only sends out the circle of friends, but also incidentally will all of them at once. At first, these students still liked her, but later they felt that something was wrong. Is this cultivating a sense of superiority in them? Do you really think that by buying a little bit of luxury goods, you have become so noble? Sometimes when talking in the circle of friends, but also deliberately step down them a little, is really too disgusting. Even when you see the pictures posted by other girls, you have to make a comment on their clothes, jewelry and bags, and mention the new model she just bought in the meantime. Even through the screen, the crowd felt a sense of superiority. Thinking of all the things that Yang Yun had done, Lu Ruyan didn't even have the idea of talking to the other party, and only wanted to perfunctorily leave in a hurry. As the two of them approached, the middle-aged man's gaze landed on Lu Ruyan's body, constantly swirling. This girl, no matter if it was her figure, her looks, or the aura on her body, she was the most superb one, especially that pair of long legs, straight and long. Looking at the middle-aged man's eyes, they were about to bulge out. Such a pair of legs was simply a natural gun rack. The more the middle-aged man looked, the more he felt his heart itching. He walked straight to Lu Ruyan's front, put on a refined look and said with a smile, "You are a student of Yang Yun, right? I am the general manager of Wei Yang Company. Sun Yi, this is my business card. If you are looking for internships or jobs in the future, you can find me." The implication was already self-evident, especially the greedy desire in his eyes. Looking at Lu Ruyan was very uncomfortable. Lu Ruyan gently stepped back some towards the back and replied with a cold expression, "No need. He himself is at least a senior student of a famous university, and he needs this to exchange for a job?" Looking down on who is this? The middle-aged man also did not expect that Lu Ruyan actually rejected himself in such a direct manner, making himself suffer. However, he looked at Lu Ruyan's side Chen Tian, but somewhat understand Lu Ruyan's mood. It turned out to be with her boyfriend, who came over to shop together. Looking at Chen Tian's handsome face, as well as his stunning figure of 1.8 m or so, the middle-aged man let out a cold snort. Humph, still really young. What's the use of love? Where is money real? Thinking of this, a trace of disdain appeared on the middle-aged man's face and he sighed. Great years, why do you need to suffer from poverty and starvation? Isn't it good to be kind to yourself? Wait for 2 years when your youth is gone. You'll know that bread can be much more reliable than love. While talking, the middle-aged man took Yang Yun towards the Chanel store, and left a sentence before leaving. You're still too young. You haven't suffered in society, and you haven't smoothed out the edges of your body. Yang Yun's arm and the middle-aged man's arm, the corner of his mouth hung a sneer, said, "I've come. Why are you still standing at the door? Come in. It's not good to watch outside, but it may also disturb people's business." Unexpectedly, so many years have passed. These old classmates, but did not raise the level at all. Compared to high-quality women like themselves, the difference is not too far. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan immediately became unhappy, and just as she was about to lash out, she was pulled back by Chen Tian's large hand. Chen Tian smiled faintly and said to Lu Ruyan, "What's the point of bothering with her? Let's go in." When he walked up to the middle-aged man and Yang Yun, Chen Tian turned his head and sized up the two of them with a fuss and said with a smile, "I didn't realize that the relationship between this classmate of yours and his father is actually so good. Yang Yun, you're the one who has a good relationship with your dad. This is my boyfriend." Middle-aged man, "You're the one who's her dad. Do I look that old?" This is what is said. Chapter 15, just buy a new one if it's broken. Lu Ruyan heard Chen Tian's words clearly, covering her mouth and smiling secretly. This Chen Tian, what he said was really damaging. But, how come she loves to hear it so much? After Yang Yun and Sun Yi entered the store, in order to show their noble status, they walked straight to the new product area and looked at the new bags that had just gone on sale in the spring. Looking at the exquisite bag in front of her, Yang Yun's eyes lit up. This bag, so beautiful, and because it is a new model, back out certainly will not collide with the bag, but also thief face. The more Yang Yun looked at it, the more she liked it, and the shopping guide lady next to her looked at her and introduced it with a smile. "Miss Taste is really good. This bag is this spring's limited edition. The popularity is especially high." "How much?" When Yang Yun heard this, her eyes lit up even more and she held it in her hand and kept comparing it. The shopping guide lady looked at her and replied very politely, 299,800. Hearing this price, Sunny beside him was obviously flabbergasted. So expensive, and still saying that the popularity is especially high? This is simply exasperating. Yang Yun was excited. She had never owned such an expensive bag. She really wanted it. Thinking of this, Yang Yun hugged Sun Yi's arm tighter and whined. I want this. In order to get this bag. Yang Yun keeps rubbing her bare against Sun Yi's arm, occasionally shaking it lightly. If you buy this bag, you can really compare Lu Ruyan. Humph. You're pretty. Your family is also good. And your academic performance is among the top. But so what? I can afford to buy the bag you cannot afford. In front of reality, you have to bow down. Sunny can guess Yang Yun's thoughts. The corner of his mouth twitches, obviously unwilling to pay out this blood. So much money for a bag? To know, he hadn't spent this much money even after being with Yang Yun for so long, although he earned more than $1 million a year. But he couldn't afford to use such an expensive bag himself. How could he buy it for a woman? Or let her go out to show off? Sunny thought as he pulled Yang Yun with one hand and took the limited edition bag in her hand and said, I see that the color of this bag is a bit dark, a bit old-fashioned, not quite suitable for you. After all, after so many years in the society, it is not easy to fool a college student who has not yet left the society. The guide next to him hears Sun Yi's words and immediately sees a needle in the eye and says, this is the model that just arrived today. There is also a white color. It will look a little younger. This kind of limited edition. The commission of selling will also be a little more. So the guide also hoped to sell earlier. Yang Yun was obviously a bit happy, and just wanted to ask the shopping guide to take it out and show it to herself, when she heard Sunny interrupt her. I think this bag is not too suitable for you. Let's go and look at something else. Yesterday, Yang Yun served her well, so he agreed to bring her out to buy a bag as a reward. A few tens of thousands of dollars is still acceptable. This kind of price, don't even think about it. Sunny thinks very clearly. It's not true that he has money, but he definitely won't smash it all on a woman's body. Just as the two were talking, Chen Tian walked towards them, looking at the limited edition bag that was placed on the side and asked, are you guys buying it? Originally, Sun Yi and Yang Yun were still fighting internally, but as soon as they heard Chen Tian's words, they immediately aligned their spears and angrily looked at him and asked, what do you mean by that? If we don't buy it, can you afford it? This was a limited edition new model of $300,000 apiece. How could a poor college student afford it? Sunny looked at Chen Tian's handsome face and rebuked with a cold smile. Just a poorer than a student. What kind of big spenders are you charging here? Still buying designer bags? Quickly take a look at your meal card. Whether you have money for tonight's meal or not before you say so. Comparing money with someone of his financial strength, isn't that a death wish? Chen Tian almost laughed in anger as he listened to their words. He still needed to pretend to be a big spender? You can't even afford to buy it so cheaply. And you're still bagging college students. Poorer than that, poor and dishonest. Chen Tian nonchalantly retorted. Such a pair of dogs and men were no good. The male materializes women. The female doesn't love herself. Such a pair together. It's really a good match. Chen Tian's few words drove Sunny mad with curses. If not for the fact that this was a luxury store, he would have wanted to fight Chen Tian on the spot. What the hell? A broken college student, and you still think he's broke? Sunny viciously looked at Chen Tian. He would like to see this bag. Can he afford it? The shopping guide listened to Chen Tian's words and looked at his upright and handsome appearance. A quick flash of amazement flashed through his eyes. Sir, do you want this one? Chen Tian nodded, and heard the shopping guide say very happily. Okay, do you want this one in black, or white? In our warehouse, we have another white model. Chen Tian looked at the bag in his hand and said smilingly to the guide. Naturally, I want all of them. Wrap both of them up for me. 2 bags in one purchase? Sunny and Yang Yun were angry and annoyed. Wasn't this a deliberate show for the two of them? They didn't believe that Chen Tian had the money to pay the bill and simply followed him. They were waiting to see Chen Tian's joke. Chen Tian of course knew what these two people were thinking and said with a cold smile. 2 bags are only $600,000. You don't have that kind of money. What kind of luxury store are you here for? While speaking, Chen Tian had already handed out his bank card and said to the guide, swipe the card first. The other things, we'll count them later. The shopping guide lady took the card with a smile, and her impression of Chen Tian was simply too good to be true. Look at this boyfriend. Handsome, good figure, and so rich. TSK, 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 it really calls for greed. Under the watchful eyes of Sunny and Yang Yun, the transaction was completed. Detected that the host has just spent $599,600, triggering the 10 times rebate skill, a rebate of $5,996,000. Seeing the appearance of the voucher, Sunny and Yang Yun sucked in a breath of cool air in unison and stared wide-eyed. They looked at me and I looked at you with unbelievable faces. Are college students nowadays already so rich? $600,000 and they bought 2 bags? To be this powerful at such a young age, it was too powerful, right? Yang Yun's eyes were instantly filled with envy when she looked at Chen Tian. So rich at such a young age. He must be a young man with a very good family background. Looking at Lu Ruyan not far away, Yan Yun's heart was sad. This Lu Ruyan again. Inexplicably pressed himself again. Isn't it just a little bit better looking? Actually found such a good boyfriend. Must have used some kind of fox charming method. Or else, it's a top green tea whore. Otherwise, how could one cheat such a good boy? Just as sunny in Yang Yun's face. A burst of red and white. Chen Tian took over the bag and bank card, walked over to Lu Ruyan's side and said smilingly, "Here, for you." Lu Ruyan took a look and was also flabbergasted. 2 bags of the same model? Chen Tian smiled lowly. His bass-like voice swept through Lu Ruyan's ears. 2 colors? You can switch your back. If not, you can send one to Ruyu. Chen Tian was in a good mood. Not only did he find a beautiful tool person, but he also ran into 2 people who were holding people up when he came to buy something. It was really interesting. However, this was nothing more than a small episode for Chen Tian, and was quickly put behind him. Chen Tian turned around inside the store. He looked at those bags. Each one of them was very suitable for Lu Ruyan. It couldn't be helped. Who called Lu Ruyan's natural beauty? Her temperament was even more outstanding. These bags were just barely worthy of her. These few. Wrap them up for me as well. Chen Tian casually pointed, and the guide at the back hurriedly came forward and packed them for Chen Tian. Chen Tian walked to the front of the jewelry counter next to him and picked out a few more very delicate bracelets. A shopping guide is no longer enough. Next to another shopping guide hurriedly came forward to help pack together. The unit price of these items are not low. Casually add up. It is already worth millions. Chen Tian didn't care. He didn't even ask about the price, and directly handed over his bank card. For Chen Tian, he couldn't wait for these things to be a bit more expensive, so he wouldn't delay himself from swiping his money. In the shopper's gaze towards Chen Tian, only endless admiration remained. She respectfully received the bank card with both hands, and after swiping the card, she returned it to Chen Tian along with the small ticket. Detected that the host has just spent $660,000, triggering the 10 times rebate skill. Rebate of $6,660,000. Chen Tian looked at the light screen that flashed out in front of him, and nodded his head with some satisfaction. It's not bad, but there's still work to be done. Yang Yun and Sunny were watching from the side, and especially seeing Chen Tian's unconcerned demeanor, they instantly ran out of words. They felt like there was a pair of big unseen hands that slapped them hard as if they had slapped them a few times, and a fiery pain shot across their faces. This young man was definitely not just an ordinary rich second generation. Even if he was an ordinary rich second generation, he definitely couldn't accept such a build. Is there anything else to buy? Chen Tian walked to Lu Ruyan and stood in front of him. The latter looked at Chen Tian's huge pile of loot and shook her head vigorously. With so many things, it would be a struggle for the two of them to hold them for a while calculating the rebate in his mind. Chen Tian was about to leave with Lu Ruyan when he heard the guide behind him hurriedly catch up and said, "Sir, just a moment. You don't even have your warranty card with you." This was the warranty card that they had passed globally. Whether it was leather goods or jewelry, it could be repaired when broken. Chen Tian looked at the warranty card in the guide's hand and directly shook his head, saying, "No need. Just directly buy a new one again if it's broken." Chapter 16 Chen Tian, you bad egg. It's just some bags. What's the need for a warranty card? Chen Tian's voice was not loud, but the crowd around him heard it clearly. Shock was instantly written all over the faces of the crowd. Good guy. Look at how overbearingly people said this. If it's broken, replace it. There's no need to repair it. This was the world's top luxury item. A random item would be in the 4-figure, 5-figure range. Such an expensive item. Just throw it away when it breaks. TSK. Such overbearing words are the boyfriend power that how many girls have been longing for. For a while, the gazes of the crowd towards Ruyan Lu were full of jealousy and envy. This was the boyfriend that everyone longed for. This girl, too blessed. In the sight of everyone's jealousy and envy, Chen Tian brought Lu Ruyan out of the Chanel store. Look at the newly bought bag in his hand, and then look at the clothes on Lu Ruyan. Chen Tian's heart has some plans. Let's go to another store and buy some useful things for Ruyan Lu. Saying that, Chen Tian began to bring Lu Ruyan, officially opened the road of today's buy. Next to them, was that LV store. As soon as the shopping guide ladies saw the large bags in Chen Tian's hands, a quick flash of surprise and shock flashed inside their eyes. In the next moment, they hurriedly greeted them respectfully and said very respectfully to Chen Tian and Lu Ruyan, "Hello, two of you." There was even a guide shopper who very thoughtfully walked up and took the shopping bag in Chen Tian's hand to facilitate him to continue browsing. Chen Tian looked at the new women's clothing area. Looking at this year's designs were good, so he stretched out his finger and pointed at a few of the sets. When Ruyan Lu saw Chen Tian's actions, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh out, saying, "Sure enough, You're a straight man. Just these few sets don't look good. And you even picked them out. When Chen Tian heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows and instructed the guide behind him. Other than the sets just now, I'll take all the others. As for the sizes, just ask for this lady's number. As Chen Tian spoke, he pointed at Lu Ruyan beside him and signaled to the shopping guide lady. The shopping guide lady hurriedly nodded her head. Such a big customer. Definitely wanted the best service. Lu Ruyan was listening at the side, and immediately felt that one head turned into two as big as two. In addition to those few sets, all the others? How much would that cost if you did the math like that? Ruyan Lu just wanted to dissuade Chen Tian, when she saw that Chen Tian had already handed out his bank card and was ready to pay the bill. Seeing Ruyan Lu look like she was about to say something, Chen Tian winked and said with a smile, LV family's bags. Nothing particularly nice. Just buy some of his clothes and accessories. Hello sir, you have spent a total of $580,000. The shopping guide lady presented the small ticket and bank card with both hands and said respectfully. Chen Tian took the bank card, took their loot, and started heading towards the next luxury store. Looking at the Armani family's perfume was good. Chen Tian directly swiped his card and bought the full set. The set is also very good, and again told the shopping guide lady to directly wrap it up. Chen Tian bought the pain. The number of shopping bags in their hands is also more and more by. Look at the two young couple. So carrying a big bag shopping instantly attracted the crowd beside the onlookers. Many passers-by looked at the duo with envy, not only envying their purchasing power, but also marveling at their top-notch body and looks. Good guy. Look at the way people are shopping on this street. This is the way to open up a winner in life. Envious. All luxury shopping bags. All kinds of bags and clothes. This is too rich, right? I wonder if they are all new. Luxury goods are hardly discounted. New or not, they are all so expensive. What's the difference? So rich and so good looking. This is God's bastard treatment. Chen Tian didn't care about the gazes of those passers-by. He looked at Lu Ruyan by his side and asked in a gentle tone, do you have anything else to buy? Lu Ruyan looked at these bags in her hand with an expression that was on the verge of crying and said, Chen Tian, look, we've bought so much now. Cosmetics, clothes and bags, all bought. Look at the way they look at me. Those who don't know, still think that I'm your lover, and that you're wrapping me up. Speaking here, Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Tian very seriously, said with a somewhat pleading tone, don't buy it, really don't buy it, okay? Chen Tian, what kind of expression is this? What kind of expression is this? What kind of tone is this? Those who know are me buying you something. Those who don't know, still think it's me rubbing your credit card and trying to scam. Chen Tian sighed helplessly and looked at Lu Ruyan with a gaze full of hatred. In his heart, he secretly thought, why is there no awareness of a tool person at all? Spending money for you, but I can return the profit. Chen Tian let out another sigh, looked at Lu Ruyan and shook his head, saying, let you spend money you won't spend. Give you the opportunity you are not in use. Lu Ruyan. This. If Chen Tian said that, she had absolutely no words to pick up. However, she was really unable to buy anymore. Today, had completely bought to the ceiling of what she could afford. Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan's appearance, thought for a moment, pointed at the Armani store in front of him, and said, let's go. Go in again and buy a dress for my cousin. Chen Tian secretly thought in his heart that this would be more or less a rebate. He was really a dedicated money earner himself, grasping every possible opportunity. TSK, this feeling of working hard to make money was damn sweet. Lu Ruyan had a tightly guarded look on her face as she clutched the shopping bag in her hand with a face that would rather die than give in. You go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Ruyan Lu had made up her mind that she couldn't go in even if she was dead or alive. Otherwise, if she followed Chen Tian into the front door of the store, it would not be a scene she could control. To be honest, it was the first time in all these years that Ruyan Lu had a fear of shopping for things. Chen Tian buying like this was really too intimidating. I'm really not buying it for you. I'm just asking you to help me look at it. I'm really buying it for my cousin. Chen Tian looked helplessly at Lu Ruyan. This girl, why was she so defensive? Lu Ruyan shook her head. Just now she had already seen that Chen Tian's clothing was very good. Picking out clothes for her cousin was enough. She had really bought enough today, and was determined not to go in. Chen Tian had no choice but to go into the store himself and buy a few sets of clothes for his cousin. When he came out, Chen Tian looked at Ruyan Lu's shopping bag full of shopping bags, skimmed his mouth and said, I see you really don't want to buy either. Let's go. Send you back. After all, two people took so many things, it is inconvenient to go anywhere. It is better to go home first. As soon as Lu Ruyan heard that she wanted to go home, she immediately nodded her head excitedly and said in a cute and adorable manner, good. Chen Tian. Girls nowadays, it was really hard to guess their minds. Some girls, for the sake of a bag, can even not have self-respect. What about his own girl? He forced to buy something for him, but he was dead set against it. These days, it's not easy to make money. The two walked in the direction of the parking lot, feeling Chen Tian's gaze drifting over from time to time. Lu Ruyan looked at him with a puff of anger and said, "Why are you looking at me? Look at my hand. I can't even hold it anymore. I reckon your trunk may not even be able to fit so many things." According to Chen Tian's style of buying things, not to mention driving a supercar, even if he drove a caravan, it would be easy to be overweight. Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan's two puffy cheeks and only found it particularly cute, eating and laughing. "It's okay, the trunk position. It's like a career line. There's always a squeeze." Right at this time, not far away from the two side, has seen Chen Tian duo. It is the Yang Yun and Sun Yi just now. They saw the numerous shopping bags held in the hands of the two of them, and instantly widened their eyes with a look of disbelief. No way. The two of them had bought so many luxury items in such a short while, and all of them were big brands. This Chen Tian is also too rich, right? Buying so many things without even blinking an eye. Especially Yang Yun. Her eyes were filled with shock when she looked at Chen Tian. This Chen Tian was simply a Jinshan Benshan. She looked at Lu Ruyan viciously, jealous. If she were to stand beside Chen Tian, how good would it be? Yang Yun completely did not notice that Sun Yi beside her. A pair of eyes were growing on Lu Ruyan's body, not willing to move away for a long time. It's still good to be rich. Ah, really rich people. The girls around them are all really superb. Between Chen Tian and Lu Ruyan's jokes, they had already arrived next to the Aston Martin. The trunks of supercars were all located inside the front hood. Chen Tian opened it and waved towards Ruyan Lu, asking her to put her things in as well. "See, I told you it wouldn't fit." Ruyan Lu tried, looking at the front car cover that couldn't be pressed down, and said helplessly. Chen Tian grinned and looked at Ruyan Lu and said, "At a glance you haven't seen the short video. After people's girls finish shopping, don't they rely on their body strength to cover it?" After saying that, Chen Tian stretched out his hand and pressed Lu Ruyan to sit on the car cover, then pressed hard. Only heard a click. "The trunk has been locked. I told you to eat more but you didn't listen. Look, the car cover can't even be pressed down." Chen Tian condescendingly looked at Ruyan Lu and opened his mouth to snicker. "Won't be able to spend the money, and the weight won't be able to sit down on the trunk." Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes, arrogantly opened the car door and sat directly into the passenger side, huffing and puffing. "Humph, don't be general with you." Chen Tian winked and said with a bad smile, "Right, always puffing up. Easy to turn into a little frog. When it comes to the Tanabata festival, you can only sing the widow's song in solitude. It's too pathetic." "Widow's song?" Ruyan Lu raised an eyebrow when she heard Chen Tian's words. What kind of song was that? Chen Tian let out a giggle. "Think about it, don't frogs just croak? Widows and orphans. Good for you, making fun of me again." Ruyan Lu was also amused by Chen Tian, and a small pink fist lightly hit Chen Tian's chest. "This bad egg." Chapter 17, I just spoil my cousin. What's wrong with that? Yang Yun and Sun Yi, who were not far away, were even more alarmed as they watched Chen Tian and Lu Ruyan drive the Aston Martin away from Century City. That's an Aston Martin, the world's top supercar. Sun Yi was a middle-aged man who loved cars. He recognized at a glance that what Chen Tian was driving was the global limited edition Aston Martin 177. This car, because it is a global limited edition, so the whole of China, there are only 5 quotas can be sold, with a price tag of more than $50 million. It was not a level that ordinary people could afford to buy, just like the middle-aged man, although he looked greedy, but more than $50 million to buy a sports car? If he was sold, he wouldn't have that much money. But the young man just now was actually the owner of one of the cars. Can the identity of such a person be simple? Thinking of this, Sunny feels a wave of weakness in his legs, and even wants to fall to the ground a little bit. Just now, they actually pretended in front of such a rich man? This was really lighting a lamp in the toilet, looking for death. People could afford to buy a super sports car of more than $50 million. Their conditions, in the end, how powerful must they be? Such a young man, at the very least, must be the son of a family. If it were anyone else, they would be dying to befriend such a person. How could they possibly offend, or even pretend to be a bully in front of them? If people really wanted to get into it with them, then it would definitely be doomed. The more Sunny thought beside him, the angrier he got. He had come out to accompany Yang Yun to buy something. It was all because of this woman that he caused himself to offend the big brother. Such a woman is a scourge. If she really stayed by his side, she would only cause him trouble. Thinking of this, a trace of determination flashed across Sun Yi's face. He looks at Yang Yun, who is also scared silly beside him, directly pulls out his own bag, draws out a small pile of $100 bills and stuffs it into her arms. Take this money. Don't contact each other in the future. After saying that, Sun E walks towards his car without looking back, letting Yang Yun behind her various pleas and recognizing her mistake, but also without a trace of attachment. After all, for Sun E, as long as he has money, Yang Yun has as many women as he wants. But if there is a threat to his career, such a woman is to pour money he cannot want. Watching Sun E driving away, Yang Yun is crying in the parking lot. This damn Sun E actually left just like that. There really wasn't much she could do right now other than loading up that money. She could only slink away in the direction of her home. Chen Tian drove his car and sent Lu Ruyan downstairs. Go get your own things. Chen Tian waved his hand and said with a smile at Ruyan Lu. Lu Ruyan got out of the car helplessly and took out a large bag from the trunk to hold it. Because there were too many things to hold, Ruyan Lu's armpits were still clamped to the bags, and from the back, it looked like a small penguin. Chen Tian looked at Ruyan Lu's cute appearance. The corner of his mouth could not be restrained from curling upwards. He turned his head, picking things in the shopping bag, casually pulling out a bottle of cosmetics filled with foreign languages. Chen Tian looked at the small ticket and said with a smile, "This one costs 30,000. Come on, clip it." This one costs 200,000. I'll hang it on your little finger for you. Hold it well. Lu Ruyan stiffened her body. She was about to cry out. She had these two hands full of name tags. If she dropped it, it would be unimaginable. This Chen Tian is also really something. There are so many things, but still have to put them up. Chen Tian saw that Lu Ruyan's things had all been taken, so he waved towards her and said, "Alright, the things have been delivered. Then I'll leave first." Ruyan Lu carefully held those shopping bags, and after hearing Chen Tian's words and throwing a look at him, she walked towards the direction of the entrance of her house step by step. Because the number of shopping bags was really too much, Ruyan Lu immediately attracted the attention of many people in the neighborhood. Many of the people living here are acquaintances. Looking at the daughter of the Lu family with so many things, or was sent back by a super luxurious car. For a time, all gossiping wide-eyed. After Lu Ruyan felt these gazes, her pretty face instantly turned red, and she quickly moved in the direction of the building. It was not easy to get to the door of the house. Lu Ruyan was really unable to free her hands to open the door, so she lightly shouted towards the door of the house. "Mom and Dad, Ru-yu, are you guys home? Open the door for me." Lu Ruyu just happened to be at home. Hearing her sister's voice coming from the door, she hurriedly walked to the door and opened it. As soon as she pulled open the door, Lu Ruyu saw her sister like a human transporter, covered in shopping bags. Seeing such a sister, Lu Ruyu was also startled and exclaimed, "Sister, what are you doing?" While speaking, Lu Ruyu also hurriedly walked up and helped her sister take down some shopping bags. She casually opened the shopping bags and glanced at them. Instantly her beautiful eyes rounded and she shouted, "Good guy, this is the limited edition of the Xiang family this year. Several $100,000. Sister, are you going out to rob the rich to help the poor?" Lu Ruyan froze at the words, glared at her sister with a stern face, and lightly reprimanded. "What are you saying? Where am I going to rob the rich to help the poor?" According to her sister's meaning, she is the poor? Lu Ruyu looked at those shopping bags with a shocked face. She rummaged through them one by one, and for a while, the room was filled with her exclamations of surprise. "These clothes are actually the latest models. The models I saw online are all here. Holy crap, is this clearing out people's clothing section? Spicy girl's face cream. Actually buying 500 milliliters? This is too rich. It's totally wholesale. Sis, you're going to use it all by yourself. Wow, a limited edition bag. Actually bought two at once. Or different colors? This one costs $300,000. Looking at those luxury items, Lu Ruyu couldn't help but widen her eyes and muttered as if she was talking to herself. Brother Chen Tian is really willing to put down his blood. But sis, you've changed. You've become materialistic, to the point of exchanging your first time for these things. While Lu Ruyu was talking, her beautiful brows had knitted up, thinking about how to persuade her sister. Lu Ruyan, on the contrary, did not comprehend her sister's meaning at all. Her heart at this time was also filled with helplessness. She thought to herself, "This is all because your brother Chen Tian insisted on buying it for me. And what the hell is the first time?" Lu Ruyan glanced at her sister. "This girl, why is she strange today? Here's more for you." Lu Ruyan didn't think that much and was still talking to her sister. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyu was not as happy as she had imagined, but instead said with a resolute face, "No, I can't have it." "Don't?" Lu Ruyan had a puzzled look on her face. This was completely inconsistent with her sister's character. Usually when she sees something good, she doesn't know who it is. She must be the first to pounce on it, itching to have it for herself. Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu looked at each other face to face. Both of them felt that the other person was looking at their eyes. A little strange. And at this moment, Chen Tian was driving his car, speeding towards the direction of his home. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Chen Tian parked his car to the side and took out his cell phone to look at the message, only to see that inside WeChat was a transfer record, totaling $5,800. Chen Tian looked at this amount and was feeling strange when he saw the WeChat screen change and pop up a voice call. Looking at the cute cartoon avatar above, Chen Tian's mouth could not help but rise for a while. The one who called over was none other than his own cousin, Su Zhishir. Just by looking at this name, Chen Tian's gaze obviously softened. Chen Tian's thoughts couldn't help but think of his childhood, when the days were still very happy. After his parents left when he was young, he often borrowed to live inside his sister-in-law's house. His sister-in-law treated him like her own son, and his little cousin had naturally become his childhood follower. No matter where he went, that little girl with short legs chased to wear. Think about it, feel cute. Even now, as she grows older, the little girl is very sticky to herself. Alright to talk to herself on the phone, chatting video. Thinking of this, Chen Tian hurriedly pressed the answer button. Cousin, it's me. As soon as the phone was connected, the little girl's voice resounded on the other end of the phone. This is the money that mom gave you, saying that you should not treat yourself badly. Listening to the little girl's sweet voice, Chen Tian only felt a warmth in his heart. A touch of smile climbed up to the corner of his mouth. Smilingly asked, didn't sister-in-law give 5,000 before? Why did she give more this time? Hearing Chen Tian's question, the little girl on the other end of the phone was visibly silent for a moment before speaking. Maybe mom thinks this number is better? Oops, cousin. Anyway, you buy more delicious food. Don't treat yourself badly. I'll hang up first. As soon as Chen Tian heard that his little cousin was going to hang up the phone, he quickly opened his mouth to stop him. Wait a minute. I'll go to your school to look for you in a while. Just in time to send you something. He had just bought a lot of things for the little girl, so he sent them to her first to make the little girl happy. Su Jixia hesitated for a while and said to Chen Tian, I still have to attend class, cousin. There's still one more class to go. If you come over now, I won't be able to come out. It's hot outside. Su Jixia doesn't want to let her cousin wait for her outside. How aggravating. It's okay, it's just that I need some time to get here, so just have a good class. Chen Tian could feel Su Jixier's concern, and his tone of voice softened a few points. Alright, cousin, then I'll wait for you to come. Su Jixier's voice was full of happy emotions, and after hanging up the phone with Chen Tian, she was even more smiling. Su Jixier's best friend, who was sitting on the side, looked at the smile that was brought out from the corner of her eyebrows, and couldn't help but open her mouth to snicker. You, this little blind talk open mouth. Obviously more than you do tutoring money, but also cheating. This little girl, obviously is heartbroken cousin, afraid of him scrimping and scraping to have a bad time, but also hardened her mouth and said nothing. Thinking of this, her best friend looked at Su Jixia with a smile, raised an eyebrow towards her, and asked with a flirty face, baby, do you still lack a cousin? Asterisk 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 you. Su Jixia towards her best friend pretended to spit lightly. After all, know that she is joking, then raised her head, thinking that in a moment she will be able to see her cousin, said triumphantly, sister rich, sister happy, just so capricious, one just wants to be good to cousin, just want to spoil cousin. What's wrong? Chapter 18 Fog Grass. What kind of car is this? Next to a few roommates to see Su Jixia's appearance, is also covering the mouth a burst of snickering, especially looking at Su Jixia shelled out money, but also so happy, cannot help but sigh. Sure enough, having money is happiness. Look at Jixia's little face, it's almost smiling into a flower. Su Jixia didn't mind her roommates' jokes. She looked at her roommates with a haughty face and said smugly, I'm not happy because of that little bit of money. It's my cousin. He said he's coming to see me later. She hadn't seen her cousin for a long time. She missed him so much. As soon as she mentioned her cousin, Su Jixia had so many things to say. She looked at the group of roommates proudly and said mysteriously, let me tell you, my cousin is super handsome. When you guys see him later, you have to control your own little heart. If anyone has a heart for their cousin, she, as a cousin, will not help. Listening to Su Jixia's description of this person who should only be found in heaven and is rare to hear on earth, a group of housemates were all looking forward to it. One of the housemates said with a colorful face, in a while we are going to take a good look at Jixia's long-for cousin, whether he is handsome or not. I guarantee with my personality. Handsome, Su Jixia said with conviction. The housemates looked at me. I looked at you, and said with a cheeky smile, then we can look forward to it. If you say that, we're going to be unable to listen to the class in a while. The little girls got together and chirped, and on everyone's face, They were all cheerful as they walked into the classroom to go to class. As soon as Su Ji saw several people entered the classroom, the entire classroom was instantly quiet for a moment. Those boys who were still loudly bragging just now, as soon as they saw Su Jisher appear, they immediately sat upright and subconsciously took out their best side. They held their postures on one side and peeked at Su Jisher's beautiful cheeks, their eyes full of adoration and fondness. The boys cautiously came together and lowered their voices to discuss. Why do I feel that today's Su Jisher is even more beautiful than yesterday? Look at that palm-sized face. It's simply God's masterpiece. As soon as I saw school mistress Su appear, my little heart was beating so much that it was about to come out, especially when I see her smile. Man, I'm instantly pawed. I'm willing to do anything. Outside of the guys in our school, which guy doesn't like Miss Su? Good looking, good character, also easygoing, simply is the representative of the perfect woman. Just as the boys were looking at Su Jichi with excitement, a few boys next to them, dressed in full designer labels, looked at them with disdain and snickered. You guys can only envy. After today, School Flower Su was our brother Lei's person. As soon as the crowd present heard this, their gazes landed, if anything, on a youth next to them. It was the Lei brother, Lu Lei, who was in the corner of those boys' mouths. Lu Lei sat on a chair and assumed a posture of Guyu lying down, just like a patient with cartilage disease. He was wearing a Givenchy big brand clothing, and when he heard the few boys around him talking about themselves, he couldn't help but yawn, with a look of not waking up from sleep, especially the traces under the eyes. Obviously a rich second generation who liked nightlife and was emptied of his body by alcohol and sex. Sensing many people's gazes looking over, Lu Lei's brows frowned and he cursed loudly at them. What are you looking at? Looking for death, aren't you? The ones beside him were cursed and dared to be angry, especially when they listened to their words that they were going to take down schoolgirl Su. Their hearts were even more furious. These youths, led by Lu Lei, were all famous rich second generation in the school. Even during the usual classes, people's transportation cars were Porsche Panamera and other luxury cars. These people with a little bit of money at home, in the school that is for the wrong, a little bit of good not to do. Not only is a dude's overbearing strength, see a beautiful girl to tease a tease. They have several male classmates whose girlfriends were snatched away by their gang. If it is really true love, these male students do not say anything. After all, this kind of thing, fate, is also indescribable. But these assholes, after less than a month they dumped the girl. Simply a group of scum. Scum! In the face of such a situation, these boys also dared to be angry. After all, their families are ordinary people, but they can't compete with these local rich kids. With no other choice, they had no choice but to endure their anger and try not to have any interactions with these playboys. Now see, they actually playing Su Big Schoolgirl's idea. Heart also can only silently pray. Hope Su Big Schoolgirl grows a pair of eyes. Must see clearly the nature of these people. As for Lu Lei, who was sitting on the chair, since Su Jisher entered the classroom, he never took his eyes off of her, especially when he saw Su Jisher's smiling face. His eyes could not wait to grow directly on Su Jisher's body. This Su de School Flower, she was really beautiful. Only such a goddess-level figure was qualified to stand by his side. Just the thought that he would soon be able to take such beauty into his arms. Lu Lei's heart was bursting with excitement. He retracted his sight with extreme reluctance and looked at the few friends beside him, asking in a low voice, "Are you all ready? Today, no matter what, he must succeed in confessing his love to Su Jisher." The few youths beside him hemmed and hawed. They looked at me, I looked at you, and finally their gazes all landed back on Lu Lei, saying, "Don't worry, brother Lei. We all followed your orders and arranged everything." Lu Lei's eyes narrowed as he looked at the few people and exhorted, "Chang, when class is almost over in a while, you few go and set up." As for himself, he definitely needs to be in the classroom to keep an eye on Su Jisher. Otherwise, if this heroine accidentally leaves, everything they have prepared will be for nothing. Thinking like this, Lu Lei's eyes unknowingly fell on Su Jisher's body. I have to say, looks really good. The body is even better than words. Obviously is the style of the simplest jeans t-shirt, wherein Su Jisher's body delicate and lovely. Women's unique curves of the beauty of the show to the fullest. Looking at those delicate lines, Lu Lei instantly felt his breathing have become heavy. Let the teacher speak impassioned above. Cannot attract Lu Lei half of the spirit in the above. Now for Lu Lei, as long as he can fix Su Jisher, that is the most important thing at the moment. Soon, the time of one lesson was over. Su Jisher watched the teacher leave the classroom, and she herself also brought her housemates and walked out with a happy face. One of the housemates looked at Su Jisher, who was walking at a brisk pace, and said with a smile, "Look at how happy you are. You're so happy when you're going to see your cousin." That's right. Su Jisher did not hide her mood at all. As long as she could see her cousin, she was just happy. A few housemates got together, talking happily with Su Jishir, when they suddenly heard a noise coming from the other side. Quite a few of them were gathered there, discussing with each other. Look guys, what a big scene. These flowers are really beautiful. They are filled with so many. How much did it cost? Such a big scene. If it were me, I would definitely agree. It's just a pity that there's no one to recognize the hero. It really is so romantic. I like this kind of fanfare. It's better than just standing under the dormitory building and singing. Su Jixie and the others didn't care and walked towards the outside. As soon as a few girls walked out of the building, they saw a lot of red roses placed in front of the building. Large bunches of red roses were placed there. Very delicate, with quite a bit of dew on them, and they looked like fresh bouquets that had arrived only today. For a moment, the air was filled with the fragrance of roses, and surrounded by countless students, it looked even more delicate. Next to the flowers, there were also several sports cars parked. This was obviously a parking method that had measured the distance, which just happened to circle the ground full of roses in the center. After all, they were all sports cars, and with such a rhythm and stance, it looked very expansive. Just when a group of students were red in the eyes, Lu Lei came out from the back of the sports car. In his hands, he was similarly holding a bouquet of roses. Only the roses he held in his hand looked to be more in number and packaged magnificently enough. On top of each delicate rose, there was a fine sprinkling of blue gold dust, which looked sparkling. Although he had come out early to prepare, Lu Lei's pair of eyes had been staring at Su Jishir's body, spitting out undisguised desire. Lu Lei adjusted the position of the flowers in her arms. She looked at Su Jishir, slowly walked to her front and said with a smile, Jishir, I've liked you for a long time. I hope you agree to my pursuit and be my girlfriend. Hearing Lu Lei finish his lines, those lapdogs around him immediately started to coax and yell loudly. Sister-in-law, just agree to Brother Lei's pursuit. Yes, you're the girl that our Brother Lei is most serious about pursuing. As long as you say yes, you're guaranteed to be the happiest girl in our school. Who doesn't know that our Brother Lei is the most generous? As long as you follow Brother Lei, what you want in the future is just a matter of words. Such a good love is right in front of you. What's there to hesitate? Hurry up and say yes. We're all waiting to meet your sister-in-law. Su Jishir's few roommates took a look and immediately became alert. Who in the whole school doesn't know what kind of character Lu Lei is? Actually still want to be with Jishir. Simply want a blind heart. Su Jishir likewise frowned slightly. She had also heard of these people's deeds. Naturally, she also had some understanding of their virtues. Therefore, Su Jishir did not hesitate to say to Lu Lei, sorry, I refuse. She will not be with this kind of scum. Not to mention blocking the door with roses. Even if she moves to the Rose Manor, she will not even look at it. In an instant, all the people present were stunned. Su Jishir actually refused so quickly? Lu Lei seems to have never thought of Su Jishir's refusal. His hand holding the flowers, he can't help but clench it tightly, and his face follows suit with a gloomy look. Looking at the fact that there are so many people now, Lu Lei is not good to lose his temper directly. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart, and greased his lips to assure, Jichi, I know you have concerns in your heart. But don't worry, I can swear with you, as long as you promise to be with me, I will definitely treat you well. Moreover, I also truly like you, and from now on, I will only like you. While expressing his determination, Lu Lei held the flower in his hand and leaned towards Su Jishir once again. With such a move, the other party's purpose is already very obvious. Su Jishir hated Lu Lei's proximity and subconsciously hid to the side. She took out her cell phone and looked at the time, thinking that her cousin should be coming soon. She wanted to leave this place. Unexpectedly, Su Jishir had just turned around, and the path in front of her was already blocked. It was Lu Lei, who looked at Su Jishir with a cheap smile on his face and said, Don't be shy Jishir. You promised me first. I'll go with you wherever you want. The side of the lapdogs looked at Brother Lei on the front, immediately began to coax on the side, said as if to help, Sister-in-law, if you don't promise, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave today. That's for sure. Not to mention that Brother Lei won't let you go. Even we can't let you go. Hurry up and give an answer. Big school girl? But don't even think about it if you refuse. We're not here to listen to this. Su Jishir and the few housemates beside her heard their words and immediately became a little angry. What did these people mean? This is to forcefully confess and not allow people to reject it, right? What kind of thing is this? Just as these people were vigorously coaxing, they heard a cacophony of noise once again from a location not far away. The students in the back subconsciously looked back and saw a white Aston Martin 177 roaring behind them. Looking at such a beautiful and racy supercar, the students present instantly widened their eyes, and many of them directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This is not it? When did such a cool supercar actually come to their school? The eyes of the students were filled with shock. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Dancing grass. What the hell kind of car is this? It's too good looking, right? The price of this car must be very expensive, right? Not only is the shape beautiful, even the paint on the car, it feels like it's shining in the sunlight. It's especially different. You guys quickly get out of the way and let me take 2 pictures. If I send such a beautiful car picture into my circle of friends, my girlfriend won't be far away. Seeing that so many people's eyes were not right, Lu Lei and the others also frowned and looked towards the direction of the voice. With just one glance, Lu Lei and the others all froze in place. What were they seeing? This. Such a beautiful supercar. Simply too cool. Look at this enchanting streamline. And the huge sound wave that was emitted when it drove over just now. Everywhere reflects the extraordinary nature of this car. Just when everyone was shocked, one of Lu Lei's brothers suddenly covered his mouth and almost lost his voice. This is actually the Aston Martin 177. Good guy. This is a global limited edition of 77 top supercars. I'm afraid to land more than $50 million. He is most like all kinds of sports cars. After all, in addition to his girlfriend, the car is the man's little wife. So at the first sight of this car, the youth instantly recognized it. It was too beautiful. No wonder it was a global limited edition divine car. Everything was so perfect. As soon as they heard what the youth said, the students present almost stared their eyes out. No way. A car of over $50 million? What kind of person must be worth to be able to spend that much money on a car? To put it bluntly, in the eyes of many students, someone like Lu Lei was already a top-tier rich second generation. It was only now that they truly realized that in this world, there is always a world beyond the sky and a world beyond the people. For a while, in the gazes of the crowd towards the Aston Martin, there was not only envy, but it was also filled with awe and curiosity. Everyone was curious to know what kind of person would be able to afford such an expensive sports car. Right under the gaze of the crowd's complicated eyes, the car stopped next to the school building. Chen Tian opened the car door and walked down, looking at Chen Tian's appearance. For a moment, the entire front of the school building was plunged into silence. It was as if an invisible hand had pressed the mute button. This man is also too handsome, right? Not only is he tall, his body is even better like a model. Completely a clothes rack figure. Closet output of the top clothing worn on Chen Tian's body, but also set him off straight in temperament. Completely as a son of the family. When the girls saw Chen Tian's face, they subconsciously covered their mouths for fear of screaming. This little brother, is he too good looking? The age looked like he was not older than them by 2 years, but with his handsome face and delicate features, he just didn't have any problem debuting in place. Not to mention, Chen Tian's aura was ridiculously good. Even the current top stream stars didn't have the better feeling that Chen Tian gave off. Instead of the students all freezing, it would be better to say that the students were mesmerized by what they were seeing. Lu Lei and the others were just like the other students, looking at Chen Tian with gazes full of admiration and envy. This is the real luxury family. This temperament. Absolute. This one in front of him should be the child of a worldly family, right? Compared to the children of a family like this one, they were at best a thug. It is said that it takes 3 generations to raise an aristocrat. This is true. Suji Xia was about to leave with a few of her housemates when she suddenly saw Chen Tian coming down from the car, and was also visibly stunned as she exclaimed, "Cousin?" His own cousin was still so handsome, but when had he become so rich? Just now, they had also heard that this sports car in front of them, it cost more than $50 million. Cousin? When the crowd heard Su Zhishi's words, they were completely confused for a moment. Chapter 19, Big Brother. I am a flower seller. This big handsome guy is actually Su Zhishi's cousin? This family's genes, but it's too powerful. Lu Lei and the others were even more shocked when they heard Su Zhishi's words. This man who looks so noble is actually Su Zhishi's cousin? Then wouldn't he die a horrible death if the other party knew about what he had just forced the other party to be his girlfriend? Thinking like this, Lu Lei subconsciously glanced at the few friends around him, and they all saw fear in each other's eyes. Even in an instant, all of their legs, all of them started to go weak for a while. If they really offended such a big brother, they would be finished. Chen Tian also saw Su Zhishi at this time. Looking at his increasingly beautiful cousin, he asked with a gentle smile, "Getting out of class?" As he was asking, Chen Tian saw Lu Lei on the side, and then looked at the array Lu Lei had put up and the flowers in his hand. His brows could not help but frown. He indifferently glanced at flowing tears and said indifferently, "What are you?" Hearing the big brother's question from across the room and the other party's obviously cold tone, Lu Lei almost peed in fear. Lu Lei swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and held it for a while before slowly opening his mouth. Ahem, brother, big brother, I'm a campus part-time flower seller. I just asked Sujichi students to buy or not to buy flowers. Within such a short period of time, this was the most reasonable reason that Lu Lei could come up with. Chen Tian's cold gaze, hovering twice around Lu Lei's face, directly replied, "Not buying." Lu Lei smiled and said with a compensating smile, "Okay, big brother. Excuse me. While speaking, Lu Lei subconsciously walked towards the other side, wanting to be farther away from Chen Tian. However, Lu Lei was too scared. His feet started to soften and he stumbled, falling heavily on the ground. Chen Tian was simply too lazy to pay attention to this kind of little person. He changed to a warm smiling face and said to Su Zhiqi and a few of his housemates, "Let's go. Follow me to the car. I bought you guys something." Su Zhishi and a few of her housemates were very happy to hear this, bouncing around and following behind Chen Tian. Being able to see her cousin, Su Zhixia was already satisfied beyond belief. Although she didn't understand why her cousin had become like this, it was enough that he was changing for the better. As for the several housemates, after seeing such a handsome cousin, they had long been mesmerized, and a small heart that had been pounding was also a little flutter. Zhishi's words were completely correct. This cousin of hers was simply handsome to the extreme. A few little girls were even stealing glances at Chen Tian, and even wanted to become Su Zhishi's cousin's wife. Looking at the changes in the scene, and the way Lu Lei and the others treated Chen Tian, the students present were all shocked. They got together and whispered, "I really didn't expect our Suda schoolflower actually has a cousin like this. Not only is he rich, but he's also exceptionally handsome. I'll tolerate being handsome. After all, it's someone's good genes. It's even if you have money. I didn't expect it to be so low-key. If it wasn't for my cousin's personal appearance, we really thought that Su's family was ordinary people. Normally, Lu Lei and the others are horizontal like that, but once they see someone else, it's like a mouse seeing a cat. This is a great relief. Finally someone can cure them." Lu Lei and the others were still frozen in place, a heart pounding, only feeling chills all over their bodies. In a moment, if cousin sniffs up, will Su Zhishi say all the things they just did, and the things they did in school before? At that time, will this cousin clean them up? Thinking of this, Lu Lei only felt that his whole body's strength was lost, and he directly collapsed on the ground. Chen Tian could not bother to take care of that kind of dude. He brought his cousin Su Zhishi and other people with a smile on his face, walking towards the direction of the car, opening the front cover of the car, revealing the numerous luxury bags inside. Chen Tian looked at Su Zhiqi with a smile and said, "These are all for you. Take them back and use them slowly." While speaking, Chen Tian had already taken out all those brand name bags and handed them over towards Su Zhishi. Su Zhishi looked at so many brand name packages, looking directly frozen in place. This. She recognized these brands. The things inside could easily be 5 figures. Cousin actually bought so many at once. Just by looking at these packages, Su Zhishi subconsciously refused. "Cousin, I can't have these things. Why don't you go return them?" Although Su Zhishi didn't understand how her cousin suddenly became so rich, but as a cousin, how could she squander her cousin's hard-earned money like this? Chen Tian looked at his cousin's pretty little face, all her features about to rub together, and was instantly amused. He deliberately pointed to a handbag inside a bag and said with a smile, "You don't want it? Do you want me to carry this bag?" Su Zhishi, "Cousin, stop it." In a split second of effort, Su Zhishi felt that in her head, she was starting to have images. Su Zhishi snorted out a laugh, like a delicate flower in a flash of splendor, which was a sight to behold. She knew that her cousin was deliberately saying these words in order to get himself to accept them. Since this was the case, Su Zhishi thought about it and took a portion of those bags in her hand, smiling sweetly at Chen Tian and thanking him. "Then thank you cousin La. These designer bags, it's really my first time to use them." Su Zhixia's family is just an average family, not much wealth. Naturally it is not possible for her daughter to buy designer bags to use, although the money is not much. But Su Zhishi family happiness, will she cultivate into a 3 views very positive girl? Otherwise, Lu Lei and the others wouldn't have put up such a big show. A designer bag would be enough. Chen Tian looked at the numerous handbags inside the trunk, and then looked at a few thin-armed and thin-legged little girls, and said with a wave of his hand, "Forget it, let's put it on the car. I'll drive directly to your dormitory." Letting a few little girls walk back with so many things is indeed a bit too ostentatious. When Su Zhishi saw her cousin thinking about herself so much, her heart suddenly warmed up. Her face raised a faint smile and she answered, "Yes, thank you cousin." The Aston Martin supercar that Chen Tian was driving only had 2 seats, so Su Zhishi spoke to a few of her roommates before sitting on the passenger side of the Aston Martin, looking at the supercar like a beast, roaring and driving in the direction of the girls' dormitory building. The few housemates behind her revealed an expression full of envy. Really envious. Zhishi actually has such a handsome and rich cousin. It's also too enviable, right? If I were to sit on the co-pilot of this kind of supercar, I would definitely die of happiness. I also want such a cousin. And she sure's cousin spoils her so much. You guys look at those luxury bags. So many bags. It's estimated to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hundreds of thousands? Good guy. So much money. You can buy a house and put a down payment on it. It's really worthy of being a rich man. Just to exchange for this bit of name brand to use for a while. It feels so luxurious. I wonder if cousin has a girlfriend. If I can't be a cousin, I think it's not bad to be a cousin's wife. Several roommates chattered and walked quickly in the direction of the dormitory. Chen Tian drove his car and soon arrived downstairs under Su Jiqi's command, picking up those designer paper bags. Su Jisher said to Chen Tian, "Cousin, wait for me for a while, I'll go send it upstairs now." Looking at the numerous shopping bags in her hands, Su Jisher secretly marveled in her heart. Cousin's current economic strength must be extraordinary, so many luxuries, he almost couldn't finish taking them himself. Quite a few girls who had just returned from class also saw the Aston Martin and instantly stared wide-eyed. Some even rubbed their eyes hard, somewhat in disbelief. Such a beautiful supercar had actually driven into their school? Many girls' eyes rolled, took out their cell phones to secretly take pictures, and searched for information about the sports car on the internet. Soon, looking at the introduction about the Aston Martin 177 on top of their cell phones, they sucked in a breath of cool air. More than $50 million of super sports car. This is too expensive, right? The girls were amazed and shocked, and walked towards their dormitories. With such big news, they couldn't wait to go back and share it with their other roommates. A girl in sportswear trotted back to the dormitory. She violently pushed open the door and shouted to the housemates inside, "You guys, look downstairs. There's a supercar of more than $50 million coming." More than $50 million? The girl who was originally sitting on a chair to put on makeup heard this and dabbed up, as if she had springs on her buttocks, and rushed directly to the window. She stretched out her head towards the outside, her eyes radiating a strange luster. Such an expensive car actually did exist. Right at this time, quite a few dormitory windows upstairs were pushed open, and a small head stretched out, looking hard downward, peeking at the Aston Martin. While everyone was wondering about the owner, Chen Tian drilled out of the car. He leaned against the side of the car door and waited for Su Jiqi to come down from the dormitory. The moment Chen Tian appeared, he immediately drew a crowd of spectators. When they saw Chen Tian's face clearly, they simply wanted to scream out loud, "This little brother, is he too good looking?" With a height of over 1 meter 8, his body was still so perfect, and his looks were even more dashing and handsome. This. It's simply the official standard of the perfect boyfriend. Moreover, it's still the one with the highest match. This charming temperament, with a hint of mystery, made people want to stop. Many girls even secretly swallowed their saliva. Such a top-notch big handsome guy. Who wouldn't be greedy after looking at him? The girls could no longer hold back and began to whisper, "Boing boing, this little brother is also too handsome. I feel like I'm in love again. Just with this face. An immediate debut could cause a sensation kind of thing. Can you guys not be so shallow? There are thousands of good-looking skins. We need to pay attention to the inside. Understand, his temperament is too good. It's not something that money can buy. I'm going to turn to the almighty internet. I want everything about this little brother. At the very least, I have to get WeChat. Keep in touch first, and then slowly make a move." He. That last girl's words seemed to have reminded the other girls. A girl with long curly hair pulled out a small mirror, very deliberately made up her makeup, and walked over in Chen Tian's direction. The girl next to her saw her movements and immediately frowned. This one was a famous socialite in the school, and with such a woman sticking up, the little brother might not be able to resist. Just as the girls had a moment of worry, the girl with long curly hair had already walked over to Chen Tian and said in a petulant voice, "Little brother, can I borrow your cell phone to make a call?" As the school's socialite, the long curly hair had a knack for men. Chapter 20, The Ultimate Beauty. She felt that asking for a phone directly was too tacky. It would be better to say borrow the phone, then call herself and exchange WeChat with the other party naturally. How could she not be interested in such a handsome and golden boy? Long curly hair playfully looked at Chen Tian. So close to the view, she found that Chen Tian was even better looking, and his features were even more three-dimensional. When Chen Tian heard long curly hair's words, he was just about to speak, when coincidentally, long curly hair's cell phone rang. Long curly hair was indeed experienced and wasn't embarrassed in the face of this situation. Instead, she threw a wink towards Chen Tian and said daintily, "Little brother, I just want to exchange WeChat with you." Chen Tian's expression was faint as he glanced at the long curly hair and directly refused. "Sorry, not very convenient. He came to see his cousin today, not to fish for fish." Not to mention that this girl couldn't catch his eye. Even if it was for the sake of his cousin, Chen Tian still had to maintain his brother's image. The long curly hair never thought that he actually had a time to be defeated, huffed and puffed and stomped his feet, turned around and left. It was such a moment's effort. Downstairs gathered more girls. They all heard that there is a handsome and rich little brother here, ran to see the fun. A few more pretty girls came forward and asked Chen Tian for his microsignal, which he politely refused. At this time on the other side, Lu Lei and the others remained in front of the school building, immersed in a deep shock, the kind of fear that they had just experienced. When they thought about it now, it was still a breathtaking burst. Squeak! A clear sound of brakes came, and before the eyes of the crowd, a Ferrari Laffa suddenly appeared. The owner of the car should have wanted to park into the parking space, but the parking space in front of him was occupied by the flowers that Lu Lei and the others had put out, so he could only park on one side. The surrounding students who have not yet left, looking at the sudden appearance of the Ferrari Laffa, was once again shocked. Really strange things happen every year, and this year is especially abundant. Just came an Aston Martin, and now a Ferrari Laffa. What's wrong with the school today? The students huddled together. You and I talking about it. It's a Ferrari Laffa, a supercar worth over $20 million. I didn't expect the supercars that are usually rare to see. Today there are two of them in one go. What a beautiful car. It's not as expensive as the previous Aston Martin, but it's still the top model of Ferrari. Look at this sassy curve. It's also a Ferrari. Our school is getting lucky. Two top-class luxury cars at once. I wonder who this one car owner is, and what he's doing in school. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, the door of the Ferrari Laffa was pulled open, and a great young man walked down. The big young man's body was very robust, and he was wearing an Armani suit that made him look very spirited. He looked at those bouquets of flowers on the parking space, gently shook his head and sighed. These youngsters always take this kind of romance and don't clean up after the wave. There's no sense of public morality at all. While thinking about it, De Xiao walked forward, picked up those bouquets and threw them into the trash can on the side. He cleaned up very seriously. The petals that were blown off by the wind were also picked up by him and thrown into the trash can together. Next to him, Lu Lei's few people also noticed the great young man, and as soon as he saw him appear, Lu Lei immediately recognized the other party. Why did Big Xiao Zhang also come to the school? This one was Zhang Haoren from the Zhang family in Jinling, who was very famous in the second-generation circle. The Zhang family is also considered to be a not-so-small family in Jinling, and his family's business is mainly in overseas trade, as well as investment in restaurants. When it comes to assets, there are billions and billions of assets. It is considered to be one of the local enterprises that have developed quite well. Looking at Zhang Daoxiao cleaning up the mess for them there, Lu Lei how dare he watch from the side, and hurriedly ran over to help clean up together. Brother Zhang, you go to one side to rest on the line. Here left me to clean up. Originally these were also put by me. Zhang Haoren was picking up the flower petals. When he heard his words, he also raised his head. Once he saw Lu Lei, he also recognized him at once. This was in their circle, a cousin of a big young man, once brought to meet at a party. Zhang Haoren looked at Lu Lei and said with a smile, "You're confessing to the girl?" As soon as he said the word confession, Lu Lei immediately remembered the horrible experience he had just had, and his face brushed black. Past events, unbearable to look back. Zhang Haoren saw clearly from the side and was instantly happy. This is a failure? Shouldn't be. But I heard your brother say that you are quite good at it. Lu Lei's cousin is also a womanizer, and with this cousin of his, he is simply the same as a raccoon. Zhang Haoren used a joking tone to undermine Lu Lei in front of him. He most is to look down on this kind of dude, relying on the family a little money, do not know their own last name, around the disaster little girl, Lu Lei, at hashtag UN%. Why? And to make him recall what he just experienced, he just wanted to lose his memory in place now. However, facing Zhang Haoren, Lu Lei didn't dare to be too arrogant and explained with a sarcastic smile on his face. Brother Zhang, you can quickly forget about this humiliating thing of mine. It is also my own eyes do not recognize him to Tai. People's cousin is driving an Aston Martin 177. He can afford to play with a $50 million supercar. I can't afford to offend him. Although Lu Lei is an uneducated dude, but he is not stupid. He knows that there are some people he can't afford to mess with. 177? Hearing Lu Lei's words, even Zhang Haoren on one side was baffled. He hadn't heard of anyone buying a new car in Jinling, and it was so ostentatious right out of the gate. Zhang Haoren himself is a person in the top circle. Such a car, it is not possible for other circles to afford it. Such a person's identity was bound to be no worse. Zhang Haoren narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Lei who was at the side and opened his mouth to inquire. The Aston Martin you mentioned, where did it go? It should have gone to the girls' dormitory. Lu Lei had just heard the conversation between Chen Tian and Su Jiqi, and had only gone over for a short while, so it should still be downstairs. Zhang Haoren nodded. He pointed to those trash on the ground and said, "You guys clean up this place. I'll go over there." With those words, Jung Haoran had already pulled open the car door and left with a step on the gas. He was now rushing over to see what the other party was. At this time, Su Zhishi had already walked out from the dormitory building. As soon as she bounced out, she was immediately stunned by the scene in front of her, only to see their own cousin was surrounded by a group of girls in the center. Even the car together are surrounded in the middle. As soon as she saw the situation, Su Zhishi hurriedly squeezed in, hugged Chen Tian's arm and said with a smile, "Cousin, I've put my things away, let's go?" After saying that, Su Zhishi deliberately squeezed the girls next to her. These girls were really something. If it wasn't for their timely arrival, they would have jumped into their cousin's arms, right? Seeing that the rightful owner had come down, quite a few of the girls were wise enough to back off and pull away some distance. After all, Chen Tian hadn't exchanged WeChat with them just now, so there wasn't any point in surrounding them anymore, was there? Looking towards Su Zhishi, who was holding Chen Tian's arm, a group of girls sighed in their hearts. No wonder Chen Tian couldn't see them. Looking at such a big beauty like Su Zhishi every day, their eyes had long been spoiled. They such ordinary posture. They look a little more difficult to see it. How can they get people's eyes? The girls have begun to doubt their own looks and charm. They couldn't stay downstairs anymore. They wanted to hurry back to the dormitory and make a good mask to nourish their face. Just at this time, Zhang Haoran drove his car to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Looking at the Aston Martin 177 in front of him, Zhang Haoran's eyebrows couldn't help but jump. Hey, I didn't expect Jinling to really come out with an Aston Martin. It's a bit interesting. Zhang Haoran's face was astonished, and his line of sight had drifted to Chen Tian's body. Looking at this young car owner, Zhang Haoran's heart was also shocked. Such an aura was definitely not something that could be cultivated by a small family. I'm afraid that ordinary families were not blessed to cultivate such a good seedling. Zhang Haoran secretly thought in his heart, this should be a big young man from a big family in Magic City or Tianjing, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Haoran also raised the thought of wanting to make friends. He was definitely going to take over the family business in the future, and it would be beneficial to know more people at this time. For future connections, Zhang Haoran seized the moment and walked to Chen Tian in a few steps, saying with a smile on his face, "Hello, I am Zhang Haoran." After saying his words, a business card was already handed to Chen Tian. Chen Tian took it and also smiled back. Chen Tian. After the two people briefly got acquainted, Chen Tian looked towards Su Zhishi on the side and asked, "Where do you want to go in a while?" Seeing Su Zhishi's meditative look, Zhang Haoran suddenly saw the invitation and said, "Brother Chen, why don't we go to the Purple Rhythm Tea Garden? It just so happens that we are over there today." Having a small gathering, Zhang Haoran felt that this was a good opportunity to introduce Chen Tian to everyone. Chen Tian did not immediately agree to it, but first looked at Su Zhishi on the side, asking his cousin's opinion first. Knowing that Chen Tian valued himself so much, his cousin was also very happy in his heart. Su Zhishi could see that Zhang Haoran should also be the second generation of Jinling, covered in top-notch big brands, which were expensive at a glance. Such a person, if cousin more acquaintance, for his future, must also be good. Thinking of this, Su Zhishi said very nicely, "Cousin, I can do it all. Listen to you." Chen Tian gently rubbed Su Zhishi's hair and said to Zhang Haoran, "Good." Zhang Haoran said happily when he heard Chen Tian agree. "Brother Chen, I'll drive for you in the front. Let's set off now." Zhang Haoran drove the Ferrari Laffa in the front to open up the road, coupled with the Aston Martin in the back. It instantly had the effect of blowing up the street. As soon as the car owners on the road saw their appearance, they immediately flashed as far away as possible. No one dared to cross the line with such a luxury car. If they accidentally scratched a little paint, they may have to peel off a layer of skin. Instead of taking this risk, it would be better to wait honestly for a while and let others pass first. Zhang Haoran should be used to this treatment. On the road all the way speeding. Soon, it came to the door of a tea garden. At the entrance of this tea garden, there was a large parking lot. When Chen Tian parked his car, he took a rough look and realized that all the ones parked here were luxury cars. He also saw a number of supercars parked next to them, and was afraid that they were the ones that Zhang Haoran had said were the friends who had come to the party. Su Zhishi, who was on the side, stretched her little head and looked at the tea garden not far away. Tea garden's decoration is ancient. Solid wood door looks very heavy. Through a wave of calmness, only a few people walked to the door, and smelled the fragrance of tea coming out from inside, which made people's spirit shocked. "See a guest clothes?" Immediately dressed in Cheongsam waiter came forward, gently pushed open the door, respectfully stood on the side. Whether it is demeanor or behavior, are full of full humility. Su Zhishi looked at the scene in front of her and was instantly confused. She had never received such service since she was a child. The waiter led the way in front, and through the wooden corridors, the crowd arrived in a very large hall. Chen Tian looked at the meticulous decoration and couldn't help but nod his head. When Zhang Haoren saw Chen Tian's appearance, he grinned and introduced him. Brother Chen, this is the property that a great lady is managing in our circle. We like the tea here, and when we move, we come over to Whitehor Tea to drink, and it's also considered to be a regular gathering place for us. This tea garden, whether it's the service, or the grade, in Jinling is noteworthy. A lot of tea-loving regular customers are recognized here, from time to come to patronize. Zhang Haoren said here, suddenly mysteriously close to Chen Tian, very discreetly said, the main thing is, the craftsmanship of several tea masters here is good, and the tea that comes out is particularly fragrant, especially the young lady I just mentioned. She has been immersed in this business since she was a child, and her handful of tea ceremony is even more remarkable. It was because of the unique craftsmanship that these young ladies would come to dabble in tea from time to time. It was really evocative. Zhang Haoren subconsciously licked his lips as he introduced himself. With a busy schedule recently, he hadn't come over to dabble in tea for a long time. Now that he thought about it, he still felt a craving. Meanwhile, in the inner hall further inside, quite a few great young ladies were sitting around the short tea table, chatting and laughing. Among the crowd, a girl squatting next to the short tea table was the most eye-catching. She was wearing a white fashion shirt with a ruffled collar, which made the girl's swan side of her neck exposed, attracting everyone's attention. The girl looked extremely quiet and had the appearance of a lady of the house, but in her hands, she was quickly fiddling with the tea set. The tea set made of purple sand was very beautiful, and the girl's scallion white fingers looked even whiter and more tender against the teacups. After washing the tea set, the girl raised her head, revealing a beautiful little face. On the girl's stunning face, there was a touch of smile hanging on her face, looking very kind. Chapter 21, Something strange has happened in Jinling recently. Watching the girl's flowing operation, the faces of the people present all showed expressions of enjoyment. Smelling the aroma that was already gradually overflowing, everyone's face showed a look of anticipation. A big young man greedily rubbed his hands together and said with a smile, Sister Tang, your tea brewing skills are getting more and more refined. The girl on the opposite side of the table smiled faintly at her words and distributed the tea to the crowd before lightly opening her red lips and saying, Come on, everyone taste it. The great young ladies had long been impatient, picking up their teacups and gently savoring them. A big young man directly picked it up and drank it all in one go. He raised his wrist to look at the time and asked somewhat strangely, Why hasn't Brother Zhang come yet? One must know that Brother Zhan was usually rarely late. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, shaking their heads, saying that they weren't sure. A big young man next to him also put down the teacup in his hand and looked at the crowd to pick up a topic. By the way, do you guys know that our Jinling recently had a strange incident? A strange incident? The crowd's attention immediately shifted over, and they all looked at the young man who spoke, waiting for his next words. They thought that they were usually quite well informed, but they really didn't remember anything strange. An anxious young lady looked at that great young man, looking like he was selling out, and shook her fist threateningly, urging, Just hurry up and say it, don't be a grunt. That great lady's threat was very effective, and the great young man immediately opened his mouth and said, I heard that someone has bought all the remaining houses in Tianfu City. As soon as the crowd heard the eldest young lady's words, they all said that they had heard about it. After all, Jinling was so big, and these news spread very quickly in the circle. A great young man immediately picked up the conversation and said, I know about this. I heard that the big man still paid in full, directly billions to the account. Billions of dollars paid in full? Upon hearing such a bold deal, the young ladies revealed astonished expressions. What kind of person would this have to be able to spend so hegemonically? This stature. It felt like it was no longer something they could imagine. At the very least, these people's families wouldn't even dare to think about it. That's paying billions of dollars at once. How could someone have such a stroke of luck? Thinking about it was scary. Embracing a heart full of shock, a great young man leaned back in his chair and stroked his chin, saying, Now everyone is spreading the rumor that one must be someone from Tianjing or Magic City. Before the words fell, someone immediately spoke out against it. It's not right, right? How come I heard that person is from Shangjiang? Where did you guys get your news from? It doesn't feel accurate? The news from my side says that the person who bought the house is a foreigner. A great young man frowned tightly and once again offered a different answer. For a moment, the crowd present had a wide range of opinions. Right, it's a mysterious buyer from abroad. I heard it's an old foreigner. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's clearly a youth. Ha, how come there's so much difference? Does it mean it's a foreign youth? Tang Xini couldn't help but gently shake her head as she listened to the words of several people and said in a light tone, 3 people make a tiger. This news is all being rumored to be messed up. You guys don't talk about it first. Come on, have some tea. While saying that, Chen Qian's jade hand had already picked up the fair cup and poured tea for everyone one by one. Smelling the aroma of the tea on their faces, the attention of the crowd completely shifted to the tea in front of them. Right at this time, Zhang Haoran also led Chen Tian through the hall and arrived in the inner hall. Seeing Zhang Haoran enter, quite a few young ladies immediately got up to greet him. But then, they saw Chen Tian behind Zhang Haoran. Looking at Chen Tian, these people froze at once. This one who appeared with brother Zhang, what kind of person was he? Not only did he look handsome, but most of all, too temperamental. As soon as Chen Tian walked into the inner hall, he almost compared all of them. Only Chen Tian was a true son of a great family with a great deal of gravitas. Zhang Haoran walked in front and looked at the crowd with a dumbfounded look on their faces. He was instantly happy and brought Chen Tian over. Introducing everyone, this is a brother I just met today, called Chen Tian. After introducing Chen Tian, Zhang Haoran pointed at Su Zhiqi beside Chen Tian and introduced him. This little beauty is brother Chen's cousin. After Zhang Haoran introduced Chen Tian's siblings, he began to introduce the two of them to the big young ladies on the opposite side. The other great young ladies were almost just a sentence, simply saying their names. It was only when introduced to Tang Xinyi that Zhang Haoran said very emphatically, "This one is Tang Xinyi, the eldest young miss of the Tang family. This tea house we are in is one of Miss Tang's private properties. Brother Chen, the Tang family is a big family in Jinling. The main business is centered on antiques and tea arts, and there are a lot of achievements. As the saying goes, gold in times of chaos, antiques in times of prosperity. Especially in these recent years, all kinds of collection programs greatly red hot, so that the antique industry is even more on a higher level." The crowd briefly greeted each other, and the great young ladies warmly greeted Chen Tian and hurriedly sat down. "Brother Chen, quickly sit down. Try the tea that Sister Tang just brewed. It's a masterpiece," a big young lady said smilingly to Chen Tian, pushing the teacup towards Chen Tian. A young lady next to him, with a pair of eyes almost growing on Chen Tian's body, opened her mouth to snicker. "You're so handsome. Handsome. Are you interested in going out for a drink tonight?" While saying that, the young lady did not forget to throw a wink towards Chen Tian. When the person next to him saw Missy's unshapely appearance, he gave a giggle and hurriedly opened his mouth to say, "Brother Chen, don't believe her. This one is very protective. If you don't believe me, go through her bag. There is definitely an electric baton inside." Hearing her own thing being dismantled, Missy rolled her eyes and looked at the crowd with a cold snort and said, "This thing also depends on how it is used. For you guys, it's definitely just to electrocute you. People's little brother is so handsome. Surely it is to stun away awe." When the crowd heard this, they all laughed out loud, and in unison, they complimented Chen Tian for being blessed with lust. Tang Xinyi continued to brew tea beside her, as if the crowd's hilarity couldn't have any effect on her. The new tea was quickly brewed, and Tang Xinyi took the initiative to hand it to Chen Tian and Su Zhiqi, smiling lightly. "You guys try it. Tea is only good if it's freshly brewed." "Thanks." Chen Tian received the tea and directly took a sip, slowly savoring it. As the tea flowed into his mouth, he only felt that his mouth was filled with the fresh aroma of the tea. A faint smile rose on the corner of Chen Tian's mouth as he slowly opened his mouth and said, 85 degrees of pure water. To brew Lion Peak Dragon well, the tea soup has a high degree of purity, good transparency, and the tea flavor is even more mellow and authentic. It is indeed good craftsmanship. When the crowd heard Chen Tian's words, they all froze for a moment. They never thought that Chen Tian actually had such attainments in the tea ceremony. This Lion Peak Dragon well was a good tea that couldn't be bought on the market. The Tang family was the one that did this, and the ones they bought were the best tears. Not the first crop of young leaves, will not choose at all. Today Tang Xinyi see people come more flush, then take out to the crowd to taste fresh. I can't imagine that Chen Tian just took a bite and immediately tasted it. This was too powerful. Even Tang Xinyi, who was sitting on her knees making tea, was stunned and looked at Chen Tian with a hint of exploration in her gaze. She could see that although Chen Tian was not as old as them yet, his level in the tea ceremony was definitely not low. Just as the crowd was shocked in their hearts, Chen Tian took another sip of smack and said, "If we could use mountain spring water to brew it, the flavor would be even more sufficient. Mountain spring water doesn't need such a high temperature to brew. 75 degrees is enough. If the temperature is too high, the minerals in the spring water will be changed, but less flavor. And for green tea like Lion Peak Dragon well, too high a temperature would easily destroy the color of the tea leaves. A little difference in temperature would be 1,000 miles away." Tang Xinyi also had a dazed expression on her face as she listened to Chen Tian's words. She stood up with an elegant posture, nodded at Chen Tian and said, "Please wait a moment." After saying that, she had already turned around and walked out, leaving behind only a fragrant breeze. Just as the crowd was dumbfounded, Tang Xini had already returned and walked back, holding an exquisite tea bucket in her hand. Upon seeing this tea bucket, the crowd present sucked in a breath of cool air. Sister Tang had actually taken out the fine Xinyang Mao Feng. Xinyang Mao Feng, also known as Yu Mao Feng, was also one of the top 10 famous teas in China, and was even known as the king of green tea. Looking at Tang Xini taking out the good stuff from the bottom of the box, several big young ladies were all helpless, and in their hearts, they almost cursed. After all, such a good thing, Purple Rhyme Tea Garden usually do not take out, even if the rich big brother to the scene, they do not sell. And such a grade of Xinyang Mao Jian, but also not the market can buy. Even the Tang family, who has been involved in this business for years, has gotten the tip at the auction. And naturally, it is a treasure. How could the good things of the town store be taken out so easily? But today, Tang Xini actually took it out for free because of Chen Tian's words. This difference, wasn't it too big? Thinking about this, the several big young ladies were all grumbling. Normally, they had said all the right things, but they hadn't had a drink even once. This was still the first time that people Chen Tian had come over, and it was directly the treasure of the town, so how could their hearts be comfortable? Tang Xini looked at the aggrieved look on their faces, covered her mouth with a smile, then her beautiful eyes glared and swept them away. It meant that if you love to drink it, you can drink it, but if you don't drink it, get lost. Originally, this town store's good tea was not for them to drink. These people looked like they had thick tongues, not suitable to drink such good tea at all. It was a complete waste. Tang Xini is to see Chen Tian in the tea ceremony on the deep attainments. As see a confidant in general, this is willing to take out the real good tea. The other people, purely because of Chen Tian's light, still have the nerve to put on a face? A few people were glared at by Tang Xini, immediately lost their temper, a look of a good boy, sitting there quietly waiting. It's good to have a good drink, you can't be too picky, right? Tang Xini under a flurry of operation, purple sand brewed tea poured in the fairway cup, so that the taste will be more pure. Just see Tang Xini high lift kettle, let the water straight down, up and down lifting the water injection, so repeated 3 times. It was the phoenix's 3 nods, which was also a traditional etiquette among the tea ceremony. This was a way to show respect to the guests, and also to the tea, to show respect. The great young ladies present watched Tang Xini's performance of the tea ceremony, and their hearts soured again. After all, they had dabbled in tea here for so long, but they hadn't seen Tang Xini treat them like this. The gap it was all bitter tears to say. Chen Tian, on the other hand, had an open and relaxed face, as he gently picked up the teacup near him and took a sip. An even sweeter aroma spread out in his mouth. Chen Tian gently nodded his head and sighed lightly, saying, truly worthy of being the eldest lady of the Tang family, the technique of making tea is indeed good enough. After saying that, Chen Tian picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp, murmuring as if saying, good taste indeed. If only I could drink tea like this every day. People who loved tea were just as addicted as those who loved alcohol. If you don't drink a cup of good tea every day, you will only feel that something is missing. Listening to Chen Tian's ravishing words, for a moment, the people present all froze. Look at what he said. This is a good Xinyang Mao Jian, hundreds of thousands of 1 or 2 and because of the strict production process, the annual output is very small. Absolutely, as the market cannot buy good things. The young ladies look at me, I look at you, all in the heart silently spit. Such an expensive good thing, you open your mouth, drinking it every day? This isn't drinking tea, it's drinking money. When Tang Xini heard Chen Tian's words, she was instantly happy. She looked at Chen Tian with a big smile and said in a conciliatory tone, if you want to drink it, you can come every day in the future. I'll make it for you. After all, there were not many like-minded people like Chen Tian who knew about tea. Moreover, Chen Tian's previous guidance had also given Tang Xini a feeling of enlightenment. Because of this, she was even more close to Chen Tian. Others, I don't think so, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. No way, Sister Tang. You can tolerate this? Is this still you? Come to your senses quickly. Chapter 22. I don't want to, but he's giving too much. A big young man next to him was a bit unable to watch. He looked at Chen Tian and opened his mouth to ask, Brother Chen, do you know how much this tea you just drank costs? Without waiting for Chen Tian to answer, the great young man couldn't help but reveal the answer. More than $100,000 or 2 and you have to have good enough connections to be able to buy it. Chen Tian did not have a single ripple on his face as he listened to Dishao's sound explanation. He just nodded lightly and said, fortunately, it's not too expensive. After all, too many top-notch teas were sold by the gram, and often had a market without a price. 100,000 or so for one tale was already considered cheap. As the crowd listened to Chen Tian's words, they immediately felt a black line on their foreheads. A helpless emotion arose from their hearts, and subconsciously, their eyes fell on Zhang Haoren's body. It was as if they were all complaining about him. Where did he find someone who could talk such big words? This bragging, they were all a bit unable to catch it. Zhang Haoren looked at the gazes thrown at him by these people and couldn't help but skim his lips, explaining to the crowd, "What's quite expensive to us is really nothing to Brother Chen." The great young ladies were originally a bit reluctant, but when they heard Zhang Haoren say this, they were also flabbergasted for a moment. Zhang Haoren was already considered to be one of the more extravagant spenders within them. Of course, this was also because the Zhang family was strong enough. If even he said that Chen Tian was rich, then the strength of the other party really couldn't be underestimated. Brother Chen is driving an Aston Martin 177. Zhang Haoren finally got to the point. When the crowd heard this, they were instantly shocked. For a moment, everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Chen Tian. A 50 million plus Aston Martin 177? This. It seemed that this Chen Tian was definitely worth a lot of money. For someone who could afford such a luxury car, how could someone's family history be simple? The faces of the young ladies changed again and again, and their gazes towards Chen Tian became much more cautious. Such a person, one should definitely try to get on good terms with him. No matter what, they should definitely not be mixed up as enemies. Even Tang Xinyi, who was kneeling beside the tea table, froze for a moment afterward. She didn't expect that Chen Tian's family history was actually so powerful. However, in the next second, Tang Xinyi regained her calm demeanor. After all, in her opinion, if it wasn't for a good enough family lineage, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be possible to cultivate such an outstanding young man. With just the attainments in the tea ceremony alone, I'm afraid that it would be an astronomical amount if one wanted to cultivate such insights as Chen Tian's. Chen Tian finished the tea in his cup. He looked at Tang Xinyi across the table and said with a smile, "Boss Tang, this tea shouldn't be the top of the line here for you, right? I happen to want to buy some tea. Why don't you take me to open my eyes?" When Tang Xinyi heard this, a trace of surprise flashed through her calm eyes as she guffawed and said, "Oh, how are you sure that this isn't my town treasure?" The corner of Chen Tian's mouth raised in an arc. If it was just a good tea garden, such Xinyang Mao Jian as the town store's tea would indeed be enough. But for the Tang family, a big family specializing in this line of business, it could be a bit inadequate. It could be imagined that this Miss Tang must have quite a lot of stock waiting for the real man of destiny. Chen Tian didn't know if he was the one with destiny, but he believed that even if there was no destiny, he could still hard smash a sinful destiny. A sinful fate was also a fate. The other great young ladies also brightened up when they saw the topic Chen Tian brought up, and they all thought about taking a look together. All of them hemmed and hawed and opened their mouths to chime in. "Sister Tang, just take us along to have a look. It's just right. Let us open our eyes as well, isn't it?" In Jinling, when it comes to the tea ceremony, who doesn't know the Tang family? We've been wanting to see it for a long time. You can't refuse us, can you? Just by virtue of Sister Tang's specialness towards Brother Chen. This stash of ours today is surely something we can look at as well. Tang Xinyi had a smile on the corner of her mouth, laughing out loud at what these people were saying, and said helplessly, "All right, you guys come with me." Since they wanted to see it so much, let them take a look together, and collect themselves over the years. While talking, Tang Xinyi had already stood up and walked towards the door. The crowd took a look and hurriedly followed. Tang Xinyi led the way in front, and they walked through a wooden corridor to a small backyard. A Grand Master walked up to meet them, and seeing Tang Xinyi bring people in, he respectfully greeted them. "Eldest Miss, you're here." Tang Xinyi looked at the grandpa and ordered in a low voice, "Uncle Fu, please open the tea cellar for me. I'll bring my friend in to take a look." Uncle Fu was the Tang family's specialized guard for the tea cellar. Hearing Tang Xinyi's words, he immediately replied respectfully, "All right, several people follow me." After opening an ancient lock made by Tang, Uncle Fu opened a wooden door. What the crowd didn't expect was that there was an iron door inside. A great young man looked at Uncle Fu's back as he opened the door and couldn't help but open his mouth. "I didn't expect that the tea cellar is still full of organs inside. With such a mess, I'm looking forward to it even more in my heart." The other great young ladies also nodded, their eyes filled with curiosity. When Tang Xinyi heard this, she helplessly glanced at the crowd and opened her mouth to gently reprimand. "You guys can quickly stop talking. If you say too much, people will know that you're uncultured. The reason why we got 2 gates is to keep the various values in the room. Storing tea leaves is very delicate. Something like tea, because of its nature, is very prone to absorbing moisture and flavor. But once it absorbs moisture, it will change its flavor and lose the original aroma of the tea. So the best storage conditions is to constant temperature, constant humidity, clean, and cannot have any odor. And it should be ventilated regularly every day in order to maintain and enhance the quality of the hidden tea. While talking, Fubo had already opened the iron gate. The crowd followed Tang Xini into the tea cellar, and as soon as they walked in, they saw the solid wood tea cabinet that was beaten to the ceiling. As soon as they came in, they could smell the unique wood fragrance of the wooden cabinet. Chen Tian inhaled his nose, raised an eyebrow and praised, "Really good. They are all good Wangwali tea cabinets." The reason why such tea cabinets were used was because of the characteristics of the wood, which could better protect the tea leaves. Chen Tian looked at the arrangement in the tea cellar and gently nodded. In the end it was a professional's home. The work done was really good. Tang Xini directly pointed at the outermost tea leaves. Her warm voice echoed in the tea cellar. "This is the special grade Lion's Peak Dragon Well. All new tea this year." Chen Tian stretched his head to take a look. He realized that there was a waterproof piece of paper next to him, on which was written the time of picking, the location, and the master who had already fried the tea leaves. It was rare to see such a professional tea seller. Chen Tian was also instantly interested and said to Tang Xini with a smile, "Okay, I'll take them all." "Want them all?" The crowd froze and looked at Chen Tian. Seeing that the other party's face didn't have the slightest hint of a joke, their eyes instantly widened. Tea could still be bought like this? This was a bit ostentatious. The tea that could enter Tang Xini's tea cellar was not something simple. Tang Xini also didn't expect Chen Tian to say this. She looked to the Cheongsamplad waitress on one side and faintly ordered, "Wrap it up for Mr. Chen." The waiter answered and started packing the tea leaves. Tang Xini, on the other hand, led the crowd and walked towards the inside, introducing the good tea she treasured. "This is the finest Westlake Longjing, the imperial tea in front of Hugong Temple." Seeing the confused look on the faces of the crowd, Tang Xini did not open her mouth to explain. Instead, she looked at Chen Tian next to her and asked with a smile, "How about Mr. Chen? Explain it to everyone?" Chen Tian raised an eyebrow, knowing that Tang Xini was intent on testing herself. However, this bit of knowledge was simply easy for Chen Tian, who possessed a divine-level tea art. When Emperor Qianlong traveled down to Jiangnan, he once personally went to the Longjing tea area to taste the tea and was in awe of it. The reason why it dares to be called imperial tea is because Emperor Qianlong appointed the 18 tea trees in front of Hugong Temple as imperial tea. Since Tang Xini dared to say so, it must be the output from the old trees. Such a top-quality good tea is not something that can be bought by ordinary people. Since it was imperial tea, an auction would be held for the limited annual output. Tang Xini lowered her eyes and smiled, collecting the surprise in her eyes as she spoke. "The year I went, the output was relatively low. In order to recoup his losses, the owner of the tea tree contacted a master tea fryer to produce this batch. Although the price that year was the most expensive, it was definitely worth every penny. For this small portion, I spent millions. Although it cost a fortune, this belonged to one of the more unique auctions in Tang Xini's collection." So the gentle and skillful woman couldn't help but say a few more words. Tang Xini's mind was strange and clever, and the tea leaves in her collection all had some sayings and stories, which was indeed somewhat interesting. Chen Tian was very appreciative of such good things. His eyes scanned these tea leaves once and directly said, "These, I'll round up." The waiter who followed behind, then came up and prepared to pack them. Tang Xini just faintly listened, and began to introduce the other collections again. By Luo Chun, Huangshan Mao Feng, Junshan Silver Needle. Junshan Silver Needle is also a famous tribute tea in the past. That year I personally got someone to go up to the mountain to pick it, and then fried it. That year, Tang Xini followed her family and chartered an entire tea mountain. But in the end, after picking and choosing, there was only this much left. It could be said that it was the essence of that year. The young ladies listened with round eyes. They did not expect, "Do this business, there are such interesting things." While they were listening with great interest, they heard Chen Tian coldly open his mouth and say, "Not bad. I'll cover this one too." Tang Xini paused for a moment at his words. She took a deep breath and continued her introduction in a calm tone. "I'm telling you about this can of Anji white tea." Anji white tea was not a type of white tea, but green tea, which was considered a variant of the tea tree and was very rare. Anji white tea because of the rarity. So the ancient tea tree is only one tree left. There are thousands of years old. It is also because of the particular rarity. So such a small can is already a year's full production. Now the white tea ancestor has become a symbol. Now want to buy has been particularly difficult. Even if you go to the auction, don't want to get it at a low price of several $100,000. The name and representation of the white tea ancestor was now greater than its own value. So even though it was so rare, Tang Xini had only collected such a small jar. She felt that it no longer made much sense to spend too much money on it. "Waiter, I'll take this one too. Round up." Chen Tian put his hands behind his back and said in a relaxed tone. Gradually, Tang Xini went from being bashful at the beginning to having the corners of her mouth twitching now. This damn. She could sort of see that Chen Tian was here to get in the goods, right? Tang Xini gritted her teeth and continued to lead the crowd towards the inside. This is Phoenix Monocotyledon. Phoenix Mountain's tea farmers are experienced. The ancient tea trees of Monocotyledon are all over 100 years old. They are especially beautiful. As Tang Xini was talking, the tea canister in her hand had already been taken away by Chen Tian and handed over to the waiter at the back. Looking at her empty palm, Tang Xini only felt a dull pain in her heart. This was, again, given around? Tang Xini's pretty little face. At the moment, her face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Even her pair of stunningly beautiful eyes had become moist. Chen Tian didn't notice Tang Xini's change at all. He looked at the tea leaves kept inside and asked with a bit of surprise. You actually have Imperial Tribute Dahong robe here? Is this one for sale? How much? Such an Imperial Tribute Dahong robe was bound to be the Mother Tree Dahong robe on Wui Mountain. Chen Tian's mouth raised a smile. This was indeed a good harvest. The sight of the young ladies heard. The Imperial Tribute red robe? Isn't this a good thing that has a market without a price? TSK, TSK, TSK. It really deserves to be the Tang family. This kind of extremely good stuff is available. You have to know. This kind of superb tea is not something that would normally appear in an auction. Once or twice in a while, it would be at a private auction with extremely high specifications. As the crowd thought about this, their eyes fell on Tang Xini's body. Their eyes filled with shock. To be able to get such a good item, it was evident that Tang Xini had definitely gone through a great deal of trouble. Such a jar. I wonder how much money must have been used. Just as the crowd was shocked, Chen Tian said to the waiter behind him, please, help me take out this tea. Will you? Chen Tian intended to take a closer look at it. No matter what the price was, he had to take it. The waitress gently nodded her head. She approached the tea cabinet and just took out the small canister ready to show it to Chen Tian. When Tang Xini next to her crouched down on the ground with a hold on the canister, on the verge of crying, in Tang Xini's heart, it was as if there was an angry beast locked up, hissing vigorously towards the sky. This is not the end of the story? These are all my treasures. I shouldn't have invited you guys to drink tea. Shouldn't have brought you in. You tigers and wolves. I just wanted to show off. What did I do wrong for you guys to treat me like this? If you buy it again, then what else can I take to the town tea garden? Chen Tian and the others were directly confused. Chen Tian blinked and looked at Tang Xini and said, Boss Tang, what do you mean by this? Tang Xini squatted on the ground, clutching the small jar in her arms, and muttered, not for sale, not for sale. You guys go. This is resolutely not for sale. If you continue to sell it like this tea house of yours can be given out. There's no such thing as buying things like this. It's too much. It's too much. It's a big deal to have money, isn't it? The more Tang Xini spoke, the more aggrieved she became, and the arm holding the teapot couldn't help but tighten. She held back the tears, a pretty face full of aggression, a small woman posture. Where was the dignified atmosphere before? But this action that was very different from before, made everyone fall down. This. To be able to infuriate Miss Tang into this state was definitely a talent. Thinking of this, they all looked towards Chen Tian, thinking, this person is definitely the culprit. At that moment, they also moved away from him. Chen Tian, #UN% and asterisk. What is this situation? I'm buying something clean. How can I still buy a love-hate entanglement? Chen Tian thought about it. He squatted down and comforted Tang Xini, saying, Boss Tang, the price is negotiable. What's with this look? I'll offer $50,000 a gram. How about buying your Imperial Tribute big red robe? The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. Buying tea by the gram? This Chen Tian is also a strange person. Tang Xini was also stunned when she heard this. For a moment, it felt as if Chen Tian was using money to whip her face, one by one, with extra vigor. He even had to ask her how it was after beating her. Tang Xini was so angry that she almost didn't slow down her breath. Since she was a child, when had she ever been spoken to like this? No sale. Tang Xini huffed and thought, this kid, is he trying to buy my dignity with money? How can it be sold? $100,000? Not for sale. 200,000. Hearing Chen Tian's doubled offer, the crowd instantly felt a wave of weakness in their thighs, and they were all a bit unsteady on their feet. Tang Xini clenched her fists tightly and said through clenched silver teeth, no sale. Just no sale. This bad guy, definitely can't let him be so complacent. Chen Tian thought for a moment and said to Tang Xini very seriously, last bite price, 300,000. 1 gram. How about this? I'll also take a step back and leave you a little bit of each tea. How about that? 300,000 a gram. One tael is $15 million. Definitely a heavenly price. To be honest, Even the imperial tribute Great Red Robe would definitely not cost this much. Chen Tian saying this had greatly exceeded the original value of the imperial tribute Great Red Robe. He himself felt that it was already enough to be meaningful. In an instant, Tang Xinyi stood up at the words. She looked at Chen Tian, her white jade-like slender hand pointing at him, her fingertips trembling along with him. The crowd beside her took a look and were shocked. Even Su Shiqi, who was following behind Chen Tian, followed with her heart tightening. Finished? This is causing people to get angry. Will this be kicked out and not be able to come in the future? What can be done about this? Su Zhisher looked at the situation is not right, even in the thought, whether to go up to apologize. Just as the crowd had their own thoughts, Tang Xinyi was heard shouting, "This is what you said. You make a note." Crowd. Chen Tian. The crowd looked at Tang Xinyi, their hearts filled with vomit. My Miss Tang, what about the fact that you would rather die than give in just now? Not coming in for a full set and sounding off? Where's the momentum you had just now? How can you be a slave to money? Tang Xinyi looked at the gazes they were looking at her, and her heart was helpless. I don't want to sell either. But, what he's giving is just too much. Chapter 23 Mr. Chen. You were here. 15 million won or two. If you don't sell it again, it won't be a little cutie. I don't want to sell it. Chen Tian walked over and took away the tea canister in Tang Xinyi's arms. He turned to the dumbfounded waiter next to him and ordered, "Get me a teaspoon, please." The waiter was flabbergasted for a moment, and hurriedly went to fetch the teaspoon, handing it to Chen Tian. Chen Tian was also not polite, opening those tea leaves and leaving a few teaspoonfuls in one serving. Tang Xinyi, at hashtag UN%, just leave this much? I believe in your evil. I actually forgot to say the amount. Chen Tian shrugged his shoulders, looked at Tang Xinyi's puffy face and said, I said I'd leave some for you, but we didn't say how much, right? Being able to leave a few teaspoons was all because Chen Tian had looked at the fact that Tang Xinyi was a sister, and had struck out more gently. Tang Xinyi was furious. She looked at Chen Tian viciously, but she didn't even think of words to retort. She could only turn around and said to the waiter behind her, "Go do the math. This Mr. Chen's account. Now." Apart from the funds arriving in the account, there was nothing left to calm her down. Her collection of many years. Soon the waiter folded back and respectfully handed over the bill, saying, "Mr. Chen, you have spent a total of $10 million. $10 million? For a moment, a hiss resounded inside the tea cellar. To buy a tea and spend so much money? This level of spending, wasn't it a bit too high? It was definitely the level of a top tycoon. Su Shiqi, who was standing behind Chen Tian, couldn't believe her ears when she heard this figure and had a shocked look on her face. What kind of tea is this? Actually so expensive. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Tian directly handed out his bank card and smiled at the waiter. Swiped the card. After the waiter took the bank card and left. Soon after, in front of Chen Tian's eyes, the light screen flashed, detected that the host has just consumed $10 million, triggering a tenfold rebate skill. Rebate of $100 million. Seeing the rebate arrive, the corners of Chen Tian's mouth lifted up in an arc. His gaze looked towards the crowd and said with a smile, "Just in time for us to taste it, the flavor of the imperial tribute Great Red Robe." When the crowd present heard Chen Tian's words, they were instantly delighted. They forced down the shock in their hearts and said loudly, "Can we really drink it?" Chen Tian had just bought it for $300,000 a gram. This was definitely a sky-high price for the Great Red Robe. He actually said that he wanted everyone to taste it together? This is too righteous, isn't it? The crowd looked at me. I looked at you. And their gazes towards Chen Tian abruptly changed. Even their tone of voice became warm. Brother Chen's atmosphere. Now, the crowd even changed their address. Directly, Tang Xinyi was equally expectant. After all, the imperial tribute Great Red Robe, she had only drunk it once, but that mellow and sweet flavor was indeed memorable. Chen Tian smiled faintly and shouted at Tang Xinyi, "Trouble Miss Tang to prepare a new set of purple sand tea set. I am also a bit itchy to make a tea for everyone to try." When Tang Xinyi heard this, she was a bit anxious. She admitted that Chen Tian had a knack for the tea ceremony, but this craft of making tea was not that simple. Such a good tea, if one didn't brew well, it would be spoiled. $300,000 a gram was no joke. Okay? Even if Chen Tian didn't care about the money, Tang Xinyi could never allow someone to disrespect the tea in front of her. "Why don't you let me do it?" Tang Xinyi looked at Chen Tian and said furtively. The other great young ladies, nodding in agreement from the side, were all worried in their hearts that Chen Tian would not be able to make a good brew. But this was Chen Tian's tea after all, so they couldn't afford to act too obviously. Tang Xinyi saw through the crowd's meaning, and had no choice but to lead them back into the inner hall, turning around and going out to get the tea set. When the crowd saw Tang Xinyi go out, they all looked at Chen Tian with warm faces and spoke to him. Many of the great young men had already pulled out their cell phones and added their contact information to each other with Chen Tian. Such rich and generous friends. They naturally wanted to make friends. Chen Tian added friends with them. And at this time, Tang Xinyi also retrieved the new purple sand tea set and placed it on the tea table. The crowd watched Chen Tian, watching him walk to the tea table and sit down with great ease. When he picked up the kettle, his entire aura abruptly changed. If the Chen Tian before was relaxed and at ease, then the Chen Tian now had become serious. Those complicated tea utensils played very smoothly in Chen Tian's hands. The crowd only felt a dazzle in front of their eyes as Chen Tian had already finished cleaning all the tea sets. The entire set of movements could be said to be flowing smoothly, with not a trace of stuttering or awkwardness in sight. It was as if he had practiced countless times every day, and had long since familiarized himself with the movements and the positions. For a moment, everyone subconsciously held their breath. Such a perfect maneuver. It was as if he was not making tea at all, but more like an artistic performance. As Chen Tian moved, a thick aroma burst out, causing the crowd to continuously sniff. Such a special flavor. It simply smelled too good. Unlike the crowd of great young ladies, Tang Xinyi, who was on the side, had a face of disbelief. Outsiders look at the scene, but insiders look at the doorway. Wanting to perfectly stimulate the flavor in the tea was a great test of one's craftsmanship. For the temperature and rinsing time, it was even more important to get it stuck just right. Tang Xinyi's face became slightly ugly as she thought of this. To be honest, if it was her to brew it, she wasn't able to guarantee that it would brew as well as Chen Tian. The crowd stared wide-eyed, as if they were watching an art performance, until Chen Tian poured the tea into the fair cup. With a smile on the corners of his mouth, Chen Tian poured tea for the great young ladies one after another, smiling and signaling, "Let's all have a taste." While saying this, Chen Tian also poured himself a cup of tea, picking it up and savoring it in small sips. The young ladies had long since been unable to endure the temptation of the scent, and hurriedly picked up the cup of tea, gently savoring it. With the influx of a hot stream, the crowd only felt the tea's aroma explode in their mouths, and the rich flavor went straight to the top of their heads. After drinking a cup of tea, the crowd only felt that their limbs and bones were hot through and through, emitting a bubbling heat. It was too good to drink. Just as the young ladies drank a cup, Tang Xinyi was still gently sniffing the tea fragrance. Unlike the scent that overflowed into the air, the aroma of the teacup was like a source, and was even more fragrant and pure. The red tea broth was very clear, without a trace of turbidity, and against the white porcelain cup, it appeared even brighter. Only in the end did Tang Xinyi lift the teacup and gently sip it. The rich, sweet flavor first dominated the mouth, then flowed down the esophagus into the stomach, and finally flowed through all the limbs. By the end of the drink, Tang Xinyi only felt that her soul, as if it had been infiltrated by the aroma, took on a hint of tea flavor. It was a journey on the tip of the tongue, and likewise washed the soul. Slowly putting down the teacup, Tang Xinyi looked at Chen Tian with a distant gaze and said in a calm tone, "Thank you for making tea for us. I have to admit, your standard of tea ceremony is too much higher than mine." Just this kind of feeling that made one's body and mind happy was not a high level that an ordinary person could achieve. Tang Xinyi even had a feeling that even if the tea immortal Lu Yu were to appear in the world, he would just be fighting Chen Tian to a draw. The young ladies were originally impressed by Chen Tian's craftsmanship, and now they heard Tang Xinyi's certification from the official. For a while, there was nothing but admiration in the gazes of the crowd towards Chen Tian. Look at the other brother Chen. He wasn't even as old as them, but this skill was not something they could possibly compare to. Chen Tian just waved his hand without any concern. He poured tea for the crowd once again and said with a smile, "Everyone is so supportive. I'm here to thank you. Since you guys love to drink, just drink a little more." Seeing Chen Tian pick up the fair cup, the crowd hurriedly came forward and handed over their cups. They were not willing to miss out on such a delicious tea. The crowd now had even more admiration for Chen Tian, and it could be said that Chen Tian's status in their hearts now was violently elevated. Just when the crowd was savoring the good tea, a few middle-aged men in suits suddenly walked into the tea garden. The middle-aged people were talking and laughing as they walked in, and as soon as they saw the great young ladies sitting over here, they couldn't help but freeze for a moment. "Yo, you little ones, you're actually here as well," a slightly chubby middle-aged man said smilingly. "Here to rub Miss Tang's tea again?" These great young ladies grinned when they heard this. These middle-aged men in front of them were none other than the dads of several great young ladies. They were also looking at the fact that there wasn't much going on this afternoon, so they met up to drink tea together and talk about business. They didn't expect that once they came over, they would run into their own children here, which was indeed coincidental. Several big young men also hurriedly got up and greeted their dads and several uncles. After all, they are all in the top circle in Jilin, and their relationship with each other is still very good. Seeing that the children of the family didn't go fooling around, instead they were bonding with the other great young ladies, the group of old bosses felt very pleased. Seni serve us a pot of fine Xinjiang Mao Jian. The slightly chubby old boss was in a comfortable mood. Even his voice was a bit more translucent than usual. The old boss spoke while addressing several other old bosses. I'm happy today, so I'll be the one to pay for it. None of you can grab it from me. Before the other old bosses could say anything, they heard Tang Sini on the side say, I'm sorry a few uncles. I can't get the fine Xinjiang Mao Jian together today. The old bosses raised their eyebrows. This is a big patron coming? Authentic Westlake Longjing. Give us a pot. We can't get this one either. What about poor? We don't have any more either. Several old bosses. What's going on here? The top tea house in Jinling actually wants nothing but tea? This. Who can believe it when you say it? Chubby old Total faced some embarrassment. They just said to treat the results of this side of the tea house on nothing. This has not hit their own face. Thinking of this, the microfat boss suddenly flashed his eyes, looked at the table of the young ladies and asked, what kind of tea are you drinking? But it's fragrant enough. Give us a pot of this as well. As soon as the chubby old boss said his words, all the people present froze. Those ordinary teas were all gone, and the most honorable imperial great red robe was even more impossible to have. A big young man quickly stood up. He is the son of the slightly fat old boss, said to his dad, Dad, this is the imperial red robe, not from this store. Imperial red robe? Upon hearing these words, the few old bosses present only felt a bang in their heads. Their hearts were only filled with shock. These brats, they actually drank the imperial supply big red robe? To be honest, it was them who didn't have the chance to drink it once. After all, such a market without price thing, not under some bitter smile, simply impossible to get. Seeing the dumbfounded look of several old bosses, Chen Tian smiled faintly and said aloud to several of them, if the several uncles don't mind, come along and taste it. Chen Tian's words on this side had just fallen, and there was already a waiter who was quick to deliver a new teacup. After a simple rinse, Chen Tian poured tea for the several old bosses. The several old bosses were not polite. They picked it up and tasted it, and their eyes widened. It was indeed the first time that they drank such a fragrant tea soup, and they instantly felt that their bodies were soothed, and their lips and teeth were fragrant. After a cup of tea, the satisfied bosses sized up Chen Tian, only to find him very familiar. A child with such a spiritual look and such a good temperament. If they had seen it, they would definitely be impressed. A few of the old bosses exchanged quick glances. None of them had seen this young man before. This one is? One of the old bosses looked at his son and inquired curiously. Hearing his dad's question, the eldest young man hurriedly began to briefly introduce himself. When he heard that the crowd in Chen Tian only met today, he also froze for a moment. A person who was willing to take out the imperial supply big red robe to entertain his friends on their first meeting was bound to be no ordinary person. Such a young man was definitely someone to befriend. The thoughts of all the people were surprisingly consistent. The old bosses took out their business cards and handed them to Chen Tian, saying, since you are all friends, if there is anything in the future, just give us a call. Chen Tian took the business card and very politely thanked the crowd for their good intentions. After all, they also had good intentions. So of course Chen Tian would not refute their face. The great young men saw that their dads were all in Chen Tian's favor, and for a while, their hearts were even more in the right place. A big young man looked at his dad and casually asked, Dad, what are you guys doing here today? If it was just a few old friends coming to drink tea, these guys were dressed a bit too formal. Dressed like this to drink tea and relax. They couldn't relax much, could they? The old boss grinned and explained to them, we are going to meet an honorable guest here in a while. It just so happens that you guys are also here. So let's all get acquainted. After saying that, the old boss purposely looked at the group of youngsters and said in a serious tone, I'll talk to you in advance. When you see the guest of honor in a moment, you all have to be a little more polite. Got it? If you really offend the guest of honor, then it is not worth the loss. Hearing the old boss speak solemnly, the big young ladies also nodded their heads vigorously, indicating that they knew. They had been living in this kind of circle since they were young, and were used to such things. Since the Lord instructed that it was a big shot, they would just be careful and pay attention. It was naturally best to be able to draw them in, and the most basic bottom line was that they should never be offended. This was their guideline for doing business. While the young ladies were secretly thinking in their hearts, they suddenly heard the sound of a person's footsteps coming from outside. Subsequently, a person came into the inner hall, and it was none other than Tianfu City's general manager, Sun Deji. Sun Deji looked full of redness. Even his walk looked extraordinarily strong. After all, recently Tianfu City had gotten lucky. The houses were directly taken by a big brother, and all of them were packaged and sold out. Although it was said that the houses in Tianfu City were good enough, it was only a matter of time before they were sold out. But having such a large sum of money back at once was an excellent thing for any business. The real estate company is also riding on the success this time, directly taking this money and taking several pieces of land again. Simply the future can be expected. It is also because of this. Sun Deji is also rising. In recent times, he has been invited by all kinds of old bosses to feast, which can be said to be a great sight. Seeing that Sun Deji had arrived, the old bosses rushed forward to greet him. Mr. Sun, you're here. Sun Deji had a springy face and a very bright smile as he said, let a few people just wait. When I came out today, there was a temporary matter. The several old bosses naturally wouldn't say anything, and the crowd spoke very warmly. Mr. Sun, I'll introduce you to a few more scions. You in the future, take care of them. An old general manager took the lead, and was ready to introduce the great young ladies to Sun Deji to get to know them. Only then did Sun Deji set his gaze on the group of youngsters. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Chen Tian in the crowd. When Sun Deji looked at Chen Tian, he was stunned, and then walked over quickly. Chapter 24, now that's what you call a big brother. He ignored the outstretched hands of those people and arrived in front of Chen Tian, respectfully owing his body and said, Mr. Chen, you're here too? Mr. Chen? The crowd was dumbfounded at the words. A veteran general manager coughed lightly as he looked at Sun Deji and said, Mr. Sun and little brother Chen know each other? Although the old bosses also knew that Chen Tian should be of a not-so-distinguished background, they did not expect that general manager Sun, whom they needed to respectfully invite, would be so humble in front of him. It wasn't just the old bosses. The crowd of great young ladies were also puzzled. What was the situation with this general manager Sun, actually treating Chen Tian with such respect? Sun Deji swept a glance at the crowd present and directly explained. You guys don't know? This Mr. Chen is the one who bagged all of our houses. More than 200 suites, plus the #1 king villa, were all in the bag. Not only that, this Mr. Chen has not even visited his own house until now. From this, it can be seen that people don't put these houses in their eyes at all. All of a sudden is a few billion out of the people. People's background can be simple. As Sun Deji's words fell, he saw the faces of the crowd instantly change, all looking at Chen Tian with incredulous gazes. That person who had spent billions of dollars to buy a house, was the Chen Tian in front of him? The crowd only felt that their brains were messed up into a pile of pulp, and they had lost the ability to think a little. The faces of the crowd of great young ladies were very ugly. None of the rumors they had heard before were right, but now that they heard the real answer, it left them unable to calm down for a long time. Chen Tian looked even younger than them, but this spending power was simply enviable. Just to buy a house, can spend billions of dollars? And not to mention the assets of others. Just the liquidity behind this. It is a little shocking. Compared to this, no wonder people spend tens of millions of dollars to buy some tea, just like rain. It turns out that people really don't care about this small amount of money. The more the young ladies thought about it, the more they were terrified, and a fine sweat had already appeared on their foreheads. At this time, cousin Su Zhishir was also looking at Chen Tian with a dumbfounded look on her face, simply unable to believe her ears. His own cousin, buying a house had cost billions of dollars? This. Cousin's change, it was too big. That was billions of dollars. In an ordinary person's lifetime, trying to earn tens of millions of dollars was something they would never be able to do. This completely broke her values. The little girl only felt giddy now, and was trying to accept this reality little by little. As for those old bosses, they were feeling embarrassed for a while. What had they said to Chen Tian before? If they encountered something in Jinling, they would call him if something happened? As a result, the slap in the face came so quickly. The liquidity of all of them tied together might not even be as much as a youngster. Unexpectedly, a youngster was actually so rich. For a moment, Chen Tian instantly became taller in their minds. In particular, his identity had also become mysterious. The crowd was still curious about Chen Tian's identity before, but at this moment, they completely lost the courage to explore it. The identity of such a person was definitely not something they could probe. With that heart to get to the bottom of the matter, it would be better to all house Chen Tian's body and pull a good relationship with him. Everyone realized that if they made good relations with Chen Tian, the benefits they could get would be unlimited. Brother Chen, let's all stop standing and sit down first. Zhang Haoren, who had brought Chen Tian over, was also convinced of him at this time and had naturally changed his tone. Although Chen Tian wasn't as old as him, but he was capable. Calling him brother was not a disadvantage at all. Sun Deji did not dare to say too much. He respectfully stood at Chen Tian's side. After all, such a great young man, he had to make a good friendship before he could do so. At this moment in the Purple Rhine Tea Garden, it was already impossible to come up with decent tea. so a group of old bosses simply sat at a table with Chen Tian and the others. Of course, such a result was what everyone was begging for. Quite a few of the old bosses threw gazes of gratitude towards Tang Xinyi, but it was these gazes that stimulated Tang Xinyi's eyes to visibly redden. She thought back to the tea she had just lost. That badass Chen Tian, of each kind, had actually only left a few teaspoons for herself. This was simply taking half of her little life. The crowd tasted the imperial tribute Great Red Rogue together, especially when they heard that the pot of tea was actually brewed by Chen Tian himself. They were simply amazed. Many of these old bosses were characters who had been drinking tea for decades, and with this one taste in their mouths, they could taste the difference in this tea. Mr. Chen's craftsmanship, compared to Miss Tang, is only higher. An old boss marveled as he raised his cup and drank it all in one go. With such delicious tea, it was natural not to let go of the flavor of each brew. After all, such a top-notch Dahongpo could be drunk until 9 brews. Even at the last brew, there would still be a strong osmanthus aroma that was very distinctive. The crowd drank tea together, and seeing that it was getting late, Chen Tian took the initiative to stand up and said to the crowd, "It's not early today, let's gather again sometime." While speaking, Chen Tian looked towards Tang Xinyi, who was seated on the side, and said smilingly, "Now please, Miss Tang, arrange for someone to help me carry all the tea leaves to the car." Hearing that Chen Tian was going to leave with the tea leaves, Tang Xinyi's face was obviously ugly, and her heart was even more viciously gripped. If it wasn't for the large number of people here, the always steady and generous Miss Tang, I'm afraid that she would have to spill her little sugar peas on the spot again. Chen Tian looked at Tang Xinyi with a look of difficulty in parting with her. Suddenly a joy. He looked at her cheerfully, said with a light smile, "It's not like this tea has been drunk, but it's just been saved in a different place. It's fine. If you want to drink tea, you can contact me at any time. Directly my home to drink is." Listening to Chen Tian's indifferent tone, in an instant, everyone's eyes looked towards Chen Tian. How did it feel strange to say this? This drinking tea? It ever? Help! This isn't a car to kindergarten. Please let us off. The hearts of the great young ladies surged as they looked towards Tang Xinyi with a look of apprehension, afraid that this great young lady would, all of a sudden, change her face. This was something that if they normally said this, they would definitely be rolled over with a big blank stare. Just when the crowd was a bit nervous, they saw Tang Xinyi suddenly smile sweetly and said to Chen Tian, "I was waiting for your words. Come on, let's add a contact first." While the two were talking, they had already added WeChat. Crowd, is this still the Miss Tang we know? The old double standard. Seeing that the two had exchanged WeChat, those old bosses also stood up and added friends with Chen Tian. Several of the old bosses saw that their sons had already exchanged contact information with Chen Tian, and immediately felt a sense of comfort in their hearts. Although the family's bastard was useless, he wasn't stupid after all, and at least knew to pull a little bit of connections for himself. A young man with such achievements at such a young age, his future was bound to soar. The sooner he became a friend, the tighter this big golden leg would be held. The waiter fetched Chen Tian's tea and followed behind the crowd of bosses and great young men, sending Chen Tian outside. Chen Tian walked to the side of the Aston Martin, surrounded by the crowd. Amidst the shock of the crowd, Chen Tian opened the front trunk and had the attendant put the tea in, while the others were dumbfounded as they looked at the Aston Martin, which was a top-of-the-line supercar limited to 77 units worldwide. More than $50 million of selling price. Did not expect. There are really people to buy. This car still appeared in Jinling, but gave Jinling a big face. At the very least, a car that is not available in a big city like Mordor is available in Jinling. It's just so overbearing. Chen Tian took Su Zhisher, sat in the car, and drove towards the outside. While driving the car, Chen Tian looked at Su Zhisher next to him and softly inquired, "Girl, I'll take you around at night?" A surprise flashed through Su Zhisher's eyes, but it was quickly extinguished, and the little girl deflated and said in a small voice, "Cousin, I still have elective classes at night." Chen Tian laughed out softly as he listened to the little girl's words and said, "All right, I'll send you back now. When you have time one day, I'll take you around again." Su Zhisher nodded her head vigorously as she sat on the co-pilot, staring at Chen Tian with a crooked head, and did not say anything. Chen Tian was stared at by the little girl for a long time. He could not help but raise an eyebrow, twisted his head and swept Su Zhisher a glance, saying, "What are you looking at?" "Of course I'm looking at my most handsome cousin," Su Zhisher replied without hesitation. She looked at Chen Tian with a face of adoration. "Those people just now are all the dignitaries of Jinling, right? They are all so respectful to you. Cousin, you are awesome. How long has it been since we've seen each other?" I didn't expect that cousin has already grown to such a level. This is no longer awesome, but transcendent, crane-like, transcendent. No one in the past and no one in the future. In the face of such a compliment, Chen Tian directly gave the little girl a not-so-gentle burst of chestnuts and asked with a smile, "This girl, secretly ate honey candy? Do you have enough pocket money lately? Give you some?" Su Zhixia's small hand protected her forehead and shook her head with her small mouth. "No need, cousin. I have enough money." Chen Tian knew that Su Zhixia was a sensible child who never spent money indiscriminately. He nodded and suddenly opened his mouth to propose. "When you're on vacation after a while, let's go to Linshui City to visit my sister-in-law's place. I haven't seen my sister-in-law for a long time either." Upon hearing that they were going to go home together, Su Zhixia immediately cheered up. The closed car suddenly resounded with her silver bell-like laughter. Su Zhixia's eyes shone with a special light as she said to Chen Tian, "Good, then I'll keep it a secret. And when the time comes, give my mom a huge surprise." If mom knew that her cousin was so successful, she would be especially happy. Chen Tian looked at Su Zhixia, who was as wonderful as a little elf. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but climb up into an arc, and his voice followed a few points softer. "Good." The crowd watched Chen Tian's Aston Martin leave until it was completely out of sight before slowly withdrawing their sight. Those few old bosses had a look of emotion on their faces as they opened their mouths and mumbled as if to say, "This Mr. Chen is definitely young and promising. The future development of such a young man is absolutely unlimited. This car is all secondary. The main thing is Chen Tian's mannerisms and demeanor. To be so composed at this age is indeed awesome. I don't know what kind of family it is that can raise such an outstanding child. It seems that people have invested a great deal of effort." As the old bosses spoke, their gazes had already landed on their own family's indomitable son, and they said with a face of hatred, "Look at others, and look at you, all young people, how can the gap be so big? Several great young men, what's this got to do with us? We're just lying down and getting shot." One of the great young masters skimmed his mouth in dissatisfaction and complained to his own old dad, "Pops, don't talk about me. Didn't you still not do much when you were this age back then? You can't force your son to do it if you can't do it yourself. Besides, other experts have said that parents who look forward to their children's success every day are sure to have no success themselves." The old boss was choked by his own son's sentence. He looked at the brat with hatred and rebuked loudly, "Don't talk to me about this. If I had your family conditions back then, I would have taken off a long time ago. Just casually doing something is also more outstanding than this asshole kid. Who are you looking down on?" His own dignity as a dad must be preserved. Listening to his dad's words, Dishao's face suddenly raised a smile and said with a hefty laugh, "Then I'll go back and tell Grandpa that you think he's incapable." Pops. Chapter 25. This is Ru Kilna. Nuts. This kid actually still off-site help? If his grandfather was still alive, his own father, who is old, would not have to obey? The next generation of relatives. That is not cover. Listening to his dad's words, the young man was suddenly covered in black lines. "I don't know if I'll have any future success, but just based on this idea of hiring foreign aid, the two of them are definitely biological. The kind that doesn't even need a DNA test." More than an hour later, in the Lu family's living room, exclamations of surprise from Lu Ruyu were heard from time to time. "Good fellow, this is actually really a spring limited edition, and it comes in both colors. Just these 2 bags alone are going to be at least $600,000. Even though it's so expensive, it's still in short supply. I've looked at these clothes one by one against the web charts, and they're all new for this season. No wonder you can buy a limited edition bag. It's definitely a great deal for a big client. These bracelets and perfume are also high-definition models. Such a style to take out. Want to collide almost cannot do. Ordinary people can't afford them. There are also these top-notch cosmetics that brother Chen Tian buys in the biggest bowls. Is he treating the top creams like dough? The world of the rich is indeed extraordinary." Lu Ruyu held her cell phone in one hand, comparing those bought luxuries one by one. After seeing the prices of those physical objects, Lu Ruyu instantly felt that her 3 views were going to be turned upside down. Buying so many things at once. This picture was too shocking. This trip out, wouldn't it cost a few $1,000,000? After Lu Ruyu finished looking at these things, she turned her head to her sister and said, "Sis, I can see that brother Chen Tian is definitely sincere to you, but where there was a bit of hesitation, it would be impossible to buy so many goodies. Screw you, what does a little girl know about sincerity?" Lu Ruyan lightly reprimanded her sister, but her face raised a blush. Lu Ruyu had long since gotten used to her sister's temper. She smiled cheekily and prepared to go pour herself a glass of water to drink. When she crossed the living room, Lu Ruyu caught a glimpse of the vase on top of the table and couldn't help but ask her sister in the room aloud, "Sister, in our living room, where did the vase come from?" Lu Ruyan walked out, looked at the vase her sister was pointing at, and replied, "That's what your brother Chen Tian brought with him when he came here. I looked at it as quite pretty, so I placed it in the living room." As soon as she heard Chen Tian's name, almost instantly, Lu Ruyu instantly felt that the vase in front of her became extraordinary. I told you, the first time I saw this vase, I felt a sense of antiquity come over me. This is clearly an antique with a long history. Lu Ruyu began to praise the vase. The little girl spoke seriously. Her eyes were wide open, as if her eyes had turned into magnifying glasses. Look at the beautiful floral pattern on it. The lines are smooth and permeated with a dashing flavor. This must be a masterpiece by a master. Hearing her sister's exaggerated words, Lu Ruyan burst into laughter and joked. If you were able to come up with this kind of literary talent when you took the college entrance exam back then, you would have gotten a few more points for your composition. While saying this, Lu Ruyan gently shook her head and said helplessly, your Chen Tian brother gave it to me quite casually. I reckon it shouldn't be very expensive. This vase, the accompanying gift that was brought to the door, should be just an ordinary artifact. Lu Ruyu, that's fine. Sometimes, between a work of art and the real thing, there is only that much difference. Not an expert can't see it at all. Lu Ruyu was a little disappointed and casually placed the vase on the table on the other side. Just at this time, the lock on the front door turned, and it was Papa Lu and Mama Lu returning together in a group. How's it going, Ruyan? As soon as Mrs. Lu came in, she immediately headed in the direction of the kitchen, yelling under her breath to see if her family's kitchen was still there. In her opinion, her own 10-fingered daughter might have blown up the kitchen. However, when Mrs. Lu saw those delicacies on the table, her eyes instantly widened. These dishes didn't just look decent, they were simply of chef-like caliber. A light flashed in Lu Ma's eyes. Could it really be that Lu Dad was right? This is a real person who doesn't show his face? Thinking of this, Lu Ma had already reached out her hand and twisted a piece of the dish with her hand and threw it into her mouth. As the flavor of the dish exploded in her mouth, Lu Ma's eyes suddenly lit up and she exclaimed, Daughter, you've grown in this craft? As she spoke, Lu Ma also tasted a few other dishes, each of which had an excellent flavor. So delicious, Lu Ma couldn't help but open her mouth and exclaim in admiration. When Papa Lu heard Mom Lu's words, he also came over and reached out to twist the dishes. Who knew that Lu Mom directly slapped on his hand, glaring and said, No hands, take chopsticks. Lu Dad seems to have long been accustomed to Lu Mom's double standard. Smilingly walked to the kitchen, took out the chopsticks and tasted it. It is indeed delicious. Although the dish was cold, the flavor was not affected at all. Lu Mom, with a face of excitement, looked at her husband and said, It just so happens that our family is going to have a very important guest in a while. Let's clean up the house a bit. Ruyan, why don't you fry a few dishes for us tonight? The level of these dishes can be much stronger than the average restaurant. Ruyan Lu's pretty face blushed as she listened to her mom and dad's expectant voices. She opened her mouth somewhat helplessly and said, Mom and Dad, this is Chen Tian's cooking. How can I cook this well? Usually when she made an instant noodle herself, Mom and Dad would still have to pick and choose. How could she cook a meal so perfectly? The family looked at me, I looked at you, and instantly fell silent. Just at this time, the front door of their house was suddenly knocked on from outside. Papa Lu hurriedly went over and pulled open the door, and saw a rich, middle-aged man standing at the door. The middle-aged man's face was full of smiles, and as soon as they saw his arrival, Lu Dad and Lu Mom hurriedly greeted him with a warm greeting. Mr. Zhao, you're here. Quickly please come in. The two greeted while welcoming Mr. Zhao into their home. Mr. Zhao was invited to sit on the sofa by Mr. Lu's father and Mrs. Lu, and Mrs. Lu hurriedly went to the kitchen and prepared to make tea for the guest. Mr. Zhao looked at the teapot that Mrs. Lu brought out and looked at the tea leaves floating inside, waved his hand and said, Let's not drink the tea. Let's get down to business. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lu's father and Mrs. Lu immediately looked at each other, then looked at Mr. Zhao and asked with an expectant face, Then, Mr. Zhao, about the contract? They must have talked for a long time about this cooperation. Parent Lu had recently focused all of her work on this contract. After so many contacts, both sides were very intentional. But the contract, however, had never materialized. The signing of the contract had been delayed for so long. It could be said that Mr. and Mrs. Lu were very anxious. After all, their company, and Mr. Zhao such a big enterprise in Jinling compared to small negligible. People can afford to delay, but they can't hold out any longer. It was precisely because of this that Mr. Lu's father and mother had asked Mr. Zhao to come to their home, just to have a good chat about the contract signing. But now that Mr. Zhao had come to the door, but he didn't even drink any tea, which made Mr. Lu's and Mrs. Lu's hearts lift up at once. Mr. Zhao looked at the two of them. He lowered his head and smiled, deliberately lengthening his voice. This contract, well, the contract is not impossible to sign, but the conditions inside, or to modify a little. After all, businessmen value profit. There is such a good opportunity to pressure the price. Mr. Zhao naturally impossible to let go. The meaning of that has been quite obvious. Lu parents Lu mom heard. The face is followed by dark. Either you give up profits, or you give up cooperation. This was an either slash or issue. Giving up the cooperation would be the same as all the efforts they had made before being wasted. And it would also be the same as losing a good resume. But if they insisted on signing the contract, they would be losing money. And Mr. and Mrs. Lu felt very unwilling to do so. Just as the living room was quiet, Mr. Rao's casually surveying gaze suddenly tightened. His pair of eyes, staring straight at a porcelain vase on the other side. The whole person sat on the sofa, as if petrified. This, Mr. Zhao reacted only after half a day. He sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and walked to the front of the porcelain vase in 3 and 2 steps, carefully surveying it. This pattern, this color, this is the real thing. Mr. Zhao only felt a small heart fluttering. He looked behind him at his dumbfounded Lu parents and asked in a somewhat stern tone. Your family, such a porcelain vase is placed here like this? Preserving such a perfect vase? Actually placed on the table like this, also not afraid of bumping it? This family, their hearts are also too big. However, Mr. Zhao's gaze towards Mr. Lu's father and mother changed. For the family to have such a collection, it was also something that Mr. Zhao had not expected at all. Lu Ruyu, who was standing at the side, only felt a sudden burst of eyebrows as he looked at General Manager Zhao and opened his mouth to inquire. General Manager Zhao, what's wrong with this bottle? It was as if she had some kind of guess in her heart, but she hadn't said it yet. General Manager Zhao took a deep breath and looked at Lu Ruyu and replied word for word. This is a Ru kiln. Chapter 26, suddenly become like this? Ru kiln is the first of the 5 famous kilns, and has always been very popular with collectors. And because of its simple and atmospheric appearance, loved by the people of the country, the price is even higher. Now Lu family collection of this Ru kiln vase. Maintenance of such a beautiful, sell a few million easy. If it is sent to the auction, it may also be able to create a new height. Listening to Mr. Zhao's words of admiration and love, the Lu family was shocked. This vase, actually worth so much. This. Parents Lu heard Mr. Zhao's explanation and were even more directly frozen. They were very clear about Mr. Zhao's identity. Such a person wouldn't make such a big deal out of an ordinary gadget. Something that could make Mr. Zhao so surprised was bound to be top-notch good stuff. Papa Lu and Mama Lu sucked in a breath of cool air as they looked at the pair of daughters almost simultaneously and opened their mouths to ask, where did this bottle come from? Ruyan Lu also didn't expect this bottle to be so valuable. She swallowed hard before speaking. This is an accompanying gift that Chen Tian sent over when he came to the house for dinner today. Who would have thought that an accompanying gift would be worth so much money? Had she known it was like this, how could Ruyan Lu not have accepted this vase? Chen Tian sent it? When Lu Dad and Lu Mom heard this, they were even more shocked. Earlier, he heard his youngest daughter say that Chen Tian was now making a fortune, but he just didn't expect that all of a sudden, he had reached such a high level. One shot, is a few $1 million of antiques. This handwriting, door to propose marriage are enough. Just as Mr. Lu's father and mother were ruminating, Mr. Zhao on the side was also stunned. Chen Tian? Could it be that? General Manager Zhao directly looked to the side of Lu Ruyan and opened his mouth to inquire. Who did you say it was? Chen Tian? Lu Ruyan lightly nodded her head and replied with a curious expression. Yes, you recognize? Mr. Zhao looked at Ruyan Lu and did not say anything. He secretly thought in his heart, if it was really that Chen Tian, could he not recognize him? Only in the afternoon, he drank someone else's imperial tribute great red robe, and now that he had arrived at the Lu family, when he saw the ordinary tea, naturally, he couldn't drink it. While thinking about it, Mr. Zhao had already thought about those things in the afternoon. Chen Tian's talk and temperament is extraordinary. As soon as he bought a house in Tenfu City, he paid the full amount of several $1 billion. This was a grandiose gesture that had not been made in the entire Jinling. Such a young man, whether it was his own development or his family background, it was all unimaginably strong. At the very least, it was by no means a level he could comprehend. Mr. Zhao had become more and more shocked by the thought, and a slight sweat even started to appear on his forehead. This afternoon, he was at the very end of the list of those old bosses and was the last one to add WeChat with Chen Tian. As for the order in which the old bosses were arranged, it was naturally according to the status of these people. To make a judgment, those than their own powerful so many old bosses, the same to Chen Tian respectfully, their own than others so much worse, where still dare to take Zhou. Thinking of those people's attitude, Mr. Zhao felt a chill on the soles of his feet. While thinking about it, Mr. Zhao's eyes had already landed on Lu Ruyan's body. Looking at the delicate and stunning little girl in front of him, at this age and appearance, and then thinking about the gifts that Chen Tian had sent as a guest in his home, he instantly already had an idea. Mr. Zhao only felt a huge shock in his heart. That one, wouldn't become this family's son-in-law in the future, right? Just by looking at him like this, the two of them were a perfect match. If he offended this family, wouldn't it be the same as offending Chen Tian? If he offended this family, wouldn't that be the same as offending Chen Tian? Then in the future, in Jinling City, would he still be able to get along? Mr. Zhao subconsciously reached out his hand and gently wiped away the thin sweat on his forehead. During the thoughts just now, Mr. Zhao didn't dare to say a single word. It was all done in his heart. He lowered his head and said in a sardonic tone after some contemplation, "So you guys know Mr. Chen." After saying that, Mr. Zhao jerked his head up and looked at Mr. Lu's father and mother with an expectant face, saying eagerly, "Right, let's hurry up and sign the contract. Such a good opportunity to flatter." Mr. Zhao, who was so shrewd, was not willing to let it go. Getting on good terms with Chen Tian's mother-in-law's family first. In the future, this thigh, could it still run? He was really a genius, Mr. Zhao thought as he hurriedly pulled out the contract he was carrying in his bag. The price he now has absolutely no intention to talk about. If not for the fear of the Lu family thinking more, Mr. Zhao now hates to add a little more price. Mr. Lu's parents were very excited, and both sides signed the contract very quickly. Mr. Zhao will be in the hands of the contract. Read over and over again several times. Very happy to Lu parents said. Don't worry, when there is an opportunity in the future, naturally you will be given priority. Such a good time to pull relations. Of course, Mr. Zhao couldn't possibly let it go to someone else. Mr. and Mrs. Lu were so happy that they almost jumped up and down. With such a big group, their business in the future would also be on a higher level. Mr. Zhao, you stay, let's have a meal together. Papa Lu laughed loudly, in a very happy mood, and invited General Manager Zhao. Finally signing this big contract that he had been longing for, he had to celebrate. Upon hearing this, General Manager Zhao quickly waved his hand and said, No, you guys eat. I have to go back and organize the contract. Next time there is a chance, I will treat you to dinner. After saying his words, Mr. Zhao hurriedly walked out of the Lu family with a compensating smile on his face. Parents Lu looked at the back of General Manager Zhao's departure and only felt a moment of dismay. They had followed up on this contract for so long. When had they ever seen General Manager Zhao look like this? The Lu family stared at each other for a while, not saying a single word. Their hearts were all a bit complicated. On the contrary, it was Mr. Lu's father and Mrs. Lu who were the ones who understood. They looked at the expensive vase on the table and understood in an instant. This order could be signed safely. It was all because of Chen Tian. Papa Lu carefully walked to the vase and held it in his hand looking left and right. How did little Chen send such an expensive thing? Papa Lu very much believed in Mr. Zhao's eyesight. To someone's kind of status, the realm was naturally different. Unexpectedly, they had worked so hard for so long, but it was not as big as Chen Tian's face. To know, Chen Tian hadn't even shown his face. Hearing her own husband's question, Mrs. Lu directly looked at Lu Ruyan and asked with a smile, "Daughter, are you in love with little Chen?" Lu Ruyan's face was thin. Being questioned by her own mom so face to face, she instantly blushed and said as if she was pampered, "Mom, don't talk nonsense." Lu Ruyu hammed and hawed and suddenly interjected, "Right, Mom, what's the big truth about talking blindly? Lu Ruyan, this family of their own, what's wrong with them? Is this to sell themselves out? Himself and Chen Tian really are not even close." Mr. Lu's father, Mr. Lu's mother was quite happy. After all, Chen Tian was the one they had watched grow up as a child, and there was absolutely nothing to say about his character. Chen Tian has no money and no family. Lu parents also have no objection to the meaning of the two children together, and even happy to see it. Big deal. Just as recruited a son-in-law is. Now that they know and personally verify Chen Tian's success, Lu dad and Lu mom are even happier. With such a good son-in-law, they, as the father-in-law and mother-in-law, all feel that there is light on the face. Lu Ruyan was set a big red face by her parents. She hated and stomped her foot. How is this still not explained clearly? I won't talk to you guys anymore. Lu Ruyan dropped a sentence and flew into the room. Lu mom looked at Lu dad and said with emotion, "Alas, the daughter is getting too big for her own good." Lu dad laughed and dropped his gaze on Lu Ruyu's body, saying with a thoughtful face, "I'm not worried about Ruyan. I don't know what kind of boy Ruyu will find in the future." Lu ma sniffs, but nods her head seriously. In that case, indeed Ruyu is more worrisome. Lu Ruyu, what's this? Mom and dad, you guys still haven't gotten to the bottom of old sister's matter. I'm lying down and getting shot off. Lu dad and Lu mom were in a good mood today, so they simply waved their hands and said, "Tell your mom to show her two hands today. Let's celebrate." At this time, Chen Tian was carrying Su Jishi, sending the little girl back to school. He drove the car directly to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory and instructed Su Jisher, who was unbuckling her seatbelt beside him. If anything happens in school, you can call me, okay? Eat 3 meals a day on time. Don't learn from others to lose weight and not eat. Starve out a stomach disease. But the hard thing is you yourself. If you don't have enough money to spend, tell cousin. I'll call you. Su Jishi smile. Cousin now look. A little like their nagging mom. Alright, I know. When the time comes, if anything happens, I'll call my cousin. Su Jixia knew that Chen Tian was concerned about herself, and sweetly answered. Now that she knew that her cousin was doing so well, she didn't have to worry about causing trouble for him. Watching Su Jixia's back disappear into the dormitory building, Chen Tian then drove his car in the direction of his home. The journey was smooth as he drove to the entrance of his home, and the gate automatically opened after scanning Chen Tian's biological information. Chen Tian directly drove his car and parked it in the garage, and as soon as he stepped out, he saw the bulldog waiting at the door, wagging its tail frantically towards him. As if this was not enough, the bulldog suddenly pounced towards Chen Tian, wanting to play games with his master. Chen Tian was directly pounced on by the bulldog, and he took several steps backwards before barely maintaining his balance. The bulldog loved his master and moved back and forth in his arms with a very hyperactive mood. Chen Tian looked at the little guy that was moving back and forth in his arms, and felt a moment of helplessness. In his heart, he secretly thought to himself, although he had a divine level figure, it seems like his power didn't grow too much. A bulldog is just a bulldog, and it's so laborious to control it. If he were to lead it out to walk the dog in the future, I'm afraid that it wouldn't even be good to hold this guy, right? As soon as Chen Tian's thoughts rose, he felt a flash of light in front of him. Your gym detects that the owner feels his strength is insufficient, takes the initiative to upgrade and contributes physique plus 100 points, 10 points for adults, and rewards 10 bottles of physique potion every day. Drinking it can enhance your physique and restore your spirit, but not very useful for the host, as the host's physique is too strong. Chapter 27, Chen is handsome. Just after reading those words, Chen Tian felt as if his body was infused with a hot breath that was constantly rushing through his body's limbs and bones. In a moment's effort, Chen Tian only felt a rolling heat all over his body, especially in those muscle locations, as if they were filled with endless power. Chen Tian clearly felt that in his body, the power had obviously increased a lot. Experiencing this power-filled feeling, Chen Tian suddenly waved his hand towards the bulldog and then picked it up. With over 100 pounds of bulldog in Chen Tian's hands, it was as easy as holding a large cabbage. After the bulldog grew up, it was the first time it felt this feeling of being picked up, and under the excitement, it continuously licked Chen Tian's hand. After accompanying the bulldog to play for a while, Chen Tian touched its head and said, "Alright, let's play here. It's time for you to go to bed." The bulldog ha-ha'd and spat out its tongue, as if it had understood its master's words, and obediently ran back into the kennel. Chen Tian looked at the obedient bulldog, and felt a sense of comfort in his heart. It was really worthy of being a watchdog contributed by the family. It was very smart. Lightly dusting his hands, Chen Tian just wanted to walk into the house, suddenly remembered that the tea leaves were still in the trunk of the car, so he walked back to the garage again. Tea leaves just got his hands. Chen Tian's eyes. Again, the light screen flashed. Your home detects that the owner actually buys tea from outside, automatically upgrades, establishes an underground tea cellar, and rewards 10 divine-grade tea trees. Looking at the clear font in front of his eyes, Chen Tian's round eyes slightly glared as a trace of dismay flashed across his face. Is this even possible? It feels like his home. So good at being jealous, Chen Tian thought as he walked towards the basement downstairs. The basement was brightly lit, with a cozy yellow glow illuminating every corner. In the direction of the right-hand side, there was a separate gate made of alloy. Chen Tian gently pushed it, and the alloy door opened with a sound. And it was none other than the tea cellar that home had just upgraded out of. Looking at the tea cellar in front of him, even Chen Tian could not help but raise an eyebrow. The arrangement here was simply more advanced than Tang Sini's professional tea cellar. As soon as he walked in, Chen Tian's gaze was caught by the solid wood tea cabinet. The tea cabinet used the original color of the solid wood, so it was possible to see that inside the wood, there were some traces of gold silk in general, and this golden color was a lot. Very beautiful. Chen Tian sucked in a breath of cool air. Could this be the golden silk wood? I heard that this kind of wood, because it was very rare, the price of a gram was much more expensive than gold, and because of the dense wood, the specific gravity of gold nanmu is very large. Such a room of gold nanmu tea cabinet is definitely worth a lot of money. The most powerful thing was that because of the special properties of golden nanmu, this kind of wood could avoid humidity and insects, so if it was used to store tea, it was simply not too perfect. Chen Tian was very satisfied with the arrangement of the place, and directly placed the tea leaves that he had bought inside the tea cellar. After setting everything up, Chen Tian walked to the other side of the tea cellar, where 10 divine-grade tea trees were being planted. Before he even approached, Chen Tian could smell the tip of his nose filled with a clear scent, a sweet fragrance that he had never smelled before. As Chen Tian approached, the scent had become stronger and stronger. Chen Tian carefully surveyed the tea trees in front of him, and he suddenly realized that the leaves of these tea trees were bright green and erect, and the edges of the leaves seemed to be encrusted with gold, which was indescribably mysterious and luxurious. Such tea trees, not to mention the taste of the tea, just looking at them like this already felt like a treat. Chen Tian felt that his entire body was tainted with the fragrance, and a smile could not help but fill the corners of his mouth. After looking at the tea cellar, Chen Tian returned to his bedroom. After running outside for a day, Chen Tian also felt a bit tired, so he went to take a shower. After washing away his fatigue, Chen Tian went to the check room and grabbed a set of pajamas. Soon, his line of sight was caught by the watch box in the cabinet. It was only at this time that Chen Tian drifted off and remembered that he seemed to have gotten a reward. A world-class watch? Thinking of this, Chen Tian walked over to the watch box and gently opened it. Inside, there were 7 watches, releasing their own luster under the light. Chen Tian picked up one of the watches straight away, and his eyes narrowed. He had seen the introduction of this watch before. This was Patek Philippe's Ultra Complication pocket watch, and it was by far the most expensive pocket watch in the world. The auction price a few years ago was already as high as $160 million. Chen Tian was originally a bit surprised, but when he saw the introduction of the other watches, he was a bit speechless. Placed in the first position was the Joaillerie 101 Manchette. The shape of this watch was very peculiar, and the surface was even inlaid with 576 fine diamonds and various gemstones. Because of the uniqueness of this watch, its value is even more immeasurable and absolutely priceless. The third watch is the Patek Philippe Super Complication, which is claimed to be one of the most expensive customized watches in the world. Again, in the watch world, the existence of the ceiling level. Chen Tian directly skimmed over Hublett's diamond watch and looked at Louis Moynet's tourbillon. This watch was famous because of the surface of the watch, which incorporated a meteorite from Mars. Chen Tian was very interested in this watch and directly took it out and wore it on his wrist. The reason why he chose this piece was that Chen Tian still felt that this piece was more low-key. Although the price of this piece was also nearly $30 million, it would be difficult for anyone to recognize its uniqueness unless they were knowledgeable. Chen Tian walked back to his bedroom with the watch, and his cell phone, which he had placed on the nightstand, suddenly ding-donged and rang. He picked it up and found that it was a WeChat message from Tang Sini. I want to go up to 9 Dragon Spring Mountain tomorrow to get mountain spring water, and I've asked everyone to go up for an outing. Do you have time tomorrow? Together? Tang Sini had just been in the group, and had already discussed it with a bunch of big young ladies, and everyone agreed. Thinking about all of Chen Tian's amazing performance today, Tang Sini planned to call Chen Tian together. After Chen Tian saw the message, thinking that there was nothing else to do tomorrow, he agreed. Sure, what time tomorrow? Seeing that Chen Tian had agreed, Tang Sini was also very happy, holding her cell phone and typing quickly in the dialog box. After all, it's a picnic. Let's go in the morning. The air is good enough, and there are fewer people. It's quiet. Chen Tian had just replied with a good, when he saw a flash of light in front of him. Your home detected that the owner is going on an outing and is very pleased. Your garage has taken the initiative to contribute a big G bulletproof version considering the mountainous roads are dangerous. Looking at the words on the light screen, Chen Tian was instantly happy. This home is a bit interesting. Being pleased with himself and letting the garage make a contribution. While thinking about it, Chen Tian opened his cell phone search and checked the news of the Big G Bulletproof Edition. This search does not matter. See the pop-up web page information. It is written that the price of this bulletproof version of the Big G has gone up to 100 million. Chen Tian is not surprised at this. After all, it is the family contribution out of the things. Never only fine. Looking at the various values presented on the top of the web page, Chen Tian felt very satisfied. He put away his cell phone and prepared to sleep. The next morning, Chen Tian woke up early. After simply washing up, Chen Tian simply ate some breakfast downstairs before going back upstairs to change his clothes. The clothes inside the closet were all handmade clothes made of excellent materials, with all kinds of styles available. Thinking that he was going on a picnic today, Chen Tian chose a set of gray sportswear. These clothes were as if they were tailored for Chen Tian, and when worn on Chen Tian's body, they immediately wrapped his figure perfectly. It was completely and extremely well built, and sunny and handsome big boy. Chen Tian organized himself in the mirror for a bit, and then went directly to the garage and sat in the Mercedes-Benz Big G. Looking at the time, Chen Tian drove the vehicle and drove in the direction of 9 Dragons Spring Mountain, and at this time, At the foot of Nine Dragons Spring Mountain, the big young ladies had already arrived early. Everyone was gathered around, chatting cheekily, looking like they were all in a good mood, because Tang Xinyi had notified in advance to come to the outing. Everyone had gone to bed early, and today when they got up they suddenly felt refreshed. Just at this time, a Mercedes-Benz Big G drove towards the direction of the crowd and stopped straight in front of everyone. The young ladies all looked towards the car, and saw the door being pushed open, and Tang Xinyi jumped down from above. Seeing Tang Xinyi appear in such a posture, the eyes of the crowd instantly lit up. Today's Tang Xinyi wore a cherry blossom pink sports suit, her long straight black hair combed up in a high ponytail, looking full of spirit. Her face was only simply coated with sunscreen, looking youthful and invincible, but also revealing a wave of innocence and competence. It was clearly a somewhat contradictory view, but it appeared on the same person. But it was also this kind of impact that made today's Tang Xinyi look very pretty and very eye-catching. As long as you looked over, it was as if you were caught in a vortex, the lingering of your gaze already completely out of your control. Looking at such Tang Xinyi, the crowd opened their mouths in admiration. Sister Tang, you're dressed like this today. It's simply beautiful, and it's completely different from usual. That's right, Sister Tang drove this car today. It's simply overbearing. This isn't Sister Tang today, it's Sister 100 Changes Tang, Jie. Hearing the crowd's boasting words, Tang Xinyi directly rolled her eyes and said to the crowd, "This is me simply taking more barrels. It just so happens that so many of you big and small are all here. Usually one by one. Aren't you all always bragging that you're the little prince of the gym? Today is a good opportunity to see if you guys can do it." While speaking, Tang Xinyi was counting in her heart. So many big and small people were there. It seemed like there was one more if one person had a bucket, but it didn't matter. Feeling Tang Xinyi's gaze drifting over, the group of great young men only felt a chill down their spines, a shady feeling of being counted. On the side, Zhang Haoran couldn't listen anymore. He puffed out his chest and said to Tang Xinyi, "How can you say no to a man? This was simply a naked insult. To be a man, one could never endure it. Isn't it just a few buckets?" Before Zhang Haoran's words fell, he saw that Tang Xinyi had already opened the trunk of the Mercedes-Benz Big G and took out quite a few empty buckets from it. As soon as she saw those buckets, the rest of the words directly choked in Zhang Haoran's throat, a bit unable to speak. This. It was simply the home water dispenser. The largest bucket, carrying such a big bucket, but also climb up and down. Thinking about this, Zhang Haoran's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This was definitely a big job. He had just thought that it was one of those small buckets used for pumping water in a water purifier. Ahem, that's Sister Tang. If you're like this, isn't it a bit too harsh? Zhang Haoran began to wail at that moment. Such a trip up and down. It was estimated that the bones were going to be exhausted. The big ladies beside him covered their mouths and laughed. The words of ridicule that came out of their mouths. Didn't you just say that if you're a man, you can't say no? Sometimes hit the face is so fast. A few buckets are just a piece of cake for you. Mr. Zhang, look at you. You're quite strong. Do you mean you're not physically capable? Why don't we learn from the big stars and buy some sea dog pills for you? Put. So young Master Zhang is so weak. Ha ha ha. Listening to those big ladies, Zhang Haoran was full of pretentious words. He just didn't dare to say them out in front of Tang Xinyi. Otherwise, it might not even work for one bucket, and directly add up to 2 buckets for him. Looking at Zhang Haoran's defeated look, the crowd burst into laughter. Zhang Haoran rolled his eyes as he directly digressed and looked at the crowd and asked, "Why hasn't Brother Chen come yet?" As soon as he heard Chen Tian, a big young man on the side immediately picked up the conversation and said, "I went back last night, but I was given a good talking to by my dad. The beggar on the street is better than me. Brother Chen is simply someone else's child. Such a role model in front. His pressure is really huge. The other big young ladies were also nodding with deep thoughts, not expecting one day, they would be crushed like this. However, thinking about Chen Tian's various performances, the great young misses present were all convinced, completely convinced. At this time, another great young lady also said with a helpless face, "You guys are unaware that my parents almost fought yesterday because of Brother Chen." And, upon hearing this, the great young ladies present were instantly interested and opened their mouths to inquire about the cause. That great young lady let out a heavy sigh and explained, "This is also my father's fault. After coming home, he kept counting me in front of my mom. My mom was a bit unhappy to hear that, so she talked back to him a few times." Speaking here, the great young man pinched his throat, following his mom's example and said, "What do you mean my son can't be everywhere? I said when I was pregnant, if this child is like you, it's definitely over." The crowd roared with laughter, and came forward to ask, what was going on behind the scenes. "I'm telling you, if the child doesn't look like me, you're finished." The eldest youngster crossed his arms, clearly imitating his old man. The great young Mrs. Stomachs hurt from laughing. This can even be a quarrel? This family? It was joyful enough. Just at this time, someone saw a Mercedes-Benz Big G from afar, speeding towards their direction. Squeak! The Big G steadily stopped in front of the crowd. One person pushed open the door and walked down. It was Chen Tian. The crowd looked at Chen Tian, who was dressed in sportswear, and were again shocked. No one had expected that even in such ordinary sportswear, Chen Tian was still amazingly handsome. In particular, the shape of the muscles that were vaguely revealed underneath the clothes was even more shocking to the crowd. The hormones that belonged uniquely to males almost broke through the clothes and enveloped everyone. The gazes of some of the damsels looking at Chen Tian were filled with infatuation. Handsome. Simply handsome. Chapter 28. What kind of body is this? Brother Chen, this is too good. It seems like a lot of time is spent every day on figure management. Seeing Chen Tian arrive close, the crowd hurriedly greeted him. Chen Tian also nodded his head towards the crowd and said with a smile, "Everyone has been waiting for a long time, right?" No. The crowd waved their hands. They had only just arrived for a while. The crowd spoke for a while. And at this time, a young lady shifted her gaze to Chen Tian's love car and said in surprise, "Brother Chen and Sister Tang's car. It's the same It was also both black and looked mighty and domineering. Especially cool." The big young ladies next to him started to coax, saying that it was a tacit understanding and a kind of fate. Zheng Haoren took a few steps forward and carefully surveyed Chen Tian's car, turning back and forth several times. Immediately, Zheng Haoren's face revealed a touch of shock and said loudly, "Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Brother Chen, this is the bulletproof plate Big G. There is a price for it. I'm afraid it's going to be tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars." Hundreds of millions? The crowd knew that Zheng Haoren loved cars the most. There was not a trace of doubt in his words, and they instantly widened their eyes. This Big G is actually a bulletproof version. I heard that many presidential cars. Is this version? General people do not say buy. See, have not seen it. Zheng Haoren also read a lot of the introduction of this kind of car, in order to see the subtle difference. After saying that, Zheng Haoren looked at Chen Tian as if inquiring, hoping to get the affirmation from the owner of the car. When Chen Tian saw Zheng Haoren's gaze, he smiled faintly and nodded. He actually did not expect that Zheng Haoren knew so much about the car and actually saw it at a glance. When the crowd saw that Chen Tian had admitted it, each one of them was even more shocked. What kind of status is this for Brother Chen? A few days ago it was a $50+ million Aston Martin, and now it's a $100 million bulletproof version of the Big G? This. Can it still be upgraded like this? Tang Xinyi was the first to react at this time. She waved her hand and greeted the group of great young men, saying, "Come on big boys, one person, one bucket, let's go." Looking at the bucket more, a great young man took two. When the great young men heard this, they could only reluctantly walk forward and take the bucket in their hands. Who told them to always be greedy and go to Tang Xinyi's place to dilly-dally with the tea when they had nothing else to do? Eating someone else's mouth is short. Taking someone else's hand is short. Resign yourself to fate. The protection of Nine Dragons Spring Mountain was done very well. There was a lot of greenery on the mountain, and there was beautiful scenery everywhere. The Disc Mountain Road are all paved with whole pieces of mountain stone, one after another, stretching all the way to the top of the mountain. It looks very meaningful. The crowd climbed directly to the halfway point of the mountain with a flourish. Looking towards the bottom of the mountain from here, they only felt that there was an unobstructed view in front of them, full of greenery. It was simply a natural oxygen bar. The crowd took out water one after another, replenishing their moisture. Climbing up so quickly, they were indeed a bit tired. Only Chen Tian had an exuberant face, unable to see any fatigue. There were a few big ladies who were so tired that they directly found a mountain rock and sat down, huffing and puffing and gasping for breath. The great young ladies looked at them from the side and couldn't help but open their mouths to flirt. "It looks like you guys just don't usually exercise. You guys are definitely going to be sore for days when you go back this time." Tang Xinyi took out mineral water from her backpack and distributed it to a few of the big young ladies, before she turned back to the crowd and said, "As far as your usual workouts are concerned, you should hold the bucket well in a while. If you don't hold it well and the water accidentally spills, no one will want to dabble with the tea in the future. Big young people. #UN%. They're doing black labor now." After resting for a while, the crowd proceeded to climb towards the top of the mountain. After a few moments of rest, everyone's speed of climbing the mountain obviously slowed down. As Tang Xinyi climbed the mountain, she glared at those great young men and said with a sigh, "Ugh, you straight men. Seeing us tired, you didn't say anything about carrying us?" Zheng Haoren skimmed his mouth and looked at Tang Xinyi and smiled sarcastically. "Sister Tang, you're really good at joking. We're tired too. Besides, They were still holding a huge bucket in their hands. How could they carry it? The young ladies sent huge blank stares. These men, all straight men, not warm at all. Chen Tian, who was walking in front, did stop. He sized up the slender Tang Xinyi, raised his eyebrows and asked, "What? I'm carrying you?" And, hearing Chen Tian say this violently, it in turn startled Tang Xinyi. She quickly waved her hand and looked at Chen Tian, saying with a smile, "No, no, I'll just be pretentious." With this stature of Chen Tian's, how could she be ashamed to let someone carry her? Unexpectedly, Chen Tian smiled lightly at his words, looked at Tang Xinyi, and said in a conciliatory tone, "I'm just being polite." "You." Tang Xinyi looked at Chen Tian with hatred, a burst of gnashing of teeth. "How dare you flirt with me?" Everyone talked and laughed as they climbed upwards, soon arriving at a flat land. Saying that it was flat ground, it was actually a huge mountain rock, and quite a few people were using it as a resting place. Tang Xinyi looked at the crowd and took off her backpack. She often came up to fetch water, so she knew that the mountain paths here were steep and more physically demanding, and had made a lot of preparations in advance. Tang Xinyi's backpack contained the snacks she had made. She opened the box and distributed them to the crowd. As soon as the crowd tasted it, they could taste that it was Tang Xinyi's homemade snacks. After all, she often soaked in the tea garden, and Tang Xinyi had also practiced her hand at making refreshments. "Sister Tang, this craft of yours, it's getting better and better." Everyone praised Tang Xinyi's craftsmanship. Chen Tian was also quite fond of this light and sweet flavor. It didn't overpower the main character and carried a floral fragrance. Everything was just right. Tang Xinyi split the snacks and pointed to a mountain rock above and said, "There's the 9-dragon spring. Let's rest for a while and then go up again." The 9-dragon spring looked like it was right at the top of their heads, but going up the mountain path was a big detour. After continuing to walk for a while, the crowd's ears could already hear the sound of running water. The 9-dragon spring was already right in front of them. Looking at the clear flowing water, the faces of the crowd all revealed smiles as they walked forward. The crowd had washed their hands, and many of them even directly cupped their hands to drink the water. The 9-dragon spring was very famous, with a cool and sweet taste in the mouth and a hint of sweetness. Such natural mineral water to make tea, the flavor would be taken to the next level. Zhang Haoran also bent his body and lifted his sleeve to cup the water to drink. Such a move directly exposed his hand. "Brother Zhang, are you wearing the Vacheron Constantine Heritage Series?" A great young man pointed at Zhang Haoran's wristwatch and exclaimed loudly. When the crowd heard this, a shocked expression instantly appeared on their faces. Vacheron Constantine Heritage. That was a famous rich and powerful series. The most basic model would cost millions. Thinking of this, everyone came to Zhang Haoran's side and looked carefully at the watch on his wrist. Another great young man took a deep breath and said with envy in his eyes, "This piece, it's not just $1 million. It's a limited edition of over $5 million. The crowd was wide-eyed, looking at Zhang Haoran with eyes full of shock. True to form, this watch, it was handsome. The corners of Zhang Haoran's mouth raised in a smile. His heart was a little smug. This was bought by his old man only yesterday, and today he stole it and wore it out. He was very satisfied with this reaction from everyone. Everyone looked around Zhang Haoran's watch for half a day before they walked back to the 9-dragon spring and played with the water. A young lady looked at a great young man not far away, and while he was drinking water, she had already raised a handful of water over. Watching that great young man being doused with water, the young lady giggled and shouted, "Sisters, clean them up. Let them be so straight just now. Humph. They must be made to know what it means that it's not unrewarded. It's the time that has not yet come." The big ladies sniffed and joined in the fight. Tang Xinyi held the water and deliberately raised it on Chen Tian's body, wetting his blouse. In a moment, the great young ladies were all suffering. One by one, they all became drenched in water. The great young men were also unable to endure it. Chen Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the laughing young ladies in front of him and greeted them loudly. "Everyone, let's counterattack together." While saying this, Chen Tian had already arrived at the spring and started splashing water towards the big ladies. Who knew that before the water even landed on the bodies of the big ladies, a sun umbrella appeared out of thin air. These parasols were like little mushrooms sprouting out of the mountain forest, blocking those springs one by one. The great young ladies, this. You guys are playing with a prop field, aren't you? Where in the world did you get the parasols? Was this premeditated? The big young ladies laughed their heads off as they stuck their heads out from behind the umbrellas and smirked. Who told you guys not to have sun umbrellas? Slightly. The big young ladies saw that this situation was not going to play out, so they simply called it quits and stopped making a scene. Chen Tian and the others were a bit more miserable. The clothes on their bodies were all wet. Zhang Haoran tugged at the clothes stuck to his body and said with a helpless face, "In this situation, there's no way out. Take it off. Otherwise, it's just too uncomfortable to stick it on your body." After Zhang Haoren finished speaking, he had already taken off his own shirt, revealing his lean and strong upper body. When the crowd took a look, they were all stunned. Zhang Haoren usually paid more attention to fitness. His body was still quite good, all tendon meat, looked super manly. Several of the older ladies were already whistling on the side, with a female sexist look. Some thin-skinned missy after a hurried sweep, is the head twisted to the side, do not dare to look again. Small face is a red. When the young men looked at this situation, their faces were filled with envy. Zhang, this body, should not say, really good. At first glance, it is the kind of body that is strong and powerful and often jerks iron. Chen Tian's top was also wet, so he had no choice but to take it off. Otherwise, wearing wet clothes, one would get eczema on their body. Seeing Chen Tian's action of taking off his clothes, quite a few people stretched their heads to watch. Everyone wanted to take a look at how the body of Chen Tian, who did not look fit, was, only to see Chen Tian's clothes come off, immediately drawing gasps from the crowd. This body of Chen Tian's, it was too awesome. The muscle lines on Chen Tian's body were very distinct, and underneath the wrapping of those silhouettes was a muscle that contained power, especially Chen Tian's abs. The 8 muscles were practiced distinctly, and the mermaid line was deeply rooted into his pants. The gazes of the crowd couldn't wait to become a dexterous snake, following the mermaid line and taking a good look at the scenery inside. Thinking about this, the big ladies blushed even more. How could one think like that? Isn't this just LSP? Zhang Haoren looked at Chen Tian's perfect body and also let out a misty grass, instantly widening his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. This body was practiced, but it was too perfect. It was simply the benchmark figure in the gym. It wasn't too exaggerated, but it was full of male strength. This was what a real man should look like. Brother Chen, this muscle of yours, it's really well practiced, Zhang Haoren said while looking greedily. He naturally wouldn't like men, but this body, he was too envious. If he could have this body himself, wouldn't the little girl wail on him? Envy. Thinking of this, Zhang Haoren swallowed another mouthful of water. It was then that he realized that the other young ladies were looking at him with a strange gaze. Chapter 29. I still have a few more watches over there with similar prices. Zhang Haoren took a look and quickly opened his mouth to explain. You guys don't look at me like that. I'm not. Some of the remaining big young men also took off, but they were all a little confident in their own body shape. Some of the chubby big young, directly wearing wet clothes, they tightly clutched the corner of their clothes, killed and did not take off. No matter what, cannot call so many big ladies look at the joke, looking at so many fierce men in front of them, but more big ladies, still secretly sizing up Chen Tian. This look, it's too good looking, right? If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many people, they would have wanted to pounce on him. Not just those big ladies, even Tang Xinyi was also peeking from the side with a slight blush on her face. Chen Tian felt those gazes. He helplessly looked at Tang Xinyi and said, still peeking? When we go back, you'll have to buy me clothes to go. Splashing herself so wet. What a bad girl. Tang Xinyi wasn't annoyed by Chen Tian's dismantling. She smiled sweetly and said back with a straight face, where am I peeking? I'm just looking good. Not just buy clothes. Buy. Anyway, seeing a handsome man naked, how is also earned. Besides, Chen Tian's perfect body, where can I see it? The crowd had played enough, and it was time to get to work. The great young men picked up buckets and started filling them with water. There was no proper place to catch the spring water from the 9 dragon springs, and most of the ones who came to catch the water filled it up. It was just a matter of taking a tool and quickly pouring it inside the bucket. Chen Tian also took buckets from other great young men and helped to fill them with water. Zhang Haoren picked up the bucket and had walked to the edge of the water, and then went around to the side of the mountain rock and took off his watch. He had placed the watch on the mountain rock just to prevent it from getting wet. After all, it was a watch of more than $5 million, and Zhang Haoren had still brought it out secretly, so it had to be well protected. After placing the watch, everyone started to fill the water. Everyone was showing their own skills. Some held buckets and pressed them into the water. Some held small bottles and poured them in. Only Chen Tian was the fastest. Watching him quickly fill a bucket, even Tang Xinyi next to him froze. Even the workers that she usually brought in would not necessarily have the speed that Chen Tian had. This Chen Tian, completely unlike a pampered young master, was really impressive. The big ladies next to her looked at Tang Xinyi, her eyes dead set on Chen Tian, and instantly covered their mouths and laughed. A few of the big ladies squeezed their eyebrows and subconsciously thought that Tang Xinyi was peeking at Chen Tian's body. They even muttered in whispers, discussing whether or not to set the two up. Just as the crowd was busy with their own business, suddenly a cry came from above their heads. Immediately afterward, a flying bird violently rushed down like a swift wind. The flying bird flew straight to the watch on the mountain rock. Its claws were very sharp, grabbed the watch, and then flew up into the sky. Crowd. What's with this bird? Jung Haoran looked at the sudden scene and was directly confused by this bird. Nuts ah! Is this bird a treasure hunting beast? It still knows to find the most expensive thing to grab. This is a few million ah. Dance grass. Under the claws to leave the table ah. Jung Haoran anxious forehead are about to sweat. This is his old man's new watch. It just arrived home yesterday. It's not even warm yet. So you let a bird take it away? This. Zhang Haoran cursed in his heart. But looking at the bird flying higher and higher, he was completely helpless. The crowd next to him was also completely confused. Everyone froze in place, all a bit baffled. But thinking of Zhang Haoran who had suffered heavy losses, they all opened their mouths to comfort. Brother Zhang, don't be anxious. It's a bird. What's the point of having a watch? Maybe it can even be sent back in a while? You think this bird is a lost lamb? It's impossible to send it back, or we might lose it if we follow it. It's said that the old doesn't go away and the new doesn't come. Brother Zhang, don't get angry. Zhang Haoran's mood is complicated right now. Who can believe it when he encounters such a strange thing to say? Even in the face of everyone racking their brains to comfort him, Zhang Haoran was still unhappy and his heart was even more sullen. After all, with such a big loss, no one can be happy. But things have happened. Zhang Haoran also knows that this is something that can't be helped, also forced a smile and said to the crowd, It's fine. This is just a broken fortune. Maybe we'll encounter something great next. Zhang Haoran understood in his heart that the flying bird had long ago gone to nowhere. Where to find the watch to go? Seeing that this happened, the crowd had no idea of continuing to play, so they decided to go down the mountain now. A few big young men picked up a bucket each. The boys had a bucket in their hands, but there was still an extra bucket on the ground. Tang Xinyi looked at the group of great young men, so she prepared to carry it down the mountain herself. Seeing this, the young lady next to her hurriedly came forward and said that she would carry it with her. After all, such a large bucket was indeed a bit difficult for little girls like them. If two people shared it, it would be quite a bit easier. The other young ladies also said that they would take turns with everyone else to carry it, and that they would always be able to carry it to the bottom of the mountain. Chen Tian watched from the side. These young ladies all had thin arms and legs. If they were to carry it down the mountain, wouldn't they be exhausted? Thinking of this, Chen Tian shook his head helplessly. He walked straight over and said to them, Get. I'll do it. As soon as the big ladies saw Chen Tian take the initiative to save the day, they immediately changed their faces and said one by one, Thank you Brother Chen. Brother Chen, you're so nice. Faced with such a scene, Chen Tian was also stunned. A bit speechless, he simply picked up the two buckets and walked in the direction of the descending mountain. The two huge buckets were carried in his hands, but Chen Tian's performance only seemed to feel very relaxed. While other great young men were already panting from carrying one bucket, Chen Tian was still lifting the two buckets with a light weight, drawing a low murmur from the great young ladies. Look guys, Chen Tian is really strong. Two buckets in his hands don't feel as heavy as 2 bottles of mineral water. Have you guys forgotten about those muscles you just saw? Too manly. I feel like I'm going to fall in love. Ha ha, it's over. We're going to become love rivals. I love this kind of powerful and true man. The crowd walked together towards the bottom of the mountain, and those great young men who were walking in front began to rest from time to time. Many of them were already out of breath and had to take a break after walking for a while. Bean-sized sweat oozed out from their foreheads, and the back of their shirts were even wet with sweat. After all, carrying such a large weight down the mountain, if a different young lady were to come, I'm afraid they would all be paralyzed with fatigue. Walking behind the young ladies, gradually catch up with everyone's footsteps, listening to the sound of those big youngsters huffing and puffing. The big misses opened their mouths and joked, Are you guys any good? Look at Brother Chen. He's holding 2 buckets by himself, and he's not even breathing heavily. And look at you guys, you're so tired from 1 bucket. The eldest young man looked at the eyes of the young ladies and immediately glared and said loudly, Men, naturally you can't say no. After saying that great young man picked up the bucket with a force and continued walking towards the front. Because he was a bit off his feet, the great young man's hand that was carrying the bucket began to tremble. While gritting his teeth and walking in front, the great young man was also secretly thinking in his heart, Brother Chen is simply not a human being. He is muscular and strong. Alas, why do men make things difficult for men? The other big young men were similar. They were not willing to lose face in front of the big ladies. They were also gritting their teeth and walking in front. Everyone walked and stopped along the way and finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the parking lot not far away, the big young men almost burst into tears. Finally reached the end of the line. This way to them tired. Can not work. If it wasn't for the face of men, they would have given up and quit. Good man. This trip is not an outing. It's basically an arrest. I can't do it anymore. I have to take a break. A fat young man squatted on the ground, huffing and puffing. After he finished, he even wiped his sweat with great force. That look! Where was the usual high and mighty young man's appearance? The crowd at the side ate and laughed. Simply all stood at the foot of the mountain, resting together. The mountain breeze at the foot of the mountain is gentle, blowing through the body is very comfortable. Everyone waited for the sweat to fall off their bodies, and then brought buckets of water to the parking lot. Sister Tang, this for you to put in the car? A big young man inquired. Tang Sinny nodded, and she directed the big boys to help her yard the buckets in the car. The buckets had just been yards away when they heard Zhang Haoran's cell phone suddenly ring. Zhang Haoran picked up his cell phone and looked at his dad's name on the caller ID. However, Zhang Haoran still picked up the phone at the first time. After all, it is a piece of watch, even more valuable, cannot be better than the biological son, right? As soon as the phone was picked up, he heard his old dad's familiar voice coming through. Brat, did you steal my newly bought watch away? Hurry up and give it back to me. I'm going to see a very important client today. That client had a preference for watches, so he would often scrutinize his partner's watch. It was for this business that Zhang Haoran's dad gritted his teeth and bought this 5 million plus Vacheron Constantine. As Zhang Haoran listened to his old dad's words, he swallowed hard and said timidly, Pops, if I say that this watch was captured by a bird, do you believe me? Pops, captured by a bird? I'll believe the hell out of you. Why don't you see a bird catching you? Don't give me this nonsense. Send it back to me quickly. I'm still waiting to see the client. Pop's tone was obviously a bit impatient, and his attitude was also much harsher. Zhang Haoran, really, this statement is hard to call to believe, but at this time there is no room for him to hide, so he honestly told the story. Dad, it's true that it was captured by a bird. I won't lie to you. After Zhang Haoran finished speaking, he heard a silence on the opposite side of the phone. Not being able to hear a reply, Zhang Haoran's heart was a little weak and tentatively called out, Dad. At this time, Zhang Haoran heard an angry rebuke from the other end of the phone. Don't call me Dad. I don't have this precious son of yours. What is this called? You went out to play and told yourself that your watch was captured by a flying bird? The odds of that. It's rarer than buying a lottery ticket. Brat, since you're so lucky, go buy a lottery ticket. You'd better look forward to winning the lottery so that I might believe it. Otherwise I'll break your legs. Pops was furious and would really add to the confusion. Top-of-the-line watches like this need to be ordered in advance. Where would there be time now to find a place to buy a top-of-the-line watch? He had been preparing for this contract today for a long time. Zhang Haoran smiled sarcastically and said, Don't Pops, you can't lose your wife and your army, right? Even if you lose your watch, you don't even want your son? As soon as he finished his words, he heard Pops sneering on the other end of the phone. Big deal. I'll take the big one as a practice waste and I'll ask your mom for a small one. Zhang Haoran, not very hurtful. Extremely insulting. So much for old age for a watch? Zhang Haoran was a child with a strong desire to survive, and he suggested to his old dad, who wouldn't want something unexpected? Why don't we find someone to borrow one first? Pops thought about it, and it seemed to be the only way, so he just hung up the phone. Looking at the phone that had already hung up, Zhang Haoran had a disheveled look on his face and said in a tone of hopelessness, Tack, my status in my father's heart is not as good as a watch. The big young man next to him could also see that Zhang Haoran's face was not looking good and quickly asked, Brother Zhang, what's going on? Listening to this, things seem a bit serious? Zhang Haoran covered his face with a slap and said with chagrin, How did I know that my old man bought that watch to be useful? He's going to use it now in the afternoon. Where am I going to find that bird? 9 Dragon Spring mountain vegetation is so dense, lost here, almost difficult to find. When the great young men heard this, they also smacked their lips for a while. This thing today, it happened too coincidentally. A great young man said with some difficulty, This matter is really a bit difficult to handle. If a few 100,000 watches are okay to find, this kind of millions, I really don't have any at home. Zhang Haoran also sighed heavily. If it was really hundreds of thousands of dollars, he would have gone and bought one himself. What was lacking now wasn't money, but this kind of top-of-the-line watches, all of which required a very long ordering period. Tang Sinny also frowned. Her family's watch, which was at the $1 million level, was not expected to solve Zhang Haoran's immediate predicament. Just when everyone was at a loss, Chen Tian suddenly came over, took off his own watch and handed it to Zhang Haoran, saying, Use mine to top it off first. Hearing Chen Tian's words, for a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Chen Tian. Zhang Haoran looked at the watch in front of him and instantly widened his eyes. He rubbed his head and stood up, pointing at Chen Tian's wristwatch and said excitedly, This is Louis Moinet's tourbillon watch? It was claimed to be a top-of-the-line wristwatch with solar system DNA. The value of this piece was, at the very least, Over $30 million. As soon as Zhang Haoran's words were spoken, everyone present froze on the spot. It's not true, is it? It was actually that expensive of a wristwatch? This. Just now, when they were playing in the water together, they didn't see Chen Tian take it off and put it away. A watch with tens of millions of dollars is just an ordinary wristwatch to check the time in someone's eyes. This kind of consumption concept, what kind of status of a person, can have the treatment? Only a true top tycoon could step out of these illusions, not be enslaved by money, and truly become the owner of these items. For a time, everyone present stood in awe of Chen Tian, not to mention people's consumerism, just this broad-mindedness of others. It was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Tens of millions of dollars of wristwatches. When he heard that Zhang Haoran was in need, he lent it out without saying a word. This was righteousness. Zhang Haoran was very excited, but he still waved his hand and said with some difficulty, "Brother Chen, thank you, but your watch is too expensive. I don't dare to borrow it from you." Chen Tian grinned as he said in a light tone, "It's fine, just feel free to use it. I still have a few similar ones over there." Similar ones? Several models? 3 pieces of this kind of price is already hundreds of millions of dollars. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, only feeling a shock. Chen Tian's economic strength was a bit frighteningly strong. Chapter 30 Super Godly Reward for Home Contribution. When they didn't know him yet, the news of him buying up all of Tianfu City with billions of dollars left everyone shocked. After getting to know him, first it was more than 50 million Aston Martins, and today it was more than 100 million bulletproof version of the Big G. The watches he wore were more than 30 million Louis Moinitz Tourbillon wristwatches. To be honest, this was almost on the verge of shattering their values. Before they met Chen Tian, they were all young ladies of the top circles in Jinling. It could be said that in their self-perception, they also felt that they were extraordinary. They were all rich second generation, but they were the top wave. But when they truly saw Chen Tian's strength, they realized what it meant to be a top-tier tycoon. Compared to Chen Tian, they were at the level of abject poverty. Seeing that Chen Tian really wasn't joking, Zhang Haoran took it with trepidation and said very seriously, "Don't worry, Brother Chen, when my old man runs out, I'll send it over to you right away." Chen Tian just waved his hand lightly and said with a disinterested face, "Good, you send it back quickly." Zhang Haoran turned around and left with a grateful face, going back to send the watch. And the others, seeing this, also said that they were going home to change their clothes. Tang Seni nodded and said to the crowd, "Alright, you guys pack up and go directly to my place in a while." After saying that, Tang Seni looked at Chen Tian next to her and said with a wave of her hand, "Go, I'll take you to buy clothes." Zhang Haoran wore his watch and got into the car, ready to go home. He put on his Bluetooth headset and made a call to his old man. The phone was quickly picked up, and listening to his old dad's heavy voice on the phone, Zhang Haoran quickly spoke, "Dad, I borrowed the watch." Unfortunately, Zhang Haoran's words were not finished, and his old dad's side had already hung up the phone. When Zhang Haoran called again, the opposite side didn't pick up at all, or they just hung up. Zhang Haoran, at least it's a father and son. This point of trust do not give me? It is not just a piece of watch. Why I cannot borrow it? What Zhang Haoran doesn't know is that just now when they were talking, his old man had already inquired with quite a few old bosses. They were all $1,000,000 watches, and the more expensive ones weren't really available. Pops was now burnt out, a brain full of lawsuits. Where was he in the mood to answer the culprit's phone call? Most of all, Pops felt that he couldn't even borrow. Zhang Haoran was just a young man. How could he know someone more capable? Zhang Haoran sped to his home in his car, just in time to see Pops with a sad face. Pops had already made up his mind that if he couldn't, he would go and borrow his old friend's $1,000,000 wristwatch. No matter what, let's get through this first. Just for a $1,000,000 wristwatch, he had to owe a big favor. It was really not cost-effective. As soon as Zhang Haoran saw his old dad's appearance, he hurriedly handed over the watch and said in a rush, "Pops, here you go." Pops was originally planning to scold Zhang Haoran angrily, but when he saw clearly the watch his son was holding, he almost jumped up. This was actually Louis Moinitz Tourbillon, a top-of-the-line watch of over $30 million, and this kid just took it back? Pop sucked in a breath of cool air as he forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart and looked at his son and asked, "Such a top-notch watch, where did you get it?" Zhang Haoran froze for a moment and said directly, "It's Chen Tian Chen. He knew you wanted the watch in a hurry, so he took the initiative to lend it to me." Chen Tian? As soon as he heard this name, the old man's mind immediately floated back to the words that his son had said before. He grabbed Zhang Haoran's arm and asked in an eager tone, "The Chen Tian you're talking about, is that the young man who threw away thousands of dollars to buy a building?" Seeing his son's nodding motion, the old man's heart was instantly shaken beyond his ability. When he heard his son mention Chen Tian earlier, He felt that this young man was very unusual. Now that he saw the person's handiwork, and the watch he wore on his wrist was more than $30 million, he felt even more that this young man, his status was horrifying. Not to mention ordinary young people, even adults like him did not have Chen Tian's spending power. After all, they were all worth market value, and most of their cash was set in business. People like Chen Tian, who moved in and out with large amounts of cash, were the true tycoons. Pops looked at the time. He put his watch carefully on his wrist and instructed his son. "What are you kids still waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and go up and change into clothes that will see you out?" Zheng Haoran was yelled at by his old man and immediately went upstairs to change his clothes. Thinking that it was rare for his old man to take himself to talk business, he took out all the suits from the bottom of his suitcase and put them on. After getting changed and going downstairs, the two of them directly got into the car and headed towards their destination. Zheng Haoran drove the car and soon brought his dad to the hotel he had agreed with the client. When they got out of the car, they just happened to see a Maybach of the same model parked across the street. As soon as his old dad, Zhang Bo, saw the Maybach, his eyes immediately lit up and he walked out. Just in time, a middle-aged man walked down from the car. He straightened the suit on his body. It was the client of this time. Zhang Bo hurriedly greeted him and very enthusiastically shook hands politely with the client. "You're here right on time." "Just in time," Zhang Bo said while deliberately looking at the time, revealing the watch on his wrist. The customer's gaze faintly swept, and the next moment he directly froze in place. As a watch lover, he had always believed that a successful man's watch was a symbol of his identity. It was also his passport to greater success. But how could he not expect that what Zhang Bo was wearing on the opposite side was actually such a precious meteorite watch? Louis Moynit's tourbillon watch. That was a top-of-the-line watch worth more than $30 million. Not something an ordinary person could have. Such taste was simply awesome. For a while, the customer's heart turned 100 times, and his gaze towards Zhang Bo was filled with shock and envy. The customer only felt a burst of emotion. The corners of his mouth were trembling slightly, and his attitude towards Zhang Bo was obviously better. Zhang Bo very obviously felt the change in the customer's attitude, and on the corner of his mouth, he raised a big arc. This move of his, he definitely made the right move. Zhang Bo looked at Zheng Haoran and said very formally, "Little Zheng, there's nothing more for you here. Go park the car." Zheng Haoran, "Little Zheng? Good guy. So I'm a driver, right? Then is there a need to change into the most expensive dress?" With his current attire, he wouldn't even need to change when he went to a wedding to be the groom. Zheng Haoran spat in his heart and watched as his dad walked into the hotel with his client. Seeing that his mission was successfully completed, Zheng Haoran simply drove directly to the car and headed towards Ziyun Garden. At this time, Chen Tian drove his car, following behind Tang Xini, driving in the direction of Century City. The two entered the parking lot one after the other. Looking at Tang Xini who jumped down from the car, the surrounding passers-by had a sideways glance. "This girl, she's too good-looking, right? Eyebrows as D. A light smile as yen. One eye and one smile with a flavorful style, so that people cannot help but not to move their eyes. Whether it is the body, or looks, the clothes and temperament is even better amazing." Many passers-by subconsciously stopped and looked towards Tang Xini. Tang Xini waited outside the car for half a day and didn't see Chen Tian get out of the car. She walked straight to the side of Chen Tian's car, knocked on the window and said, "Chen Tian, get out of the car instead." Chen Tian lowered the window and looked at the puzzled Tang Xini and said with a smile, "Miss Tang, do you think that if I go on like this, you won't have to go to the police station to fish me out in a while?" In broad daylight, openly entering a public place bare-chested, also too little attention to image. Tang Xini covered her mouth with a smile as she laughed softly. "Alright, then I'll buy it according to my taste, haha." Chen Tian nodded. With Tang Xini's taste, it wouldn't be so bad to buy herself a set of strange clothes, right? After Tang Xini and Chen Tian said a few words, she walked towards the inside of Century City. Looking at Tang Xini's back, Chen Tian sat in the car, holding his cell phone and watching the news. Century City's business was very good, and many passers-by couldn't help but stretch their heads to look inside after seeing the Mercedes-Benz Big G. When they saw the lit-up cell phone, and the illuminated Chen Tian's face, they were instantly amazed. This little brother, he was too good-looking, right? Even quite a few boys who were passing by froze when they saw Chen Tian's appearance. They could see that Chen Tian's upper body was naked. Although the area of the car window was limited and only part of it was exposed, it was still possible to see that Han Feng's stunning figure, especially those muscle blocks that were like templates. It simply made people want to scream. Chen Tian also noticed the gazes of the crowd at this time, and he wasn't willing to continue waiting in the car, so he simply got out of the car bare-chested. Many passers-by were standing nearby. Seeing Chen Tian get out of the car, they looked towards him. Once they saw Chen Tian's perfect body, the eyes of the crowd were filled with shock. This body, it was too good, right? The thin strips of those muscles were soft, but inside, they seemed to contain endless power that could explode with amazing energy at any time. Especially some of the girls. A pair of eyes almost grew onto Chen Tian's body, filled with pink bubbles. The performance of the girls was so exaggerated that it made the boys next to them feel very unhappy in their hearts and immediately opened their mouths to reprimand. I say, wipe the challah around your mouth. It's almost falling to the ground. Hearing the boy's words, the girl then slowly withdrew her sight, angrily glared at the boy and disliked him back. If you're diligent and work that one abs of yours into an 8-pack, do I still have to stare at other men's bodies and drool? Please. Struggle. Okay. One-piece abs? When the passers-by heard this, they first froze, then covered their mouths and snickered. That's not a beer belly. The male was so angry that he looked viciously at Chen Tian's naked upper body. Looking at the perfect body without a trace of flab, he was immediately ashamed of himself. This is the struggle up. Want to achieve such a visual effect? I'm afraid it also depends on the will of God, right? The more the boys look at the more inferiority complex, and finally simply directly pull up their own sister toward the Century City inside to go. Can't afford to mess with. We can hide. The girl was dragged along and did not resist, but from time to time she would also look back at Chen Tian to supplement her spiritual food. Chen Tian also heard part of the conversation. He gently shook his head. He was standing on the sidelines, also shot ah. After thinking about it, Chen Tian walked towards the first floor stores. He had just seen that out of so many stores, there happened to be one that sold clothing. Chen Tian walked to the entrance of the store and saw that it was crowded with people, with quite a few customers shopping inside. As soon as he saw Chen Tian's appearance, several shopping guide ladies immediately surrounded him. Sir, do you want to buy clothes? These shopping guide ladies greeted Chen Tian enthusiastically while stealing glances at Chen Tian's figure, their cheeks reddening with excitement. Chen Tian directly took a blouse from the rack at the doorway and put it on his body, before he said to the shopping guide lady, I'll take this one. The shopping guide lady took Chen Tian to the cashier to settle the bill, and after refusing the shopping guide lady's request to add a friend, Chen Tian put on the clothes and slipped out of the store. Century City's foot traffic was relatively large, and the plaza was filled with passers-by. Chen Tian looked around and still leaned in the direction of the parking lot. He casually pulled out his cell phone and flipped through the news, waiting for Tang Sini to return. Looking at the crowds of people coming and going, Chen Tian secretly thought in his heart that he hoped it wouldn't take too long. After all, the ability of girls to go shopping was generally terrifying. Chen Tian silently sighed in his heart and resigned himself to playing with his cell phone. No one in the crowd noticed that a program team came to the plaza of Century City. This was a real-life interactive program group that would conduct various street tests in crowded streets. Today, this program team selected this place as the test location. As for the content of the test, it was to get a staff member to play the role of a delinquent girl, so that she and the passers-by borrowed fire. To see the reaction of the passers-by, the director of the program group stood to the side and instructed the actor playing the delinquent girl. Remember, act like it in a moment, okay? Be sure to tap into the other person's emotions. Understand? The director instructed the actor assiduously, and in order to maintain the program's traffic, he had gone through a lot of trouble. After all, the auditing is more strict now. If the topic scale is too big, it won't even pass the auditing. But if the topic is not strong enough, why would people watch your program? And why would they give you a reward? So the director every day is sharpening his head to think about the topic. For the actor is also a lot of requirements. After all, whether or not the actor who went up to interact with the audience could set off the whole scene still depended on the other person's play. Remember, as long as you act well enough, the bonus will definitely not be less. And for future recordings, I'll still look for you. After the director finished speaking, he threw out benefits to start tempting. The actress immediately brightened up when she heard this, patting her not-so-rippling chest and saying, if you say there's a bonus, I'll definitely put my best foot forward to perform. Director, I didn't listen to my teaching, did you? You're all about the prize money? I don't know if you mind if I give you the stage name of Money Stringer? The director finished spitting in his heart, looked at the actor's makeup and clothes, and yelled at the staff. What are you guys doing here? This is a delinquent girl. Why are you wrapped up so tightly? And this makeup also changed the exaggerated point. The director's heart is also playing a small calculation. Not to wear a good-looking, exposed point. How will there be explosive point? The host was also one of the crew members of the theater. She turned to the camera and roughly spoke about the topic of the day. Our actors are putting on their makeup and will be ready to go soon. I wonder how the audience thinks the passers-by, who are being lent fire, will react? As soon as the host's words were finished, it immediately drew viewers in the pop-ups, replying over and over again. This program is quite interesting. Test the reaction of passers-by. And also let us have a sideways look at these men nowadays. What are they thinking in their hearts in the end? Wait and see. Men are no good. As long as a bad girl shows a little bit of indifference or hints, these men are going to be unable to hold on. I don't know, are there no good guys among us? Maybe the actresses aren't attractive enough for the men to fall for them. Ha ha, wait for the results. Let's get started. Most people's thoughts were that the showrunners were trying to dig out men's lustful hearts. Some men were not happy and retorted in the live broadcast. Isn't this a fishing expedition? It feels a bit malicious. Upstairs speech is also too polite. Is this called a little malicious? This is full of malice, deliberately smearing our men. How many men can we interview? Besides, deliberately pretending to be a bad girl is simply digging a pit, waiting for men to jump. Looking at the messages in the live broadcast room and the righteous indignation of the men, the director not only didn't have any worries, but instead had a smile on his face. Very good. Keep it up. This was the he wanted. The actor had already changed her clothes, a pair of extremely short hot pants, plus a loose-fitting halter, wearing a very hot outfit. In order to act out the feeling of a delinquent girl, the makeup artist had also put a rose tattoo patch on the actor's bare shoulder. The flower branch was very long and snaked into the actress's halter, which made people think of it. The director looked at the actor's attire and also brightened up, giving a thumbs up to the makeup artist. This was a good costume. It would be worth a big chicken leg. The actor walked to the front of the camera and enchantingly spun around to the camera, not forgetting to throw a wink towards the camera. How is it? Isn't it quite a delinquent girl? Looking at the actress, a bunch of viewers interacted quickly in the pop-ups. Where is this a delinquent girl? It's basically a wind-up girl. Good guy. Now the director's team couldn't even muddle through by saying they weren't fishing for law enforcement. She's wearing such a sexy dress. It's a real deal. This program should be called Finding Willow. It's so hard to be a man. You're here to go shopping and you have to watch out for the camera crew. The director took advantage of everyone's interaction to look around the square for a target. Even if they were testing the reactions of passers-by, they wouldn't really choose passers-by as they went along. For the sake of ratings, it was inevitable to pick passers-by who were more talkative. The director looked left and right, and with a glance, he saw Chen Tian, who was far away from the crowd. The reason why he saw him was really because Chen Tian was really eye-catching in the crowd. 1.8 meters or so tall, with a body like a clothes rack, and a temperament that was even better. Even without seeing his face, this kind of boy already makes people very eager to learn more about him. This kind of self-talking boy, the director naturally would not let go. He directly led the actor to signal some. Let her start to move. The actor understood. She waved her hand towards the camera and walked over in Chen Tian's direction. The camera also advanced the screen, and the host explained from the side. Everyone, that one. That's the first passerby we just selected. Right at this moment, Chen Tian happened to raise his head. When the viewers in the live broadcast room all saw Chen Tian's face, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. Chapter 31 Luxury Car? I have what a handsome little brother. Seek address. Where is the crew filming? I'm going to take a taxi now. I'll be right there. If I were an actress, I'd definitely want to borrow the fire. If I were an actress, I'd want to borrow the fire. And I'd add my contact info. A handsome guy like this should be immune, right? I hope he'll give us men some credit. The actor had gradually gotten closer to Chen Tian, and she had a clear view of his face. It could be said that the real Chen Tian was many times better looking than what he saw on the camera, especially with a mysterious aura. It was like a mysterious book that one could not help but want to flip through. The actress even had a moment where she was about to forget that she was going to do something. In the face of such a handsome little brother, she now only wanted to pounce. Alright. When she was almost in front of Chen Tian, the actress pulled out a cigarette and held it in her hand. After all, she was going to test people's reactions. So naturally, she had to put on a full show. Handsome guy, can I borrow a light? The actress had already walked over to Chen Tian's side. The two people had a considerable height difference. In order to better see each other's expressions, she had to tilt her head. Chen Tian heard the actress' words. He faintly swept her a glance and said softly, "Sorry, no fire." Chen Tian did not smoke, so it was naturally impossible for him to carry a lighter with him. Chen Tian's reaction and reply were all being synchronized in the live broadcast room, and as the viewers took a look, they started sending out pop-ups. This little brother is so cold. Is this ascetic? Looks even more handsome. I like it. Giving a rejection so directly? This little brother's tastes are quite tricky. I wonder if the actress will give up on the target. Strongly requested. Interact with the little brother a bit more. He's a good-looking guy with a nice voice. There's no man you can't pick up. It's up to you to try hard enough. Challenge me. The actress was unaware of the situation in the live broadcast room. She looked at Chen Tian's face and was a bit stunned. Hearing Chen Tian's words and then feeling the other party's indifference in rejecting people, this instantly ignited the actress's fighting spirit. Her eyes rolled, and all of a sudden, the next half of her sentence had balked out. Without fire. How did you like my heart? This was the earthy love language that was now a big hit on the internet, and it was just right for teasing a little brother. Just as the actress was gloating, waiting for Chen Tian to surrender, she saw Chen Tian silently withdraw a step to the side, looking at her with strange eyes. For a moment, the live broadcast's pop-ups were even more filled with the sky. I'm dumbfounded. This little brother's action. What does it mean? Little brother, I always want to stay away from people who are not so good in the head when I meet them. Ah, really laughed me to death. This passerby handsome guy is also a steel straight man. He doesn't even know the earthy love language. This quiet exit step, begging for the actress's psychological shadow area. It's not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. The actress has a black line on her face. Why did she need a straight man of steel? How can she flirt with him if he's so unfeeling? Just at this time, in the actress's earphone, came the director's voice. The effect is good now. Keep talking to him, and then continue to borrow things from him. The actress thought for a moment, glanced at Chen Tian again, and continued towards his heel, saying in a coy voice, Brother, I don't have any money on me. Can you help me buy a fire? The actress looked at the clothes on Chen Tian's body. They looked like ground floor goods, not very valuable at first glance. But a lighter, it was only like $1 or $2. This wouldn't be refused, right? And they have already lowered their posture. Brother long brother short, will definitely succeed. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room also began to discuss. Everyone expressed their own views, expressing different ideas. I think the little brother will definitely borrow this time. After all, for a few dollars, young people shouldn't care too much, right? The actresses in this program, did they go through relationship training courses? This little idea, one after another. It's kind of interesting. I bet 10 packs of chili fries. This handsome guy is so cool that he won't care about women like this. Chen Tian's face visibly sank as he frowned at the actress and said in a deep voice, Who gave you the courage to start thinking about getting something for nothing at a young age? You're a girl dressed like this and you're asking people to buy things for you. Aren't you afraid of encountering danger? A bad girl's attire, a face of smoky makeup is like being poisoned. If she really met the kind of people with evil intentions, she would be sold without even realizing it. The actress was rebuked by Chen Tian and was obviously a bit upset. You think you can tell others what to do just because you're handsome, don't you? I'm a delinquent girl now. I'm not going to spoil you. What do you mean by getting something for nothing? If you don't buy it, you don't buy it. Stingy is stingy. What's the point of saying these grandiose words? To look like you're more noble. The actress's tone was full of impatience, and if she were to exhale a smoke ring at this time, she would definitely be a living, breathing delinquent girl. Chen Tian listened to the actress's retort. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but he was still patient and opened his mouth to advise a few words. Smoking is bad for your health. Besides, what's so great about cigarettes? Save those cigarette money. You'll have money to buy a good car, and can save money, but also can be good for their health. It is simply a 1-2 punch. After all, the body was the capital of the revolution, and when the body collapsed, the losses were infinite. Thinking of this, Chen Tian glanced at the actress and added another sentence, saying, Is it still as bad as now, when you can't even get $1 or $2? It couldn't be blamed on the fact that there were always some people who said that girls were too materialistic and only recognized money. It could only be said that there were always those who were too good to be true, stirring up and spoiling a good pot of soup. As soon as Chen Tian's words were finished, he immediately received a lot of hoots and hollers, and the pop-ups continued to fly. This little brother said it so well. I just don't like this kind of girl who doesn't love herself. $1 or $2 isn't much, but why should I spend it on you? The little brother's outlook was still very positive, and he didn't have any misbehavior towards people just because the other party was a girl. I didn't expect to find such a boy right off the bat. Girls really shouldn't smoke. What's more, this kind, who can't even afford to smoke, really calls for people to dislike them. The actress' face flushed red and white as she was spoken to by Chen Tian. She looked at Chen Tian with an indignant face and disliked him back. You don't smoke. Do you have a nice car? What's the use of pretending to be moralistic? Aren't you a loser yourself? The pop-up screen visibly paused with the actress' words. It was only after a few seconds that it continued to brush up. That's too harsh killing the heart poor little brother. Obviously doing a good deed, but being said so. This girl is also too eloquent. Damn it. But they're right. It hits the soul. It's extremely hurtful. I'm impressed. Isn't it normal for people to be young and not have a car? This actor is so angry. Handsome guy, choke her to death with your words. It wasn't just the pop-ups that thought Chen Tian didn't have a car. The actress thought the same. She looked at Chen Tian smugly, feeling like she had gotten the game back. Just as the actress was secretly rejoicing, she saw Chen Tian pull out a car key from his pants pocket and press it. As Chen Tian moved, the Mercedes Big G bulletproof next to him unlocked. The two headlights flashed quickly, and even in the daytime, it could still be seen. Faced with such a situation, the actress directly froze in place. Chapter 32. So dashing? What is this situation? By casually asking herself, she really took out her car keys? And she had just clearly seen that the clothes Chen Tian was wearing were very ordinary, not realizing that he actually had such a fortune. The program team was just as stunned. After all, it was a randomly selected passerby, although they looked at Chen Tian's good looks. But how could they not expect that people's conditions were also so good? This time, it was kind of earned. Seeing such an outstanding roadie, the number of viewers brushed upwards. The viewers were hilarious, and they were in the live broadcast pop-up screen, constantly marveling. Misty grass, actually is Mercedes-Benz Big G. Such a car, how can it be a few million, right? No wonder people talk so tough. They are really super rich. How did this program find a roadie? He's so handsome and rich. He's just perfect. This is not a regular Mercedes-Benz Big G. This is a bulletproof version that costs hundreds of millions of dollars. You guys are too uneducated to treat a precious jade as a piece of broken tile? Ahem. You call a multi-million-dollar Mercedes-Benz G a piece of? The cast and crew were in front of the camera, looking at the pop-ups and were directly baffled. Hundreds of millions of bulletproof Mercedes G? This. Even the director swallowed hard, only feeling a small heart that was so excited that it was about to jump out. What kind of person are they looking for? They're too good at it. This search was such a great young man. In an instant, looking at Chen Tian who really had a car, the actress couldn't say a word. The crew also rushed forward at this time and explained in simple words. This is all a program effect. Don't take it to heart. If it was an ordinary passerby, the crew would usually send a small gift and call it a day. But Chen Tian's identity was obviously different. They really didn't dare to be too perfunctory for fear of angering the true god. After Chen Tian listened to the staff's explanation, his brows couldn't help but knit, and he said in a nonchalant and hard tone, "You guys are really boring. How dare you come out to make a program with this kind of selection?" No wonder the quality of the programs nowadays had gotten worse and worse. Chen Tian was too lazy to talk to them more, turning his head to the side and continuing to look at his cell phone. The people from the program were a bit embarrassed and stood still for a while. At this time, Tang Xinyi was still strolling back and forth in the luxury goods area of Century City. Tang Xinyi was carrying a few paper bags in her hands, clothes she had bought from other brands. However, she was still picking them out, and when she looked at a similar style, she had to pick it up and take a look. Tang Xinyi looked at a blouse, holding it in her hand and gesticulating, her mouth muttering, "Chen Tian should still be quite handsome if he wears this." While muttering, Tang Xinyi looked at the shopping guide lady on the side and said with a smile, "Please, help me choose a size." The shopping guide lady listened to Tang Xinyi's description and helped her select the size. Tang Xinyi directly said, "I'll take this one." The shopping guide lady said to Tang Xinyi while receiving the dress, "Ma'am, the one you're shopping for is this season's new model. The price is 76,000. The pricing of new products would all be a bit higher. And although the customers here were all either rich or noble, according to the store's rules, they still had to politely remind them." Tang Xinyi nodded and said indifferently, "It's fine. I'll take this one. Wrap it up for me." While saying that, Tang Xinyi looked at a blouse next to her again. A light flashed in Tang Xinyi's beautiful eyes, pointing at another one and saying, "That one should be the same size as well. Wrap it together for me." The style of this one looked better. Tang Xinyi secretly thought in her heart that with a clothes rack figure like Chen Tian's, it must look especially good on him. Thinking like this, Tang Xinyi instantly felt that this amount of money was really nothing. Buy. The shopping guide lady went to fetch the yardage Tang Xinyi needed. She looked at Tang Xinyi with an envious face and said with a smile, "Is this for your boyfriend? Your boyfriend is really happy to have such a beautiful and considerate girlfriend like you." Whether it was Tang Xinyi's figure and looks, or her own temperament, she was definitely one of the top beauties. Being seriously loved by such a girl, that boy, I'm afraid he saved the galaxy in his last life. As Tang Xinyi listened to the guide lady's admiration, her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. She didn't explain. The corners of her mouth had unconsciously risen, curving up into a very pretty arc. "Check out." Tang Xinyi handed over her bank card, and the shopping guide lady took it to the service desk to settle the bill. Tang Xinyi lifted the bag in her hand and looked at it. It was quite a few pieces. "It should be enough." Miss Shopping Guide sent back the bank card and the bag of clothes, respectfully handed over to Tang Xinyi's front. Tang Xinyi was worried that Chen Tian had waited too long, so she quickly walked towards the outside of Century City. Only as soon as she left the Century City building, Tang Xinyi saw from afar that Chen Tian was surrounded by many people in the center. She frowned and hurriedly walked over, carrying her things. Tang Xinyi walked closer and looked at the not-so-familiar faces, and straight away, she separated the crowd and walked over to Chen Tian's side and said with a smile, "Chen Tian, I bought the clothes back, try them on." Listening to a voice as melodious as an orchid in an empty valley, the crowd followed the voice and looked towards Tang Xinyi. When they took a good look at Tang Xinyi's face, they immediately felt a surge of amazement. This girl, she was too good-looking, right? Not only were her features exquisite, but she had a skillful aura that made it impossible for people to take their eyes off of her. The pop-up screen also exploded the moment Tang Xinyi broke into the screen. Good-looking girl. This is little brother's girlfriend, right? Listening to them talk, it seems like they're especially close. She's so beautiful, I feel like I'm in love. There's never a shortage of pretty girls, but one with such a good temperament is very rare. Even though she's only wearing a sports suit, it's hard to hide the air of a great lady. Tang Xinyi didn't know about the film crew. She looked at the very average quality blouse on Chen Tian, frowned and asked, "Why are you wearing clothes?" She had gone to buy him clothes herself. "Where did this top come from?" Crew, pop up. What does that mean? You didn't even wear clothes before? Young people, you guys are playing so dashingly. Chapter 33, I didn't know what to buy, so I bought it all for you. These two are a couple, right? They're so envious of each other. This is the real couple. The guy is handsome and the girl is beautiful. Together, they look like a painting. I can smell the stench of love. Get out of the way. I can't watch this. Is this a street program or a dog abuse scene? Let's get down to business, or you'll make me cry. Showing love, you'll die fast. Chen Tian looked at Tang Xinyi, who had already returned, and raised his eyebrows, asking with some surprise, "Why did you buy me so many clothes?" There were 5 or 6 bags alone, so it was obvious that they hadn't been bought in small quantities. Tang Xinyi smiled playfully and said to Chen Tian, "I don't know which one you like. Anyway, I bought you whatever I saw." Tang Xinyi's thought was quite simple. Buying so many, there was always one that could fall into Chen Tian's eyes. After all, when buying something to give away, you definitely want the other person to be satisfied. Chen Tian nodded and picked up those clothes and said to Tang Xinyi, "Alright, let's go. Get in the car." Just now, Tang Xinyi had taken some time to buy clothes, so it was estimated that by this time, there were already some young ladies who had rushed to Ziyun Tea Garden. Good. Tang Xinyi nodded her head obediently and followed Chen Tian's footsteps, walking towards her car. The two people each got into their own cars and drove towards the outside, watching the two Mercedes-Benz Big Gs drive past. Those staff members of the crew all looked dumbfounded. These two people, in the end, what is their status? Not to mention good-looking, they are also so rich. The live broadcast room also saw the two Big G leaving. The pop-up screen quickly brushed up. Indeed, it's a real fairy couple. Come out to drive a car. Also want to open the couple's model. Misty Grass. This price. Simply shocked. The normal version is a few $1,000,000. It's really awesome. I didn't expect to be fed a mouthful of dog food when I was hiding at home watching a live broadcast. Help! I'm sitting at home, and dog food is coming from the sky. There's nothing wrong with that. After the people in the live broadcast room were shocked, they were all kinds of sour. After all, it was the face of someone else's sweet love that did make one's heart bitter. Right at this time, Chen Tian's cell phone rang. For safety's sake, Chen Tian parked his car on the side of the road and picked up the phone. The call was from Zheng Haoran, and listening to his tone, he was clearly a bit excited and said loudly, "Brother Chen, my dad should be done talking business in a moment. I'll give you the watch in a moment." Dad's business talk is smooth. His own life is also considered to be saved. Otherwise, if his dad kept on talking about him 100 times a day, he would have to be annoyed to death sooner or later. Chen Tian listened to the happy voice on the other end of the phone. He smiled faintly and said, "Good, let's get in touch again in a while." Just after hanging up the phone, Chen Tian heard the sound of honking coming from beside his car. He turned his head and realized that it was actually Tang Xinyi. It turned out to be Tang Xinyi who realized that Chen Tian hadn't followed him, so she drove her car over and stopped to talk to Chen Tian. Tang Xinyi lowered the window of the car as he sized up Chen Tian from a distance and suggested, "Chen Tian, change your clothes first. Why don't you go home and take a shower first later? Don't catch a cold." Although it was said to be summer, the temperature of the Nine Dragons Spring Mountain they had just gone to was still relatively low. Tang Xinyi was also worried about Chen Tian catching a cold, which was why she kindly reminded him. Unexpectedly, as soon as Tang Xinyi's words fell, a curtain of light flashed up in front of Chen Tian's eyes. Detecting that the master's physique is being doubted, Home is very unhappy and has taken the initiative to contribute divine-level medical skills to help the master regain his strength. Chen Tian, that system, you come out for a moment. What do you mean by regaining his masculinity? You explain it to me clearly. Just when Chen Tian was very depressed, he suddenly felt a warmth circulating back and forth in his mind, which was very comfortable. Immediately afterward, Chen Tian felt that quite a bit of pharmacological knowledge had appeared in his mind. That warmth had disappeared, and Chen Tian only felt a comfort he had never felt before as he met Tang Sini's concerned gaze and said, "Alright, then I'll change my clothes first." After all, Tang Sini had gone out to buy it on purpose, so it was really inappropriate not to wear it for a bit. Chen Tian took off his shirt, once again revealing his lean upper body. Tang Sini greatly appreciated it this time. Tisks king in her heart. Chen Tian randomly chose a bag and took out a top and put it on. Simply adjusting it, Chen Tian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It did indeed fit well. Tang Sini had already stepped out of the car by this time. She looked Chen Tian up and down, also spreading a smile and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, it really does fit." Chen Tian gave a thumbs up towards Tang Sini and complimented her. "That's right, Miss Tang's eyes, those are radar eyes." Tang Sini was quite happy and raised her head high, making the exposed swan neck even more slender and beautiful. "Let's go. Let's set off back to the tea garden." Tang Sini raised her hand high in joy and walked straight to the car. The two people continued on the road, not expecting that. Before driving out much farther, Tang Sini's car suddenly stopped on the side of the road, and also hit the double flash. Chen Tian did not know why, but also followed the car parked behind Tang Sini. After waiting for about half a minute, Chen Tian did not see any movement of Tang Sini in the car. He obviously froze for a moment, and did not know what was wrong with the other party. Chen Tian was worried about what happened to Tang Sini, so he simply stepped out of the car and walked over to the side of Tang Sini's car. As soon as he walked over, Chen Tian saw Tang Sini lying on the steering wheel. Tang Sini's pretty face had just been turned in Chen Tian's direction, and could be clearly seen through the car window, as she breathed heavily, her face visibly whitening. When Chen Tian saw Tang Sini's appearance, he was stunned and hurriedly pulled open the car door, getting closer and asking, "What's wrong with you?" Looking a bit serious, Tang Sini's pretty little face, her features were all rubbing together. When Tang Sini saw Chen Tian approaching, she reluctantly revealed a hint of a smile, but it was then covered up by the pain. "I came to that one recently," Tang Sini muttered in a low voice, sort of answering Chen Tian's questions. Chen Tian was dumbfounded and casually asked, "And, which one? Which one?" Looking at Chen Tian's face of innocence, Tang Sini said with some gnashing of teeth, "Coming to relatives. Straight boy." Chen Tian skimmed his mouth, and secretly thought in his heart, "Come to auntie, just say come to auntie. This and that, how do you want me to guess?" Chapter 34 today is to value. But looking at Tang Sini's difficult appearance, Chen Tian couldn't bear to open his mouth to talk about her. He thought for a moment and said, "Your menstrual cramps are too strong. You definitely can't drive this car. I'll send you home." Chen Tian could see that Tang Sini's limbs were curled up together in pain. This was a protective action that she would subconsciously make only if she was in great pain. In this situation, it would still be very dangerous if she still forced herself to drive. Tang Sini also knew her current situation, so she nodded, and she pulled on the handbrake. It was at this time that Tang Sini realized that such a simple action was very laborious to do by herself. After pulling off the car keys, Tang Sini thought about climbing down herself. Looking at Tang Sini's uncomfortable appearance, Chen Tian was somewhat unable to look on. He directly leaned over and gave Tang Sini a princess hug. Tang Sini didn't expect Chen Tian to do this at all. She subconsciously let out a soft cry, and her two small hands tightly gripped Chen Tian's front lapel. Her head was leaning against Chen Tian's chest, and she could clearly hear the other party's heartbeat. Tang Sini instantly felt that the thumping like a beating drum made her own heartbeat. All stirred up. Chen Tian's strength was great, carrying Tang Sini easily to the passenger door. Tang Sini just wanted to help open the door, but she didn't expect Chen Tian to effortlessly pull it open himself, placing her on the passenger side. Looking at the interior of the car, Tang Sini was clearly stunned. It was really worthy of being a bulletproof version of the Big G worth hundreds of millions of dollars, revealing luxury everywhere. Chen Tian had already sat in the driver's seat by this time, and as soon as he came up, he leaned towards Tang Sini. Tang Sini felt Chen Tian's proximity, and a warm male scent hit her face, causing her entire body to stiffen with it. Two blushes directly surfaced on Tang Sini's pretty face as she gently lowered her eyes, her curly eyelashes curving up like a little princess left behind in the world. Tang Sini's small hands clenched up nervously, not knowing what Chen Tian was trying to do by suddenly leaning so close. Right at this moment, Tang Sini also saw that Chen Tian stretched out his hand towards her. Tang Sini only felt that her heart was about to stop, and to her surprise, Chen Tian's hand crossed over and pulled up the seatbelt next to her, helping her fasten it. Looking at Chen Tian already sitting back in his seat, Tang Xinyi's cheeks turned red with shame. What was she thinking of herself? Chen Tian didn't notice Tang Xinyi's disease at all, and thought she was uncomfortable, opening his mouth to ask, "Can you still give me directions? Or should I drive the navigation myself?" Tang Xinyi shook her head as she sat in her seat and replied somewhat weakly, "It's fine. I'll just give you directions." Under Tang Xinyi's guidance, Chen Tian drove into a villa area. This was likewise a famous villa area in Jinling, and the French-style architecture looked like it was permeated with a romantic atmosphere. Although this villa area had been established for a long time, every villa was extremely well maintained, making it very comfortable to be in. Tang Xinyi's home was very carefully taken care of, so it could be seen that her family members were also the kind of people who would enjoy life very much. On the left-hand side of the door, there was a very brightly colored garden. It was planted with flowers of various colors, looking colorful and very vital. Chen Tian seemed to be infected by this atmosphere as well, and couldn't help but bring up a smile on the corner of his mouth. Tang Xinyi led Chen Tian into the villa. The lighting in the room was very good, and the decoration was luxurious and atmospheric. Looking at the empty villa, Chen Tian looked at Tang Xinyi and asked, "Is your family not at home?" Tang Xinyi gently nodded and replied, "My parents are both very busy at work, and usually come back until very late." Chen Tian gave a carrying Tang Xinyi towards the stairs, and asked in a low voice, "Where is your room?" "The first room on the right-hand side of the second floor." Tang Xinyi answered very nicely. Chen Tian easily carried Tang Xinyi to her boudoir, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw a pair of black silks scattered on the floor in a very enchanting pose. Looking at such living stockings, Chen Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. After all, it was a girl's privacy, so Chen Tian thought to divert his eyes. Unexpectedly, when he turned his head, he saw that on the side of the bed, there was also a thin set of pajamas hanging. The soft luster of that garment was evocative. Chen Tian's face was a black line, and he hurriedly looked at the various dolls that were casually placed on the bed. Tang Xinyi followed Chen Tian's gaze and was immediately embarrassed. Hastily reaching out her hand to cover the other party's eyes, her mouth also hurriedly said, "Don't look, don't look." Having Chen Tian see these things on his first visit, this was too much to be shy about, wasn't it? Chen Tian felt the girl's consternation in his arms. A smile rose on the corner of his mouth and he said with a low chuckle, "It's fine. I'm randomly blind." Tang Xinyi, are you really good like this? Humph. Men, they really do all have a deceitful mouth. Chen Tian carried Tang Xinyi to the bed and carefully put her down, not forgetting to pull the quilt over her to cover her up. "Wait for me." After Chen Tian finished speaking, he had already turned around and went into the living room, and when he returned, he had a cup of hot water in his hand, which he placed on the bedside table. Looking at the dense hot air, Chen Tian instructed Tang Xinyi, "It'll warm up a bit in a bit, drink more hot water. I'll go out now and dispense some medicine for you." Dispensing medicine? Hearing Chen Tian's words, Tang Xinyi's eyes widened in some surprise. "You still know how to dispense medicine? I have a prescription for menstrual cramps here. I've drank it before and it's slightly useful. Why don't you get these herbs for me?" "No need. I know what to grab," Chen Tian said while already walking towards the door. At least, he was a person with divine-level medical skills in his body. If he had to bring a prescription for this small matter, wasn't this a slap in the face? Chen Tian directly drove his car and went to one of the larger traditional Chinese medicine stores in the neighborhood. Before he even entered, he saw quite a few people coming in and out. Obviously business was booming. Chen Tian parked his car and walked into the Chinese medicine store. As soon as he entered the door, Chen Tian realized that there was something inside. From the outside of the signboard looks, here is an ordinary Chinese medicine store look, but once inside, he realized that the area inside was actually very large. In the center of the hall is a huge medicine cabinet, a wide range of Chinese medicine names posted all over a small drawer. On both sides of the hall, there were many consultation rooms, and many people were waiting at the door ready to see the doctor. This place provided the service of decocting Chinese medicines on behalf of the patients, so the smell of soup and medicine could be smelled inside the hall if nothing else. "Hello?" Seeing Chen Tian approaching the counter, a pretty girl greeted him and looked at him with a smile and greeted him. Chen Tian raised his head. The girl in front of him looked like she was a few years older than himself, but she was very pretty, especially a pair of autumn water sheer pupil-like eyes. Looking at you with a smile, seemed to be able to speak in general, very spiritual. This girl is the granddaughter of the owner of this pharmacy, called Gao Meng. Today the family had something to go out, so she was temporarily arrested and came here to see the store. Originally, Gao Meng was still complaining about this, but now that she saw such a handsome little brother, the stomach full of resentment just now, instantly turned into nothing. Thinking of this, Gao Meng even more sized up Chen Tian in front of him, secretly thinking in his heart, "I didn't expect to come to help look after a store, but I was able to meet such a handsome little man. TSK, it was worth coming today. Chapter 35 Grabbing Medicine. Gao Meng's pair of eyes greedily swirled around Chen Tian's face as she opened her mouth and asked, "Little handsome boy, are you here to see a doctor? Or to grab medicine?" Grabbing medicine. Chen Tian was concise and answered directly. Gao Meng nodded and reached out her hand towards Chen Tian, saying delicately, "Good, give me the prescription. Xiang Fu, Wu Yao, 5 spirit resin." Chen Tian directly dictated it on the spot, and Gao Meng on the opposite side of the table was obviously stunned, hurriedly picking up the paper and pen on the cabinet and started recording. Gao Meng, after all, came from a family of medicine, and while she was recording, her eyes were also wide open. Isn't this a treatment for menstrual pains? The young man is quite knowledgeable about medicine. The senior looked towards Chen Tian and opened her mouth to tease. Young lad, hurting his girlfriend very much. Chen Tian looked at Gao Meng's flirting, but smiled faintly and did not say anything. Gao Meng didn't care either. Her attention had been put on the prescription, carefully grasping it, because she had just discovered that among the prescription given by Chen Tian, there was clearly an extra herb in here. But after carefully thinking about the pharmacology, Gao Meng felt that this flavor of medicine came at just the right time. This would be wonderful. Chen Tian waited to get the medicine while looking at those medicine cabinets in the back. After thinking about it, he said to Gao Meng, "Bring me some more high-vintage ginseng." The ginseng in this Chinese medicine store seemed to be good as well, but Chen Tian would not consider it today. After all, ginseng could promote blood circulation, and if this were to be made into soup by Tang Xini, wouldn't the blood flow directly? Thinking that since he had come over, Chen Tian smoothly said the names of some more herbs and asked Gao Meng to wrap them up and bring them to him. Chen Tian also didn't forget to add, "I want high-vintage ones for all of them." Chen Tian intended to keep these herbs in his own home, just in case. Gao Meng nodded and wrote down the names of these herbs one by one and said to Chen Tian, "Okay, you wait a bit on the side." Chen Tian nodded and stood by the side waiting. Just at this time, a youth walked inside the pharmacy, also coming to buy herbs. The youth was a lean and strong man at first glance, and very clear muscle contours could be seen underneath his clothes. Moreover, his steps and movements were very capable, and his waist was straight, giving people the impression that he was like a member of the military department. The youth walked quickly to the front of the counter. He handed over a prescription, and the staff on the counter took it and recited it in a low voice. Chen Tian listened from the side. These were some tonic medicines. It seemed that they were here to warm up the body. Gao Meng on the side heard this and also added a timely comment, saying, "If this kind of tonic medicine, it's best to buy some higher ones. The effect is better when taken after decoction. Higher vintage is more effective?" Upon hearing the words effective, a trace of joy clearly flashed through the youth's eyes. He hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, "The price of these high vintages, is it high?" Gao Meng nodded her head as she gave the youth a few simple price quotes, and once the man across the table heard that, he obviously showed a difficult face. The youth smiled bitterly and said to Gao Meng, "Forget it, I'll take these vintages first, please." Gao Meng also nodded with understanding. Having helped inside the store for a long time, he had not seen too much of this kind of thing. After all, these high-vintage medicines were expensive and not something that ordinary people could afford to purchase. While thinking about it, Gao Meng's gaze looked at Chen Tian on the side again. This little brother had bought so many at once. It seemed that his family's conditions were bound to be good. Handsome and rich, but also so thoughtful. What an unforgettable young man. Chen Tian only felt a positive aura on the youth and could not help but look at the other party a few more times. The youth felt Chen Tian's gaze and also met his eyes. The two of them smiled at each other, and the youth nodded casually towards Chen Tian. Seeing this, Chen Tian also nodded back, because Chen Tian was here first. His Chinese medicine was quickly packed. After Chen Tian paid the bill, he took the Chinese medicine with him and picked up his car, returning to Tang Xini's home once again. Tang Xini was still a bit weak, so after Chen Tian greeted her, he got into the kitchen and boiled up the Chinese medicine for her. Boiling Chinese medicine was a delicate job. Chen Tian was very patient, looking at it from time to time so as not to overdo it. When the Chinese medicine was ready, Chen Tian carefully poured it into a bowl and brought it to Tang Xini's room while it was still hot. The Chinese medicine smells so bad. Tang Xini wrinkled her little face and muttered with some dissatisfaction. With such a look, where was her usual dignified and elegant appearance? She was completely a little girl who was being pampered. Chen Tian couldn't help but laugh softly and coaxed patiently. Good medicine is good for the disease. It's a little bitter now, but it's good after drinking it. How good is it? Oh, Tang Xini beamed. Chen Tian put down the bowl and helped her up, feeding her in small bites. It wasn't known if it was the heat from the herbal medicine that was fumigating her. Tang Xini's little face was red. This heat flowed continuously through her limbs and bones, and Tang Xini felt a lot better. In particular, the inside of her small stomach was hot. The heat flow washed away the pain. Tang Xini blinked her eyes, and instantly felt very magical. Because of her menstrual cramps, she had also taken a lot of Chinese medicines, but for the first time, she felt that they were so effective. Looking at Tang Xini, whose face had recovered quite a bit, Chen Tian sighed and couldn't help but speak. This girl of yours is also really, knowing that you have menstrual cramps. How dare you ask someone to go on an outing at this time of the year? Looking aggrieved, Tang Xini glanced at Chen Tian and muttered, "You still have the nerve to talk about me. It was clearly you who said yesterday that it wasn't tea made from mountain spring water, so it wasn't perfect enough." Chen Tian was speaking without meaning to, while Tang Xini was listening with her heart. When Chen Tian heard this, he was instantly happy. In that case, the originator of this matter was still himself? Looking at the aggrieved Tang Xini, Chen Tian helplessly shook his head and said with a smile, "Alright, since I've made Miss Tang work so hard, I'll go prepare some meals for you now. What do you think?" Hearing that Chen Tian was going to cook for himself, although Tang Xini didn't place much hope in it, she still smiled and answered, saying, "Okay." Chen Tian got up and helped Tang Xini lift the quilt, admonishing, "Having just taken the medicine, you can take a rest. It's good for your body. It would be best if she could sleep for a while. When she slept, her body could better absorb the medicinal power. In this way, Tang Xini could recover better." After staring at Tang Xini lying down, Chen Tian went to the kitchen, first checking the ingredients in the house. Chen Tian took out a casserole from the cupboard and prepared to make a linji chicken soup for Tang Xini. A girl's immunity was low during her period, so if she ate Ganoderma lucidum chicken soup, it would boost her immunity and be better for her body. Tang Xini's family had more abundant ingredients. Chen Tian took out a fresh whole chicken and skinned it, and boiled it together with the Ganoderma lucidum. Chen Tian didn't know Tang Xini's taste, so he didn't plan to make a complicated meal, so he simply made 4 dishes in one soup, and the dishes were all home cooking. The ribs were stewed on a gentle fire. Even if it was to make sweet and sour ribs, it needed to be soft and tasty, and it could also be better flavored. Having just finished cooking, Chen Tian originally wanted to call Tang Xini to come down for dinner. Unexpectedly, Tang Xini had already fallen into a deep sleep. Chapter 36, Dare to Make a Move? Chen Tian closed the door and exited the room. He went back to the kitchen and found some bowls and plates to fasten all those dishes so that they were more insulated. Just after getting everything done, Chen Tian's cell phone rang at this time. Chen Tian pulled out his phone and realized that it was Zheng Haoren calling. As soon as the phone picked up, Zheng Haoren's voice came from the other end. "Brother Chen, where are you? My dad is done with business, so I'm coming to deliver your watch now. After all, it's a top-of-the-line watch of more than $30 million. Even Zhang Bo didn't dare to be slow. After signing the contract, he hurriedly gave the watch to his son. Zhang Bo was worried that Zhang Haoren would make something else, and also said with 1,000 instructions, "Don't do anything, first go to deliver the watch. Understand? And you're not allowed to steal it anymore." If it is not Zhang Bo understand his son, the kind of birds take away the watch thing. Who can believe Zheng Haoren also knew the value of the watch, so he called Chen Tian at the first opportunity. Chen Tian directly reported the address of Tang Xini's house before hanging up. Zheng Haoren listened to the familiar address and suddenly froze. "This, isn't it Sister Tang's villa?" Without much time to think, Zheng Haoren drove his car to the outside of Tang Xini's villa and made a call to Chen Tian. Sure enough, a few moments later, Chen Tian was seen walking out from inside the villa. Zheng Haoren looked at Chen Tian, grinned, and asked, "Brother Chen, what are you, at Sister Tang's house?" Thinking that Chen Tian and Tang Xini had only just met a short while ago, Tang Xini appeared to be calm and gentle on the surface, but in her bones, she was also a very proud person. Zheng Haoren suddenly thought of something. He raised his hand and pointed at the villa, saying, "What is Sister Tang doing at home? Is everyone there?" He had just gone to pick up his old man who had finished talking business. Could it be that everyone had shifted their positions and had already come to Sister Tang's villa to party? Chen Tian gently waved his hand, blocking Zheng Haoren who wanted to walk inside, and opened his mouth to reply. "No, don't disturb her, she just fell asleep." Tang Xini had managed to fall asleep with great difficulty. It was just the right time to properly digest the medication. It couldn't be disturbed at this time. Zheng Haoren fell asleep? Misty grass, Cao Achun brother. This, took it? Zheng Haoren thought while looking at Chen Tian with strange eyes. This is simply his own idol. Zheng Haoren face of gossip look. Cannot wait to now and Chen Tian ask for a little experience. In fact, for girls, Zheng Haoren was still relatively confident. After all, he is the top young man in Jinling. Beckoning, do not know how many girls to pounce on, but for a top-tier young lady like Tang Xini, They were all untamed and extremely arrogant. I didn't expect Shen Tian to take it down easily. This was no longer something that could be described as an idol. This was simply YYDSA. When the two were about to talk, there was a man on the other side with a little girl in his arms, running quickly. It could be seen that quite a few people were chasing after it. Their speed, however, was clearly not as fast as the man's, and they were left far behind. Those people were left far behind, their mouths still shouting loudly, "Catch him! He's a human trafficker! Don't let him get away! He's holding trafficked children! Hurry up and stop him!" Unfortunately, there weren't many people on this side of the road, leaving the man holding the little girl, still running fast and furious on the road. Just at this time, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side road. His figure was tall and his movements were very athletic. Chen Tian watched from behind and realized that the youth who rushed out looked very familiar. It was the same youth who had bought medicine together when they were at the pharmacy earlier. The youth stopped directly above the man's path. The man found that someone blocked the way. Originally a face of horizontal meat, he was even more angry at the youth, loudly rebuked, "If you don't want to die, get out of my way immediately." The youth completely ignored the man's threat. If he was afraid, he wouldn't have directly pounced on him just now. Looking at the man who was getting closer and closer, a touch of danger exploded from the youth's eyes, and he approached straight towards the man's direction. As soon as the youth got close to the man, he immediately went up and smashed the man with 2 punches. It could be seen that his hands were very good. The man with a face of horizontal meat ate the pain and was also furious, unexpectedly pulling out a dagger from his clothes. "You damn you to hell!" The man's eyes showed a ferocious light as he took the dagger and stabbed it in the youth's direction. The youth completely didn't expect the man to actually dare to sneak attack with the dagger, and was also stunned. The man just seized this opportunity, and the dagger stabbed forward a little faster obviously. Sparing the youth's hands were good enough. It was too late to dodge now, and he was scratched by the man's dagger on his arm. The youth was injured. He lowered his head and looked at the bleeding wound, also a burst of anger. The man looked at the youth's fuming appearance. The corner of his mouth raised a cruel smile and said sinisterly, "Want to fight back? Come, greet here." While speaking, the man shook the little girl in his hands. Looking at the child in the man's arms, the youth was obviously a little scornful. What's more, the other party, in his hand, was also holding a dagger. Under such double pressure, the youth's strikes were obviously constrained. The man also seemed to see the youth's caution. As long as the other party attacked towards him, he immediately used the little girl as a shield, so that the youth had to hastily withdraw his moves. After this back and forth, the man also figured out the pattern and kept gesticulating with his dagger, trying to force the youth back. Zheng Haoren and Shen Tian both saw this, and Zheng Haoren immediately furrowed his brows and rolled up his sleeves, wanting to charge upwards. Things like human traffickers should simply be shot down straight away. This kind of person was the most unethical, and everyone should be executed. Zheng Haoren was just about to make his move when he saw that a figure beside him had already rushed out. It was Chen Tian who had taken a step ahead of him and directly rushed out with an arrow step. The man also saw Chen Tian's movements, and a scowl appeared on his face as he said with a fierce smile, "Humph, there are still a lot of people who aren't afraid of death." The man had already figured out the minds of these people who thought they were good people. How could they possibly spare this little girl from getting hurt? As long as they had this hostage in hand, they would be like having a gold medal of immunity. No matter how many people came, they wouldn't be his opponent. Thinking like this, the man had already swung his dagger and scratched towards Chen Tian. Such a tender-faced youngster actually dares to come up, wanting to do a good deed? Humph, I'll mark you first. Seeing that the dagger was about to stab Chen Tian, the youth on the side saw this and immediately exclaimed loudly, "Quickly get out of the way. Danger!" If he was really stabbed, he would have to be seriously injured at the very least. The people nearby all sucked in a breath of cool air, feeling that Chen Tian was afraid that he would not be able to dodge this time. Chen Tian looked at the dagger that was gradually approaching him. The corner of his mouth raised a cold smile. Just based on this man's skill, he also wanted to hurt him? Under everyone's gaze, Chen Tian moved. He extended his hand towards the man, and with lightning speed, he directly pinched the man's wrist. There was no sign of Chen Tian exerting much force, but the man across from him had already begun to scream miserably, like he was killing a pig. The man's face, which had been ferocious just a moment ago, was now a pale color. He only felt that there was an iron pincer stuck on his wrist, and under the severe pain, where could the man still hold the dagger in his hand? And with a bang, it fell to the ground. Chapter 37. Take it. Because of the pain, the man's body began to tremble. The little girl's light weight had now become a burden for the man as well. Seeing that the little girl was about to fall off the ground, Chen Tian reached out his hand in time and yanked the little girl into his arms. At the moment when the little girl had not yet reacted, Chen Tian had already gently pressed the little girl's head into his own arms. The next picture would probably be a bit violent, and it would be inappropriate for a young girl to see too much of it. The man had already half bent his waist in pain. Chen Tian looked at his appearance, and directly bent his knee upwards, just hitting the man's stomach. First, a huge pain swept away. Then the man felt the stomach acid surging, as if the whole person was soaked into the feeling of stomach acid. Snot and tears flowed down together. Chen Tian did not have the slightest intention to show mercy. He now possessed divine-level medical skills, so he naturally knew what position of the body to strike that could cause the most pain. He just wanted to clean up this man. After all, it was a society of law and order, and he couldn't strike too hard, could he? But sometimes, utilizing a good technique could also give the bad guys a little education. Chen Tian's movements were very fast. The crowd only felt a blur before their eyes, but the man on the ground had already received several punches and several kicks. The man had already been beaten to the point where his soul was about to go out of his body, and he still couldn't figure out why this young man in front of him was particularly different in his strikes. Was this specially practiced in the Shaolin Temple? People are iron head kung fu, but this young man in front of him is simply iron hands and iron feet. Every punch and kick of this was like being disliked by an iron pestle. It hurt too much. The man had long since lost his previous arrogant demeanor, and he began to roll on the ground screaming. There were quite a few people standing around watching. Everyone muttered in whispers, but not a single person spoke for the man. This little handsome man is amazing. I just watched the whole thing. It was a complete one-shot operation. This kind of human trafficker is even more shameful. It really deserves to be beaten. Little brother did a good job. Hammer him hard. Let this kind of person learn a good lesson. The trafficker is quite good at acting, isn't he? Look at him screaming so miserably. He must be trying to win the sympathy of passers-by. This kind of person is so hateful. Luckily we were all watching the whole thing, or else we wouldn't have known how this man was going to act. Before, he was blindly wandering around with a dagger. He was so fierce. Chen Tian was almost done fighting. In fact, he was not tired at all. He was just worried about scaring the little girl in his arms. After all, this man, screaming was just too miserable and unpleasant. Chen Tian kicked the man's stomach again. A blow of such power would cause the man's body to spasm from the pain, and he definitely did not have the strength to escape. This kind of trash must be sanctioned by the law. Just at this time, a girl ran over not far away. This was a very beautiful girl. Even though her hair was messy because of running and her face was crying, it did not affect her beauty. On the contrary, because of this messy appearance, people could not help but feel a trace of pity for her. Chen Tian sized up the girl twice. From this girl's clothing, it could be seen that this should originally be a city lady as well. Seeing the girl's proximity, the little one in Chen Tian's arms began to struggle, wanting to break free from Chen Tian's embrace. Don't move around. I'll put you down. Chen Tian very gently pacified the little one. If she fell down from such a height, the little girl was afraid that she would cry. He gently squatted down and placed the little one on the ground. He also didn't forget to help her straighten out her clothes. Before he smiled and said to her, "All right, go." "Thank you, brother," the little one said politely, and the tiny person had already run in the direction of the girl. The girl hugged the little girl and watched as her sister's tears fell again. Clearly her eyes were already red, but she still struggled to raise her little hand, wanting to wipe away her sister's tears. In the little girl's voice, there was still a trace of fearful trembling as she softly said, "Sister, don't worry, I'm fine." While saying this, tears were already falling. After all, it is only a little girl. Today received such a big shock. The little face is pale and white. Usually red little lips, today are white. The girl saw the little one so understanding. A kind of lost and regained the great pleasure will be enveloped her. Tears cannot stop falling. Hugging the little girl cried. The two girls, one big and one small, cried into a ball. Chen Tian couldn't stand women's tears the most. He walked to the side and went to the medical box inside the car to get the bandage gauze. He casually surveyed the contents of the trunk and took a small red box next to it in passing, carrying it in his hand as he walked back. Chen Tian walked straight to the youth's side, handed over the gauze in his hand and said softly, "Bandage it, don't let the wound get inflamed." "Brother, good hands." Zheng Haoran also came over at this time. He pulled Chen Tian up and down several times and asked with concern in his mouth, "Brother Chen, are you alright? You weren't hurt just now, were you?" Zheng Haoran's face was full of celebration. His gaze towards Chen Tian was full of admiration as he said, "Brother Chen, you're too capable of fighting, right?" Originally, what Zheng Haoran thought was that they would go up to stop the man and wait for the people behind them to catch up or delay until the police arrived. Unexpectedly, Chen Tian struck out and directly knocked the man to the ground, and now he was still curled up on the ground, not moving at all. Chen Tian felt Zheng Haoran's concern. He smiled faintly and said, I'm fine. Look, I'm not fine? Just at this time, the youth on the opposite side leaned over towards Chen Tian and said with a smile, Brother, please, help me tie a knot. After the youth finished speaking, he handed his arm over. The wound had been completely wrapped with gauze, but the youth only had one hand left, so it was indeed inconvenient to tie a knot. Chen Tian went forward and took the bandage from the youth's hand and helped him tie the knot. The youth moved his arm and said with a smile, Thank you so much. Brother, my name is Su Tianqing. Get to know each other. As Su Tianqing spoke, his eyes kept sizing up Chen Tian's body, and in his heart, he was equally horrified. This young man was really capable of fighting, especially with the strikes just now. It was clear that he was a practiced fighter. Su Tianqing narrowed his eyes and did some calculations in his heart. Honestly, if it was himself who fought Chen Tian, he would only be able to hold out for 2 more moves. You are a member of the military department, right? Su Tianqing looked at Chen Tian and asked with some curiosity. After all, other than those specially trained personnel from the military department, Su Tianqing could no longer think of anyone more powerful. Chen Tian smiled faintly and shook his head as he said, I am not. Not? Su Tianqing instantly widened his eyes, looking at Chen Tian with an even more shocked gaze. This stance, it was definitely formidable. Chen Tian sized up Su Tianqing with interest at this time and asked rhetorically, You're a member of the military department, right? Now retired from the military? Where are you serving? Upon hearing Chen Tian's question, a trace of bitterness flashed through Su Tianqing's eyes, but it was very accurately captured by Chen Tian. Su Tianqing paused for a moment and said faintly, My old mother inside my home is seriously ill, so I retired from the army and came back to take care of my old mother. Recently, I've been busy running both sides of the hospital at home, and I haven't served yet, so now I'm concentrating on taking care of my old mother. Chen Tian listened and nodded his head. As if he remembered something, he handed the red box in his hand towards Su Tianqing and said, Take it. Chapter 38, So Tough. Su Tianqing took it without knowing why, and casually opened it, revealing a very complete ginseng inside. Although he didn't know pharmacology, Su Tianqing still understood the basics. At a glance, this ginseng was a high-year ginseng. Thinking of the last time he asked about the price in the hospital, Su Tianqing's face changed and he hurriedly closed it and pushed it towards Chen Tian. Retreating, No, I can't have this. It's too expensive. He and Chen Tian had met twice, so how could he possibly ask for something so valuable? Not to mention the value of this ginseng, it was this favor that Su Tianqing could not afford to repay. Chen Tian did not go to pick it up. He looked at Su Tianqing with a smile and said sincerely, You bought those herbs at the pharmacy before to replenish your old mother's body, right? This one has a high vintage and is effective. Su Tianqing subconsciously still wanted to refuse. Chen Tian did not give him a chance at all and continued to speak. And, after taking care of your old mother's body, work for me in the future, right? Don't bury yourself. I'll give you 50,000 a month. How about it? 50,000? When Su Tianqing heard this, his eyes instantly widened. This is also too much. Zheng Haoren, who was standing at the side, was depressed. He also wanted to recruit Su Tianqing just now, but he didn't expect that he was preempted by Chen Tian. Moreover, Chen was also quite down on his capital A. It was directly $50,000, causing Zheng Haoren to be shocked for a moment as well. Immediately afterward, Zheng Haoren's heart was in admiration of Chen Tian. Thinking carefully, Chen should not only see the value of Su Tianqing, but also see his current needs, so he would offer such a high price. After waiting for a while, seeing that Su Tianqing did not immediately agree, Chen Tian generously smiled and said, There is no hurry. First add WeChat. The rest of the things, we slowly say. Su Tianqing hurriedly pulled out the QR code of his cell phone and added friends with Chen Tian. At this time, the girl next to him also dried her tears and brought her little girl towards Chen Tian. They had come to say thank you to Chen Tian. Quickly say thank you to your brother. The girl bent down to the little girl and said very gently. The little girl nodded her head as she looked at Chen Tian with a smile, her voice soft and sticky. Brother, thank you. Chen Tian squatted down, flush with the little girl's line of sight, and also replied with a smile. No need to thank you. At this time, Chen Tian had the opportunity to carefully measure the appearance of the little girl. On the little face of the powder-carved jade, a pair of big round eyes, through a resourcefulness, although not very old, but can already see that this grows up to be a little beauty. Just in the crowd talking kung fu, a police car drove over. Is just a passerby early reported to the police. As soon as he saw the arrival of the police, the trafficker man not only did not want to escape the desire, but instead was excited with a handful of snot and tears. Police uncle, you can finally come. If you don't come, I will be killed. When the passers-by heard the trafficker say this, they subconsciously thought that he was lying and wanted to escape his responsibility, and they all opened their mouths to rebuke him. Comrade police officers, you can't listen to his nonsense. He's a human trafficker. Such an unethical person. What truth can come out of his mouth? That's right. Look at his body. He doesn't even have any serious injuries. How could he be crying so hard? He's obviously faking it. We were all in the neighborhood at the time, but we saw it clearly. No one did anything to him. We just heard him screaming. Listening to the righteous indignation of the passers-by, the trafficker cried even harder. Who could understand the bitterness in his heart? Those positions that Chen Tian had kicked earlier, a casual movement hurt like hell. He now really suspected that he had been beaten up internally. The police directly escorted the trafficker back to the police station. Chen Tian and the others also followed back to the station to make a statement. After walking out from the police station, the girl chased after them and stopped Chen Tian and the others, saying, "Thanks for your help today. Can I treat you to a meal to show my appreciation?" Facing the girl's ardent gaze, Su Tianqin waved his hand in embarrassment and refused. "I didn't help much, so I won't eat the meal, and I still have to go home to take care of my old mother. Sorry ha." As for Zhang Haoren next to him, he originally didn't help much either, and came along with Chen Tian. Now that he saw that the matter had been resolved, he was even more unproductive, and after greeting Chen Tian, he left. In the end, only Chen Tian was left alone, and just as Chen Tian wanted to open his mouth to refuse, he felt the corner of his coat being grabbed. As soon as Chen Tian lowered his head, he saw a little one standing playfully by his side. She was so short that she was only able to reach the corner of Chen Tian's coat. "Brother, just eat with us, okay?" The little one seemed to be a little worried about Chen Tian's refusal, and gently shook her arm. Such a soft and adorable appearance indeed made Chen Tian's heart melt into a ball. Chen Tian reached out his hand and pinched the little guy's cheeks. He looked up at the girl and always felt something familiar. The way he had watched the girl cry her eyes out earlier had now completely regained its composure, and the girl's face had been carefully cleaned up. Other than the red and swollen circles under her eyes, there was no longer any abnormality to be seen. It was also the restoration of the face that gave Chen Tian an extra sense of familiarity. Pondering and asking, "I seem to have seen you somewhere." The little girl heard Chen Tian's words and smiled cheekily, grabbing the lead and saying, "Brother, you must have seen my sister on TV, right? My sister is a big star yo." As soon as the little girl said this, Chen Tian instantly remembered. This girl was Zhou Lingyun. Speaking of Zhou Lingyun, but now the entertainment industry's first-line flower. The screen has always been a pure jade girl look, but also took a lot of awards, like her countless people, because of the sweet and innocent appearance of countless fans, but also the famous man and woman god of the house. The little girl finished her sister, suddenly raised her smiling face and introduced herself to Chen Tian. "Brother, I am Zhou Lingling." Zhou Lingyun looked at Zhou Lingling helplessly as she looked at Chen Tian next to her and invited with a smile, "Why don't we find a place to eat first, and then talk slowly at the dinner table? How about it?" Chen Tian nodded and said, "Good, let's go then." Zhou Lingyun was very familiar with this neighborhood, and she proposed to go to a nearby restaurant to eat something. "You're so handsome. When I saw you at first, I thought you were from the circle." Speaking here, Zhou Lingyun paused before continuing, "But those little fresh meat in the circle, surely not as tough as you. If they, just now I'm afraid they are all scared soft." "Don't say save people. Maybe they need people to save them." Chapter 39, Handsome is Terrific? Chen Tian just smiled at his words and did not say anything. The few people walked to the side and came to a food street. Under Zhou Lingyun's leadership, the crowd arrived at the entrance of a hotel. This hotel was very luxuriously decorated, especially the front door. At a fierce glance, one would think that the Arc de Triomphe had been moved to the front door of their home. At a glance, it was very majestic and atmospheric. Just by standing at the entrance, one could already imagine the luxury and grandeur of the hotel's interior. "Let's go. Let's eat here? I've long wanted to come and have a taste." Zhou Lingyun looked at Chen Tian with a smile, wondering if the other party was satisfied with her arrangement. Chen Tian was not too demanding about this. He gently nodded his head. The guest follows the host. Looking at the several people approaching, a tall female waitress greeted her and asked very politely, "Hello, may I ask if the three of you have a reservation?" Zhou Lingyun froze at the words and asked, "Reservation?" The waiter took one look at the two's confused faces and knew that this should be a first-time guest, patiently explaining, "Several people. It's like this. This is a high-class club in Jinling, and we usually have an endless stream of guests. As you all know, we have a very high class here, so the guests that come and go are all of high status. In order to avoid having guests arrive at the store, but not being able to enjoy the service, we are also thinking about the customer experience. So guests who come to the store, Must make reservations in advance. Saying this, the waiter looked at the three people with a regretful face and said, I'm really sorry, if it's a guest who doesn't have a reservation in our place, they can't dine. The waiter's attitude was still very good, worrying that a few people would be in a bad mood. He even purposely brought over balloons for Zhou Lingling to cheer her up. Several people. I'm really sorry, you can only come to dine if you make a reservation first, the waiter said as he bowed respectfully towards the several people and apologized with a good attitude. Chen Tian looked at the waiter in this manner and directly said, forget it then, let's just eat somewhere else. I'm really sorry, and thank you several for your cooperation. The waiter apologized again, and did not forget to take out a few coupons and handed them over to the several people. The several people were about to turn around and leave when suddenly, a female voice came from behind them. Ling Yun, it's you guys? You guys came here to eat as well? Hearing someone call Zhou Lingyun, the few people all followed the voice and looked over. The one who spoke was a woman with an enchanting figure, and the ends of her eyes, slightly raised upwards, were even more charming. Chen Tian looked at the other party's cool fox-like face and seemed to have some impression. After a moment of meditation, Chen Tian finally remembered. This woman, also an actress, was called Chu Xin. Although both Chu Xin and Zhou Lingyun were actors, their two styles were completely different. Zhou Lingyun walked as pure jade girl wind, while Chu Xin these years played those roles. Are some hot and charming role, at this time, Chu Xin, but also hands without fear of holding a middle-aged man's arm, as if no one else to her bear on the belt. That bold and flirty look made Zhou Lingyun subconsciously twist her head to the side. She was really a bit unable to look at it. The man on the opposite side, at a glance, was a handful of years old, and was probably as old as Chu Xion's father, especially a face of horizontal meat without elasticity. Obviously is a lazy person who does not love sports. The skin does not have a little elasticity. His head was covered with a Mediterranean hairstyle, which made him look a few years older than his actual age. However, Chu Xian seemed to be completely unconcerned, with a birdie's still posture. It was a pity that the man was too short, making the taller Chu Xian's movements a little out of place. The man led Chu Xian to Zhou Lingyun's front. Zhou Lingyun looked at the man and greeted him with a smile. Director Liu, how are you? The man who was called Director Liu gave a hum. His eyes fell on Zhou Lingyun's body without any concealment, his gaze filled with greed. This Zhou Lingyun was a woman he had been eyeing for a long time. Unfortunately, it was a woman that he had wanted for a long time, but couldn't get anyhow. From time to time, Director Liu's eyes flicked to Zhou Lingyun's body. The more such an unobtainable woman, the more it stirred his competitive spirit. He was already racking his brain right now thinking about what he had to do to get a kiss. Thinking about Zhou Lingyun's pure energy, Director Liu was just thrilled. As for Chu Xian next to Director Liu, she was completely oblivious to the thoughts of the man beside her. After all, in Chu Xian's heart, she was still quite confident in herself. This Zhou Lingyun just always have to put on a frame. How she see how do not like. All mixed in the entertainment industry. Who doesn't know who ah? What kind of innocent girl is she pretending to be? Chu Xian looked at Zhou Lingyun in front of her and snorted coldly in her heart. The relationship between the two of them had always been bad, and they usually used to grab resources. But now, she, Chu Xin, had gotten a big director, so she naturally had to give her usual rival a good show. Thinking of this, Chu Xian immediately leaned against the man a little tighter, looking at the opposite side of the Zhou Lingyun, a pale expression, not moved by the appearance. Chu Xian's heart a burst of gas depression. She thought in her heart hatefully, wait to come back to snatch all your resources. Aren't you noble? You've never accompanied a director or producer, have you? Let's see how long you can be so pure. When the time comes, you will only be stepped on by me ruthlessly. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Chu Xian's face as she looked at Zhou Lingyun and asked in a manner, Lingyun, why are you guys leaving before you eat? Zhou Lingyun replied very politely, yeah, we didn't make a reservation, so we can only come over next time. In the face of Zhou Lingyun's such a generous reply, Chu Xian however felt very uncomfortable in her heart. She blinked her eyes and looked at Director Liu by her side, asking in a contrived tone, I at Director Liu, Lingyun and I are good friends from a company. Can we invite a few people from Lingyun to have a meal together? Liu Hao naturally nodded, his gaze falling on Chen Tian beside Zhou Lingyun as he opened his mouth to ask, and this one is? He looked at Chen Tian as very eye-catching. After all, such a handsome young man, if he had seen him before, he must have been impressed. After all, he was a director, and his eyes were still very good at recognizing people, especially since this young man's aura was not bad. If he was a famous person in the circle, he would definitely have an impression. Zhou Lingyun simply replied, this is my friend, thank you both for your kindness, but no need. Let's just change to another one. How could Lu Hao let Zhou Lingyun leave like this? He spoke directly. It's fate that we bumped into each other. Lingyun won't give me this face, right? It's just that there is this opportunity. Let's have some dinner together. It just so happens that I have a new drama recently, and I see that there is also a suitable role for you. Lu Hao spoke gently, as if he was worried that Zhou Lingyun would continue to refuse. He continued to say a few more words. No matter what, we are all in the same circle. We still have to walk the road in the future. More friends is better than more enemies. Don't you think so? Lu Hao made the words so unassailable. Zhou Lingyun's brows slightly knitted, but she also had to agree. Seeing Zhou Lingyun agree, Lu Hao was very happy. The corners of his mouth were grinning almost to his ears. Zhou Lingyun did not say anything more to Lu Hao, but instead looked to Chen Tian, who was at the side, and inquired in a low voice. You won't mind if I agree for you like this, right? Chen Tian was casual. It was just a meal. Wherever he ate was the same. Besides, just now Lu Hao's words Chen Tian had also heard them, and he didn't want to make things difficult for Zhou Lingyun. Lu Hao's original impression of Chen Tian was quite okay, but now that Zhou Lingyun was actually asking the other party's opinion so seriously, his heart suddenly became unhappy. Look at this little young man in front of him. In addition to looking okay, dressed so casually, what is there to make Zhou Lingyun so important? It's just a meal, and you have to ask for his opinion? What kind of a thing is he? What is his own identity? That in the Chinese director also counts. The more Lu Hao thought about it, the more dissatisfied he became in his heart, and his gaze toward Chen Tian was filled with coldness. This kind of youngster, he didn't know how many he had to see all year round. Do you really think that if you are okay looking, in the entertainment industry, you will be able to get along? Humph, what's the use of being good looking? It also depends on whether there are those who dare to use you and will use you. Such a young man, he was very sure, was definitely not someone he knew. Chapter 40, Water Rises to the Top. Even those in the entertainment circle were the kind of people who weren't too famous. A small character like this didn't need to be put on his mind at all. It simply wasn't too good to clean up. By casually tripping him up, he would be able to get rid of him immediately. Thinking of this, Lu Hao became even more relaxed and complacent. Looking at Zhou Lingyun and Chen Tian, who were standing together, looking at their groom and daughter appearance, Lu Hao's heart only thought about how to destroy such harmonious beauty. Alright, let's go upstairs to eat first. Other words, let's talk at the dinner table. Lu Hao waved his hand and pretended to speak in a very dashing manner. With a strange color in his gaze, he once again landed on Zhou Lingyun's proud figure and suddenly came up and whispered in her ear. If there's anything else you want to say, you can also find me to say it in private. I have plenty of time in the evening. When Lu Hao said this, he intentionally bit the word night very heavily. In Lu Hao's opinion, he now had a movie to shoot, and to give Zhou Lingyun this opportunity was all because he was optimistic about her. As for whether or not this woman could make it, that would depend on her performance. When Zhou Lingyun heard these words, she only felt a wave of nausea. This kind of director's movie, even if it was given to her for a role, she wouldn't even choose it. A person with an improper heart wouldn't be able to make a film that was any better. The crowd walked together towards the inside of the hotel. Chen Tian and Zhou Lingyun just followed behind, hardly speaking much. The interior decoration inside the hotel was very luxurious. The entire marble floor was beautifully polished with a very high gloss. Although they had already walked part of the distance, the lighting in the hotel lobby was fantastic, making the entire lobby appear even more luxurious under the light. The huge crystal chandelier was uniquely shaped and hung down from the ceiling like a young girl in a tutu, so beautiful that it was impossible to look directly at it. Led by the waiter, the crowd walked into the restaurant together. It happened to be mealtime, so there were still a lot of guests inside the restaurant, and the air was filled with the aroma of the dishes, which was very tantalizing. At this very moment, Lu Hao's line of sight was suddenly attracted by a few figures not far away, only to see those several figures, a dozen men in suits. They were standing in the waiting area of the restaurant, seemingly waiting for someone, with their eyes glancing in the direction of the main door from time to time. As soon as he saw those few people, Lu Hao's eyes instantly sprang out. This. I didn't expect that there would be a big harvest from this random outing for a meal today. Lu Hao was cheering in his heart as he was already walking quickly in the direction of the few people. They had also just come in, and were not far away. Before walking to those several figures, Lu Hao revealed a very flattering smile and greeted them very enthusiastically. A few of you are also coming over here to eat? Are you waiting for someone? When Lu Hao spoke to them, both in tone and attitude, there was still respect. Compared to the arrogant attitude from before, it carried a hint of flattery. These few people were well-known producers in the circle, and were even more familiar as the god of wealth. For Lu Hao, they were absolute dignitaries. If he could further his relationship with these people, He would not need to worry about investment when he had the right book and wanted to make a movie in the future. It is also thought of this point, Lu Hao will own posture, put more low. These days, who doesn't want to make a blockbuster movie with depth and full of special effects? But that all need money. No money pile, cannot shoot out the inner flavor. As long as he could win the award, his future path as a director would only become smoother and smoother. At that time, if you want to sleep with any actress, it's still a matter of time. A few people swept a glance at Lu Hao. They all recognized that Lu Hao was also a director within the circle. However, those who could reach their level were still relatively easygoing, and when they heard Lu Hao's question, they casually replied back, "It's really a coincidence. We are going to be here today, feasting on an honored guest." Noble guest? Upon hearing the word honored guest, Lu Hao's eyes instantly let out light. The person who could be called an honored guest by these few. That identity, could it still be simple? At the very least, it was definitely not someone he, at this level, could come into contact with. Thinking of this, Lu Hao instantly had an idea, and with a compensating smile on his face, he said to the few people, "Then I must intrude in a while and go toast this honored guest. Of course, it's mainly a toast to you few." Although it was said that the honored guest was important, these few were equally big brother level characters that Lu Hao wanted to grasp. So when saying these words, it was definitely all to be noted. Lu Hao was also an old hand at kissing ass. This little problem, that was grasped quite well. Sure enough, hearing Lu Hao say this, the faces of the few people present obviously became much better. One of the men glanced at Lu Hao and said in a light tone, "Good thing too. You'll come over here in a while. You're still in the rising stage. Knowing more people will be good for you in the future." Saying rising period, actually the real meaning, is not that Lu Hao's identity is not enough. However, Lu Hao felt very happy. He nodded his head repeatedly, completely fawning over these few people. Several people. "I'll take you there." The waiter had already checked the table number and folded back, saying politely to Lu Hao's several people. Seeing this, Lu Hao said a few more words to those few people before reluctantly following the waiter and walking towards the direction of the table. "Director Lu, those few people just now, what kind of people are they?" Chu Xian took one look at the attire of those few people and knew that they should be either rich or noble, especially when she saw Lu Hao's fawning appearance just now. She was even more certain of her thoughts. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Hao was beside himself, Chu Xian would have been glued to him just now. When Lu Hao heard Chu Xian's question, his eyes swept over a few people before he cleared his throat and opened his mouth. "Those guys are famous producers in our circle." "What's a producer?" "He's the god of wealth for the crew." In the end, what kind of movie can be made depends on how much money these big managers will give you. These producers didn't just have connections and could easily pull in investments. The main thing was that, with their name on it, the grade of the entire movie would go up. Chapter 41, Who Gave the Courage? Listening to the names and works of these people, even Chen Tian, who had little interest in the entertainment industry, felt very familiar. It was evident that these few people's names were indeed very big. Plus, when Lu Hao introduced them, he added a little bit of very greasy adjectives, making them seem even more elevated. Chu Xian was listening on the side, and her eyes were on the verge of bursting into flames. The identities of those few people, were they actually this powerful? If I had known that this was the case, I should have been a little more astute and gone up to exchange contact information. Lu Hao listened to Chu Xian's various exclamations of surprise, and in his heart, he felt soothed. What he wanted, wasn't it this effect? Speaking a bit about these upper echelons of the entertainment industry, he was also on speaking terms with them. With this kind of relationship, one's position in the entertainment industry has been very obvious. Okay. Thinking like this, Lu Hao instantly became complacent, his hands unconsciously behind his back. The few steps he took, he was like an old cadre. The waiter brought a few people to the table at this time. Their table number is very inward, right next to the stairs. To put it mildly, it was already considered a very general location. Seeing Lu Hao see, the heart does not have a trace of dissatisfaction, but rather some surprise. Next to the stairs, a few people will go up the stairs. They can not just see? Thinking this way, Lu Hao took his seat and deliberately chose a position where he could see the direction of the stairs. Chu Xian naturally sat beside Lu Hao, and as she took her seat, she said to Lu Hao, "Director Lu, you are really awesome. Such a person actually knows all of them." Chu Xian's words were directed at Lu Hao, but a pair of eyes was looking towards Zhou Lingyun on the opposite side. Zhou Lingyun looked at the smile on Chu Xian's face, and immediately felt a wave of speechlessness. This Chu Xian, who usually likes to compete with herself for resources, even so, but to come out for a meal with a fat, nameless director, she also has to pretend to be like this? At least he's a director. If he doesn't even know a few headline producers, then he's not mixing for nothing. To actually have to pretend a little bit on this kind of thing really makes people speechless. Lu Hao didn't notice that Zhou Lingyun and Chu Xian were not dealing with each other. To him, the more discordant they were, the better it was for him. After all, if the two of them were on bad terms, whoever got their own help, wouldn't they be able to press the other side? Wouldn't needing one's own help require one to pay something? Just the thought that he had the chance to push Zhou Lingyun down, Lu Hao felt a dry mouth. He picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all in one go, saying to Chu Xian beside him, "Don't think that these are producers have little to do with you. If you can get the favor of a good producer, in the future, you guys may also become big stars who bring money into the group. Understand?" Lu Hao spoke in a dignified manner, and as soon as he finished saying this, Chu Xian's eyes immediately lit up. Her arm had already climbed onto Lu Hao's arm, like two dexterous snakes, tightly hooping. Chu Xian also deliberately rubbed her bare against Lu Hao, saying delicately, "Director Lu, then you will be in a while. Can you take me along to toast?" "Naturally, you can, and when the time comes, you have to perform well," Lu Hao said in a loud voice. And when he finished, his eyes shot a glance at Zhou Lingyun without any trace. He had already said it so clearly. Zhou Lingyun should get on board, right? Unexpectedly, Zhou Lingyun on the opposite side, her expression was always faint. Even after hearing Lu Hao's explicit and implicit hints, her brows involuntarily knitted. However, no matter what words the other party said, Zhou Lingyun looked unmoved. Her hand was holding her younger sister, Zhou Lingling, and the little girl was very well behaved as she followed her sister around, a pair of beautiful eyes looking around. Lu Hao wasn't in a hurry to see the other party not getting on the bandwagon. He looked towards Chen Tian, who was sitting beside Zhou Lingyun, and asked very arrogantly, "This little brother, what kind of work do you do now?" That condescending stance, as if he was giving Chen Tian face by taking the initiative to speak a few words with him. This was Lu Hao's intention. He just wanted Chen Tian to see clearly for himself that he were completely two worlds, whether it was for his own sake or for Zhou Lingyun's. "Don't grab anything from him." Chen Tian's expression was always light as he picked up his tea to take a light sip and replied, "I don't have a job right now. It's sort of a pending job." Chen Tian was sort of being honest. Although he was quite rich right now, he really didn't have a job that he was doing. Standby job? When Lu Hao on the opposite side heard this, he almost laughed out loud, and his heart was even more complacent. In Lu Hao's opinion, Chen Tian had a good base, and originally he thought that Chen Tian was an 18th line actor. How could he not think that the other party was not even an actor, directly a soft rice eater? Chu Xian, who was sitting next to Lu Hao, even had an anti-smile on her face once she heard Chen Tian's answer. If it wasn't for the fact that the current occasion wasn't appropriate, she really wanted to have a good big laugh. She also thought that someone like Zhou Lingyun, who was usually so powerful at the end, would find a boyfriend of some kind. She didn't expect that she'd find a soft eater after all the searching and choosing. If such a fact were to be spread, I'm afraid it would be laughed off. Thinking of this, Chu Xian only felt a burst of relief in her heart. This woman, usually always put on a look of pure jade girl, this woman also thought she was more noble. As a result, it is still not asking for a lowly. Find a good-looking man who eats soft rice. It is not as good as oneself so as to live well. At the very least, the benefits of their own so can. That is real. Lu Hao is also a face of mind to measure Chen Tian. This young man, although it is a soft rice, but this pair of skin, but really good especially with a burst of temperament. If he was introduced to some female directors, he should be especially popular. After all, those people, just like such young men with good physical strength. Only, it was thrown away after eating it. Just right. Also let Chen Tian feel the poisonous beatings of society and know the cruelty of this world. The more Lu Hao thought about it, the more he felt that his idea was good. This pair of men and women, but both are useful. Think of it as giving a wave of benefits to the female co-workers in his company. Little brother, if you want to make a movie, I can introduce you to a few female directors. Lu Hao spoke slightly enthusiastically to Chen Tian. Our company is one of the top giant companies in the entertainment industry. If you can get along well with those female directors, it's definitely easy to make you famous. Drinking the tea in front of him in one gulp, Lu Hao straightened his blouse and said in a cloudy tone, "The main thing is that this movie of mine, there is no more suitable roles for you. Otherwise, the director, it's not like I can't help you out." After his own Baba had spoken for half a day, wouldn't it be a pity if the other party still didn't know his director status? Chen Tian and Zhou Lingyun didn't even pick up the conversation. In the face of such a self-conscious nameless director, it was not known who gave him the courage. Chapter 42, Mr. Chen. Hello again. Well, at this time, the waiter came over with the menu and the crowd began to order. Lu Hao flipped through the menu while saying in a very expansive manner, "Everyone, don't be polite today, just order whatever you want. I'll pay for it." While talking, Lu Hao had already ordered several dishes. He had to raise his head in the gap between ordering and said with a smile, "After all, I'm still considered a bit famous. Making a movie is not much worse than what you actors earn. What's more, we receive dividends from the copyright every year. Don't be polite, eat as you should." Naturally, Lu Hao wasn't really comparing his income with the actresses. He was deliberately saying this to Chen Tian. He was also knocking Zhou Lingyun, a nice little girl. Don't always cling to a soft eater. Look at the long term. The road can only be wide in the future. At this time, the doorway, just a few by Lu Hao flattering producers, is in a hurry to come out towards a S-Class Maybach to welcome up. As soon as they walked past, the producer at the front of the line had already helped pull open the door. The rest of the few people were like welcoming guests, respectfully separated into 2 rows, maintaining a posture of indebtedness to greet the big brother in the car. "Mr. Lu, you're here." Several producers almost spoke in unison, looking at General Manager Lu sitting in the car, greeting him warmly. The General Manager Lu in the car only just stretched out a foot, revealing a shiny leather shoe. Afterwards, the whole person walked down, with a very large aura, pressurizing several producers to lower their heads again. On General Manager Lu's face, there was a kind smile, as he first tidied up the handmade suit on his body and looked at the several people, saying, "I've kept you all waiting." Feeling the eyes sweeping over their faces, the several producers and General Manager Lu exchanged a glance. With just one glance, they felt a sharpness and depth. This General Manager Lu was truly worthy of being a big shot. His eyes were like scanners, and when he locked eyes with someone, he felt like his entire being was seen through. Several producers sucked in a breath of cool air. They hurriedly lowered their heads and treated this General Manager Lu with even more respect. The producer in the lead took a deep breath and looked at the imposing General Manager Lu in front of him. His eyes filled with admiration. This General Manager Lu, Lu Ming, was a famous boss in the entertainment industry. Under his command, he had a lot of entertainment industries, and now in Jinling, he was a powerful presence. It could be said that if he stomped his foot, he didn't know how many people would be scared and terrified. In front of Mr. Lu, he and others are just relying on other people's investment, barely eating a meal. Several producers came over to Jinling just to make good relations with this General Manager Lu. Seeing that Mr. Lu had already arrived in front of them, they naturally started to get close. "Mr. Lu, we've already booked a private room upstairs. Let's go up now. After all, it's not good to kiss ass and say it in public. It's better to go up to the box, and if you have something to say, you can say it slowly." When Mr. Lu heard this, he just nodded lightly and followed the crowd towards the hotel. After all, he is a famous boss in Jinling. As soon as he entered the hotel, the lobby manager also came over and greeted Mr. Lu, surrounded by a group of people. The producer at the head of the group was also enthusiastic to the extreme, walking in front to lead the way as Mr. Lu and the others walked in the direction of the stairs. Lu Hao was still at the dinner table, talking eloquently about the interesting things he had encountered when he was on the set, causing Chu Xian to burst into tears of laughter. At this time, he happened to see the producer and the others walking in his direction, and immediately raised his eyebrows. Lu Hao immediately sat upright and adjusted his clothing to make his entire person look a bit more refreshed. He coldly glanced at Chen Tian on the opposite side of the room, and although there was still a smile on his face, a trace of contempt quickly flashed through his gaze. It really was a man who couldn't hold his own. Just now, he had introduced himself to them, the identities of several producers, but Chen Tian still looked as if he had turned a blind eye to them. Completely a man who couldn't help himself. Zhou Lingyun and such a person living together every day. The road in the future. I am afraid it will be narrower and narrower. Lu Hao's heart was thinking, when suddenly he caught a glimpse of Lu Ming who had walked into the center. As soon as he saw Lu Ming's face, it was as if Lu Hao was electrocuted and his entire body shuddered. He dabbed and stood up from his chair. His face that was originally wearing a smile visibly stiffened, and he said to the crowd in an urgent tone, "What are you all still waiting for? Why don't you quickly stand up?" Chu Xian looked at Lu Hao's shocked face. She didn't understand what had happened at all, and somewhat reluctantly stood up, casually asking, "What's wrong?" Lu Hao didn't bother to look at Chu Xian at all, and was even lazier about her emotions. His pair of eyes, staring dead center at Lu Ming who was walking towards this side. "See the one surrounded in the center? That's the famous Lu Ming in the entertainment industry. He has a lot of properties in the entertainment industry. Can't you see those big producers? All treating him with respect." The moment he saw Lu Ming, Lu Hao finally realized what kind of person these producers were talking about. Such a big brother, stomping his feet in the entertainment circle, the entire entertainment circle could follow and shake 3 times. Lu Hao was so excited that his heart was pounding. If he got in touch with such a big shot, he wouldn't have to worry about his future movies at all. As soon as Chu Xin heard the other party's identity, she immediately stood up straight and didn't forget to say to Zhou Lingyan and several people on the opposite side, "Quickly stand up, don't get us into trouble." Such a big brother. One had to give people enough respect. If someone at the same table didn't respect them and got themselves involved, that would be a big loss. Zhou Lingyun and Zhou Lingling were pulled up for unknown reasons. The two of them didn't say much, they just looked at the others in confusion. Right now, Chen Tian was the only one who was still sitting peacefully in his chair, leisurely drinking tea. Lu Hao didn't notice Chen Tian's movements. He had already greeted Lu Ming as he walked up and owed him a very respectful bow, saying, "Hello Mr. Lu. I didn't expect to meet you here." Lu Ming looked at Lu Hao, his brows tightly furrowed as he opened his mouth with a puzzled expression and asked, "Who are you?" Hearing Lu Ming's question, Lu Hao was embarrassed, but after all, it was a big brother in front of him, so there was no room for any emotions, so he took the initiative to introduce himself. "Look at this brain of mine. Mr. Lu is usually in charge of everything. How could he possibly remember a small person like me? I'm a director. My name is Lu Hao. I hope that Mr. Lu has the chance to take care of me." When Lu Ming heard Lu Hao's words, he just gave a faint "oh." With his status, he didn't know how many people who claimed to be directors came to ask for care with him throughout the day. For such requests, he had long since seen it all. In an instant, for this Lu Hao in front of him, he was also completely unconcerned. At this time, the producer in the lead frowned when he saw the table that Lu Hao walked over to. He saw that several girls had stood up, and Chen Tian was the only one who was still sitting there peacefully, and was immediately a bit dissatisfied, and directly opened his mouth to ask Lu Hao, "Are these all your friends?" Hearing the dissatisfaction in the tone of the producer at the head, Lu Hao was puzzled and subconsciously turned his head towards his back. It was only when Lu Hao turned around that he realized that at his own table, Chen Tian was still sitting in his chair and had not stood up to greet Mr. Lu at all. No wonder the producer who was in charge just now was upset. This was simply too unintelligent. Lu Hao only felt his scalp tingle. If he really offended General Manager Lu, or any of those producers around him, it would be a big event that he couldn't afford to carry. Besides, the reason why he did so much was to gain a good development. How could he lose everything because of an inexplicable kid? Thinking of this, Lu Hao only felt a wave of anger. From the soles of his feet straight to his head, he pointed at Chen Tian and shouted, "Kid, do you know what you're doing? Stand up for me right now." If he really affected his future just because of him, Lu Hao would not let him go. Those few producers heard Lu Hao's painful rebuke and all looked at the table behind Lu Hao, looking at Chen Tian who hadn't stood up until now, and didn't even have the slightest intention of wanting to stand up. They also had a change of color, and their faces were filled with a cold and stern look. Listening to the crowd's clamor, Lu Ming also frowned and looked over towards that table. When Lu Ming's gaze landed on Chen Tian's body, he immediately stood still as if he was petrified. Only Lu Ming's eyes were wide open and his entire body froze there as if he had seen something incredible. His hands were still in the position of organizing his clothes, obviously shocked, and for a moment, he completely forgot what he was going to do next. The entire hall, as if it had all come to a standstill at this moment, the clamor subsided by a few points. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming had already come to his senses from the shock. He froze for a moment, and immediately afterward, his face revealed a touch of joy. Lu Hao had completely turned around, and he faced Chen Tian's direction, chattering and chortling, "Kid, do you know who this one is? This one is..." Even the famous General Lu didn't recognize him. "This brat has completely blocked his way to mixing with the entertainment industry. Humph, in vain to have a good-looking face. It's a waste. But if a person who knows a little bit of eye color comes over, maybe they can all fly into the sky." However, before Lu Hao finished speaking, Lu Ming at the back had already bypassed Lu Hao and walked over towards Chen Tian. The moment he opened his mouth, he even shocked everyone. "Mr. Chen, it's really fate. It hasn't been long and we meet again." Chapter 43, all shocked. Greeting Lu Ming's surprised gaze, Chen Tian also raised his head. This man he had a bit of an impression of was also one of the several old bosses who had dabbled in tea that day in the Purple Rhyme Tea Garden. At that time, they had also exchanged contact information, and he did not expect to run into him again here today. As if Lu Ming's words were still in his ears. This time, Lu Hao was directly stunned. What the hell? What did Mr. Lu just call that kid? Mr. Chen? This, how is this possible? Chen Tian looked like he was just in his early 20s, while Chief Lu had long passed his prime, and actually took the initiative to address a youngster as Mr. This Chen Tian. In the end, what is his identity? The group of producers at the back were also frozen on the spot. They weren't like Lu Hao, who had only heard about Lu Ming. These people, they had dealt with Lu Ming quite a few times. Which of the bosses who could achieve this position were not high-minded and self-important? But what did they just see? Mr. Lu actually spoke respectfully to that young man, and the tone of his voice, and conversing with them, was simply a world of difference. And they have never heard that the always cold and hard-wristed general manager Lu, to whom there has been such a false look. Even those bigwigs who were equal to Mr. Lu, I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to get such treatment from him. Thinking of this, the producers exchanged quick glances, all seeing a hint of scorn in each other's eyes. This young man, his identity was definitely not simple. If they offended such a person, they were afraid that the project they wanted to talk about would be in vain. For a time, the faces of these producers also changed, each with their own thoughts. Not only were they stunned, even the duo of Zhou Lingyun and Chu Xian were also shocked. Originally looking at Lu Ming walking over, they had thought at the time that it was Lu Ming who felt that Chen Tian had disrespected him and wanted to come and teach him a lesson. Chu Xian was full of gloating, while Zhou Lingyun on the side was full of worry and was already thinking about how to save Chen Tian. The two of them could never have imagined that it would be such a scene. What in the world was this situation? This Chen Tian, what kind of person was he? Chen Tian did not care about the gazes of the crowd, as he lightly smacked his tea and looked at Lu Ming and said in a salty manner, "What a coincidence." After a simple greeting, Chen Tian's gaze looked at the crowd behind Lu Ming. Suddenly remembering what Lu Hao had said earlier, he opened his mouth and asked, "Mr. Lu, are you in the entertainment industry?" Hearing Chen Tian's question, Lu Ming replied smilingly, "Sort of. How come Mr. Chen? Have an idea to invest in it?" He was aware of Chen Tian's wealth. If such a big shot invested in the entertainment industry, he would make a name for himself in minutes. Chen Tian listened to Lu Ming's words, gently waved his hand and said with a smile, "You guys are all big productions. I don't have that much capital to invest." "No funds?" Hearing Chen Tian's words of excuses, Lu Ming directly laughed out loud and said helplessly, "Mr. Chen, if other people said that, I would still believe it. But if you still say that after leaking your fortune that day, we are even more ashamed to invest. You casually buy a house. Our billions of cash to buy a house, our little money, still called investment?" In front of Chen Tian's profligacy, their little money was like a joke. If they hadn't known about Chen Tian's amazing strength, how could those top bosses of their day be amazed at Chen Tian? Lu Ming's words made the crowd present even more shocked. Many people subconsciously stretched out their hands and pulled out their ears, fearing that they had heard it wrong. Good fellow, one shot is billions? Or is it cash? Buying a house? To be honest, those of them didn't even have $100 million of cash money in their accounts yet. Most of the money is assets, all invested in business, or made investments. People who can come up with billions of dollars at once, not to mention them, even a big shot like Lu Ming. I'm afraid it's a special effort. This was cash. A company that could have this kind of cash flow. There weren't many in all of China. The gazes of the crowd, in unison, looked towards Chen Tian, their eyes full of admiration and envy. How old was this young man? He had such achievements now. Could he achieve less in the future? Just when the crowd was thinking in various ways, Lu Hao and Chu Xian were already so scared that their legs were directly trembling. Chu Xian was a little bit better. She was now just worried that Zhou Lingyun would be in front of Chen Tian and sue herself for blackmail. At that time, would Chen Tian unite with some bigwigs and directly block himself in the entertainment industry? Lu Hao was much more miserable. He hadn't looked up to Chen Tian since he met him. Not only did he speak harshly, but just now, in front of Lu Ming, in order to show himself, he also said so many harsh words. If Chen Tian were to take this into account, his own path in this line of work would truly be blocked. This, how can it be good? Just as Lu Hao and Chu Xian were having a hard time, Lu Ming owed Chen Tian a slight bow and said with a smile, "Mr. Chen, then I'll leave you alone for now. Anyway, they added their contact information, so they could definitely come and go." "Good." Chen Tian nodded with a smile and watched Lu Ming walk in the direction of the several producers. The several producers on the other side, their gazes, coldly looked at Lu Hao. They all coincidentally thought of how Lu Hao had treated Mr. Chen just now, and then thought of how warmly and respectfully Lu Ming had treated Chen Tian just now. And at that moment, they fiercely glared at Lu Hao. This glance carried determination and indifference. Sensing the meaning in these glances, Lu Hao's head instantly went blank, and he knew he was finished. He only felt his brain go down for a while, and he couldn't even speak somewhat well. Lu Ming and the others had already left for half a day, but Lu Hao and Chu Xian were still standing there, only feeling their legs and stomachs turn for a while. Even a big brother like Lu Ming had to be treated respectfully, but he had just scolded someone else? Lu Hao couldn't wait to fiercely smack himself with two big mouths. He was on the verge of crying out, walked to Chen Tian's front and said very apologetically, "I'm sorry Mr. Chen. I did the wrong thing. I deserve a beating. You mustn't realize with me in general. Just treat me as a fart and let me live." Lu Hao had already profoundly realized that if he couldn't get Chen Tian's understanding, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to hang around in the entertainment industry. Even if it meant making himself kowtow and apologize to Chen Tian, as long as he could make amends, he was definitely willing to try. Lu Hao was very clear. He had been a director for so many years. It was hard to be on the verge of seeing hope. He really couldn't retreat from the circle. He hurriedly let the waiter to send a bottle of top red wine. Respectfully first to Chen Tian poured full, began to Chen Tian toast, hoping to get Chen Tian's understanding. Chapter 44, sure enough, a beautiful woman matches a hero. Chen Tian indifferently watched Lu Hao's actions, his eyes full of disdain. Wasn't he quite tough just now? And said that he was a big director in the entertainment industry, the kind that could make people red and make them die in minutes? Now coming to himself to apologize, Chen Tian was not willing to take care of it and directly snorted coldly. This cold snort, in Lu Hao and Chu Xian's ears, was like a thunderclap on dry land. That big thunder directly struck on their heavenly soul cover, scaring them directly shivering. Their bodies were swaying a bit unnaturally. What to do? Looking at Big Brother's situation, it was obvious that he didn't want to forgive them. What should they do now? Chu Xian was on the verge of tears. She looked towards Zhou Lingyan for help, hoping that this usual nemesis could be a holy mother and rush out to save herself at this time. Unfortunately, Chu Xian's expectations were wrong. Zhou Lingyan was indifferent from the beginning to the end, and did not do anything. However, Chu Xian was also wrong to blame Zhou Lingyan. After all, Zhou Lingyan and Chen Tian are not familiar with each other, and the other party is still her great benefactor. In this situation, Zhou Lingyan not going to help stomp on Chu Xian, and Lu Hao already showed that she was benevolent, to still want to help. Wasn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Just at this time, the waiter started serving the food. Various colors of food were already on the table, and for a while, the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of food. Chu Xian and Lu Hao were watching stupidly from the side, staring straight at Chen Tian and Zhou Lingyan. Both of them didn't know. What should they do now? Should they stay, or hurry up and leave? After all, if they stayed, they wouldn't be able to get to the table, would they? Shyly sitting down to eat together, the big brother across the table would be even more angry, right? Chu Xian thought about it. Although she had squeezed Zhou Lingyan together with Lu Hao, she hadn't said anything about Chen Tian. In this situation, it was definitely best to hurry up and disappear. Looking at those producers just now, I'm afraid that this director Lu won't be able to last long, and it's a matter of whether or not the new movie can start shooting. Instead of doing that, it would be better for him to withdraw earlier to save himself from getting into trouble. The more Chu Xian thought about it, the more sense it made, and she didn't dare to vanish straight away. Smiling dryly at Zhou Lingyan and Chen Tian, she said softly, "That, you guys eat first, I'm going to the bathroom." After saying that, no matter how the two reacted, they directly ran in the direction of the outside, as if there was a tiger behind her, and she asked for the emergency syrup. Once he saw Chu Xian disappear, Lu Hao's forehead was sweating. He viciously looked at Chu Xian's back as she fled, cursing hatefully in his heart. "Stinking woman, if it wasn't for you unlucky bastard, how could I have gotten into trouble with this kind of living hell? How dare you run away now? Very well, when I run out, I will be the first to look for your trouble. Even if I die, I won't let you live." The sweat coming out of Lu Hao's head was already getting bigger and bigger, and quite a few people around him looked towards him as they saw him standing there. All wondered what this person was doing there. Lu Hao's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. He looked at Chen Tian and Zhou Lingyan, bowed respectfully and said loudly, "That Mr. Chen, this grooming of mine is a bit unattractive. I'll go tidy up a bit." After Lu Hao finished speaking, he did not dare to leave like Chu Xian. After all, he had really offended Chen Tian when he spoke just now. Seeing that Chen Tian and Zhou Lingyan completely ignored him, Lu Hao ran out of the hotel with a single step. The three of them, Chen Tian and Zhou Lingyan, were eating their meals at their own pace, and looking at Zhou Lingling wanting to eat fish. Chen Tian even carefully helped her remove the fish thorns before feeding it to her. "Thank you, brother." Zhou Lingling ate the fish that Chen Tian fed her. Her little mouth was especially sweet, smiling very cheerfully. Chen Tian was also happy to tease the little one, and the two were on good terms. Zhou Lingyan ate in small bites, her eyes looking towards Chen Tian from time to time, with a searching look in her gaze. She was really a bit curious. What exactly was the identity of this young man who didn't seem to be as old as herself? It was amazing that even a big shot like Lu Ming had to talk to him politely. And what surprised Zhou Lingyan the most was that Chen Tian's hands were really good, although she was far away at that time. Zhou Lingyan had watched the process carefully. If it wasn't for Chen Tian's hand, even with Su Tianxin's help on the scene, it would have been impossible to take down that human trafficker in such a short period of time. Even at the end of the day, the trafficker might threaten the crowd with Zhou Lingling's safety. At that time, Lingling might be injured, not to mention, I'm afraid that she would also have a great psychological shadow. Such a young man was simply too powerful. Thinking of this, Zhou Lingyan's gaze towards Chen Tian was filled with shock. Chen Tian was unconcerned as he gently knocked on the tabletop and said with a faint smile, "Don't look at me. Look at the meal. Not hungry?" Chen Tian, however, knew that Zhou Lingyun had chased after the human trafficker and ran a long distance before. Other people running this distance was nothing, but for an actress like Zhou Lingyun, who couldn't eat 2 bites of food at a meal, I'm afraid the consumption was quite high. If she was working so hard, it was better to eat more. Hearing Chen Tian say this, Zhou Lingyun's pretty face instantly blushed. She subconsciously nodded her head gently, then smiled sweetly and said to Chen Tian, "I really thank you for today." Whether it was Zhou Lingyun's tone of voice or her smile, it was all written with sincerity. Seeing this, Chen Tian also smiled faintly and replied very seriously, "No need to thank you." After a while, Lu Ming and a few producers also walked down. They had come to toast. With a smile on his face, Lu Ming looked at Chen Tian and said very respectfully, "Mr. Chen, what happened before was because they were unintelligent, so don't take offense." Seeing this, the other few producers also came forward and apologized with great sincerity. "Mr. Chen, it's us who are ignorant. You mustn't take offense with us." Just now in the box, Lu Ming had told several people about Chen Tian's deeds, scaring the crowd so much that they collapsed under the table in fear. Such a person, they actually looked down on him before? This. Lu Ming clinked glasses with Chen Tian, and then turned his eyes to Zhou Lingyun, laughing and joking. "We told you that Lingyun doesn't dabble in alcohol in the circle and doesn't go to messy places, so it's because she has Mr. Chen, with such a big gold master. There was still a need to go to that kind of place? He was on his way to the peak of his life in minutes." Chapter 45, Cooking is Still So Good? At this time, several other producers, looking at Zhou Lingyun as if they had seen a savior, opened their mouths in succession to praise her. "In the future, Lingyun will be on her way to the pinnacle of her life. As long as you say the word, you can pick any of my movies this year." Yes, I actually have a few roles on my side that are perfect for an innocent face like Lingyun. It'll definitely add a lot of color to the movie. I also hope that Lingyun can say a few good words for us. After all, as a human being, there will always be times when we take the wrong path and step wrongly, so we should be given a chance to correct ourselves, shouldn't we? The producer threw out favors to Zhou Lingyun while subtly hinting to the other party to put in a good word for them. When they were in the box earlier, Mr. Liu had already dissected Chen Tian's identity for them. Such a person. Jinling's crowd of bigwigs were all respectful. How dare a few of their tiny producers be so smug? The downfall was already obvious. However, Mr. Liu also knew that it wasn't easy for these gold medal producers to get to this point, so he also gave them a way out. Go down and apologize to Mr. Chen himself. As long as Mr. Chen forgave them, everything would be fine. If they didn't forgive them, just go back and wait for the call. After a few producers walked down, their eyes were on Chen Tian's body without traces. This young man's temperament was very good, and it was because of this that when they first met, they subconsciously assumed that Chen Tian was also a new entrant in the circle. Because of the preconceived notion, the several producers dared to speak so aggressively. Otherwise, if they were to borrow 10 of their guts, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. After all, the producer sounds like a big enough name, but in fact, in front of these big brothers, it's nothing. Once they lost the support of the bigwigs, their so-called gold medals would have no meaning. If they couldn't pull in investment, they wouldn't be considered a really good producer. Facing the producer's request, Zhou Lingyun shook her head helplessly. Zhou Lingyun had come to invite her benefactors to dinner, not to be a lobbyist for them. She herself was just a small actor, but she couldn't afford to be such a big lobbyist. The several producers had a sarcastic smile on their faces, and their hearts were filled with fear. Chen Tian completely treated them as if they were transparent, and when Lu Ming saw Chen Tian's attitude, it was like he understood something in his heart. He directly stood up and said smilingly to Chen Tian, "Mr. Chen, then I'll leave you to dine for now. I'll invite you out for tea sometime." Chen Tian nodded, and Lu Ming walked straight towards the upper floors without even glancing at the few producers. The few producers were left where they were. They looked at each other in disbelief, completely at a loss as to what to do. Just at this time, their cell phones rang. The producer in the lead's face turned white as he pulled out his cell phone and looked at the caller ID on it, his pupils instantly zooming. This was a call from the company. The other few people were in a similar situation, all receiving calls from the company. The producer and the lead thought about it, but still picked up the phone, and on the other end of the phone was a staff member from the company, an emotionless voice announcing that their current work, all of it, was suspended. Suspended? The producers who heard this notice directly collapsed onto the hotel carpet. For them, this meant closure and hiding. In other words, their careers came to an end. Several producers pounded their chests and hated each other in their hearts. Who would have thought that the effort of coming out for a meal would result in the loss of their lifelong careers? Simply, all sorts of complicated emotions rushed to their hearts, and their brains went blank as if they had gone down. Chen Tian and Zhou Lingyun looked as if they were completely invisible to the few people, peacefully savoring the dishes. Zhou Lingyun sighed in her heart. The changes in this world were just so fast. To put it mildly, a seemingly unobtrusive opportunity would cause one to lose everything. At the same time, Tang Xinyi woke up inside her own villa. An unprecedented sense of warmth wrapped around her body, and Tang Xinyi herself felt even more comfortable all over her body, which was something she had never felt before during her period of great aunt. Good lord, Chen Tian wouldn't still be a divine doctor, right? Tang Xinyi stepped out of bed to feel it, and when she was sure that she was safe and sound, her entire eyes sparkled. She suddenly realized that this Chen Tian person was like a Russian nesting doll. You think you've seen all of him, but you didn't realize that once you opened it, there was another shrunken version inside. Although it was a scaled-down version, there was an old saying that what is condensed is always the essence. When you opened the tiny nesting doll inside, you would realize that you had encountered an even stronger and perfect Chen Tian. Tang Xinyi felt completely well. She stroked her parched stomach, then remembered that she hadn't eaten for what seemed like a day. Go to the kitchen and take a look. If that doesn't work, order a takeaway. Tang Xinyi looked at the time and muttered under her breath. At this time of the day, Mom and Dad should still be busy at the company, so naturally they didn't have time to cook for her. Her own bellhop aunt was away on vacation for the past few days, so Tang Xinyi could only take care of it on her own, and since she also had her period, she really didn't have the strength to go out to eat. Tang Xinyi had already walked downstairs while she was talking. Seeing those bowls and plates on the dining table, she directly froze. What is this? With a puzzled face, Tang Xinyi walked over to the dining table and carefully took a plate down, revealing the dishes inside. In the next second, the aroma of sweet and sour pork spread throughout the room. On the plate in her hand, there was still hot air remaining, obviously not long after it was made. Tang Xinyi's heart fluttered. Was this something Chen Tian had just made while he was asleep? She opened those dishes in turn and found that Chen Tian had made himself 4 dishes in one soup. The chicken soup had a rich flavor and the broth was bright. Since the skin of the chicken had been removed in advance, the soup did not have too many oil stars in it and was very translucent. A huge lingji floated on the surface of the soup, and at this size, one could tell that it was worth a lot at first glance. As Tang Xinyi smelled the aroma of the meal, she instantly felt even hungrier, a hunger she had never felt before invading her nerves. Phew, it really smells good. Tang Xinyi hurriedly went to the kitchen to get the dishes and sat down at the dining table, savoring a table full of delicious food. The ribs were moderately sweet and sour, soft in the mouth. The meat flavor wasn't covered by the seasoning flavor, and it was so delicious that it made people want to scream. Tang Xinyi ate her meal beautifully, instantly feeling that her entire body was filled with strength. This feeling of contentment was too comfortable. After eating her fill, Tang Xinyi drank one more bowl of lingji chicken soup before returning to her room. She remembered that Chen Tian had said to herself that she should pay attention to resting more. Tang Xinyi was indeed a bit tired today, so she went to bed early, feeling the warm sensation in her abdomen. Tang Xinyi had a smile on the corner of her mouth and then fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 46, Is this another car change? At this time, Chen Tian and Zhou Lingyun had almost eaten. Looking at Zhou Lingling who was glued to his side, Chen Tian's eyebrows couldn't help but color a touch of tenderness, smilingly asking, "How's it going, little girl? Are you full yet?" Zhou Lingling raised her head, a pair of big watery eyes looking towards Chen Tian, giggled and nodded, saying, "I'm full, brother." Zhou Lingyun watched from the side with a helpless face. Her own sister was also too good at pampering, right, and if she continued to be so slimy, she could directly change her surname to Chen. Seeing that everyone had already eaten well, Chen Tian directly stood up and prepared to go by the bill. Unexpectedly, Zhou Lingyun who was on the side hurriedly stopped him and said with a serious face, "Mr. Chen, please take care of Lingling for me. I'll go pay the bill." Seeing that his purpose had been demolished, Chen Tian said with a faint smile, "Let me go to the checkout." Hearing Chen Tian's words, Zhou Lingyun unexpectedly became angry and huffed. "It's been agreed that I'm the one who treats you today. You can't cheat." After saying that, Zhou Lingyun made a wink towards her sister on the seat. Seeing this, Zhou Lingling was not ambiguous. She directly went forward and hugged Chen Tian's thigh, softly saying, "Brother, hug." Looking at the small pendant hanging on his leg, Chen Tian was helpless. In the face of such a cute little helper as Zhou Lingyun, he was unable to get angry at all. Reaching out and rubbing Zhou Lingling's little face, the soft touch that entered his hand made the only bit of depression left in Chen Tian's heart dissipate. Chen Tian sighed in his heart, and secretly thought, it seems that this time, the tenfold rebate is properly gone. It's just a pity that his own hesitant endeavors are gone. This damned endeavor. Zhou Lingyun quickly folded back. Her mood looked like she was in a smiling frown as she said to Chen Tian, "I really have to thank you today. Is it convenient to add a WeChat with you?" Chen Tian did not refuse. Very quickly took out the WeChat QR code and added friends with Zhou Lingyun. The three separated at the entrance of the restaurant. Chen Tian walked back to Tang Xinyi's family villa and fetched his car. Chen Tian thought that Tang Xinyi was not feeling well, so he didn't bother, and directly unlocked and sat in the car. Seeing that it was still early, Chen Tian thought about it and decided to go to Tianfu City for a look around. He hadn't seen any of the houses there. Then, he thought about going to Tianfu City. Chen Tian didn't rush to turn on the car. Instead, he sat in the car and sent a message to Zhang Shuyao. Last time, Zhang Shuyao had told Chen Tian several times that if he wanted to go to Tianfu City, he must send her a message. After all, having promised people, there was no need to deceive other girls. After sending the message, Chen Tian put the phone aside and started the car towards his destination. At this moment, Zhang Shuyao was in the conference room, conducting induction training for newcomers. Zhang Shuyao was wearing a black work uniform, and the fitted work uniform outlined her curves perfectly. Even when she was sitting on the chair, her abdomen was still as flat as ever, and there was not a trace of flab to be seen at all. Zhang Shuyao's face was painted with suitable makeup, seemingly simple makeup, but it highlighted all of Zhang Shuyao's advantages. It elevated her personal temperament, even more, by a notch. Manager Zhang, may I ask how to tell if a guest, indeed, intends to come to purchase a home? A newcomer took the initiative to stand up and looked at Zhang Shuyao and asked. The eyes of the newcomer looking at Zhang Shuyao were filled with admiration and envy. It could be said that the newcomers who were trained at the scene all viewed Zhang Shuyao as their idol. After all, Zhang Shuyao had created a selling legend in Tianfu City, selling so many houses in a single day. She was a newcomer with a few months of seniority, but she was directly promoted to the position of sales manager. How could such a sales manager, who was also a top-notch beauty, not become their idol? Everyone was eager to learn from Zhang Shuyao. What exactly do you need to do to be able to meet such a big customer? Thinking about the commission they might get, their hearts were even more excited. Zhang Shuyao stood up from her chair when she heard the questions posed by the newcomers. She was wearing 7-centimeter high heels on her feet, making her already tall figure appear even more slender, especially a pair of long legs, which were as beautiful as they were infinitely elongated. Zhang Shuyao's gaze swept over the faces of the newcomers one by one, and she suddenly said in a serious tone that she had never seen before. Actually, this question, even if you guys don't ask me now, I still intend to find a time to properly talk to you guys about it. Since you guys have become my subordinates, I would like you all to remember every word I said today. Once the new people heard this, they all sat upright, slightly raising their heads, looking at Zhang Shuyao, waiting for her to explain. They were all going to be salesmen, and as long as they impressed their customers, they could only close the deal. So to hear a truly experienced sales manager give them the secret, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Looking at these people's expectant gazes, Zhang Shuyao spoke. I want you to forget about the so-called target clientele, and instead, receive each and every customer who visits with true dedication. Every single one? The newcomers were obviously a bit puzzled. The group's developments were all high-end projects, and there was an endless stream of people coming to see the houses. If they didn't pick and choose, then how could they possibly receive them? This is a bit different from what they have been learning. Ah! Zhang Shuyao looked at their puzzled gazes, her gaze clear and bright as she spoke with power. So in your eyes, what is the target group? Famous cars and watches? Or are you old? Or do you have some kind of special ability that allows you to see the value of wealth in anyone? The series of rhetorical questions caused all the newcomers present to freeze. Zhang Shuyao took a deep breath. Maybe these people couldn't understand now, but one day, they would understand what she meant. Was she a newbie, just because of good luck? Zhang Shuyao had thought about it for many nights, and she figured out that it wasn't just good luck. She had to admit that Chen Tian was an excellent client, giving her a chance to show herself and step by step to her current position. But Zhang Shuyao also knew that the reason why Chen Tian was able to give her a chance was because she had stepped out. At a time when everyone thought that this Chen Tian was nothing more than a young man, walking towards him and coming up with what she knew and taking it seriously. This was the reason for her true success. Think again. You guys, there really is such a set of guidelines. How many old salesmen do we have here? Can customers like that be divided into your hands? Zhang Shuyao's words were very straightforward, and all the people present all stared wide-eyed. They had to admit that what Zhang Shuyao said was very reasonable. Once customers like that came in, they would naturally be snatched away by the old salesman. Zhang Shuyao herself had come this way, so everything she said was also true. If you want to succeed, you have to seize every opportunity and try to exercise yourself as well as possible. In the process of this exercise, it is possible to take your first order. As for the so-called miracle, it is only in the midst of the grinding, slowly waiting, the gazes of the newcomers, from the initial puzzlement and doubt, turned into understanding and gratitude. Such a reply was definitely a heartfelt truth. This was the answer they needed most right now. Manager Zhang, thank you, we know what to do. A newcomer took the initiative to stand up and said gratefully to Zhang Shuyao. Zhang Shuyao looked at the crowd and nodded. The key points had already been made. As to how much could be accepted, it still depended on the enlightenment of this batch of newcomers. Although she had not been a sales manager for a long time, Zhang Shuyao was still very strong, and soon she had fully adapted to it. Just at this time, Zhang Shuyao's cell phone on the table vibrated. Zhang Shunyao casually picked it up, and looking at the message on it, her bright and colorful face clearly froze. She looked towards the crowd, her words succinctly saying, "Everyone look at the information here. I have something to go out for a while." After saying that, Zhang Shunyao had already walked quickly towards the outside, a touch of urgency appearing on her face. Looking at Zhang Shunyao hurried back, the group of newcomers sitting in the conference room immediately began to gossip. As the new people watched Zhang Shuyao's direction towards the main entrance, they stood to the other side of the conference room, and because the conference room was decorated with all glass, they could see Zhang Shuyao standing at the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. One by one, their eyes were glowing as they started their speculations. What is Manager Zhang doing? Like waiting for someone? You guys, what kind of person is here that could make our steady and generous Manager Zhang show such an eager expression? It's the first time I've seen Manager Zhang look like this since I've been here for so long. It can't be that legendary Mr. Chen, right? Other than that big client, who else could there be that deserves such fanfare from Manager Zhang? I heard that Mr. Chen is particularly handsome, and he took down so many houses at once. Being young and famous is a must. Such a handsome man, I really want to meet him. At the thought that it could be Mr. Chen, all the newcomers present were curious as hell. They each found a position and looked in the direction of the door. This was a good opportunity for them to exercise their eyesight. And in the future, when they saw a different client, they would have to have a different recommendation, wouldn't they? Besides, such a big client who was billions of dollars at a single shot, even to meet him would be a blessing in disguise. Zhang Shuyao waited outside for a while before seeing a Mercedes-Benz Big G drive into the sales hall. Chen Tian sat in the car and saw Zhang Shuyao standing outside the door at a glance. After all, she was a former school flower. That was also a top-notch big beauty. Standing here, naturally it was very obvious. Chen Tian directly lowered one side of the car window and shouted at Zhang Shuyao, "Get in the car!" Hearing a familiar voice coming from the car, Zhang Shuyao then looked towards the inside of the Big G, seeing that Chen Tian was looking at her with a smile on his face. Zhang Shuyao was obviously stunned. She looked dazedly at the Mercedes-Benz Big G in front of her. Her pretty face was full of astonishment. Mr. Chen had changed his car again? Chapter 47. Mr. Chen, where are you going? Those newcomers were almost pressed against the glass, looking at Chen Tian's revealed handsome face in shock. My God, is this the legendary Mr. Chen? This is too good looking, isn't it? If it wasn't for Manager Zhang being so respectful to him, I wouldn't even have doubts if you said this is an idol star. Super handsome, he's already handsome, and he's driving such a dashing Mercedes-Benz Big G. This is going against the heavens. I feel like I'm in love. In the midst of the crowd of newcomers' exclamations, Zhang Shuyao sat on the co-pilot of the Big G. Mr. Chen, you are finally here. Where are we going to look first? I've already notified the people from the property to deliver the key to the entrance of Villa Number 1. Zhang Shuyao looked at Chen Tian and said with a smile, a face of respect and seriousness. It was this man in front of her that had given her a stage to show her abilities, whether in public or private. She would introduce these properties properly for Chen Tian. Chen Tian didn't even think about it and said directly, I won't look at anything else. Take me to see Villa 1. After all, a set of Villa 1 could already buy dozens of ordinary properties. Zhang Shuyao had already guessed that Chen Tian would say this, so she helped Chen Tian point the way into the interior of the villa area. Because you left in a hurry last time, you didn't register your vehicle information and bio information. I can take you to do that later if it's convenient for you. Zhang Shuyao stuck her head out to greet the security guard before explaining to Chen Tian. Chen Tian was the biggest customer of Tianfu City, and for such a super god, he definitely couldn't be made to feel uncomfortable in any way. The layout inside the neighborhood was very elegant, with an air of freedom and romance all around, echoing the villas here in a very beautiful way. Just driving in like this, Chen Tian immediately felt the difference from the other neighborhoods. Even if it was Tang Xinyi's family's famous rich neighborhood, compared to this place, there was still a bit of a gap. After all, this was a newly built villa area. So many of the equipment and arrangements were more advanced and reasonable. Chen Tian took a look around. Even the flower bushes that stretched along the roadside, which were planted with some rare flowers, were very beautiful. Soon, under Zhang Shuyao's guidance, the two of them arrived in front of a huge villa. Chen Tian parked the car at the entrance, and the two of them stepped out of the car, surveying the villa in front of them. This place was located in the center of the entire villa area, with the best landscape that was built around it. Because this was all villas, the owners were all VIPs who paid more attention to their personal privacy. So these landscapes were equivalent to, and were the gardens of, the owners of Villa Number 1. Chen Tian paid attention to see, here the east gate, just to the first villa in front of the access road, purple energy directly into the door, but a great good feng shui, not to mention the lake in front of the door, as well as the rockery forest built behind Villa 1, are the best feng shui, hidden in Villa 1. Seeing this, Chen Tian nodded with some satisfaction. Just for this honor and importance, spending $800 million to buy it was not a loss. Zhang Shuyao had already walked towards Villa Number 1, using the key to open the gate, saying to Chen Tian behind him, "Mr. Chen, please cooperate with me to enter your biological information." The security systems in Tianfu City were all connected, so as long as one logged in on one terminal, the information inside could be synchronized to the other systems. This way, when Chen Tian came over in the future, he could come over directly. Chen Tian nodded at that and entered his fingerprints, iris information, and facial scan into the system at the gate. The gate was already open, and after entering the information, Chen Tian had taken the lead and walked in. At the entrance was a huge courtyard. A very elaborate wall of flowing water had been made at the entrance. Nothing noisy, but it looked very intentional. Inside the pool swam a few goldfish, not many in number, but at large. Looking at this image, the corner of Chen Tian's mouth raised a smile. This was far from his own alabaster fish pond. Not coming over to look at it at that time was indeed the right thing to do. Otherwise, with such a big difference, he would have been disappointed. The cobblestone aisle is still beautifully paved, and in the small flower beds with exquisite shapes, beautiful flowers are planted. As the breeze floated, they showed off their stature to the fullest, which was breathtakingly beautiful. At this time, Zhang Shuyao had already gotten the information and came over. She stood at the entrance position and introduced the landscape to Chen Tian. Zhang Shuyao introduced everything in detail. In order for Chen Tian to come over, she did not fail to understand Villa 1. She had carefully memorized the parameters. Some of the places that she did not understand, she had also personally sought out the housekeeper to inquire about the situation clearly. This is just a small garden for entry. Behind the house, there is a bigger piece of garden, and the outdoor swimming pool is also next to the garden. Zhang Shuyao looked at Chen Tian with a smile. The superiority of Villa Number 1 was something that any set of villas here could not have. The two of them walked through the garden in front of them. Zhang Shuyao looked at a tulip plant in front of her, and couldn't help but gently lower her body and inhale deeply. The faint fragrance of the flowers scurried into the tip of her nose, causing her mind to wander. Chen Tian's gaze, his greatly generous, fell on Zhang Shuyao's posture above. Such posture, some inadvertent temptation, but also will be the curves of the female should have, are more prominent out. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Chen Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It is really worthy of being the department flower and school flower of the university back then. No matter whether it is body or looks, it is the best. Especially with this soft and gracious temperament, it was indeed very suitable if she came to do sales. Zhang Shuyao quickly straightened her body and introduced the flower species here to Chen Tian. You still know about these? Chen Tian couldn't help but give Zhang Shuyao a curious look. Listening to her introduction, she was quite professional. Hearing Chen Tian's compliment, Zhang Shuyao was very happy as she cheerfully explained. Originally, I really didn't understand it, but I asked the florists here for advice and they told me about it. When there were difficulties, it was natural to look for professionals to handle it efficiently and quickly enough. Hearing Zhang Shuyao's slightly proud tone, Chen Tian was instantly happy and gave a thumbs up towards Zhang Shuyao, exclaiming, "Beauty, this is attentive." The two of them briefly looked at the garden before directly entering the main body of the villa. As soon as they walked into the villa, they saw a huge pickup painting with a very strong artistic flavor. Zhang Shuyao followed Chen Tian's line of sight and opened her mouth to introduce it. This is the work of a modern master of abstract painting. The boss of the real estate company admired him so much that he begged for this painting at a high price and hung it here. Truly good works, like this classic villa, needed the precipitation of time. The old boss believed that both this huge painting and this villa would be good things with great value. Chen Tian gently nodded as he looked at the collision of various bright colors and the sky-high illusions. The painting complemented the surrounding decorations, and it was a perfect match. The interior of the house was decorated in an understated French style, but the sense of luxury was not reduced in the slightest. The furniture of the whole house is basically low-key and niche high-end brands, which reflects the different taste of the designer. Chen Tian saw the sofa and sat down, feeling the calf leather underneath the body with excellent rebound. It is also considered okay. Sloppy it. Hearing Chen Tian's comment, Zhang Shuyao on the side instantly widened her eyes. Is that so? Hundreds of thousands of dollars of luxury sofa. In someone else's eyes, it was just barely okay? This. What kind of look do you have to use if it's not ordinary? However, Zhang Shunyao was quickly relieved. A top tycoon who bought a house with billions of dollars. His world, naturally, was not something that a girl like her could understand. There could only be a huge gap. At this time, Chen Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and found that it was a call from Tian Feng. Tian Feng was Chen Tian's college roommate, and back then, the relationship between a few people was very good. Looking at this name, Chen Tian hurriedly picked up the phone. As soon as the phone was connected, Tian Feng's familiar voice rang out from the opposite side, greeting Chen Tian very familiarly. Lao San, what are you doing? After you graduated, you don't know to contact your brothers, right? A few of them indeed hadn't been in contact for a while, and listening to his old friend's voice, Chen Tian was similarly overwhelmed with emotion. Back then they were very compatible. A few brothers got together to discuss. His age inside the dormitory ranked the oldest three, so a few roommates called him the oldest three. Once heard this name, as if instantly pulled people back, that unforgettable green years. The corner of Chen Tian's mouth raised a smile, smiled and said, how can I? Tian Feng naturally knew Chen Tian's character, and he spoke directly. Tonight, a few of our college classmates are going to play at Xingnan Bar. Are you coming? My brothers are all here. There are some other students. It should be quite lively. You come over and let's meet. I'm telling you, I've got some good-looking girls here, and their bodies are so hot. I'm drooling just thinking about it. You must come. Don't pigeonhole us, or we'll kill you in the middle of the night, so you can feel what it means to be a spiritual boy. Girls? Hot body? Chen Tian listened. Heart suddenly MMP. ING boss weekdays love to play. Still do not know where to find it. Although he also knew that the boss this is also a piece of good intentions. Want to take care of them these single dogs. But he wouldn't dare to mess around. Keeping a clean little life is important. Good. Then you guys wait for me. Chen Tian lightly smiled and agreed. Then hung up the phone. Seeing Chen Tian hang up the phone, Zhang Shuyao casually asked, Mr. Chen, where are you going? Zhang Shuyao was thinking that if Chen Tian had the need, their Tianfu city's property could provide a transportation service for the owner. Chen Tian heard Zhang Shuyao's question. He raised his head to look at her and said in a very serious tone, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me Chen Tian. When Zhang Shuyao heard Chen Tian say this, she was obviously stunned. After she thought about it, she also spread a smile and said to Chen Tian, good. Chen Tian, do you need transportation when you go out? Our property over here, we can provide a free transportation service. Looking at the smiling Zhang Shuyao, Chen Tian suddenly opened his mouth and invited, I'm going to the bar in a while. It just so happens that I'm missing a shield here. Why don't you accompany me? Zhang Shuyao was stunned. Chen Tian saw this and briefly talked about the situation tonight. Won't fill you up with alcohol. If anything happens, I'll carry the load for you. Hearing Chen Tian's assurance, Zhang Shuyao was instantly struck with a black line. With Mr. Chen saying this, it felt as if he was a tool person. However, remembering that it was to go to a bar, Zhang Shuyao was obviously a bit torn, but thinking that it was her big client after all, Zhang Shuyao said with a firm face, okay, I'll accompany you. Chen Tian, going to a bar is going to a bar. Why do you feel like you're dying? We are all decent people. Okay. Chen Tian blinked his eyes and suddenly coldly asked Zhang Shuyao, saying, have you ever been to a bar? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuyao instantly felt insulted, and she defended in dissatisfaction. I'm so old and have been in the big city for so many years. How could I not have been there? Chen Tian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and looked at Zhang Shunyao with a cynical smile and an expression of you make it up. You keep making it up. Really? I'm just busy with work right now, so I haven't been there for a long time. Zhang Shuyao added another sentence in order to increase her credibility. Chapter 48, I might arrive later. Chen Tian laughed when he looked at her expression, sending Zhang Shuyao into a whole red face as if she was seen through. Looking at the time still early, Chen Tian and Zhang Shuyao rested for a while more at home before driving the car and heading towards Xinnan Bar. Night had already fallen, and the nightlife of Jinling had officially opened. Jinling's nightlife has always been rich, and this time coincides with the evening rush hour. The road traffic jam. Spare the side of the car owners see luxury cars, are subconsciously avoid, but Mercedes-Benz Big G such a big guy, not a small gap can drill through the vehicle. After being stuck on the road for a full hour, they arrived here at Xinnan Bar. Chen Tian and Zhang Shuyao both had a burst of emotion, thinking that this first-tier city also has bad places. The traffic jam is really too serious. This was a famous bar street in Jinling, with a variety of nightclubs and countless theme bars for you to freely choose from. At this moment, there were quite a few young people standing at the entrance of the nightclub, all gathered here, talking in groups of 3 or 5. Most of them were people waiting to get in, and a few of them who were originally talking suddenly saw Chen Tian's car, slowly driving over from the street side. A youth sprang up violently from the ground, pointing at Chen Tian's car and exclaiming, "Misty grass, look guys, there's actually a Mercedes-Benz Big G coming over there. Look at the tough guy-like lines. It's simply handsome. If I had a car like this, I would wake up laughing in my sleep." The envy in his tone was crying out. The crowd was startled by the youth's words and all looked in the direction of his finger. A youth next to him helplessly rolled his eyes and opened his mouth to spit out. What's there to envy? It's just a $1 or $2 million G-Class Mercedes. Any decent sports car will already kill him. What's the use of just being big? It's still not as valuable as a small sports car. Hearing this youth's words, next to a young man who understands cars, simply want to burst out laughing. This kind of person who doesn't pretend to understand is really ridiculous and scary. Ah, brother, what are you talking nonsense about? This car is a bulletproof version. It costs around $100 million, and this car needs to be customized. Whether it can pass the audit or not, it's all up to the other manufacturer. People who could buy this grade of car didn't just have to be absolutely rich, they still had to have some influence. Otherwise, the other manufacturer might not even bother with your order request. Once they heard the price of $100 million for a car, the youths present all froze. Is that so? A car that actually cost $100 million? What kind of person would be able to buy a car of this level? At the very least, in their opinion, it must be the rhythm of the top tycoons. The youth, who didn't know much about cars, said with great disdain, "This car owner is also too shameless, driving this kind of car out, just to pick up girls, right? Even if you are really told to load away a car, can your body stand it?" Humph. Pretending to be X was struck by lightning. A girl next to him looked at the youth gritting his teeth and snorted coldly, saying disdainfully, "You are just jealous of others. Believe it or not, as long as the owner of the car is willing to sit on the roof of the car, have girls willing to it, the chances of meeting such a tycoon were almost zero. Who would want to give up such a good opportunity?" At this time, there were already quite a few student-like people waiting at the entrance of the bar. Tian Feng was also in the crowd. He looked around for a while in the crowd, his brows slightly furrowed, obviously a little anxious, muttering, "What's going on? Why isn't Lao San coming yet? A few of his own people waiting here is okay. After all, also brought a few girls. If people are impatient, today is not a waste of time." Thinking of this, Tian Feng sighed in his heart. No wonder Lao San, this kid is handsome, but has been single all this time. This is simply a titanium straight man, actually letting the girl wait. With such an attitude, he deserved to be single. The few girls next to him were good-tempered, and although they had waited for a while, there was no trace of impatience on their faces. One of the girls even came up to Tian Feng's face and inquired with a smile, "Brother Feng, that good friend you mentioned, is he really handsome? Is it as good as you said?" Tian Feng looked at the younger sister with a serious face and patted his chest, stating, "That's not true. How could I lie to you? Your brother Feng? Look at my two brothers. Aren't they handsome?" While saying that, Tian Feng also intentionally stood to the side, revealing the oldest 2 and the oldest 4 by his side. When the second and fourth heard the boss mention himself, he immediately didn't realize the bright calendar and subconsciously straightened his chest so that he could look a little bit more spirited. Both of them chose to wear plaid shirts today, coupled with a naive face. They looked like good students. Moreover, after seeing several girls, the oldest 2 and the oldest 4 didn't have their usual bragging energy, looking a bit formal and completely unable to let go. That smile looks not much better than crying. The side of the Tian Feng looked at the performance of their 2 goons. Sip teeth. If the old 3 do not come to support the face of the words, their side is finished. In the future, how can I persuade girls to come to the party? A few girls listened to Tian Feng's words, and then looked at the oldest two and the oldest four's appearance, directly skimmed their mouths. There was no longer any hope for the handsome men who had yet to appear. These two people were dressed in mediocre clothes, and their looks were even the kind that couldn't be distinguished when thrown into a pile of people. The most important thing was that these two people didn't look like they had money in their families. This kind of man let the girls immediately feel very unchallenging. Come to the nightclub to play. People want to catch, either as a strong handsome man, can stimulate their hormone secretion, either to catch a golden son-in-law. From then on to the peak of life, absolutely no other options. Such an honest man. It was better to leave it to those sisters who participated in sororities, or blind dates. They were not blessed to enjoy it. Just as the crowd was talking, in front of them, a bright orange Audi R8 suddenly drove head-on. Suddenly seeing such a flirtatious car appear, a group of students' eyes were all attracted to it. All of them looked on with bated breath. Such a beautiful car. It is true that the chances of seeing it in front of a nightclub are greater. At this time, the car door was pushed open, and the owner walked down from inside, a tall and sturdy man. As soon as the man appeared, quite a few people present froze. Tian Feng and the others also looked at me, and I looked at you with a surprised face. Misty Grass, class president? A classmate jumped out from the side. He took 3 steps to the side of class president Xia Jinghao and exclaimed, "Class president, this strength of yours can be straight from the Audi R8. This is too beautiful." The other students only reacted at this time, and gathered around Xia Jinghao's side, talking to each other. This is a 5.2L, ultra-luxury version of the V10 engine. The horsepower is a full 620 horses. Such a sassy little beast is simply the brightest star in the dark night. This color choice is so good. It really deserves to be a luxury car. This paint is so beautiful. It really makes people envious. Squad leader, just by choosing this color, you have to spend a lot more money, right? Spending money is still secondary. The main thing is that such an option, usually only the original production, have to wait for a long period of time. It seems that the class president, this car, has been booked even before graduation. True to form, class president, we are graduating and going back to square one, but class president is going straight to the top of life. Xia Jinghao enjoyed the pursuit of his classmates, and he waved his hand in a very pretentious manner, explaining with a disinterested face, "Everyone, don't be presumptuous. I bought this from my family. There's really nothing to brag about." In one sentence, it reflected Xia Jinghao's easygoing nature and also stated the fact that his family was very well off. This is the real Versailles. Everything is in the unspoken words, as if nothing was said, but as if everything was said. Many students immediately smiled and continued to pat the class president on the back. We can follow the class president in the future. We have embraced the golden thigh, and our future path will be a little smoother than others. That's for sure. The class president organized this party and definitely wants to boost us. By that time, our class's employment rate will surely beat all the other classes. What's the employment rate? The most important thing is that we have a high-ranking person in front of us to guide us, and we will be promoted faster than others in the future. In the future, our class will be the one with the best development. In that case, it's thanks to our good class president. Not only were the students looking at Xia Jinghao with bated breath, even the girls that Tian Feng had brought with him were all looking at the Audi R8 sports car with shocked expressions written all over their faces. Xia Jinghao was pushed to the altar by the crowd. He was instantly happy. His eyes were full of complacency and enjoyment. Yet he still pretended to be humble and said in a humble tone, "What's all this talk about thighs? I can't be counted now. We are all old classmates. Just exchange contacts, help each other out." Hearing Xia Jinghao say this, the students felt that his future achievements could be expected. Not only is his starting point high enough, the most important thing is that he is modest and prudent. Such a person, so good at doing things, how could he not be successful? For a while, almost all of the students gathered around Xia Jinghao and chatted with him with laughter. The crowd waited together for a while longer. Xia Jinghao's brows furrowed, obviously a little anxious to wait, and asked, "Who is still missing now?" He drove his own car over and had arrived at the venue early, but there was still someone who hadn't arrived? As soon as Xia Jinghao spoke, immediately some students began to look around and replied, "I looked, Lu Feng hasn't come over yet." As soon as they heard Lu Feng's name, a few other classmates also nodded their heads and spoke, "Let's wait a little longer." Lu Feng's family was also considered to be in a good financial condition, and today's small party was mainly to see Xia Jinghao and Lu Feng's performance. The two main protagonists had one more to come, so how could this be a show? Xia Jinghao was instantly happy and explained to the crowd, "Lu Feng and I said to come later. Anyone else?" At this time, Tian Feng took the initiative and stepped forward to speak. "There's still Chen Tian who hasn't come. Let's wait a little longer. It should be soon." As soon as Xia Jinghao heard Chen Tian's name, he snorted in his heart. What's the point of waiting for this Chen Tian? Getting on good terms with him and giving him enough respect. What benefit can it bring us? Not a single fart. Chen Tian's family situation was something they all witnessed at first. Which of the classroom's sleepy student spots didn't fall on him? What use is such a person? When other students graduated, at most they would fall back to the starting point and start over. For someone like Chen Tian, who had no family background at all, it was a direct fall into the dust. When Xia Jinghao thought of this, his eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. There were still people waiting for such classmates, and the friends of such people. Their development would not be any better. The other students also revealed a touch of impatience when they heard Chen Tian's name. What are we waiting for? There are so many of us. Waiting for him alone? A classmate did not hide the contempt in his eyes and directly opened his mouth to rebuke. When the other students heard this, they also opened their mouths. Yeah, what's there to wait for? Let's go. Go in first. A student who couldn't help much. How could he let so many of them wait? Tian Feng looked at the faces of these people of theirs and directly snorted coldly and rebuked. You guys didn't say anything when you said you were waiting for Lu Feng just now, but you became like this once you heard you were waiting for Chen Tian? You old classmates with 1,000 pounds of love in your mouths don't carry much weight. The classmates were choked by Tian Feng's words and no one said anything more. Xia Jinghao, on the other hand, walked into the bar surrounded by his classmates. Seeing the golden son-in-law enter the bar, the few girls that Tian Feng brought with him immediately said with some urgency, Brother Tian, we're afraid of the sun, so we'll go in first. After saying that, without waiting for Tian Feng and the others to speak, they hurriedly followed behind Xia Jinghao and the others, as if they were afraid of being left behind by them. Tian Feng, afraid of the sun? Are you guys afraid of the light from the neon lights at night? Sun burning your irpy faces? The second oldest and fourth oldest looked at the situation and also looked at Tian Feng with a helpless face. Boss. Tian Feng looked at the backs of a few girls and cursed hatefully. This kind of trash snob. I really found the wrong one. Let's just wait here for Lao San. What a bunch of things. No matter what, Chen Tian was also called by himself. Just based on their friendship for several years in college, he couldn't leave Chen Tian alone outside. The crowd waited together for a while, when suddenly Tian Feng's cell phone rang. He picked it up and realized that it was Chen Tian calling and hurriedly picked it up. Lao San, where have you gotten to? We're waiting for you right at the entrance. As Tian Feng spoke, he was looking around, searching for Chen Tian's figure. Chen Tian listened to Tian Feng's voice, as if he had already thought of this old classmate looking around. He was instantly happy and said, there's a bit of traffic jam on my side. It might take a while before I can get there, so don't wait around outside. Go in first. Tian Feng sniffed and also nodded, saying, alright, then we'll go in first. If you come in and can't find it, give me a call. I'll come pick you up. Chapter 49, Misty Grass. School flower picked by Chen Tian. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Tian Feng greeted Lao Er and Lao Si, and walked into the bar. This place was considered a clear bar and didn't have very loud music. It was very suitable for chatting and catching up. Tian Feng and the others walked in and surveyed the decor of the place. It was very flavorful. A classmate saw a few people come in and waved towards them, and a few people walked towards the classmates' card seats. At this time, the students were talking about finding a job. Some students who had already found a job looked at Xia Jinghao and shook their heads, said with a face of emotion, what's the use of finding a good job? It's still no match for our class president. He is a family business. The whole enterprise is owned by others. Xia Jinghao sniffed, but waved his hand with a troubled face and said, don't mention it. Actually, I don't really like the projects done by the family business. I also envy you guys. You can find your own favorite industry. I'm tied to the family. I can't get out of it. The students instantly widened their eyes and spoke with shocked faces. Our eldest class president. This is also old Versailles. Listen to these words, continuing the family business, and saying it's a matter of necessity. I also want this kind of compulsion. Unfortunately, my family is just a subsistence level. Mom and dad are civil servants, but also a long time ago that the set of succession who says so? We're all just laborers, just looking for a job to make ends meet. Still, big class president is lucky to be born in such a handsome position. Xia Jinghao was naturally proud of himself. He looked at Tian Feng who had already taken his seat and asked with a concerned face, by the way, how come I haven't heard? What kind of job did Chen Tian find? After bragging about himself, it was natural to find two reference figures to show the gap even more. The students next to him heard the class president mention Chen Tian and immediately replied with disdain. What kind of job can Chen Tian find? What kind of conditions does his family have? There's no way he can have connections. He's probably still unemployed. The three Tian Fengs were immediately unhappy. Tian Feng was a fiery and straight-tempered man, and directly opened his mouth to reprimand. Watch what you say. Talking about others behind their backs like that, do you still want to lose face? Humph, we're telling the truth. Is that shameless? His own family's situation is not something we made up. He didn't steal the poverty subsidy from anyone in those years. A classmate was also a bit anxious and stood up to dislike him loudly. Anyway, it was just an old classmate who couldn't get on the stage. So what if he was offended? The other students all thought similarly, and supported that student's statement, feeling that Chen Tian was simply pulling down the class of one of theirs. That face was filled with dislike for Chen Tian. Tian Feng's trio was furious and directly stood up with a cold snort, saying, "The paths are different." With those words, they had already gone to another card seat and sat down. Seeing the commotion like this, the students were also upset and opened their mouths to complain. We're just telling the truth. These days, the truth is not allowed to be told, right? This is how it is supposed to be. Since he received the poverty subsidy, he is sitting on the fact that his family's condition is not good. What is an orphan whose parents are both dead, if not bad conditions? Xia Jinghao listened to his classmates' complaints, but said indifferently, "Don't care about them. They can go somewhere else if they like. We can still share the wine with fewer people. Isn't that a good thing?" When the other students heard this, they were also happy with it. It was also, after leaving their table, they would have to consume on their own. A few freshly graduated college students, what money could they have? When the time came, they would still be watching them drink good wine? The Tianfeng several people sitting on the other card seat, on the other hand, had a gloomy face, obviously holding a bellyful of fire. What the hell? Really taking yourself seriously? Just a bunch of small people who tend to favor one another. Tianfeng clasped his hands in front of his chest and huffed, twisting his head to the side. He couldn't stand these people the most, looking down on this and that with their mouths open. What kind of thing is he himself? And what superiority can you have? The second next to him gently patted Tianfeng's shoulder and said as if he was comforting, "Boss, don't be general with these people. What kind of characters are they? Who are they looking down on?" The three of them were in the same dormitory as Chen Tian before, so they naturally knew his previous situation. Chen Tian was very nice and righteous, so the few people in their dormitory were on good terms and naturally went out of their way to help Chen Tian a lot. In order to improve Chen Tian's meals, they often took Chen Tian to toothpicks in the name of treating him. Sometimes when other people invited for dinner, they never left Chen Tian behind either. How could they allow a friend they had defended for several years to be trampled on like this? The more the several people thought about it, the more angry they became, and Tianfeng huffed and puffed. "If it wasn't for the agreement with Chen Tian to meet here, I wouldn't even be able to stay here." The oldest two and the oldest four were also tinged with thinly veiled anger out of the corners of their eyes, only that they glanced at each other, and neither of them continued to pick up the conversation. Tianfeng was already burning with anger now. If they were to continue their conversation, the boss's bomb temper would blow up on the spot in minutes. Old Four looked at the opposite side of the two people are not in a high mood. So dry waiting. I'm afraid it will be even more depressing. He thought about it, and hurriedly beckoned the waiter and said, "Beauty, give us a dozen beers first." Just as Tianfeng's three began to drink the bitter beer, Chen Tian had already driven his car and arrived at Xinnan Bar. The neon lights of Xinnan Bar looked very clear at night, and there were quite a few youthful and pretty girls surrounding the entrance. Their gazes were constantly sizing up the guests who were preparing to go in, even if they were eagles looking for prey, a pair of eyes shining brightly. Xinnan Bar was considered to be one of the more famous ones on this bar street, and the area of the parking lot at the entrance was a bit larger than that of the bar next to it. At this time, inside the parking lot was already full of vehicles. Chen Tian roughly looked at it, and found that they were all higher-grade luxury cars, Maybach, Bentley, Ferrari sports cars, quietly parked in the parking lot, releasing their own unique charm. It could be seen that the guests here were also all rich people who were not rich or noble. Chen Tian drove his car, looking for a suitable location. At this time, a security guard next to him saw Chen Tian's car and walked straight over, owing slightly towards Chen Tian and said respectfully, "Sir, your car is fine to park directly in front of the bar." Chen Tian nodded and parked his car in front of the bar before stepping out of the car. Zhang Shuyao also got out of the car at this time. She accompanied Chen Tian and walked towards the inside of the bar, watching the silhouettes of the duo disappear in front of the bar, a newbie security guard standing next to him. Only then did he walk over to the captain's side with a face of novelty, and opened his mouth to inquire, "Captain, who is this man? Why did you let his car park in front of our bar? How could this bar's entrance be randomly parked?" When the newcomer security guard saw the captain's expression of love and disdain, he seemed to have thought of something, and took out a box of cigarettes from his pocket, and offered it with both hands in the captain's direction. The security captain accepted the cigarettes. His face was obviously better. He swept the newcomer security guard a glance and said in a low voice, "New melon egg, learn a little." Come here to the good cars that are qualified to be here. Only one car could be parked in front of the bar, so the one that could be parked here was bound to be the most expensive one tonight. The newcomer security guard nodded with a stunned face. Listening to the captain's words, he suddenly raised his head and asked in surprise, "But Captain, this Mercedes-Benz Big G, isn't it only more than $2 million? There were quite a few sports cars around, but they were much more expensive than this car." The security captain's face was full of caution. Very seriously replied, "This car, I'm afraid it's not simple. Although I can't tell what model it is, I can guarantee that it's definitely not an ordinary Big G. This car is obviously one size larger than an ordinary Big G, and has a sense of heaviness, and the overall aura has been raised more than once grade. After all, the captain also stayed here for several years. Shinnan Bar belongs to the Jinling quite high-grade bar. Looking at the luxury car is naturally countless. This intuition is still there. Sometimes, in addition to the brand, some high quality can be felt." The security chief looked at the newcomer security guard beside him and said in a smug tone, You still have some practicing to do." The rookie security guard nodded his head vigorously beside him. The captain's flurry of words just now had already made him understand the general idea. With this feeling, he looked at the Mercedes-Benz Big G, and then compared it with an ordinary Big G in the distance, and really saw some differences. That kind of feeling, just like a luxury goods appraisal, a little trace, concluded that the other ordinary version must be a high imitation. The security chief glared at the new security guards who were still dumbfounded, pointing at the crowd of people coming and going, and scolded with hatred. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you quickly find a few people to come and protect the car? I have said that it is the most honorable car. How can you not have this eyesight?" I'll go at once." The newbie security guard then reacted and fled like he was running to call someone. According to the captain's analysis just now, if something happened to such a valuable car at the entrance, the security guards, would definitely not be able to absolve themselves of the blame. The salary of security guards here is much higher than that of the same industry, and the new security guards don't want to lose this job. Called on a few colleagues, everyone will Mercedes-Benz Big G very well protected in the center. The newcomer security guard stood in front, like guarding a treasure. The whole person's aura was lifted. At this time in the card seat, a boy sitting next to Sha Jinghao suddenly said in a conspiratorial manner, "I thought that people left us behind to go drink some good wine, but it turns out to be just a little beer?" While saying that, he also deliberately glanced in the direction of Tianfeng's trio. With that face, it was clear that he was looking down on a few people. The students next to them followed suit and looked around, laughing and opening their mouths to chime in. "I can't say that people are good at drinking this? Ha ha ha, not to mention a few of them. Even if so many of us were put together, we wouldn't be a match for the class president. That's for sure. We're a small family. How can we dare to be compared to the class president? Some people are just incapable, but they still pretend to be righteous there. Is there any point? What's the point of talking about things that make people unhappy? Come on, let's drink. Let's all drink together." Listening to his classmates counting down Tianfeng's several people, Sha Jinghao smiled disdainfully and took the initiative to speak. "Forget it, we're all old classmates. Don't care how they are. Let's all be happy. After all, it has been a while since they graduated, and the group of them have not seen each other for a while. So a small gathering by chance is something that everyone cherishes." Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them, and a boy sighed and said with great emotion, "Speaking of which, it's still the good times back then." Only when they truly entered society did they realize how comfortable and at ease life on campus was. Life in the adult world is a bit tough. The eyes of the students all more or less showed a light of emotion, recalling their high moments in the past 4 years. "Right, do you guys remember our department flower?" A boy suddenly brightened up and looked at the surrounding classmates. As soon as the students heard the words department flower, they immediately, in their minds, conjured up a pretty face, on the delicate cheeks that seemed to be able to pinch out water, embedded in a pair of affectionate eyes, as if they could speak, just remembering it violently. The fire in the hearts of those male classmates all rolled in their hearts as if it had been ignited. Another male classmate hemmed and hawed and picked up the conversation. "Forgetting anyone, we can't forget our department flower Zhang Shuyao. Besides Zhang Shuyao, who else dares to say that she is the department flower or the school flower?" Zhang Shuyao in her college days was as bright as the bright moon in the sky, and was the white moonlight in the hearts of college boys. At that time, there were too many guys pursuing Zhang Shuyao, not only from the university, but also from other universities, waiting for the goddess Shuyao to come out of class. Zhang Shuyao treated every one of her classmates with warmth and courtesy, but she didn't see her treating a certain boy with a fake look or a different eye. Our departmental flower goddess also graduated more than a year ago. I wonder how she is doing now. When Sha Jinghao mentioned Zhang Shuyao, he was also a bit upset. Who wouldn't like a girl with that kind of beauty and temperament? Taking such a girlfriend on the street would truly bring out the special effects of blowing up the street. Xia Jinghao swallowed a mouthful of wine and said with some regret, I don't know which asshole picked off our Zhang de goddess. When the other male students thought of this possibility, their hearts were similarly overwhelmed, and they all spoke up. Just the thought of such a beautiful flower being plucked by someone else makes me feel bad. It's a pity. Blame it on the fact that we're one school year behind, and no one knows where the goddess has gone. Otherwise it's fine to go and pull some strings. Maybe we can even compose a new melody. To tell the truth, when I first met the goddess, I was absolutely amazed and deer in headlights. Don't let me know who that wild man is, or else I'll have to beat him up before I do. Just as the classmates were feeling overwhelmed, they suddenly heard a shocked voice from not too far away. Chen Tian. Hearing this cry, all the students looked over in the direction of the shout, only to see that Tian Feng had already stood up from the card seat, waving his hand vigorously towards the man and woman who had just entered. The gazes of the crowd were instantly attracted to the man and woman. When they saw the man's face clearly, their eyes widened and they sucked in a breath of cool air. That man was actually Chen Tian. When did he become so handsome? Only a faint smile hung on Chen Tian's face, and when he saw Tian Feng's several people, he also couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, and the curve of his mouth deepened a few more points. Such a smile made quite a few girls blush in amazement. This was too good looking, right? Moreover, Chen Tian had a very good aura all over him, and ever since Chen Tian walked into the bar, the gazes of the many girls were deadlocked on his body. It was only after a while that the crowd reluctantly averted their gazes. Suddenly, another exclamation rang out. That one next to Chen Tian is Great Goddess Zhang? Chapter 50, Old Third. You're killing to kill. Upon hearing Zhang Shuyao's name, everyone was stunned and looked towards the girl, looking at the face in front of them that was even more delicate and beautiful than back then. The crowd was shocked. It was really Zhang Shuyao. Like a fake. Today's Zhang Shuyao purposely changed into a lacy white dress, setting off her entire person in a skillful and noble manner. A silky white belt outlined her slim waist, which was not too small to hold. Even more alluring, the fiery figure made people's blood pressure rise when they looked at her. But because of that trace of noble temperament, they didn't dare to give birth to any dirty thoughts. This was the real goddess, leaving only mortals to look up to. Almost in an instant, the hearts of the crowd were filled with jealousy and envy, but there was nothing they could do about it. After all, this was someone else's Zhang Shuyao's freedom. However, as former admirers, they had just as much right to be dissatisfied. Some of the male students had already opened their mouths to speak sour words. What kind of thing is this Chen Tian, who is also worthy of standing beside Great Goddess Zhang? There were so many people who had pursued Great Goddess Zhang, and outstanding people abounded. Why did she pick this kind of goods? What's wrong with Great Goddess Zhang's eyes? Even if she's highly nearsighted, she's not like this? How could she possibly look at such a poor brat? She couldn't have been deceived by Chen Tian's flowery words, right? If you say so, I think it's highly probable. After all, a girl like Zhang Shuyao wouldn't willingly work as a poverty alleviator, right? Maybe she was deceived by Chen Tian. Chen Tian didn't feel the acidic flavor in the air, so thick that it couldn't be melted. As she brought Zhang Shuyao and sat down in Tian Feng and the other's cart seat, Tian Feng and the three of them also recognized the goddess Zhang Shuyao, and looked at the duo with an incredulous expression. That greatly opened mouth could literally swallow a fist. Chen Tian looked at the several people's appearance and was instantly happy, saying with a smile, I know by looking at your expressions, I'm afraid I don't need to be introduced. After all, he himself had recognized Zhang Shuyao at first glance back then, and he believed that Tian Feng's few people, too, were similar to himself. The three of them, Tian Feng and Zhang Shuyao, spoke a few words briefly, and were considered to have gotten to know each other briefly. Zhang Shuyao also didn't realize until this time that they were all alumni, only that she was 1 year older than them. So it's like this. It's really fate. I'm glad to know you guys, Zhang Shuyao said to the several people in a generous and decent manner. Tian Feng's trio was left with nothing but giggles. To be able to drink at the same table with their former goddess was simply out of their imagination. Zhang Shuyao naturally approached Chen Tian and asked in a low voice of only two people, Did you recognize me from the start? Now that Zhang Shuyao recalled Chen Tian's behavior when they first met, she was very sure of this thought of hers. No wonder she had felt, at that time, that Chen Tian was odd for a moment. So it was like that. Chen Tian smiled faintly, his low laughter spreading out in all directions like a subwoofer. That was you who sent yourself to the door. Sent yourself to the door? Hearing Chen Tian's words, Zhang Shuyao was made to blush. What she said made her unable to answer. When she took the initiative to go forward to greet him, she didn't mean that. It was completely professional ethics. Tian Feng looked at Zhang Shuyao and Chen Tian whispering a few words, and immediately her cheeks flushed red. His heart was like an earthquake. This. Is Lao San so powerful now? Casually saying a few words, he made the big beauty's cheeks blush. Tianfeng silently gave Chen Tian a thumbs up in his heart. Too powerful. Previously, Tianfeng had thought that he was the most playful one in the entire dormitory. Now that he had seen the true god, he realized that his little gadgets were really nothing. He didn't realize that the oldest three, who had always been honest, was actually the one who played at the highest level. Especially looking at Zhang Shuyao on the opposite side. Once the goddess of many people's dreams, was easily taken down like this, Tianfeng and the others were only left to look up. Chen Tian looked at Tianfeng's few people and suddenly raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to ask, "What's going on? Where are the other students?" Hearing Chen Tian mention the other students, Tianfeng's several people's faces were clearly a little unsightly. In the end, it was Tianfeng who stretched out his hand and pointed to the card seat on the other side, not even bothering to say another word. Chen Tian looked over in the direction of Tianfeng's finger, and the students in the opposite side of the card table just happened to look at Chen Tian as well, colliding with his line of sight. Although it was only for a moment, the jealousy, envy and hatred in the eyes of those people across the street was still received very accurately by him. Tianfeng remembered what had just happened, and with another surge of fire in his heart, he said very angrily, "Lao San, don't bother with those people. They don't do anything with their mouths and talk all day long. Such old classmates. Really don't want it." Thinking of all the unpleasant words that came out of those old classmates' mouths earlier, Tianfeng was furious. Chen Tian had a confused look on his face, completely unaware of what was happening. The oldest beside him tugged on Chen Tian's coat and whispered in his ear, "Just now, those people looked down on you, and boss disliked them a few times. In fact, we are too lazy to sit with them. Either they are pretending to be a pussy, or they are just holding up their feet. It's disgusting. Let's play our game. Don't bother with them." Chen Tian quietly listened to Lao Si's explanation. His expression remained faint and he did not speak. He suddenly tilted his head towards Tianfeng and opened his mouth to ask, "Boss, what about the sister you mentioned?" When Tianfeng heard Chen Tian ask this, he was obviously stunned and subconsciously looked at Zhang Shuyao on the side. Seeing that the other party did not look angry, before he opened his mouth and said, "Harm, don't mention it," followed Sha Jinghao and the others. That kind of money-minded girl, too shallow-eyed, too small pattern. Not worthy of playing with them at the table at all. Not coming just right. Speaking here, Tianfeng looked at Chen Tian and said in a snide manner, "Your kid is bold enough to say that. You're accompanied by Zhang de Goddess. Aren't you afraid of people getting angry and ignoring you?" Chen Tian was instantly happy when he heard this. He looked at Zhang Shuya with great interest and opened his mouth to ask, "Would you?" Zhang Shuya was obviously stunned. She was originally sitting on the side, watching the several people chatting in a good manner, completely not expecting that the ball was actually kicked to her. It's hard to say. It also depends on what level the opponent girl is. Once Zhang Shuyao finished her words, several people all laughed. Sha Jinghao, who was sitting on the opposite side of the card seat, looked at the several people talking and laughing, his hand holding the wine glass clenched tightly. Sha Jinghao secretly thought in his heart, Chen Tian is just a poor boy, not just a little good-looking? This society is very realistic. Sooner or later, one day, Zhang de Goddess will definitely recognize the reality and know that relying on a good-looking face alone will not provide enough food. However, as long as it was the thought that Zhang Shuyao, who had made many people's hearts pound, was actually sitting with Chen Tian talking and laughing, and being so intimate, it made Sha Jinghao's heart hard. "Waiter!" Sha Jinghao, who was upset in his heart, called for a waiter. He didn't even look at the wine list and directly ordered various drinks very familiarly. "Right. In addition to the ones I just ordered, you bring me another bottle of Ace of Spades, all on my tab, my treat today." Once they heard that Sha Jinghao had ordered the Ace of Spades, the crowd of students cheered. Everyone was very happy and you were talking about it. "It's really worthy of being our class president. It's generous. That Ace of Spades, it's the most expensive champagne, 5 or 6,000 a bottle. Good lord, it's actually such an expensive drink? I'm really lucky to have followed the class president today. Come on, let's all toast the class president together." The group of students clinked their glasses, and many of them looked at Chen Tian and the others' table with complacency. Their eyes were full of bragging. "Serves you right to sit alone. Just slowly savor your beer." A male student snorted coldly and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Some people are so pathetic, just missing out, the only time in their lives with the Ace of Spades." The other students nodded with great approval. In their eyes, people like Chen Tian, whose family had little background, would not be able to achieve much in the future. Instead of hoping that they might become successful, it would be better for them to work hard themselves, and in the meantime, it would be useful for them to hug the golden thighs of such a rich family. Thinking of this, those students are not stingy words, all kinds of strange words. That's right, even if they have worked hard to find a job, it's impossible for them to take out a month or two's salary just to drink a bottle of champagne, right? This Ace of Spades champagne is definitely a good wine that only the rich can afford. Certain people don't deserve it at all. We have to thank these people for taking the initiative to leave the stage. Otherwise such good champagne might have been spoiled by them. These students were sitting on the card seats talking lively. But unfortunately, Chen Tian and the others completely ignored the crowd, drinking and chatting on their own. Very happy. Chen Tian looked at Zhang Shuyao, who was looking around, watching her with a curious baby face, especially a pair of stunningly beautiful eyes that were constantly radiating outwards. The colorful lights of the bar shone on Zhang Shuyao's face, adding a bit more color to her pretty face. The corner of Chen Tian's mouth raised up in an arc as he opened his mouth to inquire, "How does it feel here?" Zhang Shunyao blinked at the words and replied very honestly, "If it wasn't for you, I really wouldn't dare to come." The lights here were dim and ambiguous, and the guests seemed to be a mixed bag of fish and dragons, which really made people a bit uncomfortable. If it was Zhang Shuyao herself, she would still be scared. Chen Tian looked at Zhang Shuyao's appearance and suddenly felt a bit cute, eating and smiling. "Didn't you say that you've been here before?" Zhang Shuyao also reacted at this time and subconsciously covered her mouth, like a little hamster that was caught stealing food, dumbfounded and adorable. She took a deep breath, knowing that she had let her mouth slip, and instantly ran out of words. Looking at Zhang Shuyao's discouraged appearance, Chen Tian laughed out loud. The three Tianfongs on the opposite side of the room watched and heaved a sigh in their hearts. Tianfong came over to Chen Tian's side and lowered his voice to say, "I say Lao San, you're killing to kill. Showing love in front of us three bachelors. Is this really good?" Chapter 51, Beauty, help me be a shield. Feeding us dog food so forcefully? Have you considered how we single dogs feel? The boat of our friendship has capsized at the drop of a hat. Tianfeng had a helpless expression on his face. Originally he thought that with Chen Tian's honest character, he must still be a single dog. He never thought that not only did he find a girlfriend, but he was also the goddess of everyone. The gap between before and after, isn't it a bit too big? The more Tianfeng thought about it, the more difficult it was in his heart, and he looked at Chen Tian pitifully, with a grudging look, as if Chen Tian had become a negative man that everyone had to kill. The oldest too old for is a little better. After all, once in the dormitory, they often listened to the boss in front of the show-off girlfriend, blowing sky high. Now that the boss has ended up in this situation, it's called wind and water turning? Chen Tian was somewhat uncomfortable by the gazes of several people. He skimmed his mouth and said helplessly, "Alright guys, I definitely won't leave you guys alone. Don't be anxious, I'll give you guys a big gift in a moment, but whether or not you can catch it, depends on your own abilities." Hearing Chen Tian say this, Tianfeng's several people immediately revealed a look of anticipation. After all, Chen Tian had given a few people a bit too many surprises since he had come in, causing them to involuntarily believe Chen Tian's words. Chen Tian was also amused as he looked at the several former good brothers with a look of impatience. He beckoned to the waitress not far away, and a girl with a hot body walked over, her bright-eyed and white-toothed appearance so exquisite. The beautiful waitress saw Chen Tian's eyes lit up. She didn't expect that it was actually such a handsome guest. It was too eye-catching, right? The beautiful waitress quickly reacted. She threw a wink towards Chen Tian and asked playfully, "Handsome man, something wrong?" The corner of Chen Tian's mouth slightly raised in an arc as he stretched out his hand and pulled out the wine list that the beautiful waitress had inserted on her waist and said with a smile, "Nothing big, order some wine." Looking at Chen Tian's smiling face from such a close distance, the long-experienced beautiful waitress was also a bit unable to carry it. She hurriedly handed over a pen and looked at Chen Tian's eyes with straight pink bubbles. Chen Tian only focused on ordering the wine with his head down, completely not noticing Tianfeng's several people looking at the waitress with a face of infatuation. His admiration for him had been stretched to the maximum. "You can Lao San, is he completely letting himself go now?" TSK, paired with his handsome and demonic face, it was simply taking off in place. Chen Tian took the drink list and sketched some soft drinks on it. Then at the champagne and spades, he wrote down 30. Looking at the order almost done, Chen Tian handed the wine list in his hand to the waiter. The waiter took over and looked at it, like he was petrified, and froze directly in place. 30 bottles of Ace of Spades. This is to meet a big brother. Ah, handsome, are you sure? The beautiful waiter's eyes widened as she looked at Chen Tian to make sure again. This was a big patron that rarely appeared in any of their New South bars. Chen Tian waved his hand towards her, both to make sure and to urge the waitress to serve the drinks quickly. The beautiful waitress was extremely sharp, and hurriedly nodded her head and went to fetch the drinks. Tianfeng looked at Chen Tian and the waiter's odd gestures and asked with some confusion, "What's wrong, Lao San? What are you doing?" This side had just finished asking. Tianfeng had already started his infinite brainstorming. Old 3, this kid couldn't be holding a goddess in one hand and still thinking of picking up a girl, right? Thinking back to the enchanting posture and beautiful face of the beautiful waitress just now, the more Tianfeng thought about it, the greater this possibility became. The second and fourth beside him were similar. They were equally puzzled, but in the end, they were good brothers for several years, and didn't ask in a hurry. They both looked at Chen Tian with searching eyes. Just when a few people were a bit puzzled, they heard a dow of shot coming from the side. The crowd was instantly drawn towards this side, only to see a row of waiters holding spade champagne and soft drinks, walking in a neat line towards this side. The majestic stance, as well as the eye-catching spade champagne in the trays, caused the guests in the room to freeze. What is this? Ordering dozens of bottles of spade champagne at once? Definitely a tycoon. Looking at this situation, quite a few guests had already stood up, staring at the waiter with one pair of eyes, all wanting to see which table's tycoon was the one who had made such a generous offer. Many people looked around while whispering with the people around them. Pinch me. I'm not dreaming, am I? Is this really champagne and spades? Just looking at that bottle, it carries a luxurious flavor. How much does a bottle of such a drink cost? I've always heard people bragging about spade champagne, but I've never had it. At the very least, it must cost $5,000. At least it's the most expensive champagne in the world. It's too low to sell. Ordering 30 bottles of such an expensive wine at once is amazing. I want to get to know such a rich person and be a drinking friend. I don't want to ask them to do anything, but I'm satisfied if I can get some good wine once in a while. It wasn't just those customers in the store. The students sitting on the card seats were also shocked. They had also tasted the spade champagne just now, so naturally they recognized it at a glance. Especially Xia Jinghao. He also stood up after his classmates and looked towards the side, his face a bit ugly. After all, he had also slightly cut his losses just now, and had only ordered one bottle. Now there was someone who had ordered so much at once. What kind of person must this be? For a while, all eyes fell on the waiters, following them along and arriving in front of Chen Tian and the others' card seats. The waiter in the lead bent down respectfully and said to Chen Tian, "Sir, this is the drink you ordered." After saying that, he had carefully placed the drinks on the table and walked towards the side to facilitate the waiter behind him to walk up and serve the drinks. Watching the waiter begin to serve the wine, the guests next to him instantly boiled over. Everyone looked towards Chen Tian and the others, and when they saw the faces of Chen Tian and Zhang Shuyao, they were instantly stunned. This was completely different from their impression of rich people with fat brains. It was almost as if one was on top of the spire of heaven, while the other was in the 18th layer of hell, digging a small coal kiln in misery. The crowd could no longer hold back their excitement and began to whisper, "What a long time to live. Look at people's looks and temperament. It's totally something that can only be cultivated by aristocrats. If rich people all look like this, I'm definitely convinced. You can pull back quickly. Maybe they are just dabbling with the wine, and the opposite men are the main ones. What's the use of discussing looks? How superficial. Remember, their biggest advantage is that they are rich." While the guests were talking, a group of old classmates had long been looking dumbfounded. This drink is not on the wrong table, is it? Or perhaps, these drinks were not all theirs, but just one or two of the bottles? Unfortunately, the fact was completely out of their expectation. The waiters had placed 30 bottles of spade champagne and various soft drinks on Chen Tian and the others' card seats, setting up a table full of them. 30 bottles, that's more than $100,000. This was not drinking, it was all about money. The students looked at me and I looked at you. They couldn't believe their eyes. They were in a very depressed mood right now. These wines were not good where they were placed. They were placed at Chen Tian's table. Wasn't this going to make them die of eye rolling? It would be fine if it was just the spade champagne. After all, they had just tasted it. But looking at those beautiful women around them, their fiery eyes, all falling on Chen Tian and the others' card seats, their hearts were bursting with hard feelings. Our goddess of the year has already sat at your table? How come you don't even let go of the girls around you now? But there is no such thing as being a human being. It's too bad. Xia Jinghao sat back to his seat with some annoyance. Originally he ordered a bottle of champagne and spades, just wanting to have a long face in front of his classmates, pretending to be a pussy. At least he was the one who had to treat the guests to a drink, so he had to have a good bottle of wine to calm the scene, right? These 30 bottles of spade champagne, no matter what people ordered, will not affect their mood. At most, they would be envious. But if this wine was ordered by Chen Tian and the others, it would be completely different. This was not only showing off, it was a slap in his face. Who didn't know that his Xia Jinghao's family was rich? To actually be robbed of the limelight by an unheard of classmate in terms of finances, this was something he could not accept. Right at this time, Quite a few girls had already jumped towards Chen Tian's and their table. The girls who came to the bar to drink were usually specially dressed up and decorated to be even more flirtatious and alluring. They walked over from all directions of the bar, and on their way, they forgot to adjust their clothes a bit, making the unique female features even more obvious and alluring. The girls were all very clear that Chen Tian had ordered so many drinks that he definitely couldn't finish them, so their purposes for coming over were definitely self-evident. The first was definitely to rub the wine. After all, it was the famous champagne of spades, and after drinking such a wine, today would be considered a worthwhile trip. Otherwise, relying on their own financial strength, they will not be able to drink such a good wine for a while. Even if they have the money in their pockets, the girls are not willing to order. It was also because of the average economic conditions. The second purpose of the girls was to see if they could hook up with such a rich man. If you can hook up with such a person, wouldn't it be a direct takeoff from the same place? The girls all had a clear purpose, and their hands were even less hesitant to unbutton their buttons. For a moment, the scenery inside the bar swung up, with countless beautiful views. Some shallow-eyed boys, where have they seen such a situation? They were directly shocked by the images and their noses were bleeding. Their eyes were on fire. Chen Tian looked at the girls who were getting closer and closer, and directly stretched out his hand to embrace Zhang Shuyao. For a moment, warm fragrance and soft jade was in his arms, and the scent of Zhang Shuyao's hair came towards the tip of Chen Tian's nose. It was not some pungent perfume smell, but a light floral scent, combined with some girl's unique flavor. Very good smell. Zhang Shuyao was hugged by Chen Tian's big hands. Her entire body was dumbfounded, her mind going blank. As she sat there, she could even hear her heartbeat, beating at an extremely fast pace. Chen Tian clearly felt the stiffness of Zhang Shuyao's body. He moved closer to Zhang Shuyao's ear and lowered his voice to say, "Before we came here, we had agreed that you would help me as a shield." A shield? Before Zhang Shuyao could react, she felt a lightness in her body, and was already embraced by Chen Tian into her arms, being held tightly by a man. Feeling the other party's hot temperature, a strange feeling surged to her heart. Zhang Shuyao's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. At a loss for words, Zhang Shunyao simply nestled in Chen Tian's arms, her head gently leaning on Chen Tian's shoulder, hiding the blush on half of her face. Just when the atmosphere between the two people was ambiguous, those girls had already arrived beside the card table. Walking in the front is a big wave girl, a black low-cut short skirt wrapped in the body, a pair of long legs directly exposed outside, a leg essence whose legs are all under her neck. The big wave's gaze, naturally, first landed on Chen Tian's body. After all, Chen Tian was too handsome and was definitely the first choice. However, seeing that Chen Tian was already occupied, an extremely beautiful woman wrapped in her arms and turned her gaze to Tian Feng. Chapter 52, Super Luxury Car. Handsome guy, do you have someone here? Can I stay and drink with you? Big Wave smiled daintily at Tian Feng. Her whiny voice made half of Tian Feng's body, who had been in the battlefield for a long time, crispy. Tian Feng was stunned for a moment before he grinned. The corners of his mouth were about to grin up to his ears as he hurriedly said, "Of course." At this time, several girls also rushed up behind him. They also took Tian Feng as their prey, and hurriedly tried to get to Tian Feng's side. Big Wave almost stumbled, but Tian Feng held him up in time. Big Wave took the opportunity to fall into Tian Feng's arms with a look of intense affection. Seeing the looks of the two, the other sisters started to fight over the second and fourth again. There are also some later girls, seeing that they can no longer grab someone, simply grabbed the card seat first, to take a position first. Looking at the champagne and spades that was close at hand, her eyes lit up and she subconsciously licked her mouth. At this moment, Tian Feng and the others were already surrounded by beauties of all colors. In order to show the competition, the girls took the initiative to hold on to the men around them to show their ambition. Tian Feng could clearly feel the soft touch that kept returning on his arms. He looked at the beautiful girls sitting on either side of him and smiled really big. No, really white and full. The feeling of embracing the left and right like this was a thrill that had never been experienced before. Tian Feng was simply excited. The ones sitting next to him were all big beauties. At the very least, the body of a more than a hot. Certain parts of that is the waves, calling out. Chen Tian even needless to say. Tian Feng and other people next to the girl, even after makeup, but also from Zhang Shuyao is more than a star and a half point. Moreover, Zhang Shuyao's body is also extremely good. Only the goddess and these girls have different dressing styles. Right now, Chen Tian was holding Zhang Shuyao's waist, and his hands didn't feel too good. On the other hand, Zhang Shuyao on the opposite side was lightly leaning against Chen Tian like a bird relying on others. Her tall figure still appeared slender and soft in front of Chen Tian. Coupled with the fact that both of them had high face values, they were simply divine companions. Come on, it's fate for everyone to sit together. Let's drink together. Tian Feng took the initiative to stand up and greeted the crowd. The girls on the card seats had long called the waiters to bring in glasses, and everyone raised their spade champagne, clinking their glasses with great excitement. Drinking such expensive champagne, everyone's moods immediately rose. On the other side, Xia Jinghao looked at Chen Tian and the others' revelry with displeasure written all over his face. Xia Jinghao swallowed another glass of wine, directly in his heart. MMP, who ordered so much wine? The few girls sitting next to Xia Jinghao were also regretting in their hearts. They were originally brought over by Tian Feng, ready to drink and fellowship together. Originally thought that the rich class president did not expect Tian Feng's side is obviously even more generous. A little bit is 30 bottles of champagne and spades. How can ordinary people have such a handful of money? If they didn't leave those girls now, how can they qualify for the table? They could only look at them with envy from afar. It was because of a moment of making the wrong choice. Now they could only look and sigh. Xia Jinghao obviously felt that the interest of the girls and students around him was somewhat low. He squinted his eyes and skimmed Chen Tian and the others and said with a sneer, "How dare a bunch of poor BS order such expensive wine? And a little bit is 30 bottles. I'm afraid they don't even know the unit price of champagne and spades. How much is it? I'd like to see how they're going to pay for it." It was fine for these girls to dilly-dally, but it was impossible for them to spend money. If they really had this kind of money, what would they be doing dilly-dallying around? Wouldn't it be more stylish to directly order their own drinks? As for Chen Tian and the others, they were all poorer than one another, especially Chen Tian, an orphan. What money could he have? In a moment, it was definitely going to be impossible to pay the bill. When those classmates beside them heard this, they also brightened up and opened their mouths to agree. Once the class president analyzes it like this matter is even solid. Now the bar's drink list. The price is as small as a sesame seed. Afraid to let people see clearly. TSK, maybe they thought the name was familiar and ordered beer, of course? I don't know how wonderful their expressions will be when they check out later. How can the few of them be compared to the class president? I'm afraid that altogether, it's still not as much as a fraction of the class president's home. To come out and pretend to be a bully at this price, they deserve to be embarrassed. The few girls who regretted earlier, listening to the words of the crowd, also understood what was going on, revealing an expression that looked like this. It turned out that these people didn't have any money, and they still dared to act so pretentious? Luckily they didn't go with Tian Feng. Otherwise, when they couldn't afford to settle the bill in a while, they might not be able to borrow money from them. For a moment, there was one more point of contempt in the girls' gaze towards Tian Feng and the others. Humph. I hate this kind of people who love to pretend. The crowd began to drink happily again. And at this time, Lu Feng, who hadn't come before, finally arrived late and walked quickly towards the location of the card table. As soon as Xia Jinghao saw Lu Feng, he immediately opened his mouth and blamed him. "You've drifted off, haven't you? It doesn't matter if you're a little late for a drink. You don't have to wait until it's almost over to come, right?" The other students were also up in arms, saying loudly, "That's right, you came too late. You must be punished with 3 glasses of wine." Lu Feng's face could not hide his excitement. He hemmed and hawed and said, Sorry. I was out looking at cars for a long time." Looking at cars? As the crowd listened to Lu Feng's words, a trace of doubt appeared on their faces. "Misty grass, so you guys didn't see it? Outside our bar, there's a super luxury car parked." Lu Feng loved cars the most, and as soon as he talked about it, his eyes were full of excitement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed outside the bar for so long just to see that luxury car for a while longer. There was no way. Lu Feng really liked it too much. When the other students heard Lu Feng's words, as if they thought of something, they opened their mouths and joked. "Lu Feng, the super luxury car you just said, it wouldn't be the Audi R8, right? That's our class president's car. If you like to watch it, say something to the class president and just sit in the car and watch how cool it is." The other students also nodded their heads in agreement. At least we have this layer of old classmate relationship. Lu Feng's family conditions are also good. The class president will definitely invite him into the car to visit. When Xia Jinghao heard his classmates mention his car, a quick flash of smugness passed through his eyes. He waved his hand in a very Versailles manner and said in a light tone, "Just based on our relationship, is it not a matter of words if you want to see a car? It's just a transportation vehicle. How can it be compared to feelings?" The students listened to Xia Jinghao's words and lamented with envious faces. "It's really worthy of being our big class president. This talk is just generous. Audi R8 is only a transportation car. TSK. To be honest, I can drive an Audi S6 in my life. I'm already satisfied. We can't even catch up with the class president in our lifelong pursuit. The gap is huge. What's the point of having a career? Let's hold on to the class president's golden thigh. And let's follow the class president to eat meat and drink some soup. It's still better than going to work." Sha Jinghao was being courted by his classmates, and his face obviously looked much better. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng waved his hand and said directly, "No, I can't tell you guys clearly. I've taken photos here. Take them out and show them to you." Hearing that there were photos to look at, the crowd all revealed curious looks. Even Sha Jinghao stretched his neck and looked towards Lu Feng's cell phone screen. When they got a good look at the black SUV on top of the photo, a male student immediately opened his mouth to pick up the conversation. "Isn't this the Mercedes Big G? This car is indeed quite cool and is also worth a lot of money. But it's not enough to gather around and look at it for half a day, right?" As soon as Lu Feng looked at his classmates' expressions, he knew that they didn't see the essence of it at all. He couldn't help but roll his eyes and said in a rather cautious tone, "Not joking with you guys. Look carefully. This is not an ordinary version of the Mercedes-Benz Big G. The value of this car is going to be hundreds of millions." Lu Feng was really knowledgeable about cars and popularized the respectability of the bulletproof version of the Mercedes Big G to the crowd. A car of this magnitude is not something you can buy just because you have money. It's a representation of identity. A top-class luxury car that can only be customized if you pass the vetting. Hundreds of millions? A car? When the crowd heard this, they were all shocked by Lu Feng's words. What kind of family would this have to be able to afford such an expensive car? For a car to cost hundreds of millions of dollars, it was unimaginable how much the owner of the car was worth. Chapter 53. Don't touch that car. And money is not necessarily sold to you, but also to check the identity? Just buy a car. Is this necessary? The students looked at me and I looked at you, all seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. They also did not expect that such rich people would come to this bar. Thinking of this, quite a few of them looked towards the surroundings. Maybe that car owner was sitting around them, but such a rich person was too far away from them. And at that moment, for them, they were just looking at Chen Tian's few people who were particularly unpleasant. It was simply an eyesore. They had originally discussed preparing some more wine so that they could attract some beautiful women to come over as companions and spend a wonderful night. But they didn't expect that the drinks were ready, and the beauties hadn't been attracted over. But they were all run over to their side by Chen Tian's fanfare. The male students all hated it, huffing and puffing and skimming the opposite side of the card seat. At this time, Tian Feng and the others were hugging beautiful women and drinking fine wine, but they were very happy. This was simply the peak of life. Across the street, Chen Tian, with a smile on his face, looked at the happy faces of the several people, as he rubbed his large hand on Zhang Xuanyao's slender waist, feeling the soft, supple, boneless feel under his hands. He was equally as happy. Tian Feng and the others were drinking champagne in spades, watching as one by one the bottles were removed by the waitresses, and every now and then a girl would come over and beg for a drink with them. There were also some more daring girls, who often played here and instantly recognized the girls beside Tian Feng's men. In order to grab a spot, they grabbed to drink a cup of wine with Tian Feng's few people, and said beautifully, "After drinking the cross-cup wine, we'll be a pair tonight." Everyone's emotions were ignited, and they directly played highly, and started the revelry of fine wine. The happy time passed fast enough, and soon in the midst of the revelry, it reached 12 o'clock midnight. Because of her happiness, even Zhang Shuyao had a small glass of wine. She usually never drank, and when she drank violently, she only felt that her entire body was dizzy. On the contrary, it was Chen Tian who was always smiling. He didn't drink the whole time because he still had to drive. Seeing that it was almost time, quite a few people started to leave their seats to settle the bill. Sha Jinghao had said from the start that he was going to treat the guests today, so without saying a word, he directly went and swiped his card. After settling the bill, no one left, still sitting on their card seats. Although everyone didn't say anything, the meaning was already quite obvious. They were all waiting to see the jokes of Chen Tian's few people. For them, they had waited until now for this moment. Tian Feng and the others had all drank quite a lot and had long been slightly drunk, but looking at the well-composed Sha Jinghao and the others, they also understood what was going on. "Want to see our jokes?" "No way." Tian Feng directly walked to Chen Tian's side and lowered his voice in his ear and said, "Lao San, why don't a few of us get together? If not, I'll do it." His family's conditions were the best amongst the few. Tian Feng was also a very righteous person, so he planned to carry things down. In order not to let others see Chen Tian's jokes, Tian Feng planned to take out his bank card and sneak it to Chen Tian to settle the bill. Chen Tian looked at Tian Feng thinking of himself in every way. His heart was also warmed, smiled and opened his mouth to say, "No need. I'll do it." Saying that, Chen Tian had already walked over to settle the bill. Looking at Chen Tian handing over his bank card, Sha Jinghao and the others' gazes were all positioned on the POS machine. In their opinion, not to mention Chen Tian, even if they added Tian Feng and a few others, they would likewise not be able to settle today's bill. Today's POS machine, even if it brushed up the sparks, It was impossible to hit the receipt. It was just a pity that in just a few seconds, the receipt had already returned. At the same time, a curtain of light flashed across Chen Tian's eyes, detected that the host has just consumed 166,000, triggering a tenfold rebate skill, returning 1,660,000. Looking at the numbers on the light screen, Chen Tian's mood was quite good. Having worked overtime until 12 o'clock, the income wasn't much, but it proved that he was a hard-working laborer. Sha Jinghao and the others all froze. All of them looked dumbfounded and couldn't believe what they were seeing. The current Chen Tian had actually become different. Spending over $100,000, he actually swiped it out without hesitation. This. To put it bluntly, even if it was Sha Jinghao, he wouldn't necessarily be willing to spend that much money. The few girls from before began to regret it again. If they had gone over and apologized to Tian Feng when they were in the middle, they might have been able to talk about it as well. Now it was bad. They still wanted to watch other people's hilarity, but it turned out that they were the clowns. The girls glared viciously at Sha Jinghao's back. It was all because of this person, who spoke with such conviction. Now it's good. They are going to regret it to death. The girls stomped their feet. It was too late to say anything at this point, so they had no choice but to walk a few steps tighter and follow the footsteps of the crowd. Well, at least go out and fight for it. See if you can go home in an Audi R8. The crowd walked out of the bar together, and as soon as Lu Feng saw the Mercedes-Benz Big G at the door, he immediately shook with spirit and opened his mouth. You guys see? This is the Mercedes-Benz Big G I was talking about just now. You guys pay attention to it. This car will be a bit thicker and heavier than the normal version. The reason why this is so is because the bulletproof version is not just a thickened car glass, but the whole car, including the chassis, all carried out a very sophisticated reinforcement. Lu Feng's speech was really excited, almost taking out a laser pointer and teaching on the spot. The students listened to Lu Feng's words, looked at the bulletproof version of the Mercedes-Benz Big G in front of them. Their eyes changed. This car is indeed cool enough, but its price is the real highlight of this car. It was also too expensive. When Tian Feng and the others came out, they also heard the words of the crowd and were instantly stunned. Good lord! There was actually $100 million luxury car at this entrance. $100 million of cash piled up there. It was also the area of half a car in a square. Tian Feng looked at it while gently shaking his head. It's really something. Such an expensive car. Actually drove it out. If he were himself, I'm afraid that he would have to offer it up. Chen Tian was unconcerned, as he supported Zhang Shuyao and said to Tian Feng and the others, alright, let's stop here today. I'll leave first. While saying that, Chen Tian had already walked towards the Mercedes-Benz Big G. As soon as Tian Feng saw Chen Tian's movements, he thought that Chen Tian had not heard Lu Feng's words as he walked behind, and thinking about the value of this car, he hurriedly went after him to stop him. Chapter 54, You Don't Go Chen Tian. Chen Tian was pulled to the side by Tian Feng, who was a bit anxious and rebuked in a low voice. Lao San, what are you doing? Don't get close to this car. We can't afford to touch this $100 million car. Tian Feng's tone was a bit bad, but it was definitely a kind reminder. If the money for a drink, a few of them can still barely come up with. Such an expensive car, tie a few of them together. I'm afraid they can't afford to pay for it. Tian Feng's voice wasn't too loud, but they were all standing in front of the bar, and the others could hear them clearly. Chen Tian understood Tian Feng's good intentions, and just when he wanted to open his mouth to explain, he heard Sha Jinghao next to him say, seeing as we are old classmates, a friendly reminder to you, this is not a place for you to show off. A drink to spell life can also be invited, but this car, not your kind of people can move. A car with hundreds of millions of dollars, letting someone like Chen Tian touch it, was considered dirty. The other students also had a sneer on their faces and began to say cynically, class president is so kind. Just tell him directly that he doesn't deserve it. Maybe he just heard the value and wants to take a good close look. At that time, take a picture and take a picture. And then you can pretend to be a pussy in your circle of friends. This kind of person is just too hypocritical. No money and still likes to pretend. It's even if it's in front of others. Does it make sense in front of us? Chen Tian quietly listened to these people's mockery, meeting the disdainful and gloating gazes of the people around him, and pulled out the car keys from his pocket. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz car keys, Sha Jinghao recognized it at a glance and couldn't help but open his mouth to rebuke. Your equipment is full enough. It won't be a high-fashion lighter. Before Sha Jinghao finished his words, Chen Tian had already pressed the car key. Only a familiar unlocking sound was heard, and the headlights of the Mercedes Big G flashed twice. Seeing that the car key in Chen Tian's hand had actually unlocked a $100 million luxury car, all the people present were stunned. How was this possible? Several boys who were a little drunk subconsciously rubbed their eyes, completely unable to believe that this was true. Was this still the Chen Tian he knew? Wasn't he the one whose parents were dead, whose family was poor, and who had no money at all? When did Chen Tian become so rich? It had even reached a level that was impossible for them to even imagine. This was a luxury car that could only be enjoyed by a top tycoon, and it was actually Chen Tian's. For a time, everyone's hearts were like earthquakes, with the mountains calling out to the sea and the ground shaking. Not only Sha Jinghao and the others, even the Tianfeng few people on the side were shocked. The current Chen Tian was completely different. The few girls from before, their intestines were green with regret. If they had been a bit more righteous and followed Tianfeng's few people around, not only would they have been able to drink all kinds of good wine, but this handsome little brother was the handsome man Tianfeng said he would introduce to them, right? Not to mention that people have hundreds of millions of dollars of luxury cars, just with a face. Drink a night of coke is also okay. For the sake of a broken Audi or 8, even such a big shot missed out. What the hell did they do? Tianfeng exhaled heavily. He looked towards Chen Tian. His eyes glazed over as he asked, Lao San, is this your car? Chen Tian nodded gently and replied directly, yes. Why boss? You like it? I'll give it to you to drive for a few days. I still have it there. While saying that, Chen Tian had already thrown his own keys towards Tianfeng. A heart of the crowd seemed to have followed Chen Tian's key and floated into midair. Tianfeng was also startled, completely not expecting Chen Tian to throw his key over just after he finished speaking. He hurriedly clutched the key tightly in his hand. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief along with the crowd. This was the key to a $100 million luxury car. How could it be thrown so casually? The crowd beside him sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Chen Tian with nothing but shock in their eyes. Such an expensive car, casually throwing it to someone else to drive? There were other cars? As long as one thought out one more layer downwards, the hearts of the crowd were shaken. It was as if there was an unseen villain, holding a sledgehammer, ruthlessly smashing on their hearts. How rich is this person to be able to say such words and do such a dashing thing? If it is a cheap nanny car, think not much money. Borrowed also borrowed. Such hundreds of millions of dollars of luxury cars, for the top tycoons, should also be considered a good heart, right? Actually so casually thrown? Completely do not see a little cherish. This kind of behavior, does it mean that even the top tycoon is also divided into levels? An attitude like Chen Tian's might be a bit more powerful than the tycoons they imagined? The more the crowd thought about it, the more they were shocked, and their cheeks, which were originally reddened because of the wine they had drunk, were completely white with fear at this time. This one in front of them, was it still their old classmate Chen Tian that they knew before? At this time, when the students went to look at Chen Tian again, they only felt that he had completely changed. The old classmate who once didn't have much of a presence was now like a huge diamond, bright and shiny. Not only did he look more handsome, his entire temperament had completely changed. The current Chen Tian looked like a sword with a scabbard. The sharpness of the sword was fully converged, but it completely told people not to dare to ignore his existence, and that inexplicable sense of pressure was palpitating. It seemed that there was a change in mindset, and when the crowd looked at Chen Tian's attire again, they all felt that there was an extreme statement to be made. The tailored suit did not look stunning, but it trimmed Chen Tian's figure to perfection. Associated with the person's wealth, the crowd instantly realized that this was not some unmarked ground floor goods. It should be some top-tier big-name brands haute couture. I've heard that those high customization is all about low-key comfort, and at people's level, it really doesn't make any sense to pretend with ordinary people. It's not like people Chen Tian doesn't care, he's just too lazy to argue with people like them. It's too pricey. Having figured this out, the students' faces became even more complicated. Tianfeng took the key in his hand and stroked it several times. The keys of this luxury car were all particularly textured, but even if he hadn't been drinking, he wouldn't dare to drive such an expensive car. Thinking of this, Tianfeng hurriedly returned the car key to Chen Tian. Chen Tian took it with a smile, looked at Tianfeng with a smiling face and said, "Boss, if you want to drive one day, look for me again." After saying that, Chen Tian greeted Tianfeng and the others, wrapped Zhang Shuyao into the car, and directly left with a kick of the gas, only leaving a group of students frozen in place. All sorts of shock. Their internal organs were almost shaken out of their minds. No wonder. Chen Tian directly embraced the return of the beauty. A classmate's gaze, still looking at the direction of Chen Tian's departure, muttered as if saying, it wasn't impossible for ordinary people to chase after Zhang Shuyao, but with so many suitors and countless good conditions, they had long since raised their eyes. Chen Tian's current change was really great. The 30 bottles of champagne and spades that they thought were particularly impressive turned out to be just like buying a bottle of mineral water on the street for him. For a person of such stature, they had actually thought that he might not be able to pay the bill. After being blown by the cold wind, coupled with Chen Tian's shock, the students had all come to their senses. In the hearts of the crowd now, they couldn't mention how regretful they were now. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people now, they really wanted to give themselves a few big mouths to properly grow a long memory. They had come over here to drink, and had been kissing Sha Jinghao's ass. Wasn't it just for the sake of pulling a few strings? As a result, they actually gave up the entire forest directly for a crooked-neck tree? This kind of pain, who can understand? The students now had no intention of talking at all, and with their miserable faces, they didn't even greet each other before they began to scatter in all directions, especially looking at the three people next to Tianfeng. A face of red light came out. Simply no eyes to see. If they had been a little bit more eye-catching, or if they hadn't flattered Sha Jinghao so much, and didn't go stepping on their old classmates indiscriminately, they might have gone straight to the pinnacle of their lives with this gathering. As a result, they could only watch the road to the top get farther and farther away from them. Looking at the classmates who had already left, Tianfeng and the others also reacted. To be honest, this feeling of raising their eyebrows was simply too good to be true. Hadn't they looked down on Chen Tian before, and said that they were asking for trouble by leaving like this? What about now? Who was the one who was in pain? Tianfeng felt a heart thumping as he grabbed the shoulders of the oldest two and the oldest four and said loudly, "Let's go. Go home." Today, that was painful and refreshing. And at this moment, Chen Tian was driving his vehicle as he sped down the road. It was already midnight. There weren't many vehicles on the road, and the road was very smooth. From time to time, Chen Tian twisted his head to check on Zhang Shuyao on the passenger side. Zhang Shuyao's head was gently leaning on the car window. Her fine even breathing could be heard, obviously asleep. Chen Tian roughly recalled that when Zhang Shuyao was at the bar, she seemed to have had a shallow drink. Drinking a small glass of wine and getting drunk like this, Zhang Shuyao's drinking capacity was a little too poor. "Shuyao, where does your family live?" Chen Tian thought about it and softly called out to the other party. Zhang Shuyao seemed to be in her sleep when she heard Chen Tian's shout, her brows slightly furrowed, obviously feeling that someone had disturbed her sound sleep. However, in the next second, this girl's brows relaxed and she turned her head to sleep again. Chen Tian felt helpless. This even lived in where did not ask. Simply a step on the gas, directly towards the Tianfu City number 1 villa. Anyway, there was no one living over there, so it was still no problem to settle Zhang Shuyao down. Soon, the duo came back to the Tianfu City villa area. Chen Tian's biological information and car information had already been entered into the owner's information, so he directly drove in and arrived at Villa 1. Zhang Shuyao was still asleep. Looking at her delicate sleeping face, Chen Tian still sighed helplessly. It seemed that he could only carry her in. Chen Tian's strength was great. Zhang Shuyao's weight was completely light in his opinion. Directly opening the door, Chen Tian carried Zhang Shuyao in his princess embrace and carried her to the large bed in the master bedroom, carefully placing Zhang Shuyao on the bed. Chen Tian was worried that Zhang Shuyao would be cold and prepared to cover her with a quilt. Unexpectedly, such an action instead caused Zhang Shuyao to wake up. She blinked her eyes gently. Her face still had a drunken blush, and her eyes were very disoriented. Zhang Shuyao looked at Chen Tian who was near her eyes. Her vision was a bit misty when she was drunk. Chen Tian seemed to glow in her eyes. Chen Tian looked at Zhang Shuyao's confused appearance. He was instantly happy and smiled to pacify her. "This is Tianfu City. Just rest here at ease." With those words, Chen Tian intended to turn around and leave. After all, with a big soft beauty in front of him, or in such a quiet and cozy chamber, he was not Lu Xiaohui who could not stand such a great temptation. As soon as Chen Tian turned around, he realized that his hand was grabbed by a small, soft and boneless hand. His heart stirred as he followed the small hand and looked upwards, and saw Zhang Shuyao's slightly reddened pretty face. A pair of watery eyes seemed to contain countless feelings of affection, and her reddish-colored vermilion lips lightly opened. "Don't you go." Chen Tian took a deep breath as he bent down to look at Zhang Shuyao, his voice low with a hint of hoarseness. "You are playing with fire." "Playing with fire?" Zhang Shuyao didn't seem to understand Chen Tian's words. She didn't have that much ability to think right now. She only wanted to lean as close to Chen Tian as possible. Without even thinking, she stretched out her lotus root arm and directly wrapped it around Chen Tian's neck, pulling the distance between the two closer. Chen Tian looked at the pretty face that was close at hand. If this was held back any longer, he would really be a monk. He directly and vigorously pulled up the quilt, covering the two people completely, but could not cover the spring color of the room. In the darkness, some storm. Chapter 55, the luxury car that has a market without price. Until nearly morning, the two people were together and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chen Tian woke up early, just lifted the quilt ready to get out of bed. He saw a blood stain. Chen Tian looked at the blood stain and realized something. He turned his head to look at Zhang Shuyao beside him. Zhang Shuyao was still asleep. She was sleeping heavily. Her beautiful face was as sleepy as a baby's. Chen Tian looked down at Zhang Shuyao's small bushy curly curls and gently placed a kiss on her forehead, seeing that the time was almost up. In order not to wake up Zhang Shuyao, Chen Tian went to the guest bathroom next to him to wash up. After tidying up a bit, Chen Tian immediately felt a burst of refreshment. He came to the living room on the first floor and prepared to go to the kitchen to make some breakfast. The ingredients inside the refrigerator were quite abundant. Chen Tian picked some that looked good and started cooking them. Upstairs, Zhang Shuyao was awakened by the scent of breakfast. After working so hard yesterday, the moment she woke up, she only felt a wave of hunger coming over her. Zhang Shuyao wanted to get out of bed in a daze, and as soon as she stood up, she immediately felt a strange sensation come over her, and her walking was a bit distorted. Reluctantly supporting herself, after going to the bathroom and washing up, Zhang Shunya was obviously much more awake. Walking over to the bed, looking at the red color and the scratched places, her pretty face instantly blushed. So many memories from last night also began to slowly revive. Zhang Shuya was bashful by her bold actions. This thing called alcohol was also too scary. Last night's, that was definitely not herself. But remembering that the object was Chen Tian, Zhang Shuya was relieved. The corner of her mouth lifted up a faint smile as she withdrew the already soiled bedsheet and replaced it with a clean one. Just a simple change of bedsheets, but Zhang Shuya felt that she had done something heavenly, and her body ached all over. While sitting on the edge of the bed to rest, Chen Tian just happened to walk up, ready to tell Zhang Shuyao to go down for dinner. Looking at Zhang Shuyao who had woken up, Chen Tian went up and pulled her, smilingly saying, "Go, follow me down for breakfast." Zhang Shuyao took a look at Chen Tian coming. Her pretty face once again rose two groups of redness, and hurriedly lowered her head, saying with some embarrassment, "My whole body hurts right now. It's all your fault. You don't know to lighten up a bit. Doesn't know how to be compassionate at all." Humph. Chen Tian also laughed out loud when he heard Zhang Shuyao's pampered general complaint. He reached out and swept Zhang Shuyao into his own embrace and said with a bad smile, "Then it was indeed my poor consideration. Do you want to do it again? This time, I'll try to be a bit lighter." Again? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shunyao immediately widened her eyes, and quickly waved her hand, saying as if she was begging for mercy, "No need, no need." If she were to do it again, she would lose her own little life. Looking at Chen Tian who had a bad smile on his face, Zhang Shuyao hurriedly changed the topic. "Didn't you say that breakfast is ready? Let's go eat." Chen Tian pulled Zhang Shuyao's small hand and led her to the dining room on the first floor. At this time, the dining table was already filled with all kinds of food. Looking at the dinner plates that were about to be filled, Zhang Shuyao covered her mouth in surprise and inquired Chen Tian, "Did you make this?" The delicacies on the table were all colorful and flavorful, and just looking at them like this already made one's fingers tingle. The exquisite index was even better than some star restaurants. It was the first time that Zhang Shuyao had seen such great dishes, her eyes twinkling like stars, radiating a radiant luster. Chen Tian pulled Zhang Shuyao to a chair and sat down, a gentle smile on his face. Even his speech was a few points softer than usual. "I didn't know what you like to eat, so I made a little more. How about you taste the flavor first?" Zhang Shuyao took a deep breath and immediately squinted her eyes in happiness, sighing, "It really smells good." Just by smelling the flavor, Zhang Shunyao already felt a sense of happiness coming over her. She cocked her head and sized up Chen Tian, not realizing that Chen Tian actually knew how to cook and was so good at it. Chen Tian looked at Zhang Shuyao's smiling face, served a small bowl of rib porridge and placed it in front of her, saying fervently, "You're working so hard. Eat some rib porridge and make up for it." Hard work? Hearing such a double entendre of words, Zhang Shuyao immediately blushed, hurriedly picking up the bowl, taking a small bite and putting it into her mouth. With a sense of warmth, followed by a meaty flavor exploded in the mouth. Along with the rice's distinctive fresh flavor, it felt like a hot stream fell into the stomach, and then flowed out in all the limbs and bones. Zhang Shuyao's beautiful eyes slightly stared at the bowl of congee in front of her, falling into deep thought. In this world, how could there be such a delicious rib porridge? There was no fishy smell of meat at all. The mouth was full of fresh flavor, not to mention that it didn't rob the natural flavor of the white porridge. It was simply magical. "You're cooking. It's also too delicious." Zhang Shuyao couldn't help but let out an exclamation after a bowl of rib porridge went into her stomach and she tasted the other delicacies made by Chen Tian. To be honest, she felt that this was the first time in her 20 years of life that she had eaten such a delicious breakfast. Zhang Shuyao's heart was particularly touched as she looked at Chen Tian across the table very seriously and opened her mouth to say, "Thank you, Chen Tian." Chen Tian was about to open his mouth when he saw a curtain of light pop up in front of him. "Your home has detected that the owner has experienced an important bar mitzvah in his life and feels very pleased. The garage automatically contributes a Maserati President customized edition. a Pagani Son of the Wind customized edition, and a Rolls-Royce Phantom extended customized edition. Chen Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. The family was very touched, and then sent out the garage as a reward. How does it feel? A little weird? Chen Tian took out his cell phone, briefly searched for the 3 rewarded models, and looked at the results displayed on the cell phone page, and immediately raised his eyebrows. Don't look at the Maserati President as only 1,560,000, but the customized version of this President was actually priced as high as $50 million. Even Chen Tian could not help but be surprised for a moment. Where was this a customized model? This was simply a rebuilt model that just used someone else's name, right? In comparison, the price of the customized version of the Pagani Windjammer was a lot more normal. The original pricing of the Windjammer was going to be more than $40 million, so a customized version of such a top supercar, asking for $80 million really isn't that expensive. As for the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Customized Edition, there was no need for too much introduction. This is the ceiling level of the luxury car field. Owning such a luxury car priced at more than $200 million, the most important thing is that it can reflect your honorable and incomparable identity. There is no need to deliberately introduce. No matter where you go, you are the most shining boy. And driving on the road, never have to worry. There will be someone and you drive the same model. 1. It's too expensive. And 2. They don't deserve it. The Rolls-Royce company has reached a high level of customization for this car that borders on the perverse. It was as if this wasn't even a luxury car you were spending money on, but rather an interview for a 1 in a billion chance. Looking at the introduction of these 3 cars, all of which were top-class luxury cars that had a market without a price, they were indeed okay. Chapter 56, Too Rich for Your Own Good. Chen Tian was in a good mood. He raised his wrist to look at the time and said to Zhang Shuyao, "Why don't you come up and take a half day off today? I'll take you out to buy something." Zhang Shuyao had just finished eating. She nodded her head obediently and walked to the side to give the old boss a call for leave. Chen Tian also walked upstairs to change his clothes at this time. He sat on the sofa and waited for a while before Zhang Shuyao also cleaned herself up and walked downstairs. "Where are we going shopping?" Zhang Shuyao reached out and held onto Chen Tian, smilingly opening her mouth to ask. Chen Tian was instantly delighted, reaching out and pinching Zhang Shuanyao's agitated nose, saying, "Just follow me." Today's weather was nice, so Chen Tian planned to bring Zhang Shuyao to stroll around for a while longer. And if that didn't work, he would go to 2 more shopping plazas. Looking past Chen Tian's eyes, Zhang Shuyao on the side once again became a tool person. Chen Tian lightly blinked his eyes, hoping that this time, the tool person, Xiao Zhang, would give a little more power. While thinking wildly, Chen Tian and his duo had already arrived at Wanda Plaza. Chen Tian parked his car, directly pulled up Zhang Shuyao's small hand, and walked towards the inside of Wanda Plaza. They directly went to the floor that specialized in luxury goods and began to shop one by one. Chen Tian once again played to his shopping advantage. Looking at what he felt was suitable for Zhang Shuyao, he directly let the shopping guide lady wrap it up. The shopping guide lady started to think that Chen Tian's duo was very young and shouldn't have much spending power, but soon the reality hit her hard in the face. Other than these 2, all the other new models are according to that young lady's figure. Take a set. Chen Tian was thinking that for a beauty like Zhang Shuyao, it was natural for her to buy more beautiful clothes in order to live up to life. Zhang Shuyao had previously sold several $1 billion worth of real estate to Chen Tian, and with the commission she had received, she was fully described as a newly minted little rich girl. But when she heard Chen Tian buying like this, she was still shocked. How could anyone buy something like this? Zhang Shuyao hurriedly walked over to Chen Tian's side, wanting to persuade him that he had a lot of clothes and didn't need to buy like this. Unexpectedly, when Chen Tian saw her walking over, he reached out and wrapped his hand around her slender waist and said with a smile, "You came just in time. Want to pick some accessories for you, with you as a model. It's more convenient to pick." Zhang Shuyao, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Zhang Shuyao was baffled and directly came up with a cosmic trifecta of questions. She was here to persuade someone. Hey, how was she directly pulled to the jewelry counter by Chen Tian and started picking out other things? The 2 of them had only strolled through 2 stores before Zhang Shuyao's 2 small hands were already full of shopping bags. She looked at Chen Tian with a crying face and said as if she was begging for mercy, "We've bought almost everything, right? If she continued to buy like this, in less than 1 luxury store, her body would be full of shopping bags." Chen Tian looked at Zhang Shuyao's pitiful appearance, laughed lowly, and directly said to the Chanel shopping guide lady who greeted him, "You should have delivery service here, right?" The shopping guide lady was first stunned, but then looking at those shopping bags in front of Zhang Shuyao, she hurriedly nodded and replied very respectfully, "Yes sir, as long as it's within the city, we can deliver it to your doorstep for free." Chen Tian nodded. He didn't need it delivered to his home, just help him to the car. The other shopping guide ladies in the Chanel house saw Zhang Shuyao actually carrying so many luxury shopping bags. They hurriedly walked up to help carry them together. For a moment, the gazes of these shopping guides towards Chen Tian's duo were filled with envy and admiration. With so many luxury items added together, it would be worth millions at the very least. Chen Tian and Zhang Shuyao in front of them were still so young, and both of them had extremely high face values. Coupled with this kind of spending power, it even made the service of the crowd of shopping guide ladies more attentive. Normally those luxury goods that needed to be matched in order to be purchased in front of such big customers were still the procedure. As long as it was the style that the duo had their eyes on, there were immediately different colors of matching goods that were placed on the table for them to pick. Chen Tian bought a lot of things for Zhang Shuyao and watched with satisfaction as a light screen popped up, accompanying Zhang Shuyao for a while longer. Chen Tian also customized some clothes in the store. However, the customized models that Chen Tian chose were the highest specification inside the store, all of which needed to be shipped from the headquarters and would take some time before they could be picked up. The shopping guide lady carefully took the measurements of each part of Chen Tian's body and recorded them before she respectfully escorted the duo away. Chen Tian and Zhang Shuyao walked in front. Behind them were several shopping guides from luxury stores, who followed behind with large bags, accompanying them to the parking lot for delivery. When they saw the Mercedes-Benz Big G that Chen Tian drove, they immediately revealed a shocked expression. After all, having been a luxury goods shopper for many years, they had seen a lot of luxury cars and all kinds of goodies, and had a pair of eyes that were raised to be very shrewd. The Mercedes-Benz Big G in front of them was completely different from the ordinary version, and a shopper had already taken a photo with his cell phone and analyzed it with software. When the results came out, everyone was stunned by the introduction above. This is actually a bulletproof version of the Big G, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The shoppers looked at me. I looked at you. The shock in their eyes, almost like substance, poured out. Such a young handsome boy actually has such strong financial strength, really gained insight. Chen Tian unconcernedly opened the trunk. He signaled towards the guides and asked them to move the stuff in. Looking at the stuffed trunk, Chen Tian couldn't help but nod his head. Today's harvest was quite okay. Seeing that the time was nearly noon, Chen Tian looked at Zhang Shuyao on the side and asked with concern, "It's already lunchtime. Are you hungry? Do you want to take you to eat something?" Zhang Shuyao gently shook her head. She had eaten a bit too much this morning, and she had also eaten a bit of snacks when she was at the store earlier, so she wasn't hungry at all now. Chen Tian nodded at his words. He drove his car and brought Zhang Shuyao back to Tianfu City No. 1 Villa. After the two of them got out of the car, Chen Tian helped take the things to the upstairs bedroom and said to Zhang Shuyao behind him, "You can just stay at Villa 1. When he went out shopping today, Chen Tian had deliberately bought a more complete variety of clothes, enough for Zhang Shuyao to replace them here. As for the other necessities, if there was a need, they could be bought again." When Zhang Shuyao saw that Chen Tian was actually so considerate, her pretty face couldn't help but blush again, a small heart thumping rapidly. When Chen Tian turned his head back, he just happened to catch such a beautiful view in his eyes. He couldn't help but gently shake his head. This girl is also too shy, right? The two of them simply packed up their things. Zhang Shuyao still felt sleepy, so she went to bed and went to sleep. "You lie with me for a while," Zhang Shuyao spoke to Chen Tian in a delicate voice. Her voice was so soft that Chen Tian could not refuse. The two of them lay on the bed, and Zhang Shuyao slept peacefully in Chen Tian's arms. At this time, Su Tianqing carried a thermos bucket and walked into the hospital's inpatient department. What was placed in the thermos bucket was the soup he had just made this morning. When Su Tianqing walked into the hospital room, his old mother was leaning on the bed and just happened to let out a long sigh. Not knowing if this sigh was too heavy, the old mother began to cough violently. "Mom!" Su Tianqing anxiously called out, hurriedly walking over and helping his old mother to smooth out her breath. Seeing her son come over, the old mother slowed down for a long time before she finally stopped coughing. Seeing that his old mother was finally a little better, Su Tianqing hurriedly placed the thermos bottle on the table next to him and said cheerfully, "Mom, this is the chicken soup I boiled last night, especially fresh. You quickly taste it." Although Su Tianqing had a smile on his face, but looking at his old mother's aging appearance, his heart also sighed for a while. The fact that he was able to grow up so much was entirely because of his old mother's devoted care. Although his family was not rich, but his old mother still gave him the best of the family as much as possible. No matter how hard his life was, he had never said a word of bitterness. It is because of many years of hard work, so the old mother fell a body of problems, because of some age, and now even broke out together. All of a sudden dragged down the body. Now the whole person, especially hard not to mention, even the road cannot walk, must be assisted, can barely move forward. Su Tianqing retrieved his mind. He sized the cooked soup into a bowl and brought it to his old mother's face. coaxing. Mom, you must drink more of today's soup. I put herbs in this. It's specialized in tonifying qi and blood. Drinking it will be good for your body. What Su Tianqing put inside the chicken soup was precisely the ginseng that Chen Tian had given him earlier. He had deliberately taken the ginseng and asked at the pharmacy, and the doctor said that it was a good thing that had aged well, and was an excellent product to replenish the body. Thinking about his old mother's deficient body, Su Tianqing really had no choice but to brazenly stew the ginseng Chen Tian sent. As soon as the old mother heard her son's words, she instantly slapped her face up in feigned anger as she opened her mouth to reprimand. You silly boy. What is this for? Your money doesn't come easily. Don't spend it recklessly like this. You keep this money and save it for a daughter-in-law. After saying no more than 2 sentences, the old mother started coughing again, and with a sad expression, she said with a sigh, Mom is really useless. Dragged you down. Originally you still saved some money. This time, alas, born as a human being, who cannot cherish life. What's more, the old mother has not yet seen her son marry a daughter-in-law. How can she be willing to close her eyes like this? But this barely live, obviously to son that a little old capital drained. The more the old mother thought about it, the harder it became in her heart, and she almost burst into tears. Seeing that his old mother was not in a good mood, Su Tianqing quickly opened his mouth to comfort her. Mom, look at what you said. I still have a lot of money on me, enough to give you medical treatment. You can just get well. Don't you want to see me get married? If you don't get well, how can you take care of your grandchildren? Su Tianqing paused here before continuing to speak. Mom, you really don't have to worry about me. I've already found a job. $50,000 a month. $50,000? Upon hearing such a large amount of money, the old mother acted very happy, and her eyes were even more glowing than earlier. To be able to see her son become a success in her lifetime was what every mother wished to see. But after being happy, the old mother still carefully inquired twice. What kind of work is it? You wouldn't have intentionally said such a salary just to make Mom happy, right? Su Tianqing grinned and hurriedly explained. Where can I? Your old man is a fiery eye. This little trick of mine, can I still fool it? A very good boss saw that my skills are still good and asked me to be his bodyguard. The ginseng put inside this chicken soup was given to me by him so that I could replenish your body. Su Tianqing hurriedly coaxed his old mother to drink the soup while it was hot, smilingly saying, You hurry and drink more. After you have nourished your body, I can also go to work quickly. Upon hearing this, the old mother nodded vigorously and drank the soup a little faster than earlier. She already felt that there was hope in her life, and she herself also knew that her body was very weak, and she had to make up for it. In between drinking the soup, the old mother looked up at her son and said in a serious tone, It's not easy to meet a boss who appreciates you so much. You should do a good job after them. Understand? Good. Su Tianqing very painfully agreed. He picked up a paper towel and wiped the soup stains on the corners of his old mother's mouth. Seeing that the soup was almost finished, the doctor who was checking in also came into the ward. The doctor first checked the old mother's body, then said to Su Tianqing, You follow me out for a moment. Su Tianqing hurriedly followed the doctor's footsteps and went to the office. Just as soon as he walked in, Su Tianqing was very acute and inquired, Doctor, how is my mom's body? The doctor understood the patient's family's urgency very well. He pressed his hand towards Su Tianqing, signaling him to sit down first. Your mother's body is very badly strained. She still needs to stay here for some more time. After returning home later, she also needs to be properly recuperated. When the doctor said this, he suddenly changed his words and continued, But you're about to run out of this medical bill, and if you continue to recuperate, the price of using self-paying medicines isn't cheap either. The doctor's words had already implied very clearly that if he wanted to continue to recuperate, Su Tianqing would have to renew his fees. Su Tianqing's fists clenched tightly. He showed a difficult face, frowned tightly and said, Please give my mother a conditioning first. I'll go and gather the medical fees now. After Su Tianqing finished speaking, he got up and left the doctor's office. He sat in the hospital corridor, obviously a little worried. Su Tianqing had only been demobilized from the military department not long ago, and those demobilization fees that were reissued had already been spent in the hospital. He thought for a moment and took out his cell phone from his coat pocket, sending a message to Chen Tianqi. Su Tianqing clenched his teeth. In order for his old mother to be well, let him pay anything. He was willing. Chen Tian did not fall asleep. When he heard his cell phone ringing, he gently placed Zhang Shuyao on his pillow, took his cell phone and walked to the living room. The message was from Su Tianqing. He agreed to work for Chen Tian and hoped that he could meet with him. Chen Tian thought about it, but decided to let Su Tianqing go directly to his home to meet him. He had already planned that Villa number 1 would be given to Zhang Shuyao to come and stay, and it was a bit inconvenient to bring someone over to talk about things. Thinking of this, Chen Tian directly sent the address of his home to Su Tianqing, and then drove his car back home. Su Tianqing was a little apprehensive after sending the message. After all, he hadn't immediately agreed to it before, and he didn't know if Chen Tian would be angry about it, or if he had already found another suitable candidate. But fortunately, Chen Tian's message quickly returned. Looking at the address given above, Su Tianqing let out a sigh of relief. He walked back to the ward and greeted his old mother. Before getting on his motorcycle and driving towards Chen Tian's house, Su Tianqing looked at the scenery along the way, especially the wide road in front of Chen Tian's house, and could not believe his eyes. This rich man's life was different. Even the through road in front of the house was built wider than the main road. But when Su Tianqing stood in front of Chen Tian's family villa, looking at the building that was as extravagant as a palace, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. Compared to this building, the main road from before was somewhat small. Chapter 57 Miraculous Potion. This Chen Tian, he was also too rich. Taking another look at his broken motorcycle, Su Tianqing still parked him to the side and carefully locked it. When Su Tianqing approached the villa's gate, the loud barking of a bulldog came from inside. Chen Tian walked out at the sound. He welcomed Su Tianqing into the villa and led him to the living room. Feel free to sit down. It's good that you can agree. From today onwards, it's considered that you've started working. Chen Tian really appreciated Su Tianqing's ability. He also understood the other party's current dilemma, and spoke directly and generously. Su Tianqing's face showed a difficult color. He frowned tightly and opened his mouth with some difficulty. Brother Chen, my mom is currently hospitalized. Can I? Su Tianqing was somewhat unable to speak. He needed to stay in the hospital to take care of his old mother, so naturally he didn't have the time to start working immediately. The main thing was that he also wanted to advance some of his salary to prepay the medical bills. As soon as Chen Tian looked at Su Tianqing's appearance, he understood. He directly took out a card from his coat pocket and placed it on the table. Speaking, here is a card. Inside is $1 million. Just take it and use it first. Looking at the card on the table, Su Tianqing was very moved. He stood up with great excitement and loudly stated to Chen Tian, "Boss, don't worry. I will definitely work well in the future to repay your favor today, whether it was this trust, or the favor of helping each other." He, Su Tianqing, would never dare to forget. Chen Tian just waved his hand blandly and said, "You don't have to be so polite. The salary will be counted from today, and you can take care of your old mother at ease. Whenever you are well, just come to work." Su Tianqing couldn't believe his ears. He actually met such a good boss. This. He was even a little excited and didn't know what to say. Just at this time, a light screen suddenly flashed before Chen Tian's eyes. Home has detected that the master has harvested one loyal member. Home feels very pleased and rewards an unlimited supply of physique potions. Chen Tian froze. Unlimited supply? Thinking back to the previous system's description of the physique potion, it could improve one's physique. At that moment, Chen Tian was looking at Su Tianqing and said, "When I have time in a few days, I will also go to see the old man." Su Tianqing nodded his head vigorously. He looked at Chen Tian with a sincere face, bowed respectfully and said, "Good. I'm here to represent my mother first." Thanking Brother Chen for his help and understanding, Chen Tian patted Su Tianqing's shoulder and said, "It's fine. Wait for me here for a moment." Chen Tian walked into a nearby room and went to pick up some potions out. Walking out of the room, Chen Tian handed the potion to Su Tianqing and said with a smile, "You taste this." Without saying a word, Su Tianqing drank it without even thinking about it. Chen Tian looked at Su Tianqing's unguarded appearance, and was instantly amused. Snickering, "Give it to you and you just drink it down. You're not afraid that I'll harm you?" Su Tianqing directly shook his head. Chen Tian trusted him. He naturally had to reciprocate. Mutual trust was the only way to support each other and go farther. Su Tianqing smiled. He was just about to speak when suddenly the smile on his face gradually solidified. He very obviously felt that his body was changing. A hot current was constantly reverberating between his limbs and bones, and everywhere he went, it was as if he had just been charged with power. Not only had his strength increased, it seemed that even his physique, too, had become tougher. Su Tianqing's face changed. His heart filled with shock. He immediately looked towards Chen Tian and exclaimed, "Brother Chen, this is..." Su Tianqing was very certain that it was the potion that Chen Tian had just given him to drink that had caused such a change in his body. Chen Tian handed the other potion in his hand to Su Tianqing and said directly, "Take it back and give it to your mother to try. It will be beneficial to her body." Su Tianqing naturally took it busily. He had just tested it himself and had very strong confidence in the potency. He was now a little impatient and wanted to hurry up and let his mother try this potion. Chen Tian could see that Su Tianqing was returning to his home. He raised a faint smile and said, "You go back first. Call me if anything happens. After Su Tianqing's thousand thanks, he mounted his small motorcycle and drove in the direction of the hospital. After sending Su Tianqing away, Chen Tian had nothing to do and walked to the garage to take a look at his new ride. The 3 new cars were lying quietly in the garage, the soft light from the garage roof hitting the cars, emitting a glittering luster. Chen Tian's gaze landed on the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Customized Edition, and to be honest, it was his first time seeing this car. However, this kind of car was still suitable for hiring a driver. Otherwise it would be a complete waste of the ultimate experience in the back row. The main thing was that this kind of car personally drove out. How it looked like a chauffeur. In the end, Chen Tian still picked up the keys to the Maserati President Custom Edition and drove out. Su Tianqing had already rushed back to the hospital at this time. He first went to pay the full hospitalization fee, and only then returned to the ward with the medicine. As soon as he walked into the hospital room, the old mother immediately looked at Su Tianqing, seeing her son's happy face before she let go of her heart. Ever since she knew that her son had gone to see his boss, the old mother was worried, afraid that her son's boss would get angry and fire him. Su Tianqing was very emotional. He took out the potion Chen Tian gave him and hurriedly made his mother drink it. Mom, how is it? Do you feel anything? Su Tianqing looked at his old mother with a nervous face and asked with concern. He remembered that he had a reaction as soon as he drank it, and he didn't know if his old mother's body could withstand the effects of the medicine. The old mother yawned, obviously a little sleepy, and said, I feel hot on my body and want to take a nap. Su Tianqing hurriedly helped his old mother to lie down, and in just a few breaths of effort, she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Seeing his old mother breathing smoothly with a rosy complexion, Su Tianqing waited excitedly at the side. It had been a long time since he had heard his mother say that she had had a peaceful sleep. Years of exertion had made his old mother a poor sleeper, and it took a long time to fall asleep every time. He hadn't expected that she would already fall into a deep sleep after only drinking the potion. The old mother woke up after sleeping for about half an hour's effort. She opened her eyes and her spirit was obviously much better. The old mother felt that her body was still hot and comfortable, and her entire body seemed to be filled with strength. Mom, are you feeling better? Su Tianqing looked at his old mother excitedly, clearly feeling the changes in the other party. The old mother hadn't had this feeling of being filled with strength for a long time. She tried to sit up on her own, and the movements that she couldn't do at all originally were now accomplished very easily. Even the old mother herself was stunned by such a change. Tianqing, you help Mom. Mom wants to get out of bed and walk. Su Tianqing hurriedly came over to assist the old mother. At first the old mother's pace was still a bit unsteady, but soon she adapted to the changes in her body. Even after breaking away from Su Tianqing's support, she could still act on her own. Just as the mother and son duo were rejoicing, the nurse who walked in to dispense the medicine looked at the old mother who stood up and let out a gasp. How is this possible? This old woman's physical condition was so poor that even after completing an entire treatment, it was impossible to regain the ability to walk. At most, it would just be a renewal of life and a few more years of living, but someone would definitely need to take care of it for a long period of time in the future. Looking at the old lady in such poor condition, she actually stood up by herself. The nurse rushed to call the doctor. The doctor originally didn't believe the nurse's description, but when he saw the old lady walking independently with his own eyes, he was also directly confused. This is completely impossible. How did you stand up? The doctor, with an odd expression on his face, walked up to the old mother's body and asked carefully. The old mother could not hide the smile on her face, pointing at her son, and explained very happily, I drank the medicine sent by my son, and felt that my body had strength all of a sudden. Originally I just wanted to try it, but I didn't expect that I could really walk. When the doctor heard this, he was even more surprised. He immediately decided to take the old lady to do a physical examination. After all, the doctor was very clear about how bad the old man's physical condition was before. This was no longer a medical miracle, but a human miracle. After a round of checkups, there were some checkups that required a few days before they could get the results, but just from the examination items that could get results on the same day, the old lady's physical condition was, indeed, greatly improved. It could even be said that her current physical condition was many years younger all of a sudden. Faced with such test results, the doctor was completely shocked. He was a bit confused for a moment and began to call the supervisors of the various departments. After all, this was the first time the doctor had encountered such a situation. Those experienced supervisors of the hospital arrived at the scene and listened to the doctor's report, as well as reading the previous medical records and various test reports. After looking at the sudden recovery of the various indicators, they were also a bit puzzled for a while. Even the dean heard about this and rushed into the ward. The dean was very experienced, and as soon as he heard that the old man had undergone a sudden change, He immediately looked at Su Tianqing and inquired, "Did you give your mother something to eat or drink?" Su Tianqing was at a loss as he honestly said, "I gave my mom the potion my boss gave her, and she got much better after drinking it." When the dean heard this, an excited expression immediately appeared on his face and he asked excitedly, "You said the potion where? Convenient to me to see it?" The dean knows that the great Chinese talent is abundant, and the great people are countless. Maybe this is the divine doctor boiled out the body tonic medicine. If you can get a little bit of the potion, you can definitely copy it.